I'm not providing psychological therapy to a married woman, am I? How did I end up lying in bed? By heavens, my entire body is bound with bandages. Did her husband assault me? As memories began to coalesce in his mind, Xiao Junlin sighed deeply. What a ridiculous situation. It's as if Chao Pi's father-in-law has become Mu Zhenjia's father would be speechless, having inadvertently transported me into a novel. Xiao Junlin sighed further, for he had indeed perused this particular novel, titled Fantasy. I become a celestial emperor through the affection of my family. The protagonist within the book is named Chen Xian. He is a junior disciple of Longtime Mountain, endowed with the 9 Phoenixes' rising sun sacred body, capable of automatically absorbing the affections of the opposite sex. From junior sisters to senior sisters, from uncles to masters, all are enamored with him and willing to bear his children. With the support of these women, Chen Xian gradually rises to power, ultimately becoming the invincible celestial emperor. However, the ascent of a general is often paved with the bones of the fallen. Chen Xian's rise necessitates the sacrifice of countless minor characters. Coincidentally, Xiao Junlin is one of them. In the original narrative, Xiao Junlin is the senior disciple of Longtime Mountain, but he is also a man of integrity. Under the moral coercion of numerous junior sisters, Xiao Junlin treats Chen Xian with remarkable kindness. He relinquishes all his resources to Chen Xian. Indeed, despite possessing exceptional alchemical skills, Xiao Junlin refrains from crafting elixirs for himself. Instead, he continuously assists Chen Xian in his alchemical endeavors. This time, due to a catastrophic explosion, he has been rendered a mere vegetative state. Ultimately, he clings to life and succumbs. Mindless, utterly mindless, Xiao Junlin lamented, yet pondered who reads a novel with a discerning mind? A sensible person would likely leave their intellect at the door when engaging with literature, would they not? Yet now, he has no choice but to engage his mind, for he has indeed become Xiao Junlin. Contemplating his impending tragic fate, he realizes he may meet the same demise as Xiao Junlin, perishing upon this very bed. Then, when his father, the revered elder Xiao Feng of Longtime Mountain, returns to find only ashes of his sole son, he would be driven to madness. Subsequently, Chen Xian, in collusion with junior sisters, the sect leader, and elders, would justify their actions as a means to uphold righteousness and cleanse the sect, ultimately eliminating Xiao Feng. He would also absorb all of the maddened Xiao Feng's cultivation, dramatically augmenting his own power. How exhilarating, indeed! What a delightfully gratifying narrative consume and utilize, then extinguish your father, siphoning his strength. In previous readings, he empathized with the protagonist, finding joy in the escapade. But now, he is merely a stepping stone for the protagonist, and the sentiment is entirely transformed. Why must we minor characters serve the protagonist? We possess intellect and thought, do we not? Oh, oblivious author! This is unacceptable. According to the original text and the author's tendencies, characters like mine are destined to sacrifice for Chen Xian. Even if I survive this time, I cannot escape my fate next time. The immediate priority is to survive, then eliminate Chen Xian and take his place. Yes, I shall rise to power. I will ascend step by step to greatness. I shall become Xiao Gao. Xiao Junlin immediately turned his gaze towards the brocade box beside him. Inside lies the dragon nourishing golden pill that the original owner tirelessly crafted for Chen Xian. Only because Chen Xian frequently lamented to Xiao Junlin and the senior sisters about his frail constitution, which impeded his cultivation progress. The 7 senior sisters were filled with compassion, wishing they could sacrifice their own flesh for his benefit. Encouraged by the 7 junior sisters, Xiao Junlin, ever the agreeable one, could not refuse. Despite knowing that his cultivation and alchemical skills were insufficient to concoct the legendary dragon-nourishing pill, he took the risk to attempt the creation. The dragon-nourishing pill possessed the extraordinary ability to elevate one's constitution to perfection, allowing for rapid advancements in future cultivation. With countless rare herbs and treasures contributed by the junior sisters, coupled with Xiao Junlin's life-risking efforts in alchemy, the pill was finally forged. In the original tale, this pill was given to Chen Xian, laying the foundation for the future Emperor Xiantian. As Xiao Junlin contemplated this, He opened the ornate box. Without hesitation, he took the dragon-nourishing pill and swallowed it whole. In an instant, a gentle power surged from his abdomen into his dantian, coursing through his limbs and healing his injuries at an astonishing pace. Xiao Junlin felt his once weak body brimming with strength. A new force enveloped him, causing the bindings on his body to burst asunder. This dragon-nourishing pill is indeed as described in the original text. Not only has it healed my wounds, but it has also reformed my foundational path. It may even assist me in breaking through to the blood-moving realm. Yet, just as Xiao Junlin prepared to make his breakthrough, footsteps echoed from outside the door. He quickly suppressed the effects of the dragon-nourishing pill, gathered the scattered bandages, and re-wrapped himself, feigning death once more. He knew that if those junior sisters discovered he had consumed the dragon-nourishing pill, they would surely cast him in a disparaging light. Moreover, the 5 elders and the sect master would not let him off easily. Their infatuation with Chun Xian had reached a point of obsession. In their worldview, such a precious treasure as the dragon-nourishing pill rightfully belonged to Chun Xian. Endure. Just endure. As Xiao Junlin resumed his previous feeble appearance, he overheard voices. Senior brother, I am so sorry. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have to suffer this fate. Junior brother, do not be too distressed. Senior brother is not dead, yet the physician has examined him and says he has at least 7 days left. Senior brother would not rest easy knowing you are so troubled. The conversation between a man and a woman outside the door caused Xiao Junlin to smirk inwardly. I can still live for 7 more days, and you're already preparing for a feast, I see. The visitors were none other than Chun Xian and his 6th junior sister, Nangong Jin. Before they could enter, Xiao Junlin waved his hand, toppling the nearby table and teapot to the ground. Resolutely, he rolled off the bed and onto the floor. Hearing the commotion, the two rushed in. Upon seeing Xiao Junlin motionless on the ground, they cried out, Senior brother! Senior brother! Chun Xian and Nangong Jin hurried to assist him. Xiao Junlin cast a glance at Chun Xian. This destined child, slender and handsome, possessed chiseled features that radiated an aura of imperial grace at such a young age. Indeed, he was strikingly handsome. Why do I care for such fantastical templates of protagonists? Am I not myself a figure of charm and elegance? Xiao Junlin's gaze fell upon Nangong Jin. This woman, with her ankle-length silver hair and a 3-petal ice crystal mark on her forehead, adorned in a pale blue gauze dress, accentuated her alluring figure with a cinched waist. Though she appeared no older than 16 or 17, her bosom had reached a size that could scarcely be contained by a single hand. One might suspect that if she were to lower her head, Nangong Jin would be unable to see her own feet, obscured as they were. Xiao Junlin snapped back to reality, clearing his throat. Chun Xian immediately grasped Xiao Junlin's hand. Senior brother, how did you fall out of bed? It is all my fault. Had it not been for me, you would not have risked cultivating the dragon gold pill, and had you not done so, you would not be in this state. As Chun Xian spoke, he did not wait for a response from Xiao Junlin, but began to scan the area around him. Senior brother, where is the dragon gold pill? Xiao Junlin kicked a brocade box, and Chun Xian, upon peering inside, found it empty. What is the meaning of this? Where is the pill? Chun Xian's tone grew solemn. But what greeted him was a resounding slap from Xiao Junlin. Smack! It landed unexpectedly on his face. The imprint of the slap marred Chun Xian's handsome visage, leaving him momentarily stunned, and Nangong Jin equally taken aback. A flash of anger ignited in Chun Xian's eyes. When had he ever been struck? Yet, Xiao Junlin's subsequent words left him no time to dwell on the matter. Why are you still dawdling? Someone has stolen the dragon gold pill. I was unable to move, and in my effort to protect it, I fell from the bed. You must hurry and pursue them. Stolen. How dare they pilfer from my dragon platform mountain? They seek their own demise. Chun Xian dashed out in a frenzy, oblivious to Xiao Junlin's injuries. Nangong Jin, too, prepared to follow. However, Xiao Junlin seized her foot. Where do you think you're going? You are meant to stay and assist me. Seeing Xiao Junlin hold her back, Nangong Jin, who had intended to chase after Chun Xian, halted. Observing Xiao Junlin's labored coughs, her heart softened. Senior brother, let me help you up. At least you have a semblance of compassion, and perhaps among these ailing junior sisters, you possess the most conscience. For Nangong Jin harbored a secret, one potent enough to lead her to her demise. The villain's counterattack begins by seducing the protagonist's beloved, and so it shall commence with you. Senior brother, I shall first assist the junior brother in retrieving the pill. After helping Xiao Junlin back onto the bed, Nangong Jin eagerly prepared to depart, only to be grasped by Xiao Junlin's hand. Junior sister, there is something you would not wish for the junior brother to learn, is there? Chapter 2. Mine is mine. Nangong Jin was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of the circumstances at hand. Yet, she chose to remain indifferent, deciding that such matters could wait for another time. For now, her priority was to assist her junior disciple. Xiao Junlin paused for a moment, exclaiming, Hey, so you truly care about him, do you? Observing as Nangong Jin approached the door, he resolved to take decisive action, as he still felt some residual blood stagnation within him. With a swift motion, he struck his chest with a fist, and with a splatter, blood erupted forth. Feeling a sense of relief wash over him, Xiao Junlin heard the commotion and saw Nangong Jin turn around. Her expression finally shifting upon witnessing the blood-soaked ground. Master brother, though she acknowledged that her junior disciple held far greater significance, it was unthinkable for her to stand idly by while Xiao Junlin faced death before her. In response, Xiao Junlin feigned a noble sacrifice, stating, I am unharmed. However, it seems that my junior disciple's golden core is likely lost to us. The assailant who dared to strike at Long Eye Mountain has surely planned their escape. Thus, our immediate concern is to forge a new nurturing dragon golden core. Nangong Jin furrowed her brow, handing him a handkerchief to wipe away the blood as she inquired. But to create a new one requires a considerable amount of materials. And given your current condition, can you truly manage it? Feigning nonchalance, Xiao Junlin remained still. Nangong Jin, exhibiting a hint of obsessive-compulsive behavior, took it upon herself to clean the blood from his lips. Her gentle touch brought a smile to his heart as he replied, In truth, there are expedited methods. Should we procure the essence of the Tianhu clan, we could swiftly refine a new golden core. The mention of the Tianhu clan caused Nangong Jin's petite frame to tremble noticeably. Xiao Junlin nodded affirmatively, recalling that this young woman bore the bloodline of the Tianhu. Her mother was a nine-tailed heavenly fox, and Nangong Jin had evolved to six tails. Yet, this lineage had also instilled in her a profound sense of inferiority. Human cultivators and demonic beings were often at odds, and Nangong Jin aspired to serve as a bridge for peaceful coexistence between the two races. Hence, she had clandestinely come to Longtime Mountain. Concealing her demonic heritage, if her lineage were discovered, the inhabitants of Longtime Mountain would undoubtedly turn against her, even seeking her demise. The essence of the Tianhu clan possesses inherent healing and enhancement properties for humans. If I could obtain Tianhu blood, I would have the means to forge a new golden core. Regrettably, such blood is only effective when willingly offered by the Tianhu, and we humans cannot force it. Thus, it seems futile. Fearing his earlier words might not have been persuasive enough, Xiao Junlin added, Alas, my junior disciple will likely never have the chance to partake in the nurturing dragon golden core and solidify his foundation. With that, he pretended to lose consciousness. As he lay there, seemingly oblivious, Nangong Jin bit her lip and retreated to a corner, gently biting her fingertip to draw a drop of blood. For my junior disciple, a single drop is but a small price to pay. During the past year, had it not been for her junior disciple lending her the spirit-infusing pool for cultivation, she might have already succumbed to the overwhelming pressure of her Tianhu bloodline and revealed her true nature. Now, she merely aimed to repay a kindness. With this thought, Nangong Jin retrieved a transparent vial from her storage ring, placing the precious blood within. She hurried to awaken Xiao Junlin. Master brother, I happen to possess Tianhu blood. Xiao Junlin, shaken from his feigned slumber, felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. This girl, so determined to assist her junior disciple, seemed to disregard my plight entirely. Nevertheless, he welcomed the opportunity. The Tianhu were known for their loyalty. Often susceptible to Stockholm Syndrome, Xiao Junlin intended to exploit this to sway Nangong Jin to his side. Feigning surprise, he opened his eyes and examined the Tianhu blood before abruptly shifting his tone. Sixth junior sister, how did you come by this? I obtained it by chance, master brother. Let us hurry and refine the elixir for our junior disciple, she replied, initially attempting to deflect the question. However, Xiao Junlin's words grew sharper. By chance, junior sister, I just witnessed you draw forth this Tianhu blood. You are indeed of the Tianhu clan, are you not? Nangong Jin's heart raced, and she wanted to deny it, but Xiao Junlin swiftly seized her wrist. Scrutinizing her fingers, the wound was still fresh. She could not feign ignorance. Demoness, what are your intentions upon entering Long Eye Mountain? Trembling, Nan Gongjin knelt. Master brother, I never intended to harm Long Eye Mountain. I merely. She struggled to articulate her thoughts. Yet, Xiao Junlin was unfazed. He was well aware of her true nature and knew she meant no harm. Her loyalty lay with Qin Xian, not with him. But now, Xiao Junlin desired her assistance. Should you wish for my silence? I have a request, he stated plainly. I want you to place my name at the top of this month's elite roster. Long Eye Mountain selects an elite disciple each month, distributing abundant resources for cultivation. Nan Gongjin managed this roster, ranking disciples based on their contributions. However, for the past 3 months, she had been manipulating the results in favor of Qin Xian, ensuring he always edged out the second-place contender just enough to claim the resources. But Master Brother, that position is. Nan Gongjin hesitated, clearly torn. The first place was usually reserved for Qin Xian, who was indeed the top contender this month. Why do you care? Do you think I am unworthy of these resources? Xiao Junlin replied coldly, fully aware that those around him considered him merely a stepping stone for Qin Xian, destined to bear the burdens while the rewards went to Qin Xian. Thus, the nurturing dragon golden core, which Xiao Junlin had labored over for 3 years, had come at the cost of his own cultivation, with no one ever expressing concern for him. Now, even Qin Xian had surpassed him in cultivation level. I, Xiao Junlin, am simply reclaiming what is rightfully mine. That if you refuse, I shall summon the law elders to speak with you. He had read the subsequent narratives involving Nan Gongjin from a psychological perspective. She displayed classic Stockholm Syndrome traits. The more hostile he appeared, the more dependent she became. Indeed, under Xiao Junlin's fierce gaze, Nan Gongjin's expression turned increasingly helpless, inching closer to him. Please, Master Brother, I will use the refining of the nurturing dragon golden core as a means to bolster your contributions, allowing you to claim this month's elite disciple title. I beseech you, do not expose me to the elders. Xiao Junlin nodded in satisfaction. Very well, go fetch it for me. Must I go myself? How else? Do you see my current state? He gestured to his bandaged form. Nan Gongjin bit her lip, lowering her head in compliance as she departed. Once she was gone, Xiao Junlin sat up, channeling his internal energy to ascertain that the nurturing dragon golden core had indeed restored all of his injuries. Moreover, a subtle golden glow coursed over his body, marking his advancement to the mid-stage of the bone refinement realm. I have lingered in the initial stage of blood mobilization for 3 years. Indeed, I was on the verge of regressing due to the refining of the nurturing dragon golden core. Luckily, now, as Xiao Junlin felt the golden light flowing through him, it was evident that his bones had reached their peak, breaking through to the mid-stage of bone refinement. Yet, this was not sufficient. Qin Xian was a formidable adversary. Bolstered by the favor of the entire sect to contend with him, I must at least ascend to the rank of elder within Longtime Mountain. First, I must refine my flesh to attain copper skin, then my bones to achieve iron bones, and finally, the next step is blood mobilization, pushing my blood's power to its zenith, entering a boiling state. I recall that to reach the blood mobilization stage, one requires beast blood for stimulation, with higher levels yielding better results. Gazing at the vial containing Tianhu blood, Xiao Junlin noted that Nan Gongjin had hurriedly forgotten to take it with her. He dipped his tongue into the vial, and in an instant, the searing blood merged with the nurturing dragon golden core still not fully absorbed within him, a sign of breaking through to blood mobilization. Xiao Junlin promptly settled into a meditative posture. Simultaneously, as Xiao Junlin absorbed the Tianhu blood, Nan Gongjin, who had just arrived at the resource distribution department, felt her heartbeat momentarily falter. It was as if something within her blood had shifted, affecting her. Master Brother is truly cunning, feigning slumber to draw out my secrets, she murmured softly. Yet within her heart, she found her feelings towards Xiao Junlin had softened. After all, he was her master brother. If he sought resources, it was only reasonable and did not necessarily have to benefit the junior disciple. Senior Sister Nangong, you have arrived. Will this month's resources still be allocated to Qin Xian? The disciple responsible for distributing resources, upon seeing Nan Gongjin, was captivated by her beauty, his gaze fixated as he promptly retrieved a storage ring filled with resources to inquire. However, Nan Gongjin shook her head and said, the senior brother has exhausted his life to refine the dragon-nurturing golden pill, working tirelessly and earning great merit. According to sect rules, the initial credit goes to him. This time, the grand resources have been allocated to him. With that, she took the grand resource storage ring away. The disciple was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, unable to find the golden pill, Qin Xian returned to his room in disappointment. Dragon Master, having lost the golden pill. My plan to break through to the blood-moving realm and ascend to the three-phase realm will likely be delayed, Chen Xian muttered to the air. Yet soon, a phantom the size of a thumb emerged between his brows, an elderly man. Though his hair was white and somewhat ethereal, possessed sharp brows and bright eyes, as if he were a sealed sword. The golden pill has been consumed by Xiao Junlin. What? Chen Xian was instantly startled. Xiao Junlin had always been the senior brother who cherished and favored him, willing to share any good things that it seemed unlikely that he would steal the golden pill. However, the remnant soul of the dragon blood heavenly emperor, having witnessed much over the eons, could not be mistaken. It must have been in a moment of desperation for survival that he privately consumed it. Xiao Junlin. Chen Xian clenched his fist quietly. He did not consider himself unreasonable. If the golden pill did not belong to him, he would not be angry. But all 7 of his senior sisters had stated that the dragon-nurturing golden pill was refined for him. Even if Xiao Junlin were to die from his injuries, that pill should still be handed over to him. Chen Xian. I will confront him about this. The golden pill was meant for him to solidify his foundation. The remnant soul of the dragon blood heavenly emperor cautioned. Xiao Junlin is, after all, the senior brother of Longai Mountain. Although the entire Longai Mountain values you highly, it is wise to consider the consequences of directly opposing him. Chen Xian understood that he must act with composure to ascend to the pinnacle step by step. He paused, realizing he had no evidence regarding this matter, and even if Xiao Junlin had indeed consumed it. Given his status, it was a normal occurrence. I was impulsive. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. When he has evidence, he can subtly inform his senior sisters. It is not too late. He could claim this month's grand resources first. For now, the most substantial resources among the disciples of Longai Mountain were still focused on him. As long as he diligently cultivated, combined with the Dragon Master's guidance, entering the three-phase realm would be a matter of course. Once he reached the three-phase realm, he would no longer be of disciple status. He would have the opportunity to ascend to the position of elder at Longtai Mountain. At that time, he could force Xiao Junlin to regurgitate the golden pill. Even those 7 senior sisters could be accelerated into his fold. With this in mind, Chen Xian felt a surge of joy, and the phantom on his brow dissipated. The remnant soul was very appreciative of Chen Xian's mindset, stating that with such determination, achieving dominance in the world would not be difficult. Chen Xian arrived at the resource distribution office, initially intending to take the grand resources and leave. However, he was informed that he could only claim the resources allocated to ordinary disciples. What nonsense are you spouting? I've taken them every month. Are you new here? Senior brother Chen, this month's outstanding contribution disciple is not you. Who else could it be? Senior sister Nangong has already informed him. This month, it is still his. It is senior brother Xiao Junlin, and just now, senior sister Nangong took the grand resources to give to him. What? Xiao Junlin? Again, Xiao Junlin. The anger Chen Xian had just suppressed surged back up. He even recalled that Xiao Junlin had slapped him this morning. In hindsight, it felt as if it had been intentional. Did you say senior sister Nangong went to the senior brother's residence? Why yes, the disciple stuttered, sweating profusely as he sensed the intense murderous aura emanating from Chen Xian, as if he were confronting a future emperor of slaughter. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian turned and strode swiftly towards Xiao Junlin's residence. At Xiao Junlin's residence, 10 blood pills, 10 chi pills, 3,000 spirit stones, and 20 spirit herbs. Xiao Junlin meticulously counted the grand resources before placing them into the storage ring. Nangong Jin shot him a glance, thinking, is it necessary to be so meticulous? Is he afraid I will abscond with them, or something? Senior brother, I have already assisted you. Are you satisfied now? With that, Nangong Jin turned around somewhat annoyed and prepared to leave. But how could Xiao Junlin let her go? The recent infusion of heavenly fox blood had allowed him to catch a glimpse of the blood melting stage, and if he could obtain more heavenly fox blood, breaking through to the later stages of the blood-moving realm would be effortless. Wait, what is it now? Nangong Jin asked impatiently. This made Xiao Junlin feel that his previous humiliation had not been sufficient. Otherwise, this girl would not be so unruly. He needed to be a bit more devious. Help me to the spirit nourishing pool. I need to heal, Xiao Junlin said nonchalantly, as if he had stepped on Nangong Jin's tail. Don't go too far. The spirit nourishing pool was lent to me by the junior brother for cultivation. How could I allow you to use it? The spirit nourishing pool, created by the Grand Elder Xiao Feng, was originally intended for Xiao Junlin's exclusive use for marrow cleansing. Later, after Xiao Feng left Longai Mountain and Xiao Junlin neglected his cultivation for 3 years to refine the dragon-nurturing golden pill, he had lent it to Chen Xian during that time. The spirit-nourishing pool possessed miraculous effects for rapid recovery and accelerated cultivation. Xiao Junlin planned to use it to break through to the blood-melting stage. I can't use it. Ridiculous. That spirit-nourishing pool was created by my father. I merely lent it to Qin Xian, and now it has become his, although this matter was mentioned in the original text. Xiao Junlin could not help but scold Qin Xian silently after truly immersing himself in the situation. Using my spirit-nourishing pool to woo a girl. How shameless. You, Nangong Jin, realizing she was somewhat in the wrong, remained resolute. In any case, it is impossible. She felt that doing so would betray the junior brother, but Xiao Junlin was indifferent. The more she resisted, the more she would endear herself to him. The spirit-nourishing pool was located just behind his residence, and they arrived in no time. Senior brother, this really won't do. If the junior brother finds out, he will surely be angry with me, Nangong Jin pleaded. The more she spoke, the more Xiao Junlin became incensed, and he simply pushed Nangong Jin into the spirit-nourishing pool. With a splash, the water shimmered and rippled. Nangong Jin's clothes were instantly soaked, her fiery figure becoming faintly visible beneath the sheer fabric. Water droplets clung to her skin, glistening, while the purifying power of the pool began to flow into her bones and veins. Senior brother, you have gone too far, Nangong Jin exclaimed, furious and ready to turn against him. But upon catching sight of Xiao Junlin's gaze, fixed intently on her form, she lowered her head, noticing her curves appeared half-transparent. Do not look. Nangong Jin clasped her chest with both hands, submerging herself in the water to deny Xiao Junlin any opportunity to take advantage. Senior brother, you must not look. Turn around. Xiao Junlin chuckled inwardly. He had already seen everything clearly. This girl had an exceptional figure, and he wondered if it was due to her heavenly fox bloodline that she had developed so voluptuously at such a young age. Yet, her waist was extraordinarily slender, forming a deadly S-curve. I not only want to look, I want to bathe together, Xiao Junlin declared, and having already removed his belt, he jumped in. With a splash, water sprayed onto Nangong Jin's face, leaving it speckled with milky droplets. Senior brother, Nangong Jin shrieked, quickly retreating a few steps, her anger mounting. What is wrong with you? You were not like this before. I was simply too easy to bully before, which allowed you to take advantage of me. But in the next moment, he widened his eyes, for Nangong Jin, startled by his entrance, forgot to cover herself. Such a sight left him feeling an intense heat in his nostrils. He had not expected this girl, at such a tender age, to possess such ambition. Xiao Junlin was momentarily stunned, but Nangong Jin was also taken aback. Senior brother, your nose. Xiao Junlin wiped the blood from his nostrils. It is merely an internal injury resurfacing. Junior sister. My injuries are severe. If I do not heal here, I may never recover my cultivation. Upon hearing this, Nangong Jin finally realized that Xiao Junlin was indeed injured. But you shouldn't have jumped in directly. I am still here. Nangong Jin was an extremely conservative woman, never having bathed with a man before. Turn around. I will go out, and you can wash slowly by yourself. Just as she was about to leave, however, a voice echoed from outside the spirit-nourishing pool. Qin Xian had gone to Xiao Junlin's place, but upon finding no one there, he felt disheartened. Suddenly, he recalled the spirit-nourishing pool and Nangong Jin. Having borrowed the spirit-nourishing pool for so long from senior sister Nangong, she must be feeling sympathetic towards me today. Given my plight, that it would be wonderful to bathe together. As he imagined this, Qin Xian happened to hear the sound of splashing water. Senior sister, are you in there? The nutrients in the spirit-nourishing pool had caused tall weeds to grow around it, making it impossible to see without approaching closely. Upon hearing Qin Xian's voice, Nangong Jin trembled in fright and quickly gestured for Xiao Junlin to hush. I'm here. I'm not wearing any clothes. Junior brother, do not come in. Initially, Qin Xian had been excited by the first half of her statement and was about to step forward. However, when Nangong Jin forbade him from approaching, he protested, Senior sister, today I am feeling quite down. I have lost the dragon-nurturing golden pill and even my status as an outstanding contribution disciple. Why did you give that opportunity to the senior brother? The more he spoke, the more bitter he felt. Senior sister knows full well that the senior brother's talent is not as great as mine. What use is it for him to have the resources? But unbeknownst to Qin Xian, upon hearing this, Xiao Junlin was venting his anger on Nangong Jin, directly wrapping his arms around her slender waist. Bringing their two soaked bodies close together, Nangong Jin struggled to push him away, but Xiao Junlin directly pressed her against the edge of the spirit pool, simultaneously whispering a threat in her ear. Junior sister, if you are wise, you will remain silent. You surely do not wish for him to discover us, do you? Terrified, Nangong Jin dared not utter a word, her pleading gaze fixed upon Xiao Junlin. despite her desperate grip on his arm. She could not deter him, and fear kept her from raising her voice. Point two Zhang away. Qin Xian was still probing. Senior sister, why are you silent? How about I come in and talk with you? I happen to need to use this spirit pool as well. The thought startled Nan Gongjin. No. Do not come in, she quickly exclaimed. Qin Xian's face showed a hint of disappointment, yet he persisted. Senior sister, among all the disciples of Long Eye Mountain, I have the best relationship with you and have always regarded you as my most beloved senior sister. Sometimes, I even fantasize about how wonderful it would be if you were not my senior sister. But my Dao companion, Qin Xian, believed that since Nan Gongjin cared for him so deeply, she would not resist him. Senior sister, since you are not speaking, I shall take it as your acquiescence and will come in now. However, as he took a step forward, Nan Gongjin's warning rang out from within. No, do not come in. If you do, I will never speak to you again. Chapter 4. The First Blood of the Celestial Fox. Ascending to the blood-melting stage, the moonlight spilled over the spirit pool like silver frost. Nan Gongjin's fingers dug deeply into the blue stone at the pool's edge, her knuckles turning pale from the strain. While glistening beads of sweat dripped from her chin into the water, she bit her lower lip hard enough to draw blood, her damp silver hair clinging to her snowy back, water droplets cascading down her butterfly bones into the hollow of her waist. Earlier, her voice had been laced with a sob, inadvertently caught by Qin Xian's ears. He frowned immediately, sensing something amiss, and moved closer. Sixth senior sister, is there something wrong with the spirit pool that is causing you distress? I will come in to assist you. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Nan Gongjin was both startled and frightened. No? Do not come in. This is a command from your senior sister. Her voice held a note of pleading. Yet the footsteps quickened, as Qin Xian instinctively felt that if he did not see his senior sister now, he would regret it for life. But in the next moment, a stone suddenly fell from above the spirit pool, striking him in the face. Qin Xian, too focused on taking advantage of the situation in the spirit pool, had not been on guard, and under the cover of night, he could hardly see. Senior sister, why did you throw a stone at me? He covered his face, grateful for his solid foundation and bloodline cultivation, for otherwise, he might have been injured. Within the misty water, Nan Gongjin shot a fierce glare at Xiao Junlin. For it was he who had thrown the stone. Yet, her profile was exquisitely beautiful, the water droplets caught on her lashes, trickling down her flushed cheeks, indistinguishable from tears, while strands of silver hair clung to her rosy face, enhancing her allure. I merely wish to prevent him from disturbing us, and you do not desire that either, do you? Xiao Junlin said with a smile, his tone appearing explanatory yet more like a threat. Nan Gongjin's cheeks flushed, and she wanted to scold him, but a powerful urge to scream rose in her throat, causing her to immediately cover her mouth with her hand. Senior sister, I struck you because you were disobedient. If you dare to come any closer, I shall never forgive you for life. Though Nan Gongjin felt a multitude of reluctance to treat her junior brother this way, she found herself with no other choice. Qin Xian was not deterred by her words. Instead, he grew more suspicious. He lowered his head, his brows furrowed in thought. Dragon Master, help me discern the situation. He intended to have the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor investigate what Nan Gongjin was up to. Why she was acting so strangely today. Just as the phantom of the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor flickered into existence on his forehead, a sudden beam of light erupted from the third peak of Long Eye Mountain, swirling in the night sky to form the word danger, illuminating the dark horizon. Qin Xian's attention was diverted, and the phantom immediately concealed itself, for this was a signal from Long Time Mountain to the entire sect. Looking in the direction, it was coming from one of the 5 great halls, the elder of the Intelligence Hall, Lin Shihua. Sure enough, a solemn female voice soon echoed from within the beam. Disciple Yi Hongling of the second peak, leading a demon hunting team of 8 disciples, was ambushed by the floating life demon cult in the illusory forest. The situation is perilous. All disciples on external duties cease immediately and return to the sect to form ranks. Qin Xian furrowed his brows. His second senior sister was in danger. Sixth senior sister, come with me to help second senior sister. Yet Nan Gongjin, at that moment, could not spare a moment, as she needed to first separate Xiao Junlin from herself. However, Xiao Junlin was already too engrossed, feeling a surge of pure celestial fox blood merging with him. Far more refined than before, Tio stepped into the final stage of bloodline transformation, the blood-melting stage. He required the blood of a demon beast to facilitate his breakthrough. The more exquisite the blood, the better. This celestial fox blood was an ancient breed among demon beasts, possessing the strongest restorative and enhancement powers, perfectly suited for his blood-melting stage. Xiao Junlin recalled from the original text that although Qin Xian had also reached the blood-melting stage at this time, he had merely used the blood of a pseudo-ancient breed demon beast. Though it was indeed a rare opportunity, it paled in comparison to the genuine ancient breed like the celestial fox blood. It's almost time, break. Xiao Junlin intensified his movements, his bones cracking as if they were reaching their limit. The celestial fox blood completely melded with his own. His iron bone stage successfully broke through. Ascending into the blood-melting stage, he did not linger long in the early stages of the blood-melting stage, and astonishingly, his aura surged even further, directly reaching the later stages. Incredible, so powerful. It was no wonder that this was the only drop of special celestial fox blood Nan Gongjin possessed in her lifetime. Xiao Junlin felt exhilarated. Indeed, one must be ruthless to succeed. Had he not taken advantage of Nan Gongjin directly and previously consumed the dragon-nurturing golden pill, he would not know how long it would take to advance to the later stages of the blood-melting stage. Now, he was but one step away from the three-phase realm. Once he reached the three-phase realm, he would become the sixth elder of Longai Mountain. Of course, he was also aware that Qin Xian was striving for the same goal. In the original text, today, after consuming the dragon-nurturing golden pill, Qin Xian would step into the three-phase realm, becoming the youngest in Longai Mountain's history to achieve such a feat, basking in glory. But now, things were different, for Xiao Junlin was unwilling to serve as a stepping stone for the protagonist. Xiao Junlin broke through. The spirit pool, though enveloped in formations and relatively stable, still emitted sounds of boiling. This terrified Nan Gongjin, who forcefully shoved Xiao Junlin away, only to see a hand reaching through the grass between her and Qin Xian. In the next moment, the grass would be parted. She and Xiao Junlin, in their disheveled state, would be exposed to Qin Xian. Nan Gongjin's heart leapt to her throat. Junior brother, do not look, she thought. Feeling wronged and on the verge of tears, Xiao Junlin furrowed his brows. This was serious trouble. Now, it seemed he would officially be viewed as a thorn in Qin Xian's side, and in the future, he would have to contend with not just Qin Xian, but also the remnants of the heavenly emperor at his brow, and the throngs of women on Longai Mountain who were all too willing to fawn over him. Perhaps he should simply kill him. Xiao Junlin contemplated going all in, but the risk was too great that in the same realm, having just broken through, he might not be able to defeat Qin Xian. And even if he could, the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor's remnants would certainly come to his aid. Xiao Junlin clenched his fists. Perhaps he should just tell him, I am actually gay. Chapter 5. The weakness of the 9 Phoenix Morning Sun Sacred Body Junior Brother. I am actually gay. Thus, it is perfectly reasonable for me to bathe here with Nan Gongjin. We are merely sisters. Xiao Junlin had devised this explanation. Yet, he felt the risk was too high. If Qin Xian believed him, and if this fated protagonist turned out to be a pervert, wanting him to serve as proof of his gayness, that would be even more disgusting. There had to be a better way. Without honor, just as Qin Xian was about to part the grass, a surge of palm energy struck towards his face. Before Qin Xian could catch a glimpse of the spirit pool's scene, he was already knocked back by the strike. His own Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor reacted faster, forcibly urging Qin Xian's power to resist the palm energy. Boom! Qin Xian was sent flying several meters back, his blood surging, and he spat blood from his mouth. Senior sister. You. Qin Xian could hardly believe it. The senior sister who favored him would suddenly strike at him. Within the spirit pool, Nan Gongjin was taken aback by the scene. For that palm strike had been unleashed by Xiao Junlin, but Xiao Junlin had been injured, hadn't he? Hadn't he not cultivated for 3 years? The Xiao Junlin in her memory was a once great senior brother who had regressed in cultivation. When had he become so strong? Senior sister. Hearing Qin Xian's cries, Nan Gongjin felt a twinge of annoyance. Why did you insist on coming in? I told you not to, as she uttered these words. Nan Gongjin was surprised herself. It was the first time she had spoken so harshly to her junior brother. Only Xiao Junlin smiled, realizing that Nan Gongjin had lost her infatuation with Qin Xian. This was because the 9 Phoenix Morning Sun Sacred Body, a male charm demon physique, had the flaw of only being effective on women who were pure and untouched. Therefore, as long as he took the bodies of these women, the influence of the 9 Phoenix Morning Sun Sacred Body would dissipate. Qin Xian's face was equally filled with shock. Senior sister, you have never been so fierce with me before. Just as Qin Xian was in distress, a voice resonated in his ear, transmitting a message from afar. Disciple Qin Xian of the 6th Peak, assemble at the administrative hall immediately. I have important tasks to assign. Qin Xian's expression grew serious. For the voice belonged to the elder of the administrative hall, Chinin. The administrative hall was responsible for the external duties and task assignments of the disciples of Longtime Mountain. Typically, tasks were posted on the bulletin board. And this was the first time a direct transmission had been made that it indicated the severity of the situation. Moreover, ever since the sect leader, Dong Huang Qingyuan, entered seclusion, Qin Yin had been overseeing Longtime Mountain, acting in place of the sect leader. Thus, Chun Xian dared not to slacken his pace any longer. Senior sister, I shall make a swift visit to the administrative hall. He hurriedly departed. The sound of his receding footsteps allowed Nangong Jin to finally relax her taut body. Yet, what followed was an unprecedented sensation of exquisite pleasure that coursed through her entire being like an electric current. She felt flushed, yearning to free herself from Xiao Junlin's grasp, but found herself utterly powerless. Senior brother, if you do not release me this instant, I shall inform the elders. Her defiance only served to excite Xiao Junlin further. Oh, go ahead and tell, he retorted, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he tightened his hold. Surely, you wouldn't want this matter to reach the ears of the entire sect, would you? Ah, be gentler, Nangong Jin cried out. Moreover, you intruded into my spirit pool, seeking to lodge a complaint. It is I who shall inform the elders and the sect leader that you were spying on me and indulging in even more scandalous acts. His twisting of the truth sent shivers down Nangong Jin's spine. Of course, Xiao Junlin remained oblivious to whether her tremors stemmed from anger or unbidden pleasure. He only noted that Nangong Jin ceased to resist, becoming increasingly engrossed in the moment. An hour later, as Xiao Junlin withdrew from her, Nangong Jin's expression was one of indignation. Her arms crossed over her torso. Her body, her purity. How could it be sullied by her senior brother? Xiao Junlin, you scoundrel, you bully, Xiao Junlin chuckled coldly. Junior sister, it is not only I who enjoyed this. Have you not also come here several times? You. Nangong Jin initially intended to berate Xiao Junlin, but for some inexplicable reason, she suddenly found him strikingly handsome. Under the moonlight, his silver-toned physique accentuated his contours. He seemed rather dashing. How strange. Why do I find this scoundrel appealing? Nangong Jin shook her head. I do not wish to see you. Leave at once. This is my home, Xiao Junlin replied indifferently. You? Then I shall take my leave. With a splash, Nangong Jin's graceful form surfaced from the water. She suddenly realized that her clothes had been ruined during the earlier encounter. Embarrassed, she quickly submerged herself again. Not leaving, are you? Humph. Nangong Jin turned her face away, her expression conflicted, unable to decide whether to stay or go. Xiao Junlin recognized her predicament and noted her softened attitude towards him. It seemed the effects of the 9 Phoenix's radiant sacred body had indeed waned. However, Nangong Jin was merely one of 7 junior sisters. A grand scheme had yet to unfold. Observing her lingering ire, Xiao Junlin's demeanor softened as well, for there was still something to gain from her. In due time, I shall accompany you to the Tianhu clan. I refuse. What do you intend to do? I have matters to discuss with your aunt. Nangong Jin was taken aback. Could it be that Xiao Junlin intended to propose to her family? How do you know about my aunt? No need for you to concern yourself. Xiao Junlin detected her fanciful notions of responsibility. Such delusions. Nevertheless, according to the original text, Nangong Jin's aunt was the current matriarch of the Tianhu clan, a top-tier female powerhouse with both beauty and strength. And the only 9-tailed celestial fox, Xiao Junlin planned to utilize her for a significant boost in power, but that was a matter for another time. Now, gazing at the dissipating beams of light in the night sky, he recalled that Chun Xian was presently tasked by Qin Yin to rescue the second senior sister, Yi Hongling. Subsequently, his prestige would rise considerably on Longtime Mountain, earning the affections of Yi Hongling, a breathtaking sword cultivator and the foremost combatant among the younger generation of Longtime Mountain. Capturing such a beauty would be quite the feat. More importantly, a juvenile royal beast was soon to be born there, one of even higher rank than the guardian beast of Longtime Mountain. A legendary ancient species. How could such a treasure be allowed to fall into Qin Xian's hands? If it were to be so, how could I, the antagonist, still hold my head high in this narrative? Xiao Junlin promptly emerged from the spirit pool, determined to head to the administrative hall, leaving Nangong Jin behind, contemplating his retreating figure. He intends to propose to my aunt. Perhaps he isn't so bad after all. On the 5th peak of Longtime Mountain, within the administrative hall, a statuesque beauty leaned against an ancient zither, with long, dark blue hair cascading down to her waist. Her alluring figure was enveloped in a light purple satin gown. The two ample curves of her bosom rose and fell gently with her breath, her bright eyes now fixed indifferently on the entrance. Chen Xian, you have arrived. Chen Xian stepped in briskly, his gaze involuntarily drawn to the strikingly noble visage of the elder. Qin Yin, among the 5 elders of Longtime Mountain, each possessing formidable cultivation abilities that reached the Trifusion realm, they excelled in various arts: zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, and wine. Qin Yin was a master of the zither, her ethereal aura ever accompanied by melodies. Chen Xian instinctively swallowed hard, averting his gaze, reminding himself not to appear overly eager. After all, with his 9 phoenixes' radiant sacred body, this enchanting elder was destined to belong to him in the future. There was no need to rush. Disciple pays respects to Elder Qin. As soon as he spoke, a cheerful, silvery voice chimed in from behind. Junior brother, you were quite swift. Chen Xian turned to see another exquisite figure clad in a yellow sheer veil, emanating a faint fragrance of medicinal herbs. Though lacking the authoritative aura of Qin Yin, she exuded a warmth reminiscent of a friendly neighbor, especially with an ancient text on alchemy hanging at her waist, lending her an air of scholarly charm. Chen Xian's eyes lit up, and he quickly clasped his hands. I have seen the 3rd Senior Sister. Chapter 6. The Innate Alchemical Cauldron Sacred Body. 3rd Senior Sister by Li. 3rd Senior Sister by Li possessed alchemical skills that rivaled Xiao Junlin's and was endowed with the innate alchemical cauldron sacred body, granting her a potential in alchemy hundreds of times greater than his. However, Bai Li was still unaware of her sacred body, a fact that the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor had discerned and reminded Chen Xian of. Given Bai Li's exceptional beauty, Chen Xian had no qualms about cultivating a good relationship with her. Having not met for a few days, he was certain her alchemical skills had advanced significantly. Upon hearing Chen Xian's praise, Bai Li flashed a playful smile, her tone teasing. Though you say that, your expression suggests otherwise. Yet, her demeanor did not appear ungrateful. Rather, she found Chen Xian to be quite charming and likable. Once I finish crafting this batch of elixirs, I shall set a few aside for you, especially since I heard that senior brother misplaced your dragon-raising golden pill. How outrageous! The mention of senior brother ignited Chen Xian's anger. How dare he pilfer his dragon-raising golden pill? It was hardly lost. Perhaps someone was keeping watch. Chen Xian yearned to expose the matter. But before he could finish, a light cough interrupted from the dais. The situation is urgent. There is no time for idle chatter. Chen Xian, Bai Li, you are both tasked with assisting the demon suppression team and aiding Hong Ling. As she spoke, Qin Yin's gaze fell pointedly on Chen Xian. The more she observed this young disciple, the more she favored him, wishing to provide him with the finest resources. Chen Xian, exercise utmost caution. This is a trial for you. If necessary, shatter the rescue jade, and I shall come to your aid personally. With a flick of her finger, a radiant light descended into Chen Xian's hand, revealing a precious jade token. This token was a rare item reserved for the elders of Longtime Mountain, capable of summoning immediate assistance from Qin Yin, even from miles away. Chen Xian, astute as ever, immediately recognized Qin Yin's regard for him. Thank you, Elder Qin. I assure you, I shall not let you down. Bai Li, you must protect Chen Xian well, Qin Yin reiterated. Bai Li did not resent Qin Yin's favoritism towards Chen Xian and replied earnestly. I shall do my utmost to safeguard junior brother. As this was an urgent matter, the two immediately prepared to head to the illusory Enigma Forest. Just then, a figure stumbled into the room. Wrapped in bandages. Damn it, I barely had time to bandage myself. Xiao Junlin grumbled, binding his injuries as he called into the hall. Elder, allow me to join as well. Senior brother? Both Chen Xian and Bai Li were taken aback at the sight of Xiao Junlin's haggard appearance. Qin Yin frowned. Junlin, I heard that you hastily attempted alchemy and sustained injuries. Why have you come here in such a state? Xiao Junlin chuckled internally. Hastily? Is it not to assist Chen Xian? The original character suffered greatly. Yet, in your eyes, it has become haste. Serves him right, I suppose. He suppressed his irritation, smiling as he replied, Disciple, cough, cough, also wishes to go to the illusory Enigma Forest. Before Qin Yin could respond, Chen Xian stepped forward to block Xiao Junlin's path. Senior brother, the illusory Enigma Forest is fraught with peril. Your injuries have not yet healed. In your condition, it would be best if you did not go. This was a trial meant for him. And he hoped Xiao Junlin would not complicate matters further. Bai Li also wore a look of disdain. Senior brother, you lost the dragon-raising golden pill and have injured yourself. You should rest well on the 7th peak. As an alchemist, Bai Li deemed Xiao Junlin a failure for neglecting to guard his own elixirs. Little did she know, Xiao Junlin was also scrutinizing her, the third senior sister, Bai Li, the #1 fan of Chun Xian in the narrative. With her innate alchemical cauldron sacred body, she was destined to become a 9-rank alchemist, truly unique in all the world. Though her figure lacked a bit, her assets did not quite compare to Nangong Jin's. Nevertheless, she still had a decent D-cup. Senior brother, what are you staring at? Bai Li suddenly crossed her arms over her chest, her ears tinged with crimson, huffing as she turned to Qin Xian. Let us depart. The second senior sister is still waiting for us. Yes, senior sister, depart. You wish to retrieve that juvenile royal beast. How utterly fanciful. Xiao Junlin immediately collapsed to the ground, weeping profusely. Tears streaming down his face as he cried out. I must go. I simply must go. If you do not allow me to protect my junior brother, I would find it more unbearable than death. Qin Xian, Bai Li, Qin Yin. The silence was deafening. Lingering for what felt like an eternity, Xiao Junlin pondered whether he had perhaps overplayed his part, the signs of his performance too overt. Should he start anew? Just as he prepared to shout once more. Qin Yin waved her hand and instructed, you two wait outside. Junlin, you remain. Qin Xian and Bai Li wished to protest, but seeing that Qin Yin had already given her command, they had no choice but to exit. Qin Yin frowned, having distinctly observed that Xiao Junlin intended to further distress her, and she promptly intervened. Junlin, are you certain you have made up your mind? After all, you are the son of the esteemed Xiao Feng. Should anything happen to you, I would struggle to provide an explanation. Xiao Junlin nodded earnestly, his expression sincere. Protecting my junior brother is my duty. I absolutely must go. Yet, within his heart, a rare warmth blossomed. Could it be that Elder Qin actually cared for him? Perhaps, even as a stepping stone in this narrative, he was of some significance to others. Alas, if that were the case, with a resigned sigh. Qin Yin continued, take good care of Chun Xian, and ensure he comes to no harm. Ha ha ha. Xiao Junlin couldn't help but curse under his breath. You want me, an injured person, to protect him? Truly, if I am to play the villain, I ought to show no mercy whatsoever. I nearly became a lovesick fool. Xiao Junlin adopted a demeanor of fearless resolve. As a disciple, I shall certainly protect him. But I fear my abilities may fall short. Might I request the rescue jade? Qin Yin, appreciating his unwavering determination to safeguard Qin Xian, replied, very well, the rescue jade has already been given to Qin Xian. Should he find himself in peril, he will shatter it. Since you are intent on going, prepare yourself at once. Take the flying shuttle Golden Lotus. It will take but half an hour to reach the illusory forest. Seemingly unwilling to witness Xiao Junlin's current state for another moment, Qin Yin urged him onward. Xiao Junlin smiled and nodded, departing the grand hall. The moment he stepped outside, however, his expression turned stern. The 9 Phoenix Chaoyang sacred body was indeed as formidable as the original text described. Even Qin Yin was profoundly affected. Outside, Qin Xian and Bai Li, upon seeing Xiao Junlin emerge, wished to dissuade him from meddling. Yet, Xiao Junlin offered them no opportunity for idle chatter. No time to waste. Let us depart. With that, he whistled, summoning a golden lotus, wide as 3 zhong, soaring through the night sky. A prized flying artifact of Longtime Mountain, the flying shuttle Golden Lotus. With a cold demeanor, Xiao Junlin stepped aboard the flying lotus, prompting Bai Li and Qin Xian to follow suit. The 3 of them transformed into a streak of light, rushing towards the illusory forest. Along the way, Bai Li and Qin Xian exchanged glances multiple times, their expressions tinged with unspoken affection and a hint of ambiguity. Though Xiao Junlin stood at the forefront, his back to them, he could still detect the unmistakable scent of young love. Vulgar, Xiao Junlin scoffed internally, suddenly extending his hand towards Qin Xian. Elder Qin has stated that I shall lead this expedition. You are to hand over the rescue jade. This declaration, Qin Xian paused momentarily. Throughout his life, he had never relinquished a treasure he had obtained. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Bai Li interjected in protest. Senior brother, the rescue jade was given to junior brother by Elder Qin to ensure his safety. Elder Qin has changed her mind. As long as you follow me closely, you shall remain safe. She has entrusted me with the discretion to determine the necessity of the rescue jade. Bai Li furrowed her brow, sensing a distinct change in Xiao Junlin. The senior brother she once knew was straightforward and generous, always bestowing gifts upon the junior brother. This was the first instance he had requested something from the junior brother. What has happened? Have you chosen to disregard Elder Qin's words? Or do you suspect me of misrepresenting her intentions? Xiao Junlin's tone grew more assertive. The junior brother need not fear. Qin Xian reluctantly handed over the rescued jade, reasoning that Xiao Junlin would not dare to deceive him, lest he face severe repercussions from Elder Qin upon their return. Nonetheless, he felt a lingering displeasure at parting with such a life-saving artifact. Perhaps Elder Qin had other plans in mind. Xiao Junlin accepted the rescue jade and turned to Bai Li. Third junior sister, your 7 transformations soul recovery pill has yet to be perfected. I might know the reason. However, Bai Li had no desire to engage in conversation with Xiao Junlin. If the junior brother were to inquire about such matters, it would be a different story. Senior brother, there is no need for you to worry about that. When we arrive at the illusory forest, I would appreciate it if you would keep close to us. Given your current state of injury, it may hinder our rescue efforts. With that, Bai Li shot Xiao Junlin a glare, as if to express her disdain for his presence, perplexed by the decision to send an injured person to undertake a rescue mission. Xiao Junlin, specializing in psychology, could easily perceive her aversion. Yet, in truth, the original Xiao Junlin had done nothing to earn Bai Li's disdain. Her hostility stemmed primarily from Qin Xian's presence. His 9 phoenix, Chaoyang's sacred body, naturally attracted the affections of women, which in turn influenced their perceptions of other men. The heart of a good woman is often quite small, capable of containing but one person. With Qin Xian in the picture, there was no room for him. Xiao Junlin. It seems I must find a way to draw Qin Xian away, to spend time alone with you, to better pursue my objectives. Just as Xiao Junlin thought this, he suddenly felt a sharp and menacing intent directed at him from behind. It was from Qin Xian. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, Qin Xian was communicating with the Dragon Blood Celestial Emperor. Dragon Master, are you certain that the water on his garments is from the spirit nurturing pool? Without a doubt. Just moments ago, he was certainly at the spirit nurturing pool that the Dragon Blood Celestial Emperor's confirmation echoed in his mind. Qin Xian clenched his teeth, his fists tightening as the sound of cracking bones resonated from within his sleeves. This indicated that the blood of the 6th senior sister Maiden Celestial Fox had been taken by him. Dragon Master, activate the dragon blood resonance and merge with me. I shall slay this scoundrel. Chapter 7. Xiao Junlin. You despicable wretch. Xiao Junlin, how dare you lay a hand on the 6th senior sister? She is the woman he has long desired. Do not act impulsively. He may not be able to win over Nangongjin. You possess the destiny and fate, along with the 9 phoenix, Chaoyang's sacred body. In matters of love, he is surely no match for you. The women of Longtime Mountain are imbued with the energy of the heavens, a natural breeding ground for strong individuals, and they are destined to belong to you. Upon hearing this, Qin Xian briefly relaxed his fists, yet the fire within him remained unextinguished. Even if the 6th senior sister was not claimed by Xiao Junlin, he could not allow him to covet her. This senior brother, even if he does not deserve immediate execution, must be dealt with in the illusory forest. Junior brother, what are you contemplating? Xiao Junlin suddenly flashed a warm smile, forcing Qin Xian to suppress his fury, though his expression remained aloof. Nothing. Yet, to his surprise, Xiao Junlin grasped his hand with even greater enthusiasm. How can there be nothing? I am determined to venture into the illusory forest to seek new medicinal materials, to concoct a new nurturing dragon golden pill for you that I have felt deeply remorseful since the last one was lost. Xiao Junlin's eyes glistened with unshed tears, his expression exuding sincerity and warmth. Yet inwardly, he was filled with vexation. Just moments ago, he had distinctly sensed the protagonist of this narrative harboring murderous intent towards him. If the other truly summoned the Dragon Blood Celestial Emperor to kill him, it would spell his doom. Alas, he could only resort to a softer approach. Senior brother, is what you say true? Qin Xian found himself in turmoil. Could it be that his life was truly hanging by a thread, and he had no choice but to resort to the elixir? Was he still treating me with kindness, even feeling guilty? I shall certainly refine another for you. Trust me. Xiao Junlin held his hand firmly. He treats me so well. I just now contemplated killing him. That would be rather ungrateful. Qin Xian eased some of his hostility toward Xiao Junlin. Then, I am grateful to senior brother. Only Bai Li remained unimpressed. Knowing that refining one nurturing dragon golden pill had already consumed a significant amount of resources from their 9 chief disciples, the prospect of producing another was far from easy. However, while senior brother may be overestimating his abilities, he was sincere in his treatment of the junior brother, which made him somewhat less irksome. Bai Li looked down upon the expanse below. It was a dense, pitch-black forest stretching endlessly, with a thick mist swirling above. seemingly shrouded by some kind of restriction that prevented the flying shuttle Golden Lotus from continuing its flight. The three had no choice but to land. As Xiao Junlin contemplated how to seize an opportunity to be alone with Bai Li. A massive stone behind them suddenly exploded, and a fist, larger than a human, burst through the rock, hurtling towards the trio. Chen Xian moved with blinding speed, his blood refinement realm dissolving into a surge of blood energy, creating a white steam that propelled towards the furry fist. Though the size difference was staggering, Chen Xian's blow matched it in power, the collision producing a shockwave that cracked the surrounding ground. Chen Xian narrowed his eyes, focusing on the colossal creature before them, gradually revealing its immense form under the night sky. A three-realm demon beast, the eight-armed white ape. Senior brother, third senior sister, we must combine our strength. He glanced at Xiao Junlin and Bai Li, only to find that during the chaos, Xiao Junlin had moved faster, not to counterattack, but to embrace Bai Li and retreat. Bai Li, who had intended to assist, lost her balance and found herself pinned beneath Xiao Junlin. With fury blazing in her eyes, she glared at her 2 pounds of misfortune, witnessing his hands squeezing forcefully. Xiao Junlin, you scoundrel. At that moment, Chen Xian was also cursing under his breath that I am battling a demon beast, and you dare to take advantage of my senior sister. Bai Li swung her hand in anger, but Xiao Junlin was already prepared. Evading while maintaining a serious demeanor, the situation was dire. I feared for your safety, junior sister. Do not misunderstand. Misunderstand what? You carrying me away was one thing, but why did you have to tackle me? And why did you touch me indiscriminately afterward? Before Bai Li could continue her interrogation, Xiao Junlin had already turned his back, while the junior sister hid behind me. This beast is something I can handle with the little junior brother. With that, he charged directly at the eight-armed white ape. Observing Xiao Junlin ensnared in bandages for protection, Bai Li felt a twinge of confusion. Little junior brother, I will feign an attack. You seize the opportunity to eliminate him. As Xiao Junlin fought desperately, Chen Xian joined the fray, and Bai Li patted her chest before rushing in as well. The third-tier demon beast likely only possessed the combat strength comparable to a human cultivator at the blood transformation Ironbone stage, and it would soon be unable to withstand their combined assault. However, although Xiao Junlin appeared to be at the forefront, he did not engage the eight-armed white ape head-on, leaving the heavy lifting to Chen Xian and Bai Li. Ultimately, when it came time to claim the demon core, Xiao Junlin was the swiftest among the three. Chen Xian's gaze narrowed. Traditionally, this demon core should have belonged to him. The senior brother would willingly yield, and the third senior sister would never contest it with him. Yet, Xiao Junlin simply wiped the bloodstains off the core and stowed it in his storage ring, sensing the scrutinizing gazes of Bai Li and Chen Xian. Xiao Junlin declared with righteous indignation, I hope more demon beasts appear so that I can gather more demon cores and refine the dragon-rearing golden pill for you sooner. With such a statement, Chen Xian found it difficult to retort. Moreover, Xiao Junlin did not allow them the chance to inquire further, thinking to himself, what of it if I swallow this demon core? The second junior sister was likely nearby. With demon beast rampant and members of the floating life demonic sect present, they needed to be cautious and not stray apart. Xiao Junlin surveyed the surroundings, his expression grave. While speaking, he stood between Bai Li and Chen Xian, intentionally drawing closer to Bai Li. Since the second senior sister had sent a distress signal, she undoubtedly left behind a dragon-shaped mark on Longtime Mountain. We should search along the path. Little junior brother makes a valid point. Bai Li exclaimed, her admiration evident, and the two began to search for the mark on the surrounding trees and rocks. Xiao Junlin recalled the original plot. Yi Hongling had indeed left a mark, and Chen Xian and Bai Li had followed it to catch up with her, confronting the floating life demonic sect directly. The three collaborated with the disciples of the demon-subduing team to repel the floating life demonic sect and seize the juvenile king beast. It seemed they discovered the mark by a stream. As Xiao Junlin considered the details from the original narrative, he found the specifics a bit hazy. Who reads novels with such meticulousness? But soon enough, he noticed Chen Xian heading toward the stream. His direction was undoubtedly correct. Junior brother, Xiao Junlin suddenly called out, causing Chen Xian to halt. What is it, senior brother? Search in that direction. I've already checked over here. Chen Xian, trusting his senior brother, altered his search direction. Seizing the moment while Chen Xian was distracted, Xiao Junlin carefully examined the stream's edge and indeed spotted a dragon-shaped mark on a stone, accompanied by an arrow indicating southeast. Got it. After confirming, Xiao Junlin gently moved the stone and shouted, the mark is here. They headed northwest. Chen Xian and Bai Li hurriedly gathered around. Bai Li frowned. Northwest? Isn't that the heart of the illusory grove? What could they possibly want there? The demon beasts there are likely beyond the third tier. Rescuing people is paramount. Let us hurry, Xiao Junlin exclaimed, rushing toward the northwest direction with urgency, his sudden burst of speed catching Bai Li and Chen Xian off guard as they watched his figure vanish into the night. Senior brother, seeing his impulsiveness, Chen Xian had no time to ponder and dashed after him. Bai Li, though puzzled, followed suit. Chen Xian led the way, pursuing for quite a while, but failing to catch up with Xiao Junlin, who had only flown a few paces ahead before stealthily concealing himself. Watching Chen Xian and Bai Li pass by, he then adjusted his course to fly southeast, where the juvenile king beast was likely located as well. Xiao Junlin smiled softly, but moments later, he heard a voice from behind. Senior brother, why are you chasing in the opposite direction? Startled, Xiao Junlin turned to see Bai Li had followed him. How did she notice? Stunned, he thought, I sprinkled some powder on both you and the little junior brother to prevent us from getting separated. I didn't expect it would lead me to discover your ulterior motives. Bai Li accelerated to block Xiao Junlin's path, fixing her gaze on him. Why did you deceive us? Xiao Junlin frowned, realizing he had underestimated this woman. That wasn't it said that characters in novels lacked any wit. While contemplating how to fabricate an excuse, he suddenly noticed that Chen Xian was not by Bai Li's side. Alone, she was no longer easily influenced by the 9 Phoenixes' morning sun's sacred body. Was this not the very environment he desired for a private encounter? A smirk crept across Xiao Junlin's lips as he remarked, Junior sister, you are correct. I indeed harbor ulterior motives toward you. Chapter 8. The presence of both genders ensures trouble. Upon hearing Xiao Junlin's words, Bai Li immediately became wary. A purple golden gourd appearing in her hand. It was her specialized fire-spouting gourd spirit tool used during alchemy. Capable of spewing forth high-temperature flames, also serving as a weapon in battle. Xiao Junlin chuckled, gazing at the feisty girl, choosing not to lower himself to her level. You misunderstand, junior sister. My ulterior motives refer to not wanting you and the little junior brother to accompany me into danger. What do you mean? Bai Li inquired, not lowering her purple golden gourd. Xiao Junlin earnestly explained, to be honest. The direction indicated by the mark was this way. I intentionally led you and the little junior brother in the opposite direction to keep you temporarily away from the battle zone while I rescue the second junior sister. Bai Li, however, found it hard to believe his words. Such careless and audacious statements couldn't possibly come from a man who had just assaulted her. The paragon like the little junior brother would be more believable. In your current state, how do you plan to save anyone? It seems you have other intentions. Bai Li's hostility toward Xiao Junlin intensified. Xiao Junlin felt speechless. If Nangong Jin was an innocent flower bud, then Bai Li was a thorny rose, perhaps even laced with poison. But it mattered little. There was no woman Xiao Junlin could not mentally control. It matters not. I, Xiao Junlin, act with a clear conscience and need not explain myself to you. His demeanor turned cold as he spoke, simultaneously retrieving a pill from his storage ring and consuming it swiftly. While Bai Li was still puzzled by his strange behavior, she suddenly witnessed Xiao Junlin's blood energy surging dramatically. The bandages rapidly disintegrating to reveal a robust physique. Bai Li was taken aback by the spectacle. She had assumed Xiao Junlin to be gravely injured. After all, the explosion during the refinement of the dragon-rearing golden pill had frightened even her. Let alone Xiao Junlin, who was struck directly at the time. It was already a miracle that he could stand and move. Yet now, his injury seemed completely healed. Moreover, his aura exerted pressure even on her. A cultivator at the initial stage of the blood transformation melting blood tier, suggesting he was considerably stronger than before his injuries. How is your body? Xiao Junlin feigned silence, turning away while casually covering his storage ring. Bai Li immediately caught onto this subtle action, recalling Xiao Junlin had just consumed a pill. Coupled with his earlier remarks on her 7 transformation revitalizing pill's flawed refining method, she realized, have you successfully refined the 7 transformation revitalizing pill? Bai Li's interest in Xiao Junlin surged. Alchemy was her greatest passion, second only to Chen Xian. Unbeknownst to her, every action and detail had been deliberately orchestrated by Xiao Junlin for her observation. The pill he had consumed was merely a mundane restorative, of little significance. His current robust state was simply a return to his original form after having concealed it beneath bandages. Indeed, it is the 7 transformation revitalizing pill. This item allows me to recover from injuries temporarily, even rendering me stronger than before. You are well aware of its effects. Upon hearing his words, Bai Li's eyes sparkled. Senior brother, could you teach me alchemy? Previously, she had believed Xiao Junlin's alchemical skills were on par with her own, perhaps slightly inferior. However, the 7-transformation revitalizing pill was the highest grade formula from Longtime Mountain, albeit somewhat incomplete, which had led her to struggle for half a year without successfully refining a single pill. She had not anticipated Xiao Junlin would achieve it. Thus, Bai Li immediately lowered her pride, reasoning that with her senior brother's character, he would surely be generous with his teachings. To her surprise, absolutely not. This pill has not been successfully refined by anyone in Longai Mountain for years. It is my trump card for future advancement to elder status. Though I am quite generous, I cannot divulge this. Especially since I initially intended to share, but you ignored me. Saying this, Xiao Junlin did not give Bai Li a chance to respond, and suddenly burst forward. Senior brother, wait. Xiao Junlin's abrupt departure left Bai Li with a sense of loss. She glanced back toward the direction Chen Xian had taken. Since it was not a battlefield, the little junior brother should be safe. Bai Li promptly activated her movement technique to pursue Xiao Junlin. I must make my senior brother teach me the refining method for the 7-transformation revitalizing pill. Sensing Bai Li trailing behind, Xiao Junlin smiled and quickened his pace. Yesterday, you treated me with indifference. Today, I am beyond your reach. The faster Xiao Junlin moved, the more arduous it became for Bai Li, as her cultivation was inferior to his current state. This 7-transformation revitalizing pill is indeed formidable. It is practically a life-saving elixir, likely even more effective than the dragon-rearing golden pill. Bai Li thought to herself, feeling increasingly intrigued by Xiao Junlin's alchemy skills as he accelerated. Before long, she was sweating profusely from the exertion. Beads of sweat cascaded down her exquisite cheeks, unable to drop due to the high-speed flight, sliding down her face, past her collarbone, and into the deep crevice below. Wiping her fragrant sweat, Bai Li lifted her head only to find herself colliding directly into Xiao Junlin's back with a thud. Bai Li pressed her entire being against Xiao Junlin. Oh, soft, truly soft. A smile tugged at Xiao Junlin's heart. Although not as ample as Nangong Jin's, it seemed to possess superior elasticity. Why did my junior sister suddenly become so close to her senior brother? Xiao Junlin turned slightly and wrapped his arm around Bai Li's slender waist, chuckling. Bai Li steadied herself, realizing she was being embraced by Xiao Junlin, and hurriedly pushed him away, exclaiming, "You suddenly stopped," just as she was about to complain. A massive corpse, spanning 10 zhang in width, appeared before them, its 8 hairy legs sprawling to either side, a multitude of eyes fixated upon them. Bai Li was startled by this colossal creature and instinctively hid behind Xiao Junlin. Could it be the Kuei spider? Bai Li whispered, preparing to flee. The Kuei spider was a 5th tier, its combat prowess at least 4 times stronger than the previous 8-armed white ape, far beyond their capabilities. Do not fear. It is already dead, Xiao Junlin said calmly, confirming that the Kuei spider was motionless and its demonic eyes hollow before surveying the surroundings. There were numerous signs of battle. The aura of the Longtime Mountain's techniques, and the sword energy of the demon-slaying sword. Xiao Junlin observed and analyzed simultaneously. Bai Li followed closely, noting that the demon-slaying sword must have been wielded by their second senior sister. Xiao Junlin nodded. It seemed they had indeed fought for their lives. His gaze fell upon a shattered ancient tree, and he caught a whiff of beast blood. Bai Li frowned. Isn't the Kuei spider devoid of beast blood? Xiao Junlin recalled the original text and deduced. The Kuei spider indeed lacked beast blood, but had an insatiable appetite for consuming the blood of other. This must have been a ploy by the floating life demon sect to lure the Kuei spider to attack us. Bai Li's eyes widened in realization, and a glimmer of admiration flickered within her gaze. To analyze the situation so swiftly, her senior brother seemed far more astute than before. They should press on. Saving others is paramount. Senior brother, let us hasten, just as Bai Li was about to pursue. She noticed Xiao Junlin leap onto the Kuei spider's corpse. Senior brother, what are you doing? The 5th tier had reached the threshold of the half-step Sanxiang realm, and the demon core within would condense into beast essence. If they engaged in a hasty battle, the beast essence might still be present. Beast essence is a superior alchemical material compared to demon cores. Xiao Junlin was on the verge of advancing to the Sanxiang realm. However, to succeed in this transition, he needed to cleave open an internal chamber within himself to convert spiritual energy into .is the hallmark of the Sanxiang realm, the key to manifesting spiritual energy into combat. Furthermore, is categorized by different attributes related to one's physique and the strength of the bloodline during the breakthrough. Therefore, he aimed to maximize both the success rate and quality. The dragon-nurturing golden pill was an excellent breakthrough elixir, which was why Chen Xian had previously taken an interest in it. However, that method was time-consuming and labor-intensive, with much of the medicinal power focused on establishing a foundation. There was, however, a type of pill known as the extreme breaking pill, crafted from a fusion of 3 beast essences and 3 demon cores, more suitable for breaking through to the Sanxiang realm. Unfortunately, the required materials were exceedingly stringent. Nevertheless, it was of no concern. Gathering even one would be advantageous. Xiao Junlin clenched his fist, the blood energy coalescing into a vaporous wave as he struck the Kuei spider's head. Indeed, a fissure opened, and a palm-sized, multicolored stone floated forth. That was the beast essence. Unique to 5th tier and above, Xiao Junlin's fingers curled into claws, seizing the essence. Yet, he soon sensed something amiss. It still retained some of the Kuei spider's demonic energy, which could pose a threat to humans. It needed cleansing. Just as Xiao Junlin intended to address this, Bali approached, asking, "Senior brother, how do you plan to handle the beast essence? Should we save it for our junior brother?" He chuckled inwardly, mocking Chen Xian's persistent tendencies, yet replied, "Naturally, but I shall hold on to it for now." However, before he could stow it in his storage ring, Bali grasped his hand. "You kept the demon core before. Let me take care of the beast essence," Bali thought to herself, her feminine intuition telling her that Xiao Junlin intended to keep the beast essence for himself. "Not a chance. I shall keep it for now. But if you wish to claim it solely for yourself, you must exchange it for the formula to concoct the 7-turn soul-returning pill." While pondering how to outsmart Xiao Junlin, she was taken aback when he generously offered her the beast essence. "If my junior sister desires it, then I shall give you the beast essence." Before Baili could respond, the essence was already in her grasp. Just as she was puzzling over this, her brow furrowed, and she released the beast essence, her eyes widening in alarm as a wisp of green demonic energy rapidly seeped into her palm. "This is bad. How could there still be residual demonic energy from the Kuei spider on the essence?" Xiao Junlin's expression turned to shock as he quickly wrapped the beast essence in a cloth and placed it in his storage ring, while pulling by Li's hand, feigning concern yet barely suppressing a chuckle. "Junior sister, the Kuei spider is known for its lecherous nature. The demonic energy contains a certain degree of influence over human desires. You must resist." As he spoke, he even playfully rubbed Bai Li's small hand, gently tracing a line with his fingertip. Bai Li recoiled in panic. "You, don't touch me." At this moment, she found it hard to breathe, her fair face quickly flushing with color. "Junior sister, what is the matter? Are you being affected by the demonic energy?" Xiao Junlin feigned concern, leaning in closer, and Bai Li caught a whiff of his masculine scent, causing her face to redden further and her body to weaken. Nearly stumbling to the ground, Xiao Junlin quickly steadied her, wrapping his arm around her waist, while Bai Li, embarrassed, turned her face away. You should go." She attempted to push Xiao Junlin away but found herself devoid of strength. "Do not fear, junior sister. Your senior brother will help you detoxify." Chapter 9. "Do not fear, junior sister. Your senior brother will help you detoxify." With that, Xiao Junlin held Bai Li close with one arm while letting his other hand roam over her. "No, I do not want your help to detoxify." Bai Li's expression was one of resistance, yet her body betrayed her, pressing closer against Xiao Junlin. Observing this, Xiao Junlin glanced at the Kuei spider's corpse and found it rather unappealing. He then scooped Bai Li into his arms and sought out a secluded corner, placing her upon a large rock. Watching her squirm restlessly, Xiao Junlin chuckled softly. "Junior sister, you must be feeling quite troubled." "Yes, do not fear. I will swiftly assist you with the detoxification." As he spoke, he began to untie Bai Li's belt. However, he underestimated Bai Li's long-term alchemical training, which had endowed her with a certain level of resistance to toxins. Suddenly, Bai Li pushed him away, her gaze filled with menace. "Xiao Junlin, are you trying to take advantage of me?" Xiao Junlin feigned innocence. "What do you mean, junior sister? If I do not detoxify you, you shall perish. I am merely sacrificing my virtue." "You? How shameless. As a man, where do you derive your virtue? Isn't that a bit sexist? My virtue refreshes daily, you know." With that, Xiao Junlin seized her wrists, pressing his body against hers. No, senior brother, I have my own detoxifying pills." Bai Li felt an inexplicable sense of humiliation, sensing that Xiao Junlin was not only atop her, but also kissing her neck. "Detoxifying pills. Indeed, they are in my storage ring. You can help me retrieve them." Bai Li attempted to push Xiao Junlin away but lacked the strength. Xiao Junlin sighed. "Why didn't you mention this sooner? You nearly made me sacrifice my virtue. Let me fetch them for you." With that, he tapped Bai Li's storage ring, and a pill flew into his hand. However, simultaneously, another pill emerged from his own storage ring, completing a swap in his grasp. Junior sister, here is the detoxifying pill. Without giving Bai Li the chance to notice anything amiss, he promptly stuffed it into her mouth. Bai Li forcefully swallowed the pill, expecting the toxic demonic energy within her to dissipate swiftly, only to find her body growing even hotter. Senior brother, what is happening to me? Bai Li felt not only an increase in heat, but also a sense of dizziness. Perhaps the pill is taking effect. Rest for a moment, close your eyes and sleep. You will be fine soon. Xiao Junlin stood up, speaking earnestly, while fastening Bai Li's belt and draping her with clothing. His demeanor appeared upright, at least until Bai Li succumbed to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, in another direction of the illusory forest, Chen Xian emerged from a pile of corpses. Within his brow, a human phantom radiating tremendous pressure sat cross-legged. So many. Yet curiously, I have not seen the second senior sister, nor the third senior sister or senior brother. Where could they have gone? Chen Xian ground his teeth. Thought he had chased after them, but found no one, encountering numerous along the way. Even he had fought until exhaustion. Had it not been for the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor's assistance, he would have been consumed by the horde of. The miasma here is overwhelming. Coupled with my considerable expenditure of energy, it is difficult to detect their whereabouts. However, the mark may have some issues, the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor murmured. Chen Xian furrowed his brow, glancing towards the direction he had come from. Dragon Master, could it be that this is yet another scheme of Xiao Junlin? Or has the mark itself been tampered with? Unclear, but I advise you to return the way you came. Ahead, I sensed the presence of even stronger. Chen Xian gritted his teeth, extracting the demon cores from the ground before heading towards the direction where Xiao Junlin and Bai Li were. At this moment, Xiao Junlin had just risen from Bai Li's side, having dressed her in her clothing. Chapter 10. Capturing Bai Li. Half an hour later, the moonlight cascaded like silk, spilling over the girl's skin. As smooth as Bai Li's disheveled attire revealed a glimpse of her snowy shoulder, a beauty akin to a jade sculpture shattered by wind and rain. The taste of the third junior sister is even more delectable than one could ever imagine. Xiao Junlin gazed at her with a smile. Dressing her, while still savoring the moment, he tucked the blood-stained silk handkerchief into a crevice in the rock that in a sage-like state. His mind was devoid of distractions. A woman would merely slow his draw. Sitting cross-legged upon the ground, Xiao Junlin distinctly felt a surge of emerald-hued spiritual energy within him, merging with his extraordinary meridians. This was the innate medicinal body of Bai Li, who had previously focused solely on alchemy, unaware that she herself was a walking, top-tier elixir, one that could be consumed repeatedly. According to the original narrative, any man who partook of her essence would continuously gain medicinal power, enhancing his cultivation and even breaking through barriers. Now, this force surged within him like molten lava, relentlessly pushing his blood-purging level toward its limits, hinting at an imminent breakthrough into the triumphant realm. Xiao Junlin quelled his restlessness. Understanding that haste was unnecessary, that he resolved to refine the extreme breakthrough pill before attempting to ascend to the triumphant realm. At that point, success would be guaranteed. To force a breakthrough now, given his ill-fated character in this tale, could lead to unforeseen calamities, such as succumbing to madness or exploding from the inside out, resulting in his demise and a return to the story's original trajectory. To evade such a narrative demise, even a one chance of failure was akin to courting death. One must tread cautiously in life. At that moment, Bai Li, who had just awakened, bore reddened eyes and faint purple markings around her neck. She suddenly struck out at Xiao Junlin. Junior brother, you're awake? Xiao Junlin greeted her like an old acquaintance. Bai Li stepped back, clutching her collar, her crystal-like eyes misty. What did you just do to me? I've already cleaned the scene of the incident. Can she still sense it? What could I possibly do to you? Xiao Junlin replied earnestly. You took the antidote pill yourself and fell asleep. I, too, was poisoned by the quicksilver spider and fainted instantly. Luckily, I managed to endure it with my iron will. Bai Li was taken aback. You were poisoned too? Of course. I came into contact with that beast as well. Have you forgotten? Xiao Junlin said, supporting himself against the rocky wall. Feigning that he had yet to recover, I intended to borrow an antidote pill from you. But after you ingested yours, you fell asleep. Completely disregarding my plight. If it weren't for my sheer luck, I would have likely been devoured by the blood-fawn wolf that just passed by. As he spoke, Xiao Junlin grew increasingly animated, seemingly eager to vent all his grievances, which caused Bai Li to forget her abdominal pain. Upon awakening, she had sensed the discomfort and noticed her belt had shifted to the left by an inch, immediately leading her to conclude that Xiao Junlin had taken advantage of her unconscious state to commit some indecorous act. But now it seemed Xiao Junlin had done no such thing. What, then, were the red marks on her collarbone? Could they be poison spots? And the kiss mark on her chest as well? Bailey suddenly sighed in relief. A smile breaking across her face. It was fortunate that she had not inadvertently given her senior brother an advantage. Yet, being exceptionally clever, Bailey contemplated the inconsistency in Xiao Junlin's words. You were also poisoned. Yet you lacked an antidote pill. How is it that you awoke before I did? Xiao Junlin, noticing her piercing gaze, mused that if only this woman possessed half the simplicity of Nangong Jing. Her thoughts were far too intricate. Just as he pondered how to deflect her scrutiny, a figure shrouded in a dragon's roar cleaved through the mist, swiftly approaching Chen Xian. Junior brother, we are over here. Bailey turned as well, spotting Chen Xian's arrival. Junior brother. Yet in that fleeting moment, Bailey felt a jolt of surprise. Whenever she had seen Chen Xian before, she had always felt a flutter in her heart. But now, he seemed rather ordinary. Senior brother, senior sister. Chen Xian's expression darkened upon seeing Bailey and Xiao Junlin together. These two had vanished for so long behind his back. Surely, they hadn't been up to anything nefarious. Right? As he mused, Xiao Junlin warmly clasped his shoulder. Junior brother, you've finally arrived. Just now, we were affected by the miasma of this deceptive forest and lost our way, pondering how to find you. Xiao Junlin took the lead. Bailey was momentarily taken aback but quickly caught Xiao Junlin's glance. Right? Third junior sister. Bailey shuddered, nodding in tacit agreement. She couldn't very well admit that both she and Xiao Junlin had succumbed to the poison of the quicksilver spider and had just lain together for a while, uncertain if anything untoward had occurred. Yes, what senior brother says is the truth, she replied, albeit with a hint of guilt. Her acting skills were rather lacking, superficial at best. It seemed she would need to give her some lessons on Stanislavski's and actor prepares later. Xiao Junlin mentally critiqued Bailee's performance but dismissed it. The entanglements between men and women often begin with a shared secret, and this could be the foundation of a mutual understanding between him and Bailey. Chen Xian, initially suspicious of Xiao Junlin, felt reassured upon hearing Bailee's statement. I see. I was wondering why you both had disappeared. Just as Chen Xian was speaking, the ground suddenly trembled violently, and a deafening roar erupted ahead. The three of them turned simultaneously to see the inky night sky torn asunder by a ghastly rift, a beam of purple-gold light illuminating half the heavens. Accompanying this was the roar that shattered ancient trees within 100 feet, as if proclaiming the territory of the deceptive forest to all within. This roar resonated deep within their very cores. It was a beast of the 6th realm. No, perhaps even of the 7th realm. Chen Xian steadied himself, sword sheathed into the ground, sensing the bloodthirsty aura surging from the cave, the demon-slaying sword intent, and demonic energy. Second senior sister is there. Chen Xian and Bailey raced towards the shattered treetops, while Xiao Junlin deliberately lagged a step behind. Disposing of the blood-stained cloth that symbolized Bailey's innocence into the stream, he eliminated the last trace of evidence before following suit. This the imposing aura of a 7th realm beast. The purple-winged golden hound. The overwhelming pressure experienced firsthand far surpassed the mere descriptions found in the original text. As Xiao Junlin hastened toward the battlefield, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. In the valley that had been reduced to rubble, a stunning woman stood, her demon-slaying sword planted firmly in the ground. The tight red silk battle skirt accentuated her breathtaking curves, her snow-white legs tantalizingly visible. Her long black hair formed a high ponytail, cascading down like an inky waterfall. When her phoenix-like gaze swept across the battlefield, the lingering killing intent made her armored silhouette quiver. The roar of the purple-winged golden hound crashed upon her, causing her shoulder strap to slip half an inch, revealing the fiery mark tracing her collarbone, an emblem of the chief warrior of Long Eye Mountain. This beautiful warrior was none other than Xiao Junlin's second junior sister, Yi Hongling. Chapter 11. The arrival of second junior sister. Yi Hongling, what are you standing there for? Form the array. Yi Hongling commanded loudly. The 8 disciples of the demon-slaying team snapped to attention, quickly forming the 7 stars demon locking formation, each extending a magic circle drawn with their own vital blood beneath their feet. Hold your ground. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Elder Qin had already dispatched reinforcements. Suddenly, the claws of the purple-winged golden hound pierced through the sword array, silencing her. Retreat. Yi Hongling's face paled, leading everyone in retreat. Yet, 2 disciples still fell victim to the lethal claws. Damn it! This purple-winged golden hound has been fixated on us. The disciples were filled with terror. They had faced several life-and-death trials. Dwindling from 30 to merely 7, Yi Hongling's gaze fell upon a group of 20 figures clad in black robes. Their faces obscured. At that moment, they were each cutting their wrists, chanting in unison as blood flowed into the earth, transforming into blood-red worms crawling towards Yi Hongling. Sensing the scent, the purple-winged golden hound's eyes blazed with ferocity as it howled toward the heavens. Charging towards the disciples of Longai Mountain, those lunatics, Yi Hongling gritted her teeth, swinging her sword, the sword aura instantly reducing the blood-red worms to ashes. So this was their scheme. Using this demonic technique to incite the purple-winged golden hound to attack us. The earlier Quicksilver Spider was likely part of this as well. Her face was etched with self-reproach. If only she had discovered this sooner, perhaps they wouldn't have lost so many junior brothers. Second sister, these members of the Floating Life Demon sect are also after that 7th realm beast essence. Should we attempt to seize it first? Seize it. We cannot allow the demon sect to obtain the treasure. Yi Hongling bit her fingertip, inscribing a rune upon her sword. Instantly, the sword's aura surged. Just as she prepared to fight to the death, a dragon's roar echoed from the distance, accompanied by a surge of sword intent. Second sister, how could a fight possibly exclude me? In the night, the youth merged with the sword aura, exuding a spirited vigor that momentarily stunned Yi Hongling. Then, her cold countenance softened like melting spring snow as she exclaimed, "Junior brother!" She glanced back at the leisurely approaching Xiao Junlin, her tone turning mild. "Senior brother. Huh? Must you switch your demeanor so swiftly? You don't even bother to act." Xiao Junlin mentally critiqued, in the original narrative. Yi Hongling's character was drastically different from Bai Li's innate medicinal body and Nangong Jin's celestial fox bloodline. Yi Hongling was a woman who forged her path through slaying demons, wielding her sword with unparalleled prowess since the age of 17. Vanquishing the myriad demons. Later, she single-handedly brought rivers of blood to the 9 major evil sects, earning her the title of the foremost combatant among the younger generation of Longai Mountain. Yet, even such a magnificent and fierce woman had been influenced by the 9 Phoenix's morning sun body. Taking a liking to the male charm of Chen Xian, what a predicament! Xiao Junlin discreetly observed Yi Hongling, noting her commendable figure and the bloodstains adorning her face, which rendered her both tragically beautiful and exquisitely refined. Imbued with an air of competence and fierceness, such beauty, it must not be squandered on Chen Xian. Elder Qinin had dispatched me and senior sister Bai Li to assist, and although big senior brother had also come, he was still nursing his wounds. As he spoke, Chen Xian deliberately turned to showcase Xiao Junlin. Initially, he intended to use Xiao Junlin's listless appearance to accentuate his own imposing stature, only to suddenly discover that beneath Xiao Junlin's tattered garments lay a physique marked by fluid muscle definition and a remarkable vitality. Yi Hongling's heart tightened. It was her first realization of big senior brother's impressive build. Yet Chen Xian was perplexed. Where are Xiao Junlin's bandages? Just moments ago, he had been frantically searching for someone. His attention was quickly diverted by the ongoing battle, causing him to overlook Xiao Junlin's transformed appearance. Particularly striking was Xiao Junlin's handsome pose, with hands tucked in pockets, deep in thought, which made him appear far more appealing than Chen Xian's frail, sickly demeanor. "So, you intend to show off before me?" Chen Xian felt a twinge of displeasure, but before he could continue his pretentious display with Yi Hongling, a mountain-like shadow loomed over the battlefield. In the fray, a colossal beast, measuring 30 yards in length, with the head of a lion and the body of a dragon, hovered above, its violet wings creating ripples in the air with each flap. As the third vertical pupil of the violet-winged golden hound opened, it fixed its gaze downward. In an instant, it unfurled its wings, unleashing 2 stormy blasts imbued with thunder, charging toward the members of the Floating Life Demon sect in Longai Mountain. Both factions mobilized vast amounts of spiritual energy to withstand the onslaught, yet the storms enveloped them nonetheless. Unexpectedly, the violet-winged golden hound did not pursue further attacks but continued to circle in the sky. Moments later, a beam of purple light shot skyward from beneath it, radiating a powerful life force that spread outward. Within the purple light, a palm-sized purple essence floated. It was nurturing that beast essence. If it were consumed, the violet-winged golden hound might very well ascend to the 8th realm, and we would all be doomed. Yi Hongling analyzed immediately. Xiao Junlin recalled the original text, understanding that the beast essence was not the crux of the matter. The true treasure lay in the small cave beneath the essence. However, access to that cave was challenging, so he needed to use this group of people first. Second junior sister, hold on a little longer with the others. Third junior sister, junior brother, Join me in breaking through the storm. Just a small opening will suffice, and we shall escape." Embracing the role of big senior brother, Xiao Junlin took the initiative to lead, aiming to seize the beast essence and depart swiftly. As he spoke, he did not forget to plant a seed of motivation in Chun Xian's mind. "Once we secure the beast essence, I shall refine a new dragon-nourishing golden pill for you, one far superior to the previous." Upon meeting his earnest gaze, Chun Xian sensed sincerity rather than deceit. Ye Hongling and Bai Li also concurred with Xiao Junlin's proposal, primarily due to his final words. They were all working for the sake of junior brother, which provided them with a shared objective. With the combined efforts of the three, a small gap indeed opened within the storm. Xiao Junlin was the first to surge through, followed closely by Chun Xian and by Ye Hongling, and the others drew the attention of the violet-winged golden hound and the floating life demon sect behind them. The trio quickly approached the purple beam of light. They suppressed their auras, and the violet-winged golden hound remained oblivious above. As the fluctuations of the light intensified, Xiao Junlin declared, "It must be reaching a critical moment. The beast essence is nearly complete. I will create a diversion in another direction to distract it. You all ascend to seize the beast essence." With that, before Chun Xian and Bai Li could respond, Xiao Junlin vanished into the night. Just after he departed, Chun Xian's aura surged dramatically. "Dragon Master, lend me your strength to capture the 7th realm beast essence, Dragon Blood Resonance." As the power of the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor fused with him, Chun Xian's combat prowess soared to the 3rd phase. "Third senior sister, please step back and observe closely." Bai Li gazed at Chun Xian with admiration. Junior brother possesses such formidable strength. Has he been hiding his true capabilities all along? Chun Xian's sword emitted a resonant hum. Enveloped in a terrifying sword energy, the powerful sword pressure attracted the violet-winged golden hound, which charged forward, igniting an imminent battle. Meanwhile, as Chun Xian fought valiantly above, beneath the purple beam, Xiao Junlin noted that the violet-winged golden hound had been lured away and stealthily approached the entrance of the small cave beneath the beast essence. He cast a glance at the floating beast essence in the distance, which was suddenly cleaved by a golden sword energy. It seemed that Chun Xian had made his move. Let him bask in his pretense for now. He would soon have his regrets. In the original narrative, Chun Xian discovered that the beast essence was a sham only after obtaining it, realizing its power had been completely drained. All the essence's strength had long since coalesced into a single royal beast egg. Xiao Junlin entered the cave, where a vividly colored, colossal beast egg, nearly as tall as a person, floated serenely within. Outside, chaos reigned, yet here it was tranquil, for the violet-winged golden hound had concealed this place exceptionally well. After all, this egg was the culmination of its amassed energy, a relic of ancient lineage it intended to consume upon hatching. Xiao Junlin waved his hand, securing the ancient egg within his storage ring. Before hastily exiting the cave, simultaneously, the violet-winged golden hound in the heavens appeared to sense something, its aura turning ferocious, just as Chun Xian acquired the beast essence. He was met with a sudden collision from the violet-winged golden hound. He barely had time to react before he was heavily slammed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Damn it, Dragon Master, why did this beast suddenly go berserk?" Before the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor could respond, the beast essence in Chun Xian's grasp shattered into a cloud of powder. The Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor promptly cautioned, "The beast essence is a ruse. The true treasure has been stolen." Chun Xian's gaze sharpened as he gripped his sword tightly, and he too noticed the violet-winged golden hound darting toward another direction. "Junior brother, are you all right?" Bai Li and Yi Hongling rushed over. Chun Xian finally understood. One of them was missing. That individual had stolen the violet-winged golden hound's true treasure. He glared into the distance. Xiao Junlin. Chapter 12. Whose egg is it, really? It was the first time Yi Hongling and Bai Li had witnessed Chun Xian so unhinged. Yet, evidently, neither knew where Xiao Junlin had gone. Chun Xian quickly deduced some clues. He was prepared to pursue. The violet-winged golden hound must have sensed something, which was why it had abruptly abandoned this battlefield to chase after Xiao Junlin. If Chun Xian arrived late, the opportunity would likely slip through his fingers, a reality he could not abide. Since entering Longtime Mountain, he had felt that all fortunes, all treasures, and all desirable women were meant solely for him. He intended to use these assets to reclaim his place in the dynasty, to dethrone his lofty stepmother and reclaim his rightful throne. Yet now, this confidence had been shattered by Xiao Junlin. "Block them for me. I shall pursue. Assist big senior brother." Chun Xian amended his words, fully aware he had no right to blame Xiao Junlin. But just as he took to the skies, a throng from the floating life demon sect closed in. Encircling the members of Long Eye Mountain, the one who just acquired the beast essence is him. The members of the floating life demon sect fixed their eyes on Chen Xian. Frowning, he realized that without clarifying the situation, they would not yield. The beast essence is a fake. It contained no demonic power and has turned to ashes, he pointed out. Why must the floating life demon sect persist in this pursuit of us? However, the members of the floating life demon sect were wholly unconvinced by Chen Xian's explanation. Just moments ago, another one of your comrades shouted for you to retrieve the beast essence. Do you think we can be deceived? The leader asserted with certainty. Indeed, the beast essence of a seventh realm beast is a supreme treasure, indestructible. How could it possibly turn to ash? The so-called righteous path is merely a gathering of liars. Chen Xian found himself cursing inwardly. Why did they believe Xiao Junlin's words? It was true that Xiao Junlin had urged him to retrieve the beast essence, but it was a counterfeit, with no time to elaborate. The members of the floating life demon sect charged forward. Brothers, receive the pills, swallow them, and prepare for battle. Li tossed 8 pills to the members of Longtime Mountain. They quickly consumed them, feeling their spiritual energy replenished and their injuries mending considerably. Thank you, third senior sister. To battle. This group of demons has claimed the lives of so many of our comrades. Today, we shall make them pay in blood. The two sides prepared for an imminent clash. Chen Xian had initially intended to find an opportunity to break through the encirclement and pursue Xiao Junlin. Fighting? That was the behavior of brutes. Securing the greatest treasure here was the priority. Yet he had underestimated the floating life demon sect. They were convinced he had taken the beast essence, and all their focus was directed at him, relentlessly attacking. Furthermore, the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor had already fought alongside him once, and now lay dormant. Chen Xian could not unleash his full strength to break free, necessitating assistance from Bai Li and the others. Second senior sister, you go help big senior brother. Be sure to leave what he has taken for me. At this juncture, Chen Xian could only hope that Yi Hongling would escape first, seeing Chen Xian carve a path for her. Yi Hongling, with her decisive nature, seized the opportunity to rush out and pursue the violet-winged golden hound. On the other side of the illusory forest, Xiao Junlin weaved through the darkness, even as he exerted his utmost speed. Deliberately flying lower to conceal his presence among the trees, the violet-winged golden hound seemed to lock onto him, drawing ever closer. Damn it, can this beast truly sense the aura of the royal beast egg? Xiao Junlin's mind was in turmoil. Just as he lamented, a wave of danger surged from behind. He activated his peak blood manipulation realm speed to evade, barely escaping as the hem of his garment was shredded. Turning to glance back, he caught sight of the violet-winged golden hound gathering demonic power in its maw. The recent strike emanated from its maw, as if it were preparing for a second assault. A wave of existential dread surged within Xiao Junlin. He felt the smooth surface of his storage ring, containing the Beast King egg, which in the original tale possessed the power to summon countless beasts. At this juncture, he had no choice but to acknowledge it as his own, hoping it would safeguard him. The purple-winged golden hound locked onto Xiao Junlin's figure and unleashed another wave of demonic energy, hurtling towards his back. Simultaneously, a crimson sword aura sliced through the night sky, precisely cleaving the energy projectile in two. The two forces detonated, illuminating the night with a dazzling mushroom cloud. Yi Hongling, with her ethereal grace, descended from the heavens, brandishing the demon-slaying sword, its blade aglow with crimson radiance. With a swift motion, she executed 2 more strikes before seizing Xiao Junlin and propelling them both into the air. The purple-winged golden hound, struck by the twin sword energies, momentarily lost its bearings, though it sustained no injuries. Behind a concealed boulder, Yi Hongling gazed intently at the glow emanating from Xiao Junlin's storage ring. Just moments ago, he had extracted the egg, but upon witnessing her arrival, hastily returned it. Though his movements were swift, Yi Hongling perceived everything clearly. You stole the egg from the purple-winged golden hound. No wonder it has relentlessly pursued you. Yi Hongling regarded Xiao Junlin's actions with disdain, her tone shifting as she implored, Senior brother, return the beast egg to it. Your actions are far from righteous. Xiao Junlin chuckled inwardly, irked by those who, uninformed, perched upon moral high ground to cast judgment. Who informed you that this beast egg belongs to the purple-winged golden hound? He retorted. Yi Hongling frowned, stating, clearly, you just filched it from its lair, if it isn't the hound's. Whose could it be? With the looming threat of the floating life demon sect, we cannot afford to provoke a formidable beast like this. We must return it. Yet, Xiao Junlin showed no inclination to return the egg. Yi Hongling's visage instantly turned frigid. Xiao Junlin, you may hold the title of senior brother due to your father's influence, but do not presume we all bow to you. If you embroil us in further troubles, I shall not hold back. As she spoke, she even brandished the demon-slaying sword towards him. Indeed, it seems my role as senior brother, or rather, as a stepping stone, has gone unnoticed by you all, especially by Yi Hongling. Though she is beautiful and powerful, her temper is equally fierce. It seems she has long harbored discontent in being second fiddle, aspiring to ascend as the foremost disciple of Longtime Mountain. Oh, you not believe me? Very well, let us wager. If this egg truly belongs to the purple-winged golden hound, I shall relinquish my title of senior brother to you. Xiao Junlin's proposition caused Yi Hongling's eyes to flicker with intrigue, evidently striking a chord within her. Yet, he pondered, under normal circumstances, taking advantage of her would hasten his conquest of her heart. However, as a psychological expert, he discerned her character flaw, her propensity for Stockholm Syndrome. Albeit less pronounced than Nangong Jin's, she was an aggressor, yet the more domineering she became, the more sensitive she was to being slighted. If not, dare you slap me? She retorted coldly. Let us wager then. How will you prove it isn't? Xiao Junlin had already devised a plan. He extracted a handful of spirit stones from his storage ring, ground them into powder, and sprinkled them over a stone that bore a resemblance to the Beast King egg. In an instant, the stone radiated a brilliance akin to that of the egg, dazzling under the night sky, rendering it nearly indistinguishable. He then tossed the faux egg towards the purple-winged golden hound, simultaneously shouting, "Beast, your egg is returned." At that moment, Yi Hongling grasped Xiao Junlin's intent. The imitation egg was indeed convincing. It seemed he had premeditated its use. This once innocent senior brother appeared to possess some wit. She watched as the purple-winged golden hound, akin to a gluttonous creature spotting a rare elixir, opened its massive jaws and voraciously devoured the faux egg. This spectacle left Yi Hongling in shock. What? How is this possible? Her mind reeled. If the Beast King egg was indeed the hound's offspring, it would have shown some hesitation, taking a moment to discern the truth. How could it have swallowed it whole without a second thought? Even now, it was in the throes of chewing. Upon realizing it had been duped, the purple-winged golden hound erupted into a frenzy, charging at Xiao Junlin and Yi Hongling. Run! Yi Hongling cried, slicing through several trees which then soared towards the hound. As she retreated, intending to drag Xiao Junlin along, she discovered he had already distanced himself by several lengths. She sighed in resignation and quickly followed suit, only to hear Xiao Junlin casually remark, "So, do you still believe that egg belongs to it? Then from whence did it come?" Yi Hongling challenged. Xiao Junlin, recalling the original narrative, explained in a measured tone, "A decade ago, within the illusory Enigma Forest, this egg fell from the heavens and was claimed by the purple-winged golden hound. It sensed that the creature within was of ancient lineage, still in the embryonic stage, a seventh-tier beast. The hound had developed sentience and thus resolved to nurture the egg with its own essence, intending to absorb it once it took form. Yi Hongling's understanding crystallized. It sought to transcend the limitations of a beast and awaken its ancient bloodline." Xiao Junlin nodded, not too dim-witted. "You are the dimwit," Yi Hongling retorted, her grip on the demon-slaying sword tightening as she observed the now enraged purple-winged golden hound. "What shall we do next?" "Next?" Xiao Junlin abruptly raised his hand and delivered a slap across Yi Hongling's face. The sound echoed around them, leaving her head ringing. "You!" Yi Hongling felt an urge to end Xiao Junlin's life. The stinging mark on her cheek felt like a trample on her dignity. Yet, Xiao Junlin merely shrugged. "A bet is a bet. What is the problem? The force of the slap should suffice to leave an indelible impression on this formidable woman." Of course, he had no intention of allowing Yi Hongling to actually kill him. Just as she was poised to retaliate with her sword, Xiao Junlin hastily interjected, "I have a way to drive off this beast." No sooner had he spoken than Yi Hongling's sword hesitated. But soon after, the purple-winged golden hound launched a violent assault, bombarding the ground where they stood. Had it not been for their quick reflexes, they would have been obliterated. "That startled me," Xiao Junlin muttered under his breath. Yi Hongling, ignoring the earlier slap, glared at him. "What is your plan? Speak quickly. To survive, obey me. Assist in my protection. Once the egg hatches, it will ensure our safety." Xiao Junlin instructed, in the original tale, after Qin Xian obtained the ancient beast egg. He too was pursued by the purple-winged golden hound and the minions of the floating life demon sect. Even with Yi Hongling and by Li's assistance, they were no match for their foes. At a crucial moment, the dragon-blood celestial emperor had infused his blood into the beast egg, awakening it and establishing a bond with it, thus unleashing its true power. With that in mind, Xiao Junlin cut his finger, seeking a large stone as he released the Beast King egg from his storage ring. Just as he was about to acknowledge it as his own, Yi Hongling interjected. What if we wait for our junior brother? She recalled Xiao Junlin mentioning that the creature within the egg was of ancient lineage, the pinnacle among beasts. Once born, its rank would rival that of a seventh-tier beast. Its future potential boundless. Their junior brother was the hope of Longtime Mountain and recognized as the most talented among their sisterhood. If he acknowledges the egg, will it not be more beneficial? At that moment, Chun Xian and Bai Li, having extricated themselves from their predicament, approached. Seeing Xiao Junlin preparing to apply his blood to the egg, Chun Xian felt a surge of wrath. Indeed, the greatest fortune here has been seized by Xiao Junlin. What is he doing? Is he claiming it as his own? He readied himself to intervene when Xiao Junlin preempted him, saying, Junior brother, third sister, you and second sister must obstruct the purple-winged golden hound. I will lead you to safety shortly. His words were laden with self-sacrifice, as though he were prepared to perish. Chun Xian was indifferent to Xiao Junlin's proclamations, but in the next moment, he watched as Xiao Junlin's palm connected with the Beast King egg. Instantly, a kaleidoscope of colors erupted from the once placid shell. The vibrant lights swirled upon the surface, accelerating with each passing moment. Alongside it surged an overwhelming vitality from within, the heartbeat resonating like thunder. Pulsing in rhythm. Trouble. Damn it. Upon hearing the powerful thumping, Chun Xian realized the beast within had been activated by Xiao Junlin. As he surged forward to halt him, he was intercepted by Yi Hongling. Junior brother, at this juncture, aid the senior brother in his protection. We shall address the aftermath later. While she believed such a fortunate event should be bestowed upon the junior brother, with Xiao Junlin already committed to the bond. There was no turning back. Rather than disrupting him and risking their lives to the purple-winged golden hound, it was far wiser to unite and buy him some time, for he might indeed conjure a miracle. In times past, Yi Hongling would never have harbored such lofty expectations for Xiao Junlin. Yet now, for reasons unbeknownst to her, the fiery imprint of a slap upon her cheek, stinging with pain, only served to reinforce her belief that Xiao Junlin was indeed quite the man, at least more so than any she had encountered previously. Perhaps it was permissible to place her trust in him just this once. Second senior sister, Chun Xian protested. He had just fought valiantly to repel the minions of the floating life demon sect. All to seize the opportunity for fortune, only to see it handed to Xiao Junlin, who was now even granted the role of protector. What right did he have? But as he beheld the approach of the golden-winged hound, Bai Li urged, they are attacking, form the formation. The disciples of Long Eye Mountain swiftly coalesced into a defensive array. Bai Li's storage ring continuously released medicinal pills, which the group consumed to bolster their strength. Yet the golden-winged hound seemed to sense that Xiao Junlin was claiming dominion, its colossal form relentlessly battering against the protective barrier. Bai Li, Yi Hongling, and the others found themselves spitting blood. With many disciples succumbing to the same fate, Chun Xian fared slightly better. With Yi Hongling and Bai Li shielding him, he endured less impact. However, as he glanced at the crumbling formation, he had no intention of aiding its reinforcement. Instead, narrowing his eyes, he intentionally withdrew his power, hastening the array's collapse, sending everyone hurtling away. Chun Xian had anticipated this, skillfully evading the chaos, and watched helplessly as the golden-winged hound shattered the formation, opening its cavernous maw to swallow Xiao Junlin whole. Senior brother, the two cried out in shock. Nearby, Chun Xian mused with a cold smirk. The finest opportunity shall belong to me alone, senior brother. Rest easy in your demise. He was uncertain why he had metamorphosed into this persona, but his pride would not permit Xiao Junlin to shine before others. Only he, Chun Xian, could be the savior. Dragon Master, have you recovered? We must once again resonate with the dragon blood. But scarcely had he spoken when a radiant nine-colored light erupted from the maw of the golden-winged hound, soaring skyward. Simultaneously, Xiao Junlin's voice reverberated throughout the battlefield. Break for me. Chapter 14. I, Xiao Junlin, detest pretentiousness above all else. With Xiao Junlin's spirited exclamation, all eyes turned towards him. Bai Li, Yi Hongling, and the disciples of Long Eye Mountain regarded him as though he were a hero making his grand entrance. Senior brother, he lives. As the golden-winged hound trembled, it ultimately could not withstand the force within its mouth, expelling both Xiao Junlin and the Beast King EGG. Collapsed, blood seeping from its jaws as it howled in agony. Their spirits soared. Bai Li gazed at Xiao Junlin, for the first time perceiving that this version of her senior brother was rather dashing. Yi Hongling furrowed her brow, her mind in turmoil. The slap from Xiao Junlin had seemingly awakened her to the reality that, Despite her own remarkable feats, the true senior brother of Longtime Mountain remained Xiao Junlin. Only Chen Xian and the minions of the Floating Life Demon sect wore somber expressions. "Master, it seems we shall return empty-handed today," murmured a disciple of the Floating Life Demon sect. The leading man in black robes, his eyes aglow with crimson light, fixed his gaze upon Xiao Junlin. "Our master instructed us to be wary of Yi Hongling and Chen Xian from Longtime Mountain. Yet we did not foresee that this senior brother would possess such skill. What shall we do now? Since we have struck, it would be illogical to retreat empty-handed," commanded the man in black. Unleashing a torrent of blood-red insects that darted at incredible speed towards the rolling form of the golden-winged hound. In an instant, the hound's eyes blazed with ferocity, its massive body rising uncontrollably. More fearsome than before, the disciples of Longtime Mountain, witnessing this unfold, prepared to defend themselves, but were swiftly swept away by the violent winds generated by the hound's wings. The acolytes of the Floating Life Demon sect landed atop the beast. Had it not been for Xiao Junlin wounding this creature, we would not have been able to control it at all. Now, it is time for us to reap the rewards of battle. With those words, the disciples of the Floating Life Demon sect began to meld into the head of the golden-winged hound, their feet sinking as if they were becoming one with it. The hound's form continued to expand, from 30 to 40, then 50 feet. Even as its flesh erupted in torrents of blood, it did not cease. Chen Xian recognized the necessity of unleashing his full power today, or he would find no escape. He swiftly positioned himself before Bai Li and Yi Hongling. "Sister, step back for now." Yi Hongling immediately countered, "You mustn't act recklessly. This golden-winged hound is stronger than before, and you are not its match." Chen Xian, sensing the urgency in Yi Hongling's tone, decided to heighten the drama, knowing that her concern for him would deepen their gratitude. "How can I know without trying? The word retreat is absent from my lexicon." Bai Li looked upon him with admiration. "Indeed, that is the spirit of my little junior brother." She had briefly lost her senses, finding Xiao Junlin more dashing than him. But now it was clear that her little junior brother was indeed the more handsome. "Little junior brother, take these medicinal pills." Bai Li produced 3 pills from her storage ring, the finest she had crafted. "Very well, third senior sister, I shall not let you down. I believe in you." Bai Li nodded earnestly, preparing to hand over the pills. Though her combat strength was lacking, her alchemical skills provided a strong foundation for her little junior brother. Chen Xian held his sword, positioning himself as a shield for all disciples of Longtime Mountain. He felt quite heroic, ready to accept the pills and summon the Dragon Blood Emperor to fight alongside him. However, at that moment, the entire void enigmatic forest began to tremble. Beneath the inky layers of underbrush, countless beasts and birds roared in unison. Simultaneously, waves of demonic energy surged skyward. "What is this? Is it caused by the golden-winged hound?" Yi Hongling exclaimed in shock. Yet Bai Li, with her keen instincts, perceived that the demonic energies were swiftly converging towards a single point, the very location of Xiao Junlin. To their astonishment, they discovered that he was cradling a small serpent in his arms. The serpent was no longer than a human arm and was slender as a finger. Until now, they had been completely unaware of its presence. Yet now, the serpent emanated an aura of beastly bloodline power. This pressure surpassed that of the earlier 8-armed white ape, the giant spider, and even the current golden-winged hound. It reached a level that rendered all present breathless, especially as all the demonic energies coalesced around the little serpent. Its pressure intensified. Thus, the golden-winged hound, which had already gone berserk and was poised to charge at Xiao Junlin, found itself unable to move even a single step. Only Xiao Junlin remained unperturbed. Gently stroking the serpent in his embrace, "With my blood, you shall be recognized, my little darling. Now is the time for you to protect me." As his words fell, the little serpent glanced at Xiao Junlin, then followed his gaze towards the golden-winged hound, seemingly understanding that Xiao Junlin intended for it to confront the beast. In the next moment, the pressure emanating from the golden-winged hound surged 100-fold, and all the demonic energies of the void enigmatic forest transformed into a wall of force, descending to suppress the golden-winged hound. Boom! The earth trembled. The massive form of the golden-winged hound crashed to the ground, and the disciples of the Floating Life Demon sect atop its head were sent reeling, spitting blood, their vitality utterly drained. How can this be? What is that creature in his arms? How could a mere glance render a 7th-tier beast so helpless? "Master, we must retreat. If we do not, we may never escape." The man in black gritted his teeth, fear etched across his face, yet he nodded, retreating from the golden-winged hound and turning to flee. However, just as they distanced themselves from the creature, a shadow suddenly appeared before them. It was none other than Xiao Junlin. The man in black was suffused with murderous intent. dare to block my path? You seek death. He launched himself at Xiao Junlin, and only then did Yi Hongling and the others react, rushing forward to assist him, but they were too late to arrive in time. Yet Xiao Junlin merely stroked the little serpent. In an instant, an invisible pressure enveloped the area around the man in black and his cohorts, and in their terrified gazes, the weight of that pressure descended, turning them into a puddle of blood. This scene left the disciples of Long Eye Mountain gasping for breath. Senior brother, what is that thing in his arms? It is far too powerful. Once again, we have been saved by our senior brother. Long live Xiao Junlin of Longtime Mountain. The surviving disciples cheered. Xiao Junlin declared coolly, I am the senior brother of Longtime Mountain. Its dignity shall naturally be upheld by me. With that, he flicked his hair nonchalantly. Looking impossibly handsome beneath the night sky, Xiao Junlin cast a sidelong glance at Bai Li and Yi Hongling, who were both gazing at him in awe. Had it not been for the influence of the 9 phoenixes rising to the sun's sacred body, they might have already been smitten. Alas, with Chen Xian, this bud-level protagonist, in the mix, Xiao Junlin's path as a villain remained long and winding. He approached Chen Xian, observing him still poised with his sword. Little junior brother, leave the task of protecting world peace to me. Oh, what is this? He caught hold of the 3 medicinal pills still hovering in the air. Third junior sister, are these for replenishing my strength? Thank you. Before Bai Li could respond, her most treasured pills had already been swallowed whole by Xiao Junlin. Chapter 15. Second junior sister, come to me alone tonight. As the 3 pills settled in his stomach, a wave of warmth surged through Xiao Junlin's innards. The injuries he had sustained from the previous battle began to visibly heal. Along with his cultivation, he had achieved the pinnacle of the blood transference realm and was poised to step into the triumvirate realm at any moment. Were it not for the considerable risks associated with the triumvirate realm, Xiao Junlin would not have restrained his cultivation and could have embarked on his breakthrough immediately. However, he was prudent by nature. And being a man of few words, he opted for a steady and cautious approach. Bai Li gazed at her precious elixir, now consumed by Xiao Junlin, her heart bleeding internally. That was meant for her junior disciple. Just moments ago, he had sought to protect everyone, prompting Bai Li to gift it to him in hopes of providing him with an additional safeguard. Yet now, it had been devoured by her senior brother. Although it could be said that he had indeed safeguarded everyone, Bai Li couldn't shake the feeling of having been taken advantage of. What troubles you? Third junior sister, Xiao Junlin inquired gently at that moment. The entire illusory forest had ceased its tremors, leaving only the corpse of the purple-winged golden hound and a pool of blood. Observing the now tranquil surroundings, Bai Li felt no inclination to chastise Xiao Junlin. It's nothing, senior brother. Thank you for saving us. Upon witnessing his elixir consumed once more, Chen Xian felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate Xiao Junlin. His grip on the sword tightened imperceptibly. Junior brother, why do you still hold your sword? There is no need for tension. The battle has concluded, Xiao Junlin remarked with a warm smile, preparing to use the beast in his arms to dispatch Chen Xian. As a villain, one must seize every opportunity to eliminate the protagonist without hesitation or verbosity. Thus, since the moment he had slain the minions of the floating life demon sect, he had been petting the little snake, signaling it to take care of Chen Xian. However, after a lengthy period of coaxing, the little snake remained unresponsive. Xiao Junlin gave it a gentle pat, then squeezed it directly, yet the little snake lay in his embrace as if lifeless. Closing his eyes, Xiao Junlin, having established a bond with the little snake, could sense its thoughts. To his dismay, he found it utterly vacant of any intention. This could only imply one thing: the little creature was sound asleep, and quite possibly in a deep slumber. Perhaps it had just hatched, its power still unstable, having exerted too much pressure earlier. Xiao Junlin mused. His snake was limp, while he noticed the murderous intent emanating from Chen Xian's gaze. With a swift retreat, Xiao Junlin distanced himself from Chen Xian and stated earnestly, now that this matter is settled, let us return to Longtime Mountain. In the eyes of the disciples, Xiao Junlin's prestige had reached unparalleled heights. They immediately bowed in unison. Yes, senior brother. Just as Xiao Junlin was about to summon the flying shuttle Golden Lotus, he observed Chen Xian approaching the corpse of the purple-winged golden hound. Xiao Junlin smacked his forehead. Of course, in the original narrative, the purple-winged golden hound possessed 2 beast crystals, one of which had been drained to nurture the beast king egg, while the other remained within its body. Chen Xian prepared to excavate the beast crystal. Xiao Junlin called out, Junior brother, since you are there, please extract the beast crystal from the center of the purple-winged golden hound's forehead, that I will assist you in refining elixirs upon our return. Xiao Junlin's casual remark caused Qin Xian to frown. He recalled the Dragon Blood Celestial Emperor urging him to retrieve the beast crystal, only then realizing the purple-winged golden hound had too. How did Xiao Junlin know this? Did he, too, have a powerful being guiding him? Qin Xian pondered, yet he was no fool and promptly replied with a smile. Senior brother, your efforts in this battle have been commendable. I will handle the matter of the beast crystal. When you wish to refine elixirs, I will promptly present it to you. If he were to comply, his journey would have been in vain, and he would only end up with injuries. Did he truly believe him to be foolish? Seeing that Qin Xian had secured the beast crystal, the others sensed a hint of tension between the two but refrained from comment. Xiao Junlin, recognizing his oversight in neglecting this detail from the original narrative, chose not to escalate the situation. Perhaps his frequent preemptive strikes had made Qin Xian, or the Dragon Blood Celestial Emperor, in his mind wary. The Dragon Blood Celestial Emperor hailed from a time 100,000 years prior, during the peak of the Great Tao, when 6 celestial emperors emerged in this realm. However, an unprecedented calamity led to the simultaneous demise of all 6. 5 perished entirely, leaving only the Dragon Blood Celestial Emperor with a sliver of soul, drifting through the river of time until he sensed Qin Xian, the destined one. He promised Qin Xian he would become the 7th celestial emperor, and for 100,000 years, no new celestial emperor had arisen, as if this realm no longer permitted the birth of a new one. Qin Xian vowed to aid the Dragon Blood Celestial Emperor in regaining his former glory once he ascended to the role of 7th celestial emperor. Xiao Junlin recalled that to give rise to a new celestial emperor, certain laws of the world needed alteration. However, that was still too distant a concern for him at present. His immediate priority was to tread carefully now that he was under the watchful eye of the Dragon Blood Celestial Emperor. After reminding himself of this, Xiao Junlin surveyed the crowd, deeming it crucial to report this matter to Elder Qin Yin upon returning to the city. The group followed him aboard the flying shuttle Golden Lotus. As Xiao Junlin contemplated how to acquire the 2 remaining beast crystals needed for his extreme barrier-breaking elixir, Qin Xian suddenly spoke up. Senior brother, you once mentioned that upon our return, you would assist me in refining a dragon-rearing golden elixir. When might that be convenient? He made no effort to conceal his voice, seemingly intent on ensuring all disciples heard him. Bai Li and Yi Hongling also took note of his words. Awaiting Xiao Junlin's response. Attempting to leverage the others to apply mental pressure on me, Xiao Junlin thought with a cold smile. It appeared this fated protagonist was no fool. I have expended tremendous energy in this battle. It may take some time to recuperate. Primarily, I still require 3 beast crystals as materials for the elixir. 1 can be sourced from your storage ring. But for the other 2, could you assist me in procuring them promptly? Qin Xian gritted his teeth, recognizing the clever counterattack. Xiao Junlin then turned his attention to Bai Li and Yi Hongling, adding, you 2 may also lend a hand. Bai Li was puzzled. Hadn't Xiao Junlin already obtained a beast crystal from the giant spider? Why didn't he want to inform junior brother? In the past, she would have viewed Xiao Junlin as selfish, but now she perceived it as a means to challenge her junior brother, intentionally raising the difficulty. With this in mind, Bai Li nodded. Junior brother, senior brother is testing you. You must search diligently. She spoke sincerely, yet to Qin Xian, her words were more cutting than a rebuke. After all, only beasts of at least the 5th realm could condense a beast crystal. Where could he possibly acquire 2 more? Qin Xian couldn't voice his frustrations and kept his head down throughout. Little brat, trying to compete with me, Xiao Junlin chuckled inwardly. At that moment, Bai Li couldn't help but inquire, senior brother, what rank is the beast you were holding earlier? The other disciples leaned in, eager to hear. They had witnessed the earlier beast clearly. The mere release of its pressure had slain the purple-winged golden hound and even defeated the minions of the floating life demon sect. It must have been at least an 8th or even a 9th realm beast. However, such high-level beasts had never appeared within the territory of Long Eye Mountain. A 7th realm beast could already rival a half-step into the triumvirate realm. An 8th realm beast was akin to an elder-level creature. A 9th realm beast, they scarcely dared to imagine. It belonged to the domain beyond the triumvirate realm, the realm of the 10,000 spirits. Within all of Long Eye Mountain, only the sect master Dong Huangqing Yuan and the long-absent Xiao Feng were at the level of the 10,000 spirits. This realm was sufficient to establish dominance over a region. Noticing everyone's intrigue, Xiao Junlin glanced at Qin Xian and Yi Hongling. Though their expressions were stoic, they were clearly waiting for him to speak. Why should he share such valuable information? Xiao Junlin replied nonchalantly. Sect secrets, I cannot disclose them. The disciples felt a twinge of disappointment, and Bai Li pouted. She rarely had the chance to engage in conversation with her senior brother, yet he left her hanging, igniting her curiosity. Uninterested in her feelings, Xiao Junlin instead drew Yi Hongling aside. The others assumed he intended to speak with her alone, causing Bai Li to feel a sense of unfair grievance. Meanwhile, Chen Xian clenched his fist in irritation. He detested the notion of a woman he fancied being alone with another man. Yet, Xiao Junlin's overwhelming presence eclipsed him, forcing Chen Xian to endure. On the other hand, Yi Hongling, though somewhat indifferent to romantic matters, felt a flicker of joy at being the sole recipient of Xiao Junlin's attention. However, her happiness was premature. Second junior sister. How many beast pills did your subjugation team acquire during this mission? Yi Hongling was taken aback by the unexpected question but reported truthfully. 300. Yet they were all ferocious beasts, he prompted. You know that good beasts cannot be used for elixirs, Xiao Junlin reminded her. This was a rule of Longtime Mountain. While elixirs must be refined, the indiscriminate slaughter of innocent beasts was forbidden. As the captain of the subjugation team, Yi Hongling was well aware of this rule. Yet, Xiao Junlin pressed on. But why does the beast in my possession indicate that you indiscriminately slaughtered innocent beasts in pursuit of merit, disregarding good from evil and ruthlessly killing many benevolent creatures? His words struck like thunder in Yi Hongling's heart, leaving her stunned. Senior brother, I did not. Xiao Junlin knew full well that Yi Hongling was one of the most morally upright disciples. Shaped by her childhood trauma tied to the concepts of good and evil, thus, she could not possibly commit such acts. However, an excessive sense of morality could lead to extremism and heightened sensitivity, making one vulnerable to manipulation. Let us put this matter on hold for now. I will not report it to the elders just yet. You will return to Long Eye Mountain and come directly to my residence to explain yourself properly. Yi Hongling nodded in agreement, yet simultaneously tightened her grip on the demon-slaying sword, reminding herself to remain ever vigilant against Xiao Junlin. After parting ways, Bai Li contemplated inquiring whether Yi Hongling had been informed about the origins of the small serpent by Xiao Junlin. However, Yi Hongling merely shook her head, unwilling to elaborate further. Chen Xian, who had initially hoped to extract some information from her, could only retract his gaze for the moment. In his mind, he called out to the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor. Master Dragon, what is the origin of that serpent? The vibrant little snake we encountered earlier exuded an unprecedented level of oppressive power. Had Xiao Junlin not acted swiftly, that terrifying creature should rightfully belong to me. The Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor had been pondering this as well. The land beneath your feet has once birthed countless races. Humanity is but one among them. However, due to the customs of lineage and inheritance, they have persisted through generations. Other ancient races have gradually vanished throughout history, yet their powers remain immeasurable. That serpent, by my estimation, does not belong to any known lineage of beasts in this era. Chen Xian, possessing exceptional intelligence, quickly deduced that the serpent was a remnant of an ancient species. But why would an ancient species appear in the illusory enigmatic forest? The illusory enigmatic forest is situated within the territory of Longtime Mountain. The domain of Longtime Mountain encompasses not only the 9 towering mountains at its core, but also includes Long Eye Commercial Street, the illusory enigmatic forest, the Golden Spear Ridge, the Songming Abyss, the Molten Fire Realm, and the Shirong Desert, among other training grounds. The entire territory spans nearly 3 million square kilometers, making it the largest sect within the Tianyan dynasty, when Chen Xian was still the 6th prince of Tianyan. He had studied the territories of all sects and was aware of the pinnacle powers within each domain and their respective realms. He had never heard of an ancient species residing within Longtime Mountain, let alone within the Tianyan dynasty. Chen Xian's heart ached. An ancient species. He had narrowly missed the chance to claim one. Ancient species, pure-blooded beasts from a primordial era, had nearly gone extinct throughout the ages. Their reproductive abilities stripped away due to their overwhelming power, which defied the natural order. They are exceedingly rare. Any single one possesses a bloodline capable of suppressing the contemporary top-tier beasts, such as the celestial fox lineage, which possesses formidable strength and stands as a sovereign in its own right, yet would find itself subdued by an ancient species, often refraining from resistance. No wonder. All the beasts in the illusory enigmatic forest were at the mercy of that serpent. Alas, how infuriating! Chen Xian gritted his teeth. This ancient species has now recognized Xiao Junlin as its master. Unless Xiao Junlin is killed, this bond will never dissipate, and the ancient species will continue to heed his commands. The Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Perhaps it hails from beyond the heavens. It could aid you in rising swiftly. If the opportunity arises, you must eliminate Xiao Junlin and reclaim the serpent's allegiance. Chen Xian was taken aback, contemplating. Do not be overly merciful. A general's success is often built upon the bones of the fallen. Xiao Junlin's innate talent and disposition are far inferior to yours. and the ancient species is merely a waste in his hands. You should consider the Tianyin dynasty. Sacrificing a Xiao Junlin is of little consequence, the dragon blood heavenly emperor admonished. Upon hearing his words, Qin Xian glanced at Xiao Junlin's back, sighed, and understood. The innocent suffer for the guilty. The fault lies with Xiao Junlin, not with him. Qin Xian, the illusory enigmatic forest is in close proximity to the Longai Mountain range. As a golden light descended, everyone returned to Longai Mountain. Upon landing, Xiao Junlin was contemplating how to accommodate the small serpent and gather enough beast essence to concoct the extreme breaking barrier pill to expedite his breakthrough to the three phases realm. Suddenly, Qin Xian called out to him, "Senior brother, the distressed jade given to me by Elder Qinin before our departure was entrusted to your care. Now that the matter is concluded, may I return it to Elder Qinin?" Xiao Junlin would never consider returning it.I in the original narrative. Qin Xian had not utilized this item in the illusory enigmatic forest, yet in a subsequent major plot point, he had relied on the distressed jade to summon Elder Qinin during a life and death crisis. That battle had left Elder Qinin significantly injured, leading to her developing a fondness for him under his attentive care, ultimately resulting in her inclusion in his harem. Despicable, such fortune should rightfully belong to me. Xiao Junlin coughed lightly and replied earnestly, "I shall personally return it to Elder Qinin and report this matter." The sudden appearance of the floating life demon sect, along with their precise ambush on our beast-subduing squad, must surely harbor hidden truths. Qin Xian was indifferent to any hidden truths. The distressed jade was a unique treasure belonging to the elders, with each of the 5 elders possessing one. Elder Qinin had given it to him out of affection. So how could it simply be handed back to Xiao Junlin? Senior brother, seeing Xiao Junlin's refusal to return it, Qin Xian grew anxious. Yet Xiao Junlin's stance remained resolute. Junior brother, focus your attention on your cultivation. The entire Longtime Mountain has high hopes for you. But to be frank, I am not satisfied with your performance in this task. Xiao Junlin spoke earnestly, shifting everyone's attention towards Qin Xian's actions. Who cared about the distressed jade? What is wrong with me? Qin Xian retorted defiantly, feeling increasingly that the Dragon Master was correct. Xiao Junlin was merely a stepping stone obstructing his path, one that should be crushed beneath his foot. First, you chose the wrong direction. Then you failed to intercept the floating life demon sect during their rescue, and later, you couldn't withstand the purple-winged golden hound, nearly costing me my life. What do you have to say for yourself? Enough. You must be weary from this journey. Return and rest. Starting tomorrow, focus on your cultivation. I will personally supervise your progress. The hopes of Longai Mountain cannot afford the slightest negligence. A series of statements from Xiao Junlin bore a weighty tone, tinged with severity. Bai Li and Yi Hongling exchanged glances. In the past, they would have intervened on behalf of their junior brother against Xiao Junlin's bullying. Yet at this moment, they discerned that Xiao Junlin's expression was one of disappointment rather than disdain. Qin Xian clenched his fists, feeling humiliated despite Xiao Junlin's outward concern. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Hongling interjected, "Junior brother, senior brother is right. You should return now." Bai Li nodded in agreement. Qin Xian's intended rebuttal had to be swallowed down reluctantly. He quietly clenched his fists, reflecting on his grand ambitions. What was this momentary restraint? Endure. Find the opportunity to eliminate Xiao Junlin and reclaim the serpent's allegiance. That is of utmost importance. Senior brother speaks true. I shall take heed. After bowing in respect, Qin Xian wore an expression of introspection. Such restraint. Truly, to become the protagonist, one must first learn to be like a turtle. Xiao Junlin mused, secretly admiring Qin Xian at such a tender age. He possessed such composure. No wonder the dragon blood heavenly emperor had taken note of him. Just as Qin Xian finished speaking, Elder Qinin's voice resonated within the Hall of Affairs. Young man, the essence of growth lies in self-reflection and independence. It seems your journey has yielded considerable rewards. Elder Qinin glided in gracefully, her feet like pure white jade, each step sending ripples through the air. Her bare feet lending her an ethereal presence that transcended that of an ordinary woman. What feet? Such matters will only hinder me. Xiao Junlin reminded himself, glancing at her for a moment before averting his gaze. Qin Xian clasped his hands. Thank you, Elder Qinin, for your kind words. Internally, he lamented, aside from a single beast essence, what else had he truly gained? Compared to Xiao Junlin's acquisition of the ancient species, his beast essence was hardly worth a scale. Xiao Junlin was preparing to report on the events of their journey while cleverly sidestepping the issue of the distressed jade to claim it for himself when Elder Qinin raised her hand. We shall discuss the events of the illusory, enigmatic forest later. I have a matter of great importance concerning the honor of Longtime Mountain that requires your attention. Chapter 17. Elder Qinin. Surrounded by males upon hearing this, Yi Hongling, Chen Xian, and Bai Li exchanged glances, while Xiao Junlin lowered his head, pondering the plot. Could it be related to the matter of Huaizong? As anticipated, Elder Qinin continued. Huaizong and our Longhai Mountain have a history of incessant conflicts. Cultivators of the Tianyan dynasty have been spreading rumors that Longhai is the largest sect, while Huaizong is the strongest. However, both claims pertain to the pinnacle sects of the Tianyan dynasty. Yi Hongling's battle spirit ignited. One mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. Huaizong may not necessarily be the strongest. Elder Qinin, what schemes has Huaizong devised? Elder Qinin produced a gilded invitation. This is the mountain invitation from Huaizong. Tomorrow, Zhao Wujing, the young master of Huaizong, will personally come to challenge the younger generation of Longhai Mountain. A challenge. Bai Li was taken aback, immediately looking towards Yi Hongling, the strongest among the disciples. Second sister. Make sure to teach them a lesson. Elder Qinin nodded in agreement, acknowledging her words. Indeed, Hongling was the most suitable candidate. However, Zhao Wujing had explicitly stated he would bring along a newly discovered young prodigy from Huaizong. So another individual needed to be selected. As Elder Qinin spoke, her gaze fell directly upon Chen Xian. Realizing that an opportunity to showcase his abilities had arisen, Chen Xian was eager to step forward. However, Xiao Junlin suddenly positioned himself in front of him, addressing Elder Qinin with an imposing demeanor. If Zhao Wujing dares to make an entrance, I, Xiao Junlin, shall ensure he leaves on his hands and knees. Elder Qinin was momentarily speechless. She had intended for Chen Xian and Yi Hongling to collaborate in the battle, providing Chen Xian with an opportunity to hone his skills against his peers. However, Xiao Junlin's unexpected intervention complicated matters. Xiao Junlin's attitude left her feeling somewhat distressed. Junlin, your injuries have not yet healed. Elder Qinin attempted to persuade him to reconsider, urging him to recognize the challenges ahead. Yet Xiao Junlin remained resolute. Rest assured, Elder, I vow to protect the dignity of Longhai Mountain and will undoubtedly defeat Zhao Wujing. As he spoke, he tore a strip from his garment, declaring, if I do not emerge victorious, I shall wear this as a shroud. Chen Xian, Bai Li, Yi Hongling, Qinin, what is this? Opportunities must be seized by oneself. I have already fought so hard for it, yet you still deny me a chance. Is this not a bit biased? Xiao Junlin cursed inwardly. This battle, according to the original text, contains an immense opportunity. It is not merely about the provocations from Huaizong or the challenge at Longhai Mountain. It is far more complex. Hence, Xiao Junlin must grasp this chance. Chen Xian clenched his fists. Senior brother, I did not perform well in the void deceptive forest. For tomorrow's battle, please grant it to me. And I will give it my all. He recognized Xiao Junlin's ambition that if he remained silent, it was likely that Qinin would indeed give the opportunity to Xiao Junlin. Chen Xian felt he had not sufficiently expressed his determination. So he imitated Xiao Junlin and made a solemn vow. Xiao Junlin. Well, imitation is it? He felt somewhat exasperated. The destined child was not so extraordinary after all, lacking in taste, but even more perplexing was Qinin. What was supposed to be her decision had unexpectedly turned into this. If she directly rejected Xiao Junlin, would that not embarrass the senior brother? Refusing Chen Xian was equally undesirable. Qinin quickly thought of Yi Hongling. Yi Hongling had an excellent relationship with Chen Xian, having praised him multiple times in her presence and procured resources for his cultivation. If she entrusted the decision to Yi Hongling, she would undoubtedly choose Chen Xian. This way, she would not have to embarrass Xiao Junlin, as she still feared Xiao Feng, who stood behind him. Xiao Feng's status surpassed even the 5 elders of Longhai Mountain. Even the sect leader had to regard him with respect. After all, Xiao Feng represented Longhai Mountain in battles against the Dark Forbidden Zones and was hailed as a hero. Should Xiao Feng return one day and Xiao Junlin confide his grievances, it would be difficult for her, as the executive elder, to provide an explanation. Hongling, you shall decide this matter. Will you choose Chen Xian or Xiao Junlin? It is up to your judgment. For this is fundamentally a battle between the disciples of Longhai Mountain and Huaizong. After saying this, Qinin intended to ask Chen Xian to return the jade pendant. However, she feared lingering would only entangle her further in this dilemma, so she decided to leave it for another day. Qinin directly returned to the executive hall, leaving Xiao Junlin and the 3 others in disarray amidst the wind. The most bewildered among them was Yi Hongling. She couldn't shake the feeling that Qinin was shirking responsibility. Yet, she had no evidence. What could she do? Second junior sister, allow me to fight alongside you tomorrow. Chen Xian proposed directly to Yi Hongling. In the past, she would have readily agreed without caring about Xiao Junlin's thoughts. But now, the situation was different. Xiao Junlin had just accused her of indiscriminately killing innocents and demanded she prove herself. If she offended Xiao Junlin now, would he not further slander her? Yet Yi Hongling scoffed inwardly. When had she ever been the type to fear someone using underhanded tactics against her? She was the first female warrior of her generation at Long Eye Mountain. Junior brother, since that is the case. Tomorrow Yi Hongling was about to agree to Qin Xian when Xiao Junlin cleared his throat. Second junior sister, I still have a trump card. You have witnessed the power I exhibited in the Void Deceptive Forest. I can safeguard Long Eye Mountain's honor. If you choose unwisely and Long Eye Mountain suffers defeat, you will bear the blame. Upon hearing this, Xiao Junlin had indeed struck a chord with Yi Hongling. From her subtle expressions, he discerned he was right. Yi Hongling was the type who held a strong sense of collective honor and always distinguished right from wrong, although she was competent and formidable in battle. When faced with matters that could tarnish the sect's reputation, she would become exceedingly hesitant. Yi Hongling's face revealed her inner conflict. Qin Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, wishing to speak again. However, Yi Hongling said, this matter requires further consideration. I will respond to you all tomorrow. With that, she dared not look at Qin Xian and turned away as if fleeing from the battlefield. Bai Li, seeing this, was puzzled. Why was she considering isn't giving it to the junior brother the best option? Second junior sister, wait for me. Bai Li chased after her. Seeing that Yi Hongling did not immediately agree, Qin Xian felt quite displeased, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Junlin. Why is he now opposing me on everything? Senior brother, you used to yield to me. Why not let me fight tomorrow? Qin Xian played the emotional card. Xiao Junlin merely smiled. You are still young and unaware of the dangers that await tomorrow. Return and practice more. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Leave tomorrow's battle to your senior brother. With that, Xiao Junlin walked toward his residence. Qin Xian's eyes narrowed. Dragon Master, you are right. I must find a way to eliminate Xiao Junlin. Back in his room, Xiao Junlin took out the little snake from his pocket. The little snake was still fast asleep. What an ugly creature. This legendary ancient species. The little snake seemed to hear Xiao Junlin's words and flicked its tail as if to assert its own charm. Xiao Junlin chuckled, gently stroking the sides of the little snake's head, where there were bumps indicating the horns that were soon to grow. For this was not a mere snake. It was a dragon. It needs a name that befits my identity. While Xiao Junlin was lost in thought, a knock came at the door. Who is it? Senior brother, it's me. Yi Hongling. Chapter 18. Sister, do not look back. I shall extract the snake. Yi Hongling? Oh right, I had arranged to meet her. Xiao Junlin opened the door and found Yi Hongling had changed out of her armor and battle skirt into her daily training attire. Though she lacked the feminine charm compared to other junior sisters, she compensated with a purity and untainted demeanor reminiscent of a high school classmate he once knew, running under the sun in sportswear with a high ponytail. He wondered if she was married now and if she ever reminisced about their countless joyous moments together. Second junior sister, please come in. Xiao Junlin graciously extended his hand, inviting Yi Hongling to enter and sit down. It was Yi Hongling's first visit to Xiao Junlin's residence, especially at such a late hour, making her feel quite uncomfortable. Thus, she did not sit down but got straight to the point. Senior brother, I have led the demon suppression team for many years, always killing only evil spirits and monsters, never breaking this ironclad rule. Why do you accuse me of indiscriminately killing innocents, knowing her urgency? Xiao Junlin remained unhurried. He slowly poured her a cup of tea before responding, I certainly believe in you, junior sister. However, the beast I recognized from that egg, as you have seen, can communicate with the spirits of all creatures in the Void Deceptive Forest. It claims that you indiscriminately kill innocents, that I do not. Yi Hongling's face gradually revealed her grievance. She had dedicated herself to Longtime Mountain for so many years. How could she be slandered like this? You know it cannot lie to me since I recognized it as my OWN.do. You suggest I trust my snake, or you? Seeing Yi Hongling not taking the teacup, Xiao Junlin drank it himself. Yi Hongling slammed her hand on the table. Where's your snake? I want to confront it. Xiao Junlin searched around before pointing to his abdomen. My snake is here. Yi Hongling's exquisite features bore a hint of indignation. Senior brother, do not speak such vulgar words, or I will leave immediately. What, junior sister, what nonsense are you spouting? I am a respectable person. Xiao Junlin reached inside and directly pulled out the ancient creature. I told you it was right here. What are you thinking, junior sister? This scene left Yi Hongling in a state of confusion. She had initially been excited, thinking Xiao Junlin would produce something she had never seen before. Now, she was left speechless, realizing the snake actually resided on him. Was he not afraid of being bitten? This little creature just hatched. It is curious about everything and loves to wander. Xiao Junlin explained as he presented the little snake to Yi Hongling. Since you wish to confront it, then confront it. Yi Hongling was taken aback, staring at the gradually enlarging snake head, momentarily at a loss for words. It cannot understand me. Yi Hongling felt a sense of helplessness akin to a mute eating bitter herbs. Xiao Junlin chuckled. While it may not understand, it can sense danger. With that, Xiao Junlin called out, and the little snake lunged toward Yi Hongling, slipping into her clothing before she could react. Ah, get it out! Yi Hongling screamed. Xiao Junlin, maintaining a serious demeanor, stated, "It must be due to your holding the demon-slaying sword. Your fierce aura frightened it, thinking you wanted to harm it. Junior sister, do not move. If you do, it may hurt you." Seeing Yi Hongling's terrified expression, she indeed froze. Xiao Junlin could not help but laugh inwardly. Even the sect's female warrior was afraid of snakes. There are few women who are not. "Beast, this is my junior sister. Do not act recklessly." Xiao Junlin feigned seriousness while internally controlling the little snake, urging it to continue burrowing without causing her harm, and the faster it did so, the better. As Yi Hongling felt the little snake wriggling inside her clothing, she activated her spiritual energy, summoning the power of her peak blood realm. But it was utterly ineffective. "Junior sister, remember, this snake's pressure can crush the purple-winged golden hound. How could you possibly manage it? Listen to me. I will make it obey. It is behind you. Lie down, and I will retrieve it. As Xiao Junlin spoke, he pinned Yi Hongling down onto the table. Yi Hongling felt disgruntled. As the distinguished female warrior of her generation at Long Eye Mountain, when had she ever listened to a man? Yet, this ancient creature indeed intimidated her. Moreover, since Xiao Junlin was her senior brother, his tone was less of a discussion and more of a command. Especially as he spoke, he swept everything off the large round table onto the floor. The sound of shattering echoed, as if to suggest to Yi Hongling that I have shattered my tea set to assist you. Yet you still refuse to cooperate. Very well. Yi Hongling obediently lay on the grand round table. Xiao Junlin stood behind her, admiring her flawless figure. Quite impressive. Indeed, junior sister, do not move recklessly. This entity is fierce and domineering. Should it desire your demise, the likes of the purple-winged golden hound and the floating life demonic cult would be your fate. Upon hearing this, Yi Hongling felt a mix of fear and shame, rendering her motionless. Yet in the next moment, Yi Hongling's gaze sharpened. She sensed Xiao Junlin's hand becoming increasingly unruly. In haste, Yi Hongling exclaimed, "Senior brother, curse that beast for daring to frolic in my junior sister's presence. Once I catch you, I shall stew you into serpent soup." Xiao Junlin replied with righteous indignation, "Junior sister, do not turn around. I shall seize it at once." Chapter 19. Capturing Yi Hongling, Awakening the Empress's Consciousness. Half an hour later, as Xiao Junlin finished, he patted Yi Hongling, "Junior sister, the ancient breed has been captured." "Junior sister?" He chuckled inwardly. "From this moment forth, you are mine." In the original tale, only those who possess Yi Hongling could inherit the unparalleled swordsmanship of the 9-generation sword immortal. This was the crucial step for Qin Xian before ascending to the realm of the Heavenly Emperor. Yet now, both Yi Hongling's body and her swordsmanship belonged to Xiao Junlin, Nangong Jin, Bai Li. Yi Hongling. He had already claimed 3 out of 7 women. Qin Xian, when you uncover the truth, your resolve shall surely shatter. Moreover, the reason he risked everything to capture Yi Hongling was to awaken something, an entity that would only stir if Yi Hongling's purity was tainted. At this moment, while Xiao Junlin reveled in his triumph, he witnessed the fallen demon-slaying sword autonomously being drawn back to Yi Hongling's palm. A sword aura, seemingly foreign to her, surged around Yi Hongling, rampaging with wild abandon. Excellent. This is the power. At last, it has awakened. Admiring the furious sword aura, Xiao Junlin swiftly formed a defensive array around the room, concealing the commotion within. In the original narrative, Yi Hongling was a reincarnation of the innate sword immortal. The 9th cycle, with 9 lifetimes of accumulation aimed at breaking into the unparalleled realm of the Heavenly Emperor. Junior sister, can you control this power? According to the original timeline, it would take Yi Hongling several more years to gradually unseal her past strength. However, Xiao Junlin was unwilling to wait that long. His current trump cards were insufficient. He needed Yi Hongling to bolster his combat prowess. She was a treasure trove of swordsmanship. Yet as the sword aura emanating from Yi Hongling intensified, she turned to face Xiao Junlin, her eyes glowing with a crimson hue. "You dare to tarnish my purity. You seek death." From Yi Hongling's lips emerged another woman's voice, imbued with supreme pressure and dominance. Starkly contrasting Yi Hongling's somewhat juvenile tone, Xiao Junlin recognized that this was the consciousness of her past life as a sword immortal. the legendary female sword immortal, who had ruled the ages and founded the burial sword dynasty. Known as the Moon Soul Empress, alas, the Empress was ultimately only at the Celestial King stage, unable to ascend to the Heavenly Emperor. As Xiao Junlin finished speaking, a towering crimson phantom, identical to Yi Hongling yet 3 times her height, erupted from behind her. The demon-slaying sword in hand was swung forth, its sword aura sharp, and its speed exponentially surpassing that of the previous Yi Hongling. Xiao Junlin grasped the small serpent tightly. Sensing the murderous intent, the tiny creature opened its mouth wide, unleashing a terrifying pressure from the ancient breed, clashing with the sword aura. Bang! The concealed defensive array Xiao Junlin had set up collapsed, reducing the entire chamber to ruins. Fortunately, the 7th peak was a uniquely isolated mountain on Longai Mountain, several hundred zhang away from the other peaks. Moreover, the array had muffled most of the combat sounds. Otherwise, those elders would likely have already rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Xiao Junlin staggered back from the shock. The small serpent was still in good condition, but his arm ached painfully. What a formidable 9th-generation sword immortal. The Empress of the dynasty. With her current cultivation at the Blood Realm, she could unleash combat prowess capable of clashing head-on with the ancient breed. Thank heavens, I'm not some foolish minor antagonist. Otherwise, I would have been obliterated in an instant. Xiao Junlin felt a lingering fear. At this moment, the Moon Soul Empress displayed a flicker of astonishment. If you allow the ancient breed to grow, it shall become my great adversary. Should you strike again, it would be akin to murdering your husband. What great adversary? I am currently your man in this lifetime, now that the burial sword dynasty has fallen. If you cannot ascend to the Heavenly Emperor in this lifetime, you may never have another. You dare to threaten me? And what of it? Xiao Junlin exuded an imposing aura. You have no choice. I harbor the ancient breed. Your current body cannot withstand your own power, thus you cannot kill me. Should you consent, I would gladly assist you in regaining your peak. However, if you refuse, once your consciousness dissipates and you revert to my junior sister, I shall ensure your demise. He understood that ordinary communication would be futile when dealing with this former empress. He needed to be more tyrannical and ruthless to subdue her. You dare? Try me. Xiao Junlin's momentum remained unyielding, while Yi Hongling fell into silence. The phantom behind her seemed to be faltering, visibly dissipating at an observable rate. It left her with a warning. Should you dare betray me, when I awaken once more, it shall be your death. With that, the demon-slaying sword slipped from Yi Hongling's grasp, and she fainted. Xiao Junlin instinctively caught her, feeling speechless. What a decisive and formidable empress. Yet before you fell into slumber, at least allow your true self to find a bed to lie upon, rather than fainting while standing. Truly a straightforward woman. It was Xiao Junlin who exhibited chivalry. Embracing the fallen Yi Hongling. As he gazed at the stunning beauty in his arms, the aura of dominance and bloodlust faded, replaced by a sense of confusion. Junior sister, have you awakened? Yi Hongling's eyes gradually cleared, only to realize she was lying in Xiao Junlin's embrace. She immediately pushed him away and stood up, astonished by the dilapidated state of her once pristine chamber. Did I do this? Could it be that you were devoid of memory during the Empress's awakening? Just now, when the serpent's poison acted up, I exerted great effort to assist you in dispelling it. However, alas, your poisoning was too severe, and your sudden outburst nearly cost me my life. Junior sister, it seems your nature is rather violent. You should seek me out more often for dates, so I may help cultivate some virtues within you. Xiao Junlin's words filled Yi Hongling with guilt. I had no idea. Senior brother, I am sorry. I do not know what transpired. Not knowing is for the best. Had Yi Hongling restored her past strength, that single sword strike could have cleaved Longtime Mountain in two, though my little serpent is an ancient breed. It is still merely in its infancy and cannot yet protect my life before a celestial king. Senior brother, I shall compensate for your residence. I may not possess many spirit stones, but I have strength and can assist in rebuilding. However, I absolutely will not condone the indiscriminate slaughter of innocent beasts. Seeing Yi Hongling's remorseful expression, Xiao Junlin replied nonchalantly, rebuilding is unnecessary. You need only agree to one thing. What is it? Xiao Junlin sensed the timing was ripe and stated directly. Tomorrow, during the battle against Weizong, I want you to choose me to fight alongside you. Chapter 20. Refining the extreme breaking barrier pill. Upon hearing this, Yi Hongling was taken aback. You truly wish to represent Longai Mountain in battle. But the junior disciple, Qin Xian, has expressed his desire to fight. While Yi Hongling had initially intended to choose Qin Xian, Xiao Junlin was well aware of her and Qin Yin's inclinations. In the original tale, it was indeed Qin Xian who fought and triumphed, earning the respect of Longai Mountain. However, with Xiao Junlin present, Would he allow Chen Xian the opportunity to bask in glory? Junior sister, the Huizong is challenging us. Longhai Mountain must emerge victorious, or how can we maintain our standing in the Tianyan dynasty? You witnessed how ordinary my junior disciple performed in the illusory deceptive forest. Had I not claimed the little serpent and defeated the purple-winged golden hound, we all would have perished there. Furthermore, you are aware that I have seen your uncontrollable state. However, my junior disciple has not. Should you falter while cooperating with him, the reputation of Longhai Mountain would be irreparably damaged. Each word struck deep within Yi Hongling's heart, leaving her in contemplation. Xiao Junlin pressed on, Junior sister, my chamber is a legacy from my father, filled with his memories. It is unique, now that you have damaged it. How will you compensate me? Is it too much to ask for such a small favor? Senior brother wishes to fight for Longhai Mountain as well. Yi Hongling furrowed her brow, glancing outside the chamber. In truth, the seventh peak had 3 other chambers. How could any one of them be unique? However, since Xiao Junlin had said so, perhaps this chamber held special significance for Elder Xiao Feng. Yi Hongling took a deep breath. Considering how to explain this to the junior disciple, Xiao Junlin smiled slightly, stepping forward to pat Yi Hongling's shoulder. Like you, I regard the junior disciple as my own son. I believe he will understand. That? Yi Hongling hesitated. Suddenly, Xiao Junlin's demeanor turned assertive. Today, I came to rescue you. And yet you have indeed destroyed my chamber and nearly killed me in your rage. Is it too much to ask you to do something in return? Yi Hongling had a strong sense of pride. She disliked feeling indebted to others. Yet, every word from Xiao Junlin hinted at her obligation to him. Senior brother, whatever compensation you desire, as long as I can fulfill it. I shall agree. Junior sister, having managed the demon-subduing team for so many years, you must possess some beast essence. Yes. Although I have indulged in the pleasures of Yi Hongling's body, I have yet to partake in the treasures. Consuming everything to the last drop is indeed the style of Xiao Junlin. Upon hearing this, Yi Hongling immediately shook her head, stating that beast essence is a top-tier alchemical material, which must be collected right after a beast of at least the 5th realm dies, or else it will dissipate on its own. The difficulty in obtaining it is immense, making each piece exceedingly precious. A common beast core costs merely 10,000 spirit stones, but a single piece of beast essence demands 300,000 spirit stones. I do not possess any. Oh, Xiao Junlin was astonished upon hearing this. Have you, as the captain of the demon subjugation team for so long, not embezzled a single piece? Yi Hongling promptly retorted, I have always maintained a clear distinction between public and private matters. The spoils of the demon subjugation team are all handed over to Elder Nye. Elder Nye Huanqi, oversees the resource hall of Longhai Mountain, responsible for distributing pills, techniques, spirit artifacts, and more. It would indeed be somewhat challenging for Xiao Junlin to approach her for beast essence, as she would certainly be harder to deceive than this little girl. Yi Hongling. Yi Hongling possesses 1 piece, as mentioned in the original text. Xiao Junlin feigned solemnity, lamenting, what a pity. By choosing me for tomorrow's battle, you have done an injustice to the little junior brother. Though it is for the good of the sect, some form of compensation must be given to him. I had intended to refine a new golden pill for him sooner. But alas, these words struck a chord deep within Yi Hongling. How could she not feel a twinge of guilt towards Chen Xian? With this thought, Yi Hongling gently pursed her lips, her resolute face softened with a hint of pain, as she retrieved a piece of beast essence from her storage ring. This was given to me by the elders as a reward for my contributions in subjugating demons. Her voice was barely above a whisper, as if this beast essence constituted the bulk, if not the entirety, of her savings. Xiao Junlin keenly observed her expression and teased, could this be your dowry, junior sister? Her face flushed at Xiao Junlin's words. Yi Hongling playfully admonished, if you keep speaking nonsense, I shall not give it to you. No, it is not for me. Everything is for the little junior brother, after all. With that, Xiao Junlin accepted the beast essence. Yi Hongling was decisive in her actions. Having given it, she felt no lingering attachment. Tomorrow, you must give your all, and together we shall bring glory to Longhai Mountain. That beast essence must be refined for the little junior brother as soon as possible. Of course, everything is for the little junior brother. Xiao Junlin had intended to linger a bit longer with Yi Hongling, but she had already departed. Truly a woman of swift and decisive action. He glanced down at the beast essence. Just 1 more piece, and I could refine the extreme breaking pill overnight. Stepping into the 3rd realm. Yi Hongling's earlier outburst had also instilled a sense of urgency in Xiao Junlin. In the original text, every senior sister of Longhai Mountain was extraordinary, serving as a crucial support for Chen Xian in his rise to become the Xian Tian Emperor. Even a single Yi Hongling nearly brought him to his end. One can only imagine how formidable the others are. He must hasten to grow stronger. If only someone would send me a piece of beast essence, Xiao Junlin muttered to himself, chuckling at his own self-deprecation. He was no fated protagonist. Like the masses, he did not bask in the favor of heaven, so how could he expect his desires to manifest? Just then, a delicate figure approached the dilapidated quarters. Her face tinged with irritation. "Elder brother, I have something I wish to clarify with you." Xiao Junlin lifted his gaze, thinking how timely her arrival was. He smiled, saying, "Third junior sister, please come in." As he prepared to invite Bai Li inside, he suddenly realized there was no door left. "Elder brother, what happened here?" It was merely the result of an exploded furnace, alas. Xiao Junlin sighed lightly. "What brings you here, junior sister?" Bai Li's eyes sparkled with a fervent desire for alchemy. "An explosion? What pill were you refining, elder brother?" "I have come to ask you to teach me the refining method for the 7 transmutation soul pill. You came to find me at such a late hour for a single pill?" "Indeed, dangling the allure of alchemy before this pill enthusiast is the most effective method." Xiao Junlin intentionally refrained from answering, instead focusing on Bai Li's dowry. He recalled that, according to the original narrative, Bai Li also possessed a piece of beast essence. "Junior sister, we can discuss the 7 transmutation soul pill later. For now, I must refine the breaking through pill, the extreme breaking pill." With that, Xiao Junlin ignored her and made his way to the alchemy room. Upon hearing the name of the extreme breaking pill, Bai Li's eyes lit up. That is a top-tier pill capable of ensuring a 100% breakthrough to the 3rd realm. The difficulty is on par with the Golden Dragon pill. The primary challenge lies in sourcing the materials, requiring 3 pieces of beast essence. Even she had only managed to save 1 over the years. However, seeing her elder brother's demeanor, it seemed he had gathered enough beast essence, right? Bai Li followed him to the alchemy room, reminding, "Elder brother, have you managed to gather the 3 pieces of beast essence?" "Of course not, which is why I must take advantage of you." Xiao Junlin silently mused. Bai Li harbored a perfectionist obsession with alchemy, intolerant of any flaws. This near-obsessive compulsiveness was also a fatal weakness. Xiao Junlin deliberately began refining the extreme breaking pill in front of her. As the flames in the furnace surged, several beast cores were tossed in, along with various herbs. Finally, the most crucial material, beast essence. Bai Li counted the pieces of beast essence carefully, only to find Xiao Junlin had placed in just 2. Elder brother, you are missing 1. But Xiao Junlin paid her no heed, his expression nearly manic as he continued to channel spiritual energy into the furnace. "Elder brother, you are short 1. Elder brother, you must stop." Xiao Junlin feigned ignorance. Bai Li's breath quickened. "No, elder brother, you cannot." Bai Li knew that lacking a piece of beast essence would not only lead to the failure of refining the extreme breaking pill, but could also cause an imbalance of power within the furnace. It could explode. With this thought, Bai Li gritted her teeth and painfully retrieved 1 of her own pieces of beast essence, tossing it into the alchemy furnace. Soon, the 3 pieces of beast essence merged rapidly. The fragrance of the pill wafted through the air. A pill shimmering with purple, blue, and gold hues floated upward. Xiao Junlin extinguished the furnace's flames. Then, with fingers splayed like claws, the extreme breaking pill descended into his hand. "Congratulations, elder brother." Bai Li was terrified, rushing forward. Upon seeing the extreme breaking pill, she was filled with relief, and added, "Elder brother, you were short 1 piece of beast essence just now. You must return the 1 you forgot to include." Xiao Junlin immediately feigned ignorance, saying, "Beast essence? What beast essence?" Bai Li panicked. I just gave you a piece of beast essence." Xiao Junlin feigned seriousness. "Junior sister, what nonsense are you speaking? I am a man of integrity." You. Bai Li's face flushed red. That was the hard-earned savings she had accumulated. Yet Xiao Junlin disregarded her, suddenly swallowing the pill. A surge of violent medicinal power erupted from his stomach, crashing through his organs as if it were carving out another space within him. Opening the inner palace, entering the 3rd realm, Bai Li's breath quickened. Realizing this was a sign of a breakthrough to the 3rd realm, elder brother had suffered a decline in cultivation while refining the Golden Dragon pill, so why was he so rapidly reaching the peak of the blood transportation realm? Xiao Junlin's clothes fluttered with the force of the medicinal power. "Junior sister, let us test the efficacy of this extreme breaking pill." "I do not wish to know," Bai Li pouted, solely wanting him to return her piece of beast essence. But Xiao Junlin was now at a critical juncture of breakthrough. Bai Li's perfectionism would not permit Xiao Junlin to fail in front of her. After all, this extreme breaking pill was also a product of her assistance, and she felt it was akin to a child they had created together. At that moment, Xiao Junlin was drenched in sweat. The heat formed steam rising upward. His entire abdomen felt as if it were a blazing furnace. As the in-extreme breaking pill was completely digested, a tear began to rip open within Xiao Junlin's dantian. The accumulated spiritual energy from the blood transportation realm surged into that opening in an instant. This inner palace is responsible for converting spiritual energy into attribute power, a hallmark of the third realm. The third realm is a pivotal stage where practitioners transform the natural spiritual energy into attribute power. The practitioner's spiritual energy will awaken into attribute dharma forms. Attributes range from common to rare, categorized as metal, wood, water, fire, earth, collectively known as the five elemental dharmas. Wind, thunder, light, and darkness are referred to as the four symbol dharmas. Sword intent, saber intent, spear intent, staff intent, pill intent, formation intent, and refining intent are classified as intent-level dharmas. The rarest are the two rule-based attributes, space and time, in the original text. Xin awakened the space dharma form. I wonder what attribute I will awaken. Xiao Junlin felt a surge of anticipation. According to the original plot, he would have perished by now, having no opportunity for awakening. If heaven is unjust and grants me only the five elements, I shall defy the heavens. Xiao Junlin braced himself for the worst. Feeling the completion of the inner palace opening, the absorption of spiritual energy reached its limit. Next would be the moment of awakening. Open. Chapter 21. Mastering Time, Divine Intent at the Third Realm. Meanwhile, outside Yu Hongling's residence, second senior sister, you will choose me for tomorrow's battle, won't you? Qian stood outside, cupping his hands, yet received no response from within. He had come to seek Yu Hongling, intending to confirm the roster for tomorrow, as he valued stability and wished to avoid any surprises. However, no one was inside. A reminder from the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor echoed in his mind. Qian was puzzled, wondering where second senior sister had gone at such a late hour. Perhaps she was consulting Elder Qinin about the battle participants. With this thought, Qian hastened towards the administrative hall. Unlike Xiao Junlin, who was a fool only concerned with solitary pursuits, Qian would seize the opportunity before him. Once he secured Elder Qinin's confirmation, he, Qian, would be the one to represent longtime mountain in battle. Achieving fame and fortune. Just after Qian left, a dejected young woman entered, heading straight for the room. Yi Hongling sighed deeply. Little junior brother, I truly owe you an apology. I cannot refuse elder brother. She always felt that this choice was far more arduous than battling the monstrous beast outside. In the executive hall, in the rear chamber, within the elder's sleeping quarters, amidst the misty haze of the jade pool, rose petals floated languidly, landing upon a flawless expanse of skin. A pair of slender jade legs lifted, the petals adhering to the skin due to the surface tension of the water, cascading down the sides of the jade legs. As the music ebbed and flowed like breath, the droplets on her collarbone fell, tracing the undulating curves before disappearing into the pool. The rising steam caressed the cold, pale skin of the musicians. Imparting a delicate blush, she stretched lazily, then leaned beside the water, her expression contemplative. The demon sect had learned of the movements of the beast-slaying team and ambushed them midway. There must be some hidden agenda behind this. Perhaps an infiltrator from the demon sect had mingled with Dragon Terrace Mountain, leaking the whereabouts of Hongling. She seemed to be speaking to the air, her languid movements creating an alluring curve with her jade bones. Her long hair clung to her jade back and waist, with a few strands trailing down to her pert posterior, a beauty that was breathtaking. The sudden visit from the Endless Sect, with the young sect master Zhao Wujiang rumored to be half a step into the three realms. Also accompanied by a newly ascended prodigy who had only joined the Endless Sect a month prior, felt like an overt challenge, making me suspect ulterior motives. Alas, since the Empress ascended the throne, the Tianyan dynasty has been in tumultuous times. She sighed deeply. Tomorrow would bring a fierce battle. Within the sect, among the elite second-generation disciples, only Nangong Jin, Bai Li, Qian, Xiao Junlin, and Yi Hongling were present at Dragon Terrace Mountain. The others were still out honing their skills. Yi Hongling was undoubtedly the best choice for the battle, but she had her sights set on Qian as well. She had witnessed Qian's progress and talent firsthand. He had consistently achieved the most among the disciples, receiving the most resources and advancing the fastest. Previously observing his cultivation, she suspected he had already reached the blood transfusion stage, merely a step away from entering the three realms. Should Qian ascend to the three realms, with his innate gifts, he would undoubtedly awaken attributes at the four symbols level, or even possibly at the three intent level. Therefore, she endeavored to provide him with every opportunity to establish his reputation. After all, Qian represented the future hope of Dragon Terrace Mountain. However, today, Xiao Junlin's two proactive endeavors had introduced variables that left her somewhat conflicted. The illusory forest once. In the endless battle another time. When did Junlin become this aggressive? It was rather peculiar. As the musician stepped out of the water, the pool cascaded over her body, accentuating her proud curves. She walked barefoot into sleeping quarters. Still pondering how to address Xiao Junlin. It was commendable for disciples to strive for progress, yet both she and Yi Hongling had vested interest in Qin Xian, rendering Xiao Junlin's enthusiasm somewhat misplaced. Should she offer Junlin some form of compensation to preserve his motivation? Just then, a voice emerged from outside the chamber. Disciple Qin Xian requests an audience with Elder Qin. Upon hearing this, Qinin swiftly dried herself using her spiritual energy, donned the solemn attire of an elder, and stepped outside. Upon seeing her breathtaking visage, Qin Xian could not help but swallow hard. While the junior sisters were undoubtedly youthful and radiant, the elders of Dragon Terrace Mountain bore no signs of age, instead exuding an abundance of feminine allure. Particularly, their long-standing positions lent them an air of pride. Conquering them would be a dream for any man. Sensing Qin Xian's predatory gaze, Qinin coldly admonished, "Young man, you should focus on your cultivation and uphold the honor of the sect. Do you understand?" "I understand my mistake." Qin Xian immediately averted his gaze, clasping his hands respectfully. "Disciple wishes to fight for Dragon Terrace Mountain tomorrow. I implore the elder to grant me this opportunity. I had intended for you to participate in the battle. There was no need for a late-night visit." Qin Yin replied, seated sideways on the bronze chair in the executive hall. The Endless Sect does not make an appearance at the Three Treasures Hall without cause. This is no simple matter of disciple sparring. You must have noticed that although Zhao Wujiang is merely half a step into the three realms, his combat prowess is formidable. If you and Hong Ling cooperate fully, you may stand a chance. Qin Xian discerned the implication in Qin Yin's words. Regardless of any conspiracy, he would protect Dragon Terrace Mountain. "Thank you, Elder, for your support. However, regarding second senior sister, from my understanding of Hong Ling, she will undoubtedly choose you. There is no need for me to say this. Junlin is also vying for her, and I cannot openly refuse him." Considering my need to be mindful of Elder Xiaofeng, upon hearing Xiaofeng's name, Qin Xian's eyes narrowed. This man was Xiao Junlin's greatest reliance. Without him, Junlin would be nothing, unable to maintain even his position as the eldest disciple. I must speak my mind. Elder Xiaofeng has been dwelling in the dark forbidden zone for too long. He may have already been tainted by demonic energy. The elders and the sect master should prepare for this possibility. Although Qin Yin appreciated Qin Xian, she disliked discussing such treasonous matters. Do not speak ill of the sect's heroes. Prepare well for tomorrow's battle. Do not dwell on other matters for now. With a wave of her hand, she seemed to issue an order for him to leave. Qin Xian realized he had overstepped. Yet, observing Qin Yin's reaction, it was evident she had reacted rather strongly. It appeared that the Dragon Master was correct. The demonic energy in the dark forbidden zone was insidious. Although Xiaofeng was suppressing it for the sake of Dragon Terrace Mountain, if he were to become tainted, even the righteous would not hesitate to act against him. In such a case, Xiaofeng's demise would also mark Xiao Junlin's end. Upon returning to his residence, Qin Xian felt quite pleased. Tomorrow represented a splendid opportunity for him to establish his name between Dragon Terrace Mountain and the Endless Sect. Dragon Blood Celestial Emperor, what are the chances of success for us tomorrow? The voice of the Dragon Blood Celestial Emperor echoed in his mind. With our fusion, we can contend at the mid-level of the three realms. That Zhao Wujiang, being merely half a step into the three realms, poses little threat, though I am more concerned about another matter. Qin Xian was curious. Earlier, there was a manifestation of sword immortal power within Dragon Terrace Mountain. Though it was just the tip of the iceberg, I suspect it originates from Yi Hongling. Could second senior sister truly be the reincarnation of the sword immortal you mentioned earlier? That seems likely. A millennium ago, a woman of unparalleled swordsmanship emerged, treading the path of the sword and reaching the Celestial King realm, though she could not attain the Celestial Emperor realm. In this life, should she awaken, she stands a chance to ascend to the Celestial Emperor realm. You must cultivate a bond with her. I am merely puzzled, as given her current cultivation, it seems unlikely she would show signs of awakening so early. Has something happened to her? Qin Xian pondered steadily. After we fight side by side tomorrow, I will win second senior sister's heart, and I can investigate further then. The Dragon Blood Celestial Emperor reminded him. Yi Hongling is fervently devoted to the sword. The best way to win her over is to first acquire the Moonlight Rainbow Phoenix sword she left behind during her sword immortal phase. Forging a sword contract. Once she wields the sword, her heart will resonate with yours. Qin Xian's eyes lit up. Where is the Moonlight Rainbow Phoenix sword? The ethereal figure of the dragon-blood celestial emperor manifested on Chen Xian's brow, revealing an elder with striking eyebrows and bright eyes, who now closed his eyes, meditating in midair, his hands forming seals as a mysterious light enveloped him. Soon, that light transformed into a red thread. Swiftly pinpointing a location. As the red thread dissipated, the dragon-blood celestial emperor slowly opened his eyes. Frostmoon Mirror Lake. Chen Xian frowned. Frostmoon Mirror Lake. That is within the territory of the Endless Sect. I will seek it after tomorrow's battle. Yes, the ethereal figure of the dragon-blood celestial emperor became increasingly translucent. Tracking such distant karma is immensely taxing given my current state that I need to rest for several hours. What Xiao Junlin offers in terms of alchemy is undoubtedly a ruse. You need not wait for him. You can begin refining the beast essence in your possession along with the pills you have saved. When I awaken, I will assist you in reaching the three realms. Chen Xian nodded. Observing the dragon-blood celestial emperor fall into slumber, that he retrieved the beast essence and commenced his final round of cultivation. According to the Dragon Master's assessment, he was bound to possess an innate talent exceeding the 4 symbols level. He simply did not know what specific attribute it would be. Regardless, once he ascended to the 3 realms, it would be sufficient to trample Xiao Junlin underfoot. Chen Xian was brimming with confidence. Tomorrow would mark the beginning of a grand performance. Meanwhile, in Xiao Junlin's sleeping quarters, before Bai Li, a tumultuous force nearly consumed her. She retreated several steps, her heart aching. Just moments ago, Xiao Junlin had entered the 3 realms and had made numerous mistakes, continuously pleading for her to procure pills to save him. That a breakthrough was a life-and-death endeavor. She could not idly watch as Xiao Junlin perished. Therefore, whatever he needed, she had to provide. As for the authenticity, of course, it was fabricated. Xiao Junlin secretly smiled, even suppressing laughter. It wasn't just because he had managed to procure quite a few pills from Bai Li for free. It was more about the attributes of his 3 realms. They did not belong to the 5 elements or the 5 symbols. Rather, it was a peculiar ability, a strange power that could slow down time within a half-foot radius with a mere raise of his hand. Xiao Junlin found it hard to believe that he had awakened the divine intent 3 realms, possessing the power to manipulate time. Chapter 22, Twisted Space. Once again, the divine intent 3 realms, control over time. He had actually awakened the 3 realms of divine intent. Xiao Junlin was perplexed. Was his talent truly this high? The divine intent attribute, even within the Tianyin dynasty, was scarcely attained. Even Yi Hongling, as a reincarnated sword immortal, could only reach the intent of the weapon and awaken sword intent. Yet, the rarity and power of divine intent far surpassed that of weapon intent. However, Xiao Junlin was merely a punching bag character. Even if he was starting to stand up a bit now, it hardly justified awakening the top-tier attribute, right? Perhaps in the original narrative, he should have died long ago, and the author had not defined his dharma aspect, thereby defaulting to a full score. Or it could be due to his earthly soul, but it mattered not. He would gladly accept this unexpected delight and not dwell on it further. Xiao Junlin felt that the initial stage of his 3-phase realm had stabilized within him. He turned to Bai Li and smiled, saying, "Third senior sister, I still require a few more pills to solidify my 3-phase realm. Do you have any reserves?" Bai Li pouted, realizing they had come this far. She could not afford to fail now. "Senior brother, you must compensate me later." With that, she tossed several pills from her bosom. Meanwhile, in the direction where Chen Xian was, he suddenly opened his eyes, and his aura surged. Breaking through from the blood transformation realm to the 3-phase realm, the dragon blood heavenly emperor also awakened, gazing at the vast lightning tribulation gathering in the sky, perplexed, even though it was merely the initial stage of the 3-phase realm. The intensity of this tribulation was overwhelming. However, he had no time to ponder further, sensing that a master was resisting the lightning tribulation on Longtime Mountain. He wholeheartedly assisted Chen Xian in solidifying his divine intent. At that moment, Chen Xian sat cross-legged in midair, and the surrounding space began to warp as the 3-meter-tall Dharma form behind him manifested. The space Dharma form, a manifestation at the divine intent level, was only second to the time Dharma form. The dragon blood heavenly emperor felt a surge of gratification. The ability to manifest the space Dharma form indicated that Chen Xian's talent was unparalleled throughout the ages, proving he had not made a mistake in his choice. The time Dharma form, which governs the flow of time, could, at the pinnacle of its cultivation, even slay an enemy's past during combat, thereby erasing their present. It was terrifying, akin to a taboo, and even the heavenly emperor of Ur had been unable to manifest it in his youth. He had once doubted whether the time Dharma form truly existed. speculating that perhaps the divine intent attributes were limited to the space Dharma form alone, with no time Dharma form at all. Thus, he had never harbored expectations for Qin Xian to awaken the time Dharma form. The space Dharma form alone was ample evidence that Qin Xian had the potential to become the future Heavenly Emperor. Contemplating this, the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor felt he was a step closer to true revival. Though he had just experienced weakness, he now exerted his full strength to assist Qin Xian in stabilizing at the initial stage of the three-phase realm, as the auras of Xiao Junlin and Qin Xian retracted. The towering lightning above Longdai Mountain gradually dissipated. Unbeknownst to them, it was only now that the three grand elders of Longdai Mountain simultaneously dispersed their Dharma forms. Previously, Nie Huanqi, Qin Yin, and Lin Shihua had sensed the Dharma tribulation. The thunderous noise was so immense that they could not pinpoint its exact location, realizing only that a disciple of Longdai Mountain had entered the three-phase realm. This was a momentous occasion. Longdai Mountain had only 5 grand elders and the supreme elder Xiaofeng, with the sect leader being above the three-phase realm. The other disciples, at their strongest, were merely at the peak of the blood transformation realm. Now, with a disciple on the brink of entering the three-phase realm, as elders of Longdai Mountain, they felt obliged to assist in resisting the lightning tribulation. However, the magnitude of this lightning was far greater than when they had first entered the three-phase realm. Such a formidable tribulation could only be attributed to a Dharma form of the 3 intent attributes. Perhaps this disciple would lead Longdai Mountain to true ascendancy. In the resource hall of Longdai Mountain, Nie Huanqi spoke excitedly, transmitting her voice over 1,000 miles. 3 intents. Is it the intent of weaponry, the intent of the Tao, or the most formidable divine intent? If it is divine intent, which disciple possesses such talent? Have we all overlooked it before? In the intelligence hall, Lin Shihua inquired with a tone equally laced with excitement and astonishment. Simultaneously, in the executive hall, Qin Yin dispersed her Dharma form, breathing rapidly, her chest rising and falling restlessly. Which disciple could possibly have attracted such a formidable lightning tribulation? Lin Shihua's speculation seemed overly cautious. This level of tribulation might indeed indicate the awakening of the legendary divine intent Dharma form. But who could it be? A figure flashed in her mind. Qin Xian. Aware of Yi Hongling's strength, she knew well that although she had reached the peak of the blood transformation realm, she still required at least 3 more months to truly enter the three-phase realm. As for Nangong Jin and Bai Li, they were still quite far from stepping into the three-phase realm. Regarding Xiao Junlin, having neglected his cultivation for 3 years, she could not be bothered to assess his prowess. He was not even worth considering. Only Qin Xian remained somewhat elusive to her. She felt that he possessed another formidable power that even she, as an elder, found difficult to discern at a glance. However, since Qin Xian had not voluntarily disclosed this, Qin Yin would not pry, for everyone harbored their own secrets. As long as Qin Xian remained loyal to Longdai Mountain, and that force seemed to only protect him, she would grant him that allowance. It now appeared that after she had encouraged Qin Xian, he had advanced to the three-phase realm ahead of the battle tomorrow. It was a testament to the trust she had placed in him. The 2 disciples entering the three-phase realm might very well be Qin Xian. Upon hearing Qin Yin's words, Nie Huanqi and Lin Shihua nodded in agreement. Like Qin Yin, they recognized Qin Xian's extraordinary talent. As he was the foremost among all disciples of Longdai Mountain, they were equally astonished that he had managed to enter the three-phase realm at such a young age. Now that he had reached this stage, he had attained the level of an elder. Even if he could not be directly promoted to elder, he could no longer continue receiving resources meant for ordinary disciples. Elder Nie was right. Qin Xian should be granted elevated resources, directly enjoying those allocated for elders. The 2 elders were not in a hurry. Qin Yin had other plans. Tomorrow's battle will see Qin Xian fighting alongside Hong Ling against Huaizong. It will be his moment to establish his reputation before all the disciples. At that time, we can announce this matter, making it more convincing. Elder Qin's suggestion is excellent. Let us proceed as planned. The resource allocation will be arranged by my resource hall. Once the sect leader emerges from seclusion, I will report back. My intelligence hall will also seek out more valuable items for the disciples to gather and send to the resource hall for distribution to Qin Xian. After reaching a consensus, the 3 dispersed their 1,000-mile transmission. Qin Yin gazed towards Qin Xian's residence, thinking, Qin Xian, tomorrow, let everyone remember your name. As the thunder dissipated, the disciples who had come out to observe returned to their quarters. The night at Longdai Mountain seemed eerily tranquil, as though nothing had transpired. Only Yi Hongling, staring at the bloodstains on her pants, curled up in her blanket, weeping. She loathed that serpent, and yet, tomorrow for various reasons. She would have to choose her senior brother, betraying her junior brother. Chapter 23. A second meeting with Nangong Jin the next day. The disciples of Longai Mountain, excluding those who had left for external training, numbered over 3,000. At this moment, with the sound of a gathering bell echoing through the mountain gates, all disciples took to the air, some riding swords, others aboard golden lotuses, and some utilizing spiritual energy to traverse the air. Xiao Junlin chose a low-profile approach, opting to walk, as the sect leader's gaze was still fixed upon him. In the original narrative, Dong Huang Qingyuan bore animosity towards their father-son duo, convinced that Xiao Feng would be tainted by dark demonic energy. Hence preparing to suppress him long ago. As the son of Xiao Feng, if he were to exhibit too much brilliance, he would undoubtedly become a target for Dong Huang Qingyuan until his father returned. He needed to conceal his radiance. Xiao Junlin had concocted a pill to hide his cultivation overnight. However, some disciples passing by could not help but display disdain. They had heard rumors that the senior brother's cultivation was on the verge of plummeting to the blood transformation realm. Questioning the authenticity of such claims, surely it can't be that outrageous. Among the 9 elite disciples, all are in the blood transformation realm. If he falls out, how can he still be the senior brother? Still be the senior brother? He probably won't even qualify as an elite disciple. If his father weren't the supreme elder Xiao Feng, he'd be nothing. Keep your voice down. If he hears you, you'll be in for trouble. Xiao Junlin twitched his ears, a slight smile on his face, exuding a warm demeanor like a sunny youth. He wasn't that petty. He merely took note of those few disciples and thought to himself, I'll remember you all. Perhaps I'll pay a visit to your quarters under the cover of night and teach you a lesson. At the mountain gate of Longtime Mountain, the disciples prepared for departure. Exuding a sense of impending confrontation, upon Xiao Junlin's arrival, Qin Yin, Nie Huanqi, and Lin Shihua had already taken their positions ahead. The three stood with their hands clasped behind their backs. Nie Huanqi donned a light green gown, her flowing skirt accentuating her slender waist. The silver thread embroidery of a phoenix on her chest rose and fell with her breath, and a gust of wind lifted her skirt, revealing a glimpse of her snow-white thigh. Lin Shihua, with her hands behind her back, toyed with an ink brush, the scent of pine smoke and ink wafting through her hair as it danced around her willow waist. Her purple skirt fluttered in the wind, but her upper body was slightly more revealing than Nie Huanqi's, with her jade waist belt accentuating her curves. Qin Yin, possessing a decisive air, stood between them, her long legs complementing her striking presence. The 3 grand elders formed a splendid sight. Behind them stood Chen Xian, Yi Hongling, and Bai Li. Today, Yi Hongling was clad in red armor, wearing a battle skirt that featured a dress underneath and armor on the outside, creating a striking appearance as her skirt and armor flowed during combat. Bai Li turned to look back, seemingly waiting for Xiao Junlin to come and compensate her with pills. Observing her demeanor, Chen Xian adjusted his attire. Today, he wore splendid garments, as it was his moment to save the sect, and he had intentionally donned the most expensive outfit. Although his master frequently reminded him that men should focus on enhancing their strength, Chen Xian, being young and impetuous, could not resist the urge to dress up for the occasion. Noticing Bai Li's distraction, Chen Xian recalled the time in the illusory forest when he had become separated from Bai Li and Xiao Junlin for a brief period. Third senior sister, about last night in the illusory forest. Before he could finish, Bai Li's anger flared. How dare you bring that up? You took advantage of me in the most despicable way. Bai Li recalled Xiao Junlin's earlier words, advising her not to mention this matter to Chen Xian, as he would certainly deny it. However, with Chen Xian now bringing it up, it only intensified her disdain. She took a few steps back, striving to distance herself from Chen Xian. This scene left Chen Xian utterly perplexed. He wished to approach and converse with Bai Li once more, yet the gravity of the situation restrained him from doing so. Xiao Junlin observed from afar as the gap between the two widened, a smile creeping onto his face. After his ascension to the 3-phase realm yesterday, he had employed 37 psychological tricks to thoroughly brainwash Bai Li, tainting her impression of Chen Xian to the utmost degree. Although he was uncertain if this would suffice to counter Chen Xian's 9 phoenixes rising to the sun's sacred body, it would at least have some effect. However, today he had no intention of seeking out Bai Li. His objective was to fight alongside Yi Hongling. Just as Xiao Junlin contemplated advancing, a small hand tugged at the corner of his robe. Turning to look, he beheld a figure with a voluptuous figure and a graceful demeanor, her silver hair cascading elegantly. Despite possessing an alluring mature figure, her face bore a youthful quality, even exuding a hint of fox-like charm. Sister Nangong, it's been a while. Recalling the delightful moments spent with Nangong Jin at the spirit pool yesterday, Xiao Junlin couldn't help but reminisce. particularly about Nangong Jin's celestial fox bloodline that imbued her with an enchanting allure during intimate encounters. After all, which man could resist a woman who could sprout a fox tail? Nangong Jin lowered her gaze, feeling shy about meeting Xiao Junlin's eyes, yet still eager to press for something. Senior brother. When will I completely transform into a human? Xiao Junlin slapped his forehead, having forgotten this matter. Previously, he had misled her into believing that pregnancy would lead to her transformation. Nangong Jin longed to fully embody a human to demonstrate the sincerity of her celestial fox clan to humankind. However, ever since Xiao Junlin had taken advantage of her, he seemed to have forgotten this matter entirely. Moreover, what a coincidence it was that they hadn't seen each other for so long when they had engaged in such activities just yesterday. Sister, you know this isn't something that can be achieved overnight. It requires my repeated efforts, but this is physically demanding work, so I must pace myself. Xiao Junlin feigned a look of having been wronged, which only made Nangong Jin feel more embarrassed. Well then, she turned away, somewhat disappointed. Hey, wait, I didn't mean to say I can't do it. I just wanted to take a step back to make progress. Why are you hurrying away? Xiao Junlin silently pleaded, his footsteps obediently following Nangong Jin. Tonight, I have time. He decided not to beat around the bush. Upon hearing this, Nangong Jin felt a mix of shyness and determinations. Having already given once, she felt that abandoning the endeavor now would render her previous efforts futile. She nodded, albeit reluctantly agreeing with her lips, signaling her tacit approval. Seeing Nangong Jin head towards Bailey, Xiao Junlin moved to the front of the group of disciples, positioning himself among the elite disciples. Qin Xian stood closest to the three elders, but Xiao Junlin deliberately inserted himself in front of him. Clasping his hands in respect, greetings, esteemed elders. Junlin pays his respects. Nie Huanqi and Lin Shihua casually nodded in acknowledgement. Although Xiao Junlin's aptitude and cultivation were average, he enjoyed the backing of Elder Xiao Feng, which earned him a modicum of respect. Only Qin Yin, besides nodding, looked at him with a hint of pity in her eyes. Xiao Junlin also intended to represent Long Eye Mountain in the upcoming battle. And if he were to discover that Yi Hongling chose Qin Xian over him, he might feel quite disheartened. Yet sometimes, enduring prolonged discomfort is less favorable than facing a brief pain. Thus, Qin Yin turned to Yi Hongling and suddenly spoke. Hongling, which disciple will you choose to fight alongside today? Yi Hongling's expression revealed hesitation as she pursed her lips slightly and began to speak. Chapter 24. The Empress's Sacred Envoy. Qing Wan. Both Qin Xian and Xiao Junlin turned their attention towards Yi Hongling. As she prepared to speak, a swirling black mist descended from the sky above the entrance of Longtai Mountain, enveloping a vast area and momentarily shrouding the sunlight, causing a collective gasp among the crowd. Yi Hongling's words were interrupted as she looked skyward. There, a cadre of dozens from Huizong descended upon the black mist. At the forefront was Zhao Wujiang, the young master of Huizong, clad in a robe adorned with purple-gold dragon patterns. Billowing in the wind as he soared above, his sharp brows met with his temples, casting a disdainful gaze down upon the disciples of Long Eye Mountain. Arrogance, contempt. This was the immediate impression the people of Long Eye Mountain gleaned from his piercing gaze. Notably, a youth stood beside Zhao Wujiang, seemingly only 17 or 18 years of age, yet radiating an aura that did not pale in comparison to that of Zhao Wujiang. He stood slightly behind Zhao Wujiang, clearly a subordinate, yet he too looked down upon the disciples of Longtai Mountain, his silver armor clinging to well-defined muscles, with bursts of spiritual energy seeping through the cracks in his breastplate. Qin Yin's eyes narrowed as she noted the youth's spiritual energy, evidently released intentionally. At such a young age, he had already entered the three-phase realm. When did Huizong recruit such a formidable disciple? Initially, she had thought that with Qin Xian and Yi Hongling participating in the battle, they could surely temper Huizong's arrogance. However, upon seeing this youth, Qin Yin's concern grew. Lin Shihua whispered, "This individual is named Lei Ji, a disciple recruited by Huizong 3 months ago. However, their training of him has been extremely secretive. He has never stepped out of the Master Hall, making it difficult for the Intelligence Hall to gather much information." There was a note of frustration in her voice, indicating that she had not been able to ascertain Lei Ji's combat capabilities, leaving Longtime Mountain in a reactive position for today's battle. She glanced back at Qin Xian, expecting to see him feeling pressured, only to find him maintaining his usual confident demeanor, which greatly reassured Lin Shihua. Perhaps the three-phase realm truly possessed the legendary ability to challenge beyond one's level, allowing Long Eye Mountain to reclaim a victory. Everything hinged on Qin Xian. "You may relax now, Lei Ji." Zhao Wujiang smiled, raising his hand, signaling that the display of dominance was sufficient and that they should not frighten the disciples of Long Eye Mountain, lest it ruin the fun later. Below, Xiao Junlin's gaze covertly glided over the disciples behind him, landing on one particularly delicate young disciple. This disciple had an exquisite appearance, though dressed as a male. He bore a softness that diminished the ruggedness typical of a man, appearing more like a woman in disguise. It's her. Xiao Junlin smirked, setting his sights on this plump lamb. The people of Huaizong positioned themselves parallel to the disciples of Longai Mountain. Zhao Wuzheng flicked his paper fan and smiled. Zhao Wuzheng of Huaizong, here to pay my respects. As he spoke, the spiritual energy radiating from Zhao Wuzheng expanded simultaneously, the energy of the three-phase realm being far superior to ordinary spiritual energy. Many disciples of Longai Mountain felt their heads buzz with shock upon hearing his words. Observing this, Qin waved her hand, dissipating the disorientation. With a cold expression, she turned to Zhao Wuzheng, stating, "There is no need for formalities." Huaizong and Longai Mountain have always held differing philosophies. Behind her, Xiao Junlin watched as the two faced off, unconcerned. What was the point of idle threats in the original narrative? Today's opportunity primarily arose from the young disciple behind Zhao Wuzheng. He needed to find a chance to meet her. Just as he contemplated this, he noticed the young disciple stealthily retreating behind the crowd, slipping away towards another area of Longai Mountain. Xiao Junlin took a few steps back, intending to follow, only to receive a fierce glare from Yi Hongling, as if to say, "If you leave now, will I still choose you later?" Yi shot her a look that conveyed, "I'll be right back. Remember to pick me." Before stepping away, Yi Hongling was left speechless, turning her gaze back to the front. The three elder masters and the members of Huaizong remained in a standoff. Zhao Wuzheng chuckled at Qin Yin's words. "We both belong to the Tianyin dynasty sects. Our purpose today is merely to exchange skills for mutual benefit, aiding the defense of the Tianyin dynasty in the future. What philosophy could possibly be at odds?" He then shot a sarcastic glance at the three elders. Could it be that the esteemed elders of Longai Mountain do not wish to pledge loyalty to the court? Qin Yin furrowed her brows and retorted coldly, "If it were not for the Empress and the court's protection of our land, how would our sects have the opportunity to flourish? Why would Longai Mountain harbor any treachery against the court?" Lin Shihua added, "The loyalty of Longai Mountain is not something for you, the young master of Huaizong, to concern yourself with. Let us be direct about the purpose of your visit today." Meanwhile, on the side of Longai Mountain's entrance, as all attention was focused on the confrontation between the two sects, the area was deserted. Only one individual clad in Huaizong disciple robes stealthily entered, surveying the surroundings with an air reminiscent of an official in disguise. Inspecting an enterprise, Longai Mountain indeed sprawled across a vast territory, with peaks far larger than those of Huaizong. Yet, it seemed the disciple's strengths varied greatly. He wondered if there might be one or two who could captivate his interest. The young disciple mused to herself, casting a glance toward the master hall. "It has been many years since I last saw my sister. I wonder how she has fared," just as she contemplated. Suddenly, a sinister force surged toward her from behind. The speed and precision of this attack were so formidable that when the young disciple sensed it, it was already a mere 3 feet away. By the time she raised her hand, she was shocked to discover that the speed of the strike seemed to have warp time. She felt she could react in time, yet the force had already struck her. Bang! The disciple was sent flying, tumbling across the ground several times before finally coming to a halt. Before her stood a tall figure, landing with authority, bold disciple of Huaizong, trespassing upon the sacred grounds of Longai Mountain. "Do you take me, Xiao Junlin, for a fool?" Xiao Junlin felt a surge of pride. With this, his name would undoubtedly leave an indelible impression on this woman. This individual was masquerading as a disciple of Huaizong. Yet in the original narrative, she was none other than Qing Wan, one of the 3 sacred envoys under the empress of the Tianyin dynasty, Di Wushuang. Exquisitely beautiful, she was renowned for her captivating appearance, rivaling even the finest disciples of Longai Mountain. However, the most crucial aspect was her wielding of power. If he could win her favor, numerous benefits would follow. Yet, dealing with a woman accustomed to high status required more than mere flattery. The best approach was to orchestrate an exhilarating encounter. Thus, Xiao Junlin had plotted against her. Yet, after waiting for 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, there was still no sign of Qing Wan stirring. Could it be that I have inadvertently struck her down? Having just entered the 3-phase realm, Xiao Junlin had yet to ascertain the extent of his current capabilities. Logically speaking, Qing Wan, as depicted in the original narrative, possessed formidable combat prowess. Surely she would not be so easily vanquished? "Hey, are you awake?" Xiao Junlin stepped forward and kicked her gently on the backside twice, only to find her utterly unresponsive. He crouched down, preparing to turn her over. Yet, the moment his hand made contact with Qing Wan, she suddenly struck with the ferocity of thunder. her fingertip aimed directly at Xiao Junlin's face, exuding a lethal intent. What a cunning woman! Xiao Junlin scoffed inwardly, as a master of psychology. He fully understood the wisdom in exercising caution. He had already activated his phase power in advance. Under the influence of temporal phase energy, the flow of time around Xiao Junlin suddenly slowed. Qingwan's attack appeared to unfold in slow motion, allowing him to sidestep it with ease. However, Xiao Junlin overlooked the factor of inertia. As he dodged her strike, Qingwan, propelled by her own momentum, lunged directly toward him. Her phoenix eyes widened in astonishment. For one, she was taken aback that Xiao Junlin had evaded her attack. Secondly, her face was now rapidly closing in on his. 3 feet, 2 feet, 1 inch. She attempted to evade, but Xiao Junlin, seizing this fortuitous encounter, leaned forward. Smack. Their lips met. Qingwan's eyes bulged. What on earth? My first kiss. Just like that, it's gone. Who is this man? Chapter 25, Second Senior Sister. Why did you not choose me? At this moment, both Qingwan and Xiao Junlin stared wide-eyed. Xiao Junlin's lips felt the softness of Qingwan's, while he was also enveloped in the sweet fragrance of her breath. This was none other than Qingwan, one of the 3 holy envoys under the Empress. She harbored a secret. She was actually the sister of the sect leader, Dongwang Qingyuan. Qingwan had come this time to select a candidate for the emperor's heir. The last emperor of Tianyan had perished, prompting the officials and the 5 major clans to beseech the empress to establish a successor. In truth, it was due to the insufficient auspicious energy surrounding the empress. The 5 major clans remained adamant that Qin Xian was the rightful heir, harboring an obsessive fixation on bloodline purity. The deficiency stemmed from the fact that the auspicious energy was concentrated on Qin Xian. Although the empress was reputed to possess unparalleled beauty and strength, the turmoil within the court vexed her. Thus, she tasked the 3 Dragon Guard envoys, Qingwan, Huofeng, and Ziyuan, to conduct a selection for the emperor's heir, drawing forth the elites from various sects and powers across the dynasty. Ultimately, these national elites would be inducted into the court to select one as the heir to the throne, silencing the officials' complaints. Xiao Junlin recalled that in the original narrative, Qin Xian had matured on Longai Mountain before returning to the imperial city, allying with the clans and the Grand Princess to successfully ascend to the position of heir. Ultimately, he reclaimed the throne. However, that was the original plot. Now that Xiao Junlin was present, all the advantages would belong to him. Let go. Qingwan pushed him away with a slap. But Xiao Junlin had already anticipated her move and maintained a safe distance. Escaping her grasp, this left Qingwan quite displeased, and she hastily wiped her mouth, glaring fiercely at Xiao Junlin, puzzled as to why her 2 attempts to strike had been evaded as if time itself had slowed. It seemed there was a distortion in the passage of time when she approached him. But that was impossible. Qingwan preferred to believe it was merely an illusion. You audacious. Just as Qingwan was about to accuse him, Xiao Junlin preemptively declared, You, an audacious disciple of Huaizong, why do you sneak into Longai Mountain instead of remaining obedient at the mountain gate? You. Qingwan found herself at a loss for words. She immediately recalled her current disguise. Perhaps he mistook her for an ordinary disciple. However, she had heard of Xiao Junlin, the most inept senior brother of Longai Mountain, who could hardly be considered an elite disciple. Yet, Qingwan did not expect that he could actually injure her. As this thought crossed her mind, a sharp pain shot through her shoulder. Noticing Xiao Junlin's serious gaze upon her, Qingwan suppressed her anger and explained, I took a wrong turn. I shall return now. With that, she turned to head back to the mountain gate, all the while wiping her mouth repeatedly. What a loss. Not only had her covert investigation of Longtime Mountain failed, but she had also lost her first kiss. Moreover, the marks on her lips could be easily erased, yet the memory of kissing Xiao Junlin would linger in her mind, impossible to forget. How infuriating. Upon returning to the crowd of Huaizong disciples, Qingwan stood silently. Upon seeing her return, Zhao Wuzhong wasted no time and got straight to the point. No more nonsense. Today, I, along with Leiji, challenge the young generation of Longai Mountain to determine our standings and settle matters of life and death. Zhao Wuzhong exuded a formidable presence, a 3-meter-tall avatar rising behind him, engulfed in flames. Upon Xiao Junlin's return, he couldn't help but chuckle, especially upon hearing Zhao Wuzhong's absurd proclamation, which matched the original narrative to a T. Seeing him return, Yi Hongling felt her anxious heart ease a bit. She had been contemplating that if Xiao Junlin did not return, she would have to send Qin Xian to the forefront. Now, witnessing Zhao Wuzhong's display of power, the disciples of Longtime Mountain felt an overwhelming pressure. A 5-element avatar, a fire attribute in the 3-phase realm. Our 9 elite disciples have yet to reach the 3-phase realm. Yet the young generation of Huizong has already advanced. Ha! I've heard that Zhao Wujiang has only average talent, but as the vice master of Huizong, he must have consumed countless pills to reach his current level. His three-phase realm is merely the weakest of the 5 elements. Even the weakest of 5 elements is still in the three-phase realm, something that mere blood transformation cannot withstand. I wonder how those senior brothers and sisters will cope. The crowd turned their gaze toward Yi Hongling and the others, focusing on her. In this battle, they could only rely on senior sister Hongling. It was said that Elder Qinin had instructed her to select a partner for the fight, but who would she choose? Isn't it obvious? Of course, it's 9th senior brother Qin Xian. I previously teamed up with him on a mission. His combat strength is formidable, easily dispatching 5th realm beasts. His current power likely rivals that of senior sister Hongling. Why must it be Qin Xian? Perhaps it could be senior brother. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the crowd. Upon hearing this, the disciples glanced around, ready to refute before even seeing who had spoken. Xiao Junlin, how could that waste possibly be chosen? Unless senior sister has lost her mind. Exactly. Xiao Junlin is on the verge of falling out of the blood transformation realm, if not for his alchemy skills and his father being Elder Xiaofeng. Would he even be considered among the elite disciples? Indeed, if he were to fight, it would be better for me to take his place. Who asked such a foolish question? Can't you tell which side to stand on? The crowd turned, only to find Xiao Junlin's gaze icy upon them. The disciples felt a cold sweat break out on their foreheads and hurriedly clasped their hands, greeting their senior brother. Nonsense. Why are we standing back here? When did Xiao Junlin arrive behind us? Was he supposed to be in the front? The disciples lowered their heads, their faces awkward. Xiao Junlin smiled. Fellow disciples, you needn't be afraid. Your evaluations of me are rather fair, and I graciously accept them. With that, Xiao Junlin patted the shoulders of the few disciples who had spoken ill of him before turning to leave. After he departed, those disciples lifted their heads, exhaling a sigh of relief. That was close. I thought he would retaliate against us. Haha. Without his father here, he is likely just a toothless tiger. Tiger. Poof. Before the disciple could finish, he suddenly tasted blood in his mouth and spat out a mouthful. The others experienced the same, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Their injuries were not severe, and they felt little pain. Yet, they distinctly sensed that the spiritual energy they had cultivated over the years had been vaporized in that instant. It was as if a higher power had dispersed their spiritual energy. They exchanged terrified glances, suddenly recalling something, and turned their gazes toward the already distant figure of Xiao Junlin. Upon returning to the front, Xiao Junlin felt quite pleased. He did not harbor grudges, as it was far better to settle scores in the moment. At this moment, the 1,000-foot martial arts arena behind the mountain gate of Longai Mountain was charged with energy as Zhao Wujiang made his move, and Yi Hongling stepped forward as well. However, Lei Ji also entered the arena. Although he did not unleash his full strength, he had already instilled fear in everyone from the outset, as they all knew he was also in the 3-phase realm and his strength was not inferior to Zhao Wujiang's. Qin Xian, are you ready? Qinin spoke softly, her gaze filled with anticipation. Not only her, but also the 2 elders, Nie Huanqi and Lin Shihua, looked toward Qin Xian simultaneously. They were all aware that Qin Xian had stepped into the 3-phase realm last night, awakening a 3-intent attribute that was far superior to Zhao Wujiang's 5 elements. Qin Xian understood the weight of his responsibilities and promptly clasped his hands, his youthful vigor and determination vividly displayed on his face. As a disciple, I shall fight with all my strength for Longai Mountain. The 3 elders nodded in unison. Just as they were about to send him forth, a figure climbed up beside the martial arts arena. It was none other than Xiao Junlin. Upon seeing this, Qinin immediately exclaimed, Junlin, stop this nonsense and come down. Xiao Junlin blinked innocently. Why should I come down? You. Qinin, incensed, felt color rise to her cheeks. Your strength is lacking. What purpose do you serve by going up? But Xiao Junlin gazed innocently at Yi Hongling. Second junior sister chose me to go up. Wasn't it you who instructed her to select me? As soon as these words were spoken, the sound of the zither echoed in Qin Yin's mind, causing a buzzing sensation. She immediately turned to glance at Yi Hongling on the stage. Why Yi Hongling's expression was conflicted, yet she still nodded in tacit agreement. Upon witnessing this, Qin Yin's complexion turned pale. Qin Xian was so enraged that he trembled all over. Second senior sister, you chose Xiao Junlin, and not me? Chapter 26. The war begins. Qin Xian felt on the verge of tears. Hadn't Elder Qinin assured him that second senior sister would certainly choose him? Hadn't she reminded her to select him? Why, at this moment, had second senior sister opted for Xiao Junlin? Why? Qin Xian was baffled, desperately seeking help from Qin Yin. Frowning, Qin Yin had initially thought that Yi Hongling was a composed disciple. How had she ended up fooling around with Xiao Junlin? Junlin, come down. That is an order. Yet, Qin Yin's words were overheard by Zhao Wujian. He chuckled, having also caught the murmurs of the other disciples from Longtime Mountain. This is it. How could that useless one have come up? Does he even stand a chance against the three-phase realm? Wasn't it said that he was on the verge of falling into the blood mobilization realm? It's absurd. Longtime Mountain has already been targeted by Huaizong at every turn. And now they were being trampled upon. While Xiao Junlin engaged in this farce, is this not tarnishing Longtime Mountain's reputation? How will I ever approach the ladies of Huaizong again? How can I hold my head high? The words of the disciples made Zhao Wujian realize that the Xiao Junlin who had climbed up was nothing but a disgraced as for why he had ascended. Zhao Wujian did not care. The fact that he was on stage was enough. Since he was already in the arena, he represented Longai Mountain. Elder Qin Yin, as a dominant force, would not hesitate over such trivial matters, would she? Upon hearing this, Qin Yin, as an elder and senior, could not afford to lose face. She waved her hand, unwilling yet silent. Dada, is this really how it is decided? Elder, if today Xiao Junlin tarnishes Longai Mountain's reputation. Chen Xian wished to continue arguing. However, Qin Yin could only sigh, resigning herself to the fact that since he was already up there, whatever the outcome, she would accept it. Elder, Chen Xian was unwilling and even somewhat lost his composure. Seeing this, Qin Yin's emotions flared up as well, exclaiming in annoyance, enough. With a great enemy before us, since Xiao Junlin has taken the stage, you should encourage him rather than let his presence diminish your own prestige. With the conversation having reached this point, Chen Xian felt it unwise to say more. His gaze, however, was fixed on Xiao Junlin, who was nonchalantly picking his nose on stage, his expression brimming with resentment. Xiao Junlin, you better perform well. Otherwise, after today, your position as my senior brother will be in jeopardy. Chen Xian coldly declared in his heart. On the side of Huaizong, the disciples were overjoyed to see a useless one take the stage. They had come well prepared, selecting their two strongest members for battle, only to find that Longtime Mountain seemed to be embroiled in internal strife, resulting in this unexpected twist. Truly, it seemed heaven was intent on bringing doom to Longtime Mountain. Only Qing Luan, amidst the gathering of disciples, fixated her gaze on Xiao Junlin on the stage. Having exchanged blows with him earlier, she had suffered setbacks, thus she understood his strength far better than the others from Longai Mountain perceived. However, she could not fathom how Xiao Junlin had managed to slow her down during their encounter. Qing Luan's purpose here was to seek out elites from various sects for the selection of the Emperor's son. She had first visited Huaizong and secured the participation of Lei Ji and Zhao Wujian. This time, she intended to use the two from Huaizong to test whether Longai Mountain's younger generation could contend with them. If they could, she would bring them back to the imperial capital for the final selection. If not, there would be no need for the other disciples from Longai Mountain to attend. In simpler terms, this battle was essentially a form of elimination. Qing Luan's initial thoughts were relatively normal, but after stealing a few glances at Xiao Junlin, she recalled the kiss he had just stolen from her. That sensation lingered in her mind, and with a soft huff, she thought, you better not get selected, or I'll have to relive that moment every day. On stage, Yi Hongling displayed a troubled expression as she heard the surrounding discussions about Xiao Junlin. Feeling wronged, she also recognized that this was not the time to dwell on such matters. The character of the war goddess compelled her to immediately start strategizing. Lei Ji is stronger. I will face Lei Ji while you deal with Zhao Wujian. Delay for as long as you can, and if necessary, retreat. As Yi Hongling spoke, she noticed Xiao Junlin heading straight for Lei Ji. Hey, you! Just as she attempted to intervene, Zhao Wujian had already launched his attack towards her. To engage with the legendary war goddess of Longai Mountain, and such a beautiful woman at that, Zhao Wujian's tongue flicked across his lips, already envisioning the advantages he might gain after defeating Yi Hongling. Your opponent is me. Zhao Wujian unleashed his battle prowess, his fiery avatar synchronizing with his movements, raising a palm to strike at Yi Hongling's location. The ground beneath her ignited with intense heat, the flames flickering throughout the entire martial arts arena. Meanwhile, the other side remained comparatively calm. Xiao Junlin slowly approached Lei Ji. Although Lei Ji was younger than Xiao Junlin by a few years, he appeared more composed. Seeing that the battle had already commenced on Zhao Wujian's side, Lei Ji turned to Xiao Junlin, stating, your teammate will face a tough battle. I can hold back for now and allow you to join her in confronting the young master. Xiao Junlin smiled. And then, should you lose, You will have lost if we win. I will take on both of you alone, and I can still prevail. Arrogant, indeed, just as described in the original text. Xiao Junlin recalled the plot. Lei Ji was characterized as the second strongest among the younger generation, second only to Qin Xian. In other words, he was the author's designated sharpening stone for Qin Xian. With his pursuit, Qin Xian's progress would accelerate. Moreover, Lei Ji's characterization bore some resemblance to his own. He was merely an upgraded version of Xiao Junlin, a more talented stepping stone. Thus, Xiao Junlin held no significant animosity towards Lei Ji. If possible, he would not mind having him as a subordinate. Ultimately, their common enemy was Qin Xian. Xiao Junlin shrugged. Are you that confident? Lei Ji remained silent, but his defiant expression spoke volumes. He did not rush to act, but instead was distracted by the battle between Yi Hongling and Zhao Wujian. This distraction suggested that he did not regard Xiao Junlin as a threat, a typical arrogance of such top-tier prodigies. On Yi Hongling's side, a crimson sword Aura soared forth, unexpectedly severing Zhao Wujian's avatar. Forcing him to retreat several steps, his expression one of disbelief. Amidst the raging flames, a striking figure emerged, the war goddess herself, wielding a demon-slaying sword, her demeanor serious, exuding confidence and fighting spirit. Sister Hongling, well done. Let Huizong know that our younger generation from Longai Mountain is not to be trifled with. Sister Hongling, defeat that brat. The disciples of Longai Mountain, invigorated by Yi Hongling's upper hand, erupted in cheers. Zhao Wujian's face paled. His avatar had been severed. How could this be? The opponent was merely at the blood mobilization realm. How was it possible? He was a three-phase realm practitioner, albeit one who had relied on drugs. But still a three-phase realm practitioner. What he did not realize was that Yi Hongling was no mere decorative beauty. She was a battle-hardened war goddess, having undergone 3,700 battles, many of which were against fierce beasts, to achieve her current prowess. Although she was merely at the pinnacle of the blood mobilization realm, in actual combat, a typical initial stage practitioner of the three-phase realm was no match for her. Qin Yin and the others looked on with increasing satisfaction that if Xiao Junlin could hold out a little longer, perhaps Hongling could defeat Zhao Wujian and then provide support at that point. Longtime Mountain might still have a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, Qin Xian's expression darkened. If they won this battle, wouldn't that mean he was completely overshadowed by Xiao Junlin? Perhaps there would be those foolish enough to attribute this victory to Xiao Junlin, when in reality, it was solely Yi Hongling's achievement. He glanced at Xiao Junlin and Lei Ji, puzzled that the two had yet to make a move. Your teammate is quite capable. Perhaps the young master is not her match. Lei Ji slowly spoke, still with an air of detached observation. Xiao Junlin similarly withdrew his gaze, his indifferent reaction causing Lei Ji to regard him with slightly more respect. Xiao Junlin casually remarked, why not assist your young master? I fear he might be defeated by my junior sister. No need. When necessary, I will intervene. That woman is not my opponent, Lei Ji confidently asserted, finally looking Xiao Junlin in the eye. There is something hidden within your cultivation. How do your abilities compare to those of your teammate? Although Lei Ji could not directly discern Xiao Junlin's cultivation level, he was confident that he was not weaker than any of the younger generation from the Tianyan dynasty. As proclaimed by the leader of Huizong himself. As for me, Xiao Junlin pondered for a moment, then seriously replied, I believe I could take on two of her. Upon uttering this, Lei Ji's previously unwavering confidence faltered. And for the first time, a serious expression crossed his face. His gaze fell upon Xiao Junlin as he sought to gauge his depth, yet due to the influence of the pills concealing Xiao Junlin's cultivation, he remained unable to see through him. Nevertheless, Xiao Junlin's statement irked him, for even Lei Ji himself would not dare to arrogantly claim he could take on two Yi Honglings. Yi Hongling's combat prowess was at least 90% of his own. Suddenly, he made a move. As his foot struck the ground, stones in the area around Lei Ji shot up and sped towards Xiao Junlin. The onlookers finally realized that the battle had commenced, and their focus shifted. Qin Yin and the others felt a tightening in their hearts. They sensed that Lei Ji's attack was not a mere test, but a display of his formidable power, above the realm of force. Even entwined with some thunder, the speed of the stone soared to an astonishing velocity, rendering it a mere blur to the naked eye. The onlookers from Longtime Mountain felt a sense of trepidation for Xiao Junlin. They did not dare to hope for his victory, they merely wished that he would not impede Yi Hongling for too long. Yet, with Reggie unleashing his full power, anxiety gripped their hearts. As the stone approached Xiao Junlin, a sharp sound of air being split echoed through the air. It had not yet reached him, but the edges of his garments began to flutter and crackle. Xiao Junlin merely sidestepped lightly. And astonishingly, The stones whizzed past him without making contact. The others immediately exchanged incredulous glances that he dodged that. How effortlessly. Reggie's assault was swift. I could scarcely follow. Reggie furrowed his brow, musing that it was impossible. He had actually launched 2 projectiles simultaneously, but they overlapped so closely that from Xiao Junlin's perspective, only one was visible, making it easy to evade the first, and he should have been struck by the second. However, Xiao Junlin had seemingly transformed into a mere afterimage, deftly shifting left and right to evade both. Is this all you've got? Xiao Junlin chuckled, much to Reggie's chagrin. In the next moment, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was already hovering above Xiao Junlin, 1 foot raised, enveloped in crackling lightning, resembling a thunderous axe, poised to cleave down upon Xiao Junlin's head. The speed was remarkable, and the power was formidable. Xiao Junlin slowly lifted his gaze. To others, Reggie's strike was swift, yet to him, it unfolded in slow motion. He could not fathom why. Perhaps it was his unique perception of time granted by his tri-elemental realm divine essence. Thus, he perceived the attacks of others as languid. Nevertheless, he could discern that Reggie's awakened tri-elemental attribute must be one of the 4 symbols, specifically thunder.it was significantly superior to Zhao Wujian. And judging by his prowess, Reggie's combat strength eclipsed Zhao Wujian's as well. It was evident that he was not merely a product of drug enhancement, but rather a genuine master of the tri-elemental realm. Yet even so, this master's speed was still exceedingly sluggish. Chop! Reggie snorted coldly as he descended, the thunderous war axe carving a luminous arc across the martial arena, cleaving the solid ground in twain. The commotion drew the attention of all present. It's over. The senior brother is taking this blow. Will he survive? He is doomed. This strike is too fast. I can barely react. This sentiment was shared not only by the disciples but also by Qin Yin and the others, their hearts racing with trepidation. Chapter 27. What is the fuss? It's an ambush. In the distance, Yi Hongling, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Zhao Wujian, also took note of the unfolding scene. She instinctively felt a chill of apprehension for Xiao Junlin. Reggie's thunderous axe strike bore immense power, rivaling her own sword aura, and due to Reggie's superior realm, the strike, infused with the might of the thunder divine essence, amplified its force severfold. Take care of yourself. Engaging with the young sect master while having the audacity to glance at another man. As Zhao Wujian's fire element descended, Yi Hongling had no choice but to refocus her attention entirely on the battle. Xiao Junlin, you had best not perish so swiftly. I abandoned my junior brother for you. If you die just like that, everyone will believe Yi Hongling, made the wrong choice. Yi Hongling cursed inwardly. The martial arena erupted in a deafening explosion. Debris scattering. Qin Yin, Nie Huanqi, and Lin Shihua all wore expressions of concern. Qin Xian's eyes darkened as he concealed his inner thoughts, though at this moment, he harbored a hint of schadenfreude. Xiao Junlin had taken his place in the spotlight. And now the prospect of dying at Reggie's hands was a fitting consequence for him. He prepared to seize the opportunity to acquire Xiao Junlin's ancient seed. Qin Yin remarked, if Xiao Junlin were to perish, we would have no way to explain ourselves to Elder Xiao Feng. Nie Huanqi voiced her thoughts, suggesting a discussion among the other elders about whether to intervene. However, should they choose to act, it would be a significant loss of face for Long Eye Mountain. Yet, should they refrain, Xiao Junlin might very well be on the brink of death. What they did not realize was that amidst the billowing dust, Xiao Junlin was stifling a laugh within. With a flick of his finger, he had already slowed Reggie's attack considerably as it drew near. Xiao Junlin was utilizing Reggie's assault to acclimate himself to his own temporal divine essence. Yet his concealment was so masterful that none in attendance perceived his actions. Even Reggie, at this moment, only just concluded that he had failed to strike Xiao Junlin. What was that just now? So strange. Reggie's pupils constricted. According to his combat experience, the speed of his earlier strike should have undoubtedly struck Xiao Junlin. Yet Xiao Junlin had suddenly become extraordinarily swift, leading to his blunder. Curious to uncover the truth, he waved his hand, dispersing the dust around Xiao Junlin with a gust of force. But the next moment, Reggie cried out, young sect master, beware, for Xiao Junlin had already transformed into an afterimage, rushing towards another part of the martial arena. It was precisely at the critical moment when Yi Hongling and Zhao Wujian were engaged in combat, and Zhao Wujian failed to notice that a fist was approaching him with uncanny speed from behind. By the time Zhao Wujian sought to evade, it was far too late. Bang! The force struck Zhao Wujian squarely in the back, causing his fire element to twist violently, and he crashed to the ground. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, second junior sister, I come to assist you, Xiao Junlin called out earnestly, standing in the air while looking down at Zhao Wujian. Zhao Wujian felt as though he was being stabbed by needles throughout his body. Staggering to his feet only to collapse once more, blood spewing forth. Despicable, how dare you launch a sneak attack? Yi Hongling was momentarily taken aback by this turn of events. After all, her previous combat experiences had always been direct confrontations. And among the other disciples, few possessed the strength to turn the tide in her favor. This was the first time she had been aided in the midst of battle, leading to a direct victory. Upon witnessing Zhao Wujian fall, the disciples of Huaizong were engulfed in despair, while those from Long Eye Mountain erupted in jubilant shouts. Senior brother is still alive, of course. Our senior brother is wise and valiant. How could he fall? That little Reggie, can he truly defeat our senior brother? With this brilliant maneuver, our senior brother has put that Huaizong little sect master in his place. Perhaps Long Eye Mountain truly has a chance to triumph today. On the battlefield, all was fair in war. Who spoke of sneak attacks? Xiao Junlin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, turning to Yi Hongling with a raised eyebrow. Junior sister, I have dispatched Zhao Wujian. Reggie is yours to deal with. As he spoke, Xiao Junlin shifted his position to stand behind Yi Hongling, creating an impression that she should protect him. As Reggie charged forward in a rage. Yi Hongling trembled, her grip on her sword quivering, her eyes flashing with indignation. You, shameless. Yet Xiao Junlin stood firm, asserting his rationale. In combat, if one could conserve energy, why waste it unnecessarily? Reggie, if you don't eliminate them, I'll have my father cripple you. Zhao Wujian yelled from the ground, utterly enraged. Yet he found himself lacking the strength to continue fighting. Xiao Junlin cast a glance at him, a mere waste. Having been beaten by Chun Xian in the original narrative, he swiftly delivered a kick to Zhao Wujian's chest, sending him flying once more. Although Xiao Junlin's ambush and subsequent attack on Zhao Wujian left Yi Hongling feeling somewhat ashamed, Qini nodded in approval from the high platform. Adaptable and resourceful, I had underestimated Junlin before. The other elders also nodded in agreement. They understood the laws of this world. Victory was all that mattered. The process was of little significance. Moreover, the chaos above was not a formal duel. Only Chun Xian's expression darkened further than before. He had not anticipated that Xiao Junlin would not only survive, but also successfully ambush Zhao Wujian. Remain calm and observe. Even if you cannot intervene in this battle, these few are the finest of the younger generations from both sects. Observing their combat will greatly benefit you in the future. The Dragon Blood Celestial Emperor sensed Chun Xian's emotional turmoil and reminded him within his mind. Chun Xian nodded, calming himself. In the martial arena, Reggie was met with Yi Hongling's counterattack and, in a fit of rage, laughed derisively. What a splendid Xiao Junlin. You've resorted to having a woman shield you. Initially, he had thought the disciples of Long Eye Mountain regarded Xiao Junlin as a mere waste. Yet unexpectedly, Xiao Junlin had evaded his 2 strikes and even ambushed the young sect master, such actions unfolding right under his nose, while beneath him was indeed a slap to Reggie's face. Xiao Junlin could not be bothered with Reggie's thoughts. Whispering to Yi Hongling, second junior sister, he looks down on women. What of being a woman? Yi Hongling retorted, angered by his words. An icy glint surged in her eyes, and the Zhanyao sword thrummed with intensity. Her sword aura surging exponentially. A blood-colored sword mark appeared on her brow. As her bloodline reached its zenith, it was as though the realm could no longer contain Yi Hongling's burgeoning power. In the next moment, behind her, a towering 3-zhang law embodiment materialized, clutching an ethereal Zhanyao sword. It mirrored Yi Hongling perfectly. However, the law embodiment was unstable. Seemingly not a complete tri-elemental manifestation, it was a half-step tri-elemental. And moreover, a sword intent law embodiment. Qin Yin and the other elder-level figures immediately discerned the nuances of Yi Hongling's law embodiment. Last night, Chun Xian had already condensed a top-tier attribute law embodiment. Today, Yi Hongling had also managed to condense her sword intent. It seemed that the younger generation of Long Eye Mountain was on the verge of awakening en masse, potentially overturning the future. Reggie, witnessing this, felt a looming sense of life-threatening danger. Though merely a half-step tri-elemental, your incompleteness grants me the perfect opportunity to snuff you out in your infancy. Chapter 28. Exposing Qingwan. Before Reggie arrived, he had been entrusted by the sect leader of Huaizong. As long as there are potential young experts on Long Eye Mountain, one must seize the opportunity to eliminate them, preventing them from growing into formidable adversaries of the Huaizong in the future. Yi Hongling is undoubtedly a future nemesis of great magnitude. With murderous intent surging, the thunderous avatar behind Leiji coalesced once more. As a pill appeared in Leiji's hand, he swallowed it whole. Lei Ji's aura soared dramatically. His thunderous avatar expanded from its initial 3 zhang to 6. At this moment, he stepped forward, and wherever the thunder passed, the ground cracked and spread like a spider's web. Lightning seeped through the fissures. Swiftly advancing toward Yi Hongling, the onlookers immediately directed all their attention to the unfolding spectacle. Even Qinin and her companions felt a sense of unease. They had believed that Lei Ji was merely at the early stage of the 3 phases. But it seemed that he had employed some hidden trump card to elevate his combat prowess to the intermediate stage. Even if Yi Hongling possessed rich battle experience and could barely challenge an early-stage 3-phase expert. Facing an intermediate-stage adversary was an insurmountable challenge. At this moment, Qinin found herself contemplating the possibility of placing her hopes on Xiao Junlin. She quickly dismissed the thought. Xiao Junlin's cultivation was unstable. Although he had just evaded Lei Ji's attack, in her eyes, he was still merely at the blood transformation stage, significantly weaker than Yi Hongling. He could not possibly contend with Lei Ji, as Qinin mused this. She cast a glance at Xiao Junlin, only to be astonished to discover he had vanished. On the battlefield, Lei Ji's thunderous avatar rapidly coalesced into a powerful palm strike, infused with an overwhelming force of lightning that drew the surrounding spiritual energy into its vortex. Yi Hongling recognized that Lei Ji intended to unleash a devastating blow to conclude the battle. The illusory avatar behind her was a comprehension of the 3-phase essentials she had grasped only last night after a surge of power with Xiao Junlin. She had yet to test its potency, knowing only that her control was tenuous and that it could dissipate at any moment. Yet now, there was no alternative. The honor of longtime mountain rested upon her resolve. Yi Hongling concentrated all her strength into the sword-intent avatar. The avatar seemed unable to withstand such immense power, cracks appearing upon its surface. Observing this, Lei Ji smirked coldly, remarking that it was commendable enough for her to maintain such an unstable avatar. And how could she hope to contend with him? With a thunderous roar, he prepared to unleash a devastating palm strike. Yi Hongling, undeterred, summoned all her strength to activate the sword-intent avatar and swung her sword. The 2 forces collided with incredible speed. Boom! The martial arts arena on Long Eye Mountain surged with energy, resembling a tide that radiated outward, causing many nearby disciples to be swept up, unable to defend themselves. And spewing forth blood, those further away immediately began to circulate their energy to protect themselves from the tumult of battle. This is the full power of the second senior sister's sword outside the arena. Qin Xian's expression was grave. The Dragon Master was right, even if he could not participate in the battle. Observing Yi Hongling's performance ignited a fervent desire within him to grow stronger. He had previously believed himself to be the foremost combatant among the younger generation of Long Eye Mountain. But now it seemed that had he not broken through last night, his chances of victory against Yi Hongling would have been less than 40%. The second senior sister, truly deserving of being the reincarnation of a sword immortal. If only he could have become her partner sooner, Qin Xian thought to himself, but simultaneously felt a wave of cold sweat for Yi Hongling. Lei Ji's strength exceeded his expectations as well, although Lei Ji's palm strike was blocked by Yi Hongling. The surrounding unleashed thunder still surged predominantly toward her position. Clearly, in their confrontation, Lei Ji held the upper hand. Furthermore, Yi Hongling, wielding the Demon Slayer's sword, was already feeling her energy wane, though she maintained an upright posture. Exuding the spirit of a female warrior, the immature avatar behind her had already dissipated. You have reached your limits. Now, it is my turn. Lei Ji's voice was icy as he struck again, his thunderous avatar merging with his intent. Preparing to charge at Yi Hongling, but in the next moment, how dare you? A palm strike from behind caught Lei Ji off guard, causing blood to spill from the corner of his mouth, and his aura immediately faltered. The avatar behind him becoming illusory. Gritting his teeth, he turned to see Xiao Junlin, having appeared behind him like a specter. You struck from behind. PFF? Lei Ji's protective energy shattered, his back torn and bloodied as he turned to rage. Xiao Junlin, do you only stab from behind? This is called efficiency. Xiao Junlin grinned, raising his foot to kick Lei Ji out of the martial arts arena. This scene unfolded so swiftly that no one had time to react. Just moments ago, everyone believed Lei Ji was on the verge of victory, ready to crush Yi Hongling. Yet the next second, he was spewing blood, ousted from the match. By the time they comprehended the events, only Xiao Junlin remained standing effortlessly, while Yi Hongling barely stood, and Zhao Wujian lay on the ground. The senior brother won. He struck from behind, yet he won, regardless of how he achieved victory. What matters now is that we of Long Eye Mountain have triumphed. Senior brother is magnificent. Glory to Long Eye Mountain. The disciples of Long Eye Mountain erupted in a resounding cheer. At that moment, Yi Hongling confirmed their victory. She had thought defeat awaited her, but Xiao Junlin appeared like a beacon, illuminating her dark path. Senior brother. Yi Hongling exhaled in relief. However, at that instant, Zhao Wujian, who lay behind her, seized the opportunity to rise violently, condensing fiery energy into a blazing spear aimed at Yi Hongling's back. Die. This scene unfolded too swiftly. Even Qinin and the others, despite exerting their utmost efforts to rush forward, were still a moment too late. Blood splattered. The crowd stood frozen in shock. Yi Hongling gasped, her gaze fixated on the surrounding blood, while simultaneously feeling a powerful arm encircling her waist, pulling her back. That I anticipated that you, shameless scoundrel, would attempt a sneak attack. Xiao Junlin, while embracing Yi Hongling, pinched the fiery spear between his fingers, the sharp tip having been reversed, piercing through Zhao Wujian's shoulder. The blood was Zhao Wujian's. I, Xiao Junlin, detest sneak attackers most in this life. Begone! Xiao Junlin lifted his foot and delivered a direct kick to Zhao Wujian's face. Zhao Wujian was sent flying, crashing into the disciples of Huaizong, creating a scene of chaos. Longtime Mountain has triumphed. Qinin's voice rang out across the arena. The disciples of Huaizong hung their heads in defeat, assisting Zhao Wujian and Leiji as they prepared to leave Longtime Mountain. Among the crowd, Qinghuan's gaze fell upon Xiao Junlin. Quite impressive indeed. She had intended to announce that Xiao Junlin and Yi Hongling would represent them at the court to vie for the position of crown prince. However, reflecting on her lips, which had just been kissed by Xiao Junlin, she pondered that if she revealed her identity, he would surely realize that the one he had just kissed was her. Qinghuan, never mind. I shall feign ignorance. I will let Huofeng come to Long Eye Mountain for recruitment later. With this thought, Qinghuan prepared to leave with the Huaizong group, discreetly slipping away. Qinin and the others approached Xiao Junlin. Junlin, you performed admirably this time. Hongling, how are you? Yi Hongling assured them of her well-being, then turned to Xiao Junlin, expressing her gratitude. Thanks to senior brother, but Xiao Junlin was too preoccupied to respond. His gaze instead drifting toward Qinghuan amidst the Huaizong crowd, a smile playing on his lips. I extend my greetings to the holy envoy Qinghuan. The Dragon Guard of the Empress has come to witness our battle, bringing great honor to Longtime Mountain. The arena erupted in astonishment. Qinghuan, who had already turned to depart Longtime Mountain, suddenly paled. Her steps faltered as she realized that Xiao Junlin had likely known her identity all along. What a monumental embarrassment. Chapter 29. How to repay a life-saving grace. As Xiao Junlin's words echoed, the expressions of the Huaizong disciples darkened, particularly Zhao Wujian and Leiji. They were aware of Qinghuan's identity, which was why they had deliberately suggested she disguise herself among the disciples to witness how they suppressed the younger generation of Long Eye Mountain. However, now they found themselves humiliated by Xiao Junlin and Yi Hongling. What face did they have left to continue pointing fingers? Holy Envoy Qinghuan. We. Qinghuan nodded, her expression cold and evidently tinged with disappointment. You may return to Huaizong on your own. I have matters to discuss with the people of Longtime Mountain. Zhao Wujian, suppressing his injuries, sought to argue further. Today, Longtime Mountain has employed deceit. Holy Envoy. I will. Qinghuan's brow furrowed sharply. Leave. She had intended to dismiss Huaizong politely, but she had not anticipated that this lesser sect would be unable to accept their defeat. Thus, she no longer offered them any courtesy. Yes. Zhao Wujian lowered his head and departed, but before leaving, he shot a venomous glare at Xiao Junlin. What a senior brother of Long Eye Mountain, feigning weakness to deceive. Managing to injure both him and Leiji, should they meet again, he would ensure Xiao Junlin suffered greatly. Leiji, let us go. As the disciples of Huaizong quietly departed, only Qinghuan remained. She sighed, her disciple robe swiftly dissipating, replaced by a regal robe adorned with golden phoenix patterns. Her black hair gradually transformed, cascading into a stunning long blue mane that flowed gracefully behind her in the wind. In an instant, she transformed from a plain and delicate disciple into a commanding and alluring figure. The disciples of Long Eye Mountain gasped in astonishment. Qinghuan, one of the dragon guards under the current emperor, a trusted confidant of the sovereign. Holy Envoy Qinghuan. Xiao Junlin's words initially left Qinin and the others perplexed, but as Qinghuan revealed her true beauty, her unparalleled visage combined with an icy demeanor born of high status, and the purple golden robe signifying her as an imperial envoy, they immediately approached and bowed. We pay our respects to Holy Envoy Qinghuan. The remaining disciples of Long Eye Mountain also took turns to bow respectfully to Qinghuan, expressing their deference. After all, Longhai Mountain is affiliated with the Tianyin dynasty, where all lands under heaven belong to the emperor. The envoy of Qingwan, to some extent, represents the current empress. Yet amidst the crowd, Qin Xian intentionally lowered his head, concealing his face. His eyes shimmered with a flicker of thought. As if contemplating something to no need for formalities, Qingwan gestured to the assembly, her gaze lingering a moment longer on Xiao Junlin. She noticed that Xiao Junlin not only refrained from bowing, but was also smiling at her. This smile led Qingwan to feel a profound sense of provocation from Xiao Junlin. Moreover, she had intended to depart, but it was Xiao Junlin who exposed her identity. Well, Xiao Junlin, you are quite something. You kissed me and now seek to reveal my identity. A cold snort escaped Qingwan's heart. She had already begun to harbor a grudge. Qin Yin stepped forward. Might I inquire as to the purpose of the envoy's visit to our Longhai Mountain? The sect leader is currently in seclusion, and matters of the sect are being temporarily managed by me, Elder Nia Huanqi, and Elder Lin Shihua. Qingwan sighed inwardly. Very well, let us make the announcement directly. Qingwan flicked her sleeve, producing a golden scroll. 3 months hence, the Empress shall host a grand banquet in Tiandu City, inviting the most distinguished disciples from various sects to attend. Upon hearing this, Qin Yin and the others exchanged glances. A grand banquet, hosted personally by the Empress, inviting distinguished disciples from each sect. The implications of this invitation were bound to provoke speculation. Which disciple from Longhai Mountain shall be permitted to attend? Qin Yin inquired. Although Qingwan was reluctant to concede, her gaze inevitably fell upon Xiao Junlin and Yi Hongling. Today, Huaizong challenges Longhai Mountain's strongest young generation. These two have demonstrated exceptional prowess and are thus the best candidates. With that, she waved her hand once more, presenting an invitation and a token of meeting storage ring flying towards Yi Hongling, only to be intercepted midair by Xiao Junlin. My junior sister is modest. I shall collect it on her behalf. As he spoke, Xiao Junlin's consciousness swept across the storage ring. Goodness. Inside lay a fortune of 1,000,000 spirit stones and countless medicinal herbs. His heart raced with excitement. Although the original text had already mentioned that Qin Xian and Yi Hongling had acquired considerable rewards, holding it in his hands made Xiao Junlin feel exhilarated. Qin Yin and the others finally understood. So, the unexpected visit from Huaizong was indeed laden with ulterior motives. Should Longhai Mountain suffer defeat today, it would not merely be a loss of face before Huaizong. The observant Qingwan would undoubtedly report this incident to the court. At that point, the Tianyin dynasty would learn that Longhai Mountain's younger generation was inferior to Huaizong. This could potentially skew the allocation of resources to various sects in the future. Fortuitously, Longhai Mountain did not suffer defeat. Qin Yin gazed at Yi Hongling and Xiao Junlin with gratitude. These two had inadvertently safeguarded the future of Longhai Mountain. Since the Empress has issued a decree, these two disciples shall indeed proceed to Tiandu City in 3 months' time. Qin Yin replied to Qingwan. Qingwan cast a glance at Xiao Junlin, and the memory of her lost first kiss flickered in her mind. Without lingering, she departed amidst the respectful farewells of the Longhai Mountain disciples. Summoning a colossal flying beast and taking flight, after her departure, Yi Hongling reclaimed the storage ring from Xiao Junlin's grasp, her tone icy. Senior brother, this is also mine. Nonsense. Were it not for my rescue, you would have perished at the hands of Zhao Wujing and Lei Ji long ago. Xiao Junlin retorted confidently. You owe your life, so it is only fair that you repay me with your share. Is it not? You. Yi Hongling gritted her teeth, momentarily at a loss for words. Heh, a straightforward person remains straightforward. Xiao Junlin smiled, ruffling Yi Hongling's hair. Junior sister, we are even now. There is nothing of great value inside. I shall not press the issue. Yet Yi Hongling remained unconvinced. The envoy had acted on the Empress's orders. How could the rewards in the storage ring be meager? Surely, senior brother wished to keep it all for himself. She lunged at him, attempting to reclaim the storage ring, but Xiao Junlin had anticipated her move, and they became entangled. Qin Yin cleared her throat. Hongling, Junlin, let us maintain decorum. Reluctantly, Yi Hongling released Xiao Junlin. I in the crowd. Qin Xian clenched his fist within his sleeves, his knuckles turning white. Not only had Xiao Junlin gained prestige, but he had also received Qingwan's gifts. Now he was entangled with Yi Hongling. Their public flirtation left Qin Xian to wonder if they had already engaged in more scandalous dealings in private. The dragon-blood heavenly emperor in his mind remarked, this child is adept at concealment. Though he has attained the initial stage of the 3 aspects, he never reveals his strength. Even I have misjudged him. Xianer, you may have gained another formidable adversary. Knowing that the Dragon Master praised Xiao Junlin, Qin Xian's eyes darkened with malice. One day, I shall personally crush him. A nearby disciple reminded, ninth senior brother. Why are you still dawdling? Quickly congratulate senior brother. Chen Xian's expression twitched as he saw all the others gathering around, so he could only force a smile and offer his congratulations, senior brother, for elevating our sect's reputation. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles outside Longai Mountain, the members of Huayazong, who had been returning, were suddenly ambushed by a black-clad expert. The black-clad figure acted decisively, leaving the Huayazong disciples unable to defend themselves. Apart from Leiji, who fled bloodied, the rest perished. While leave a survivor, behind the black-clad figure, a similarly masked woman questioned, if they all die, who will convey our message? The black-clad expert chuckled lightly. It would create quite the spectacle if news of the ambush on Huayazong's young master spreads. Now that would be entertaining. Chapter 30. The debtor is the master. Longai Mountain, with the conclusion of the skirmish, returned to tranquility. Although the disciples wished to celebrate Xiao Junlin's achievement, they were repeatedly rebuffed by him. Such idle socializing served little purpose. Strengthening his abilities was of utmost importance, especially with Yi Hongling's unwavering gaze fixed upon him. Xiao Junlin feared she might act impulsively to reclaim her share, given that her beast essence had previously been taken by him. Now, having also claimed Qinghuan's bestowed resources, it would not be unfounded for her to lose her temper. Thus, exercising caution was prudent, and he opted to keep his distance. Upon returning to his quarters and confirming that Yi Hongling was not following him, Xiao Junlin began to assess the resources he had acquired. The more he counted, the more his heart swelled with satisfaction. The bounty was severfold greater than that of the elite disciples of Longai Mountain. It seemed that in the future, he should not squander too much energy on minor rewards within the sect. Men ought to venture forth and seize greater opportunities. Yet soon, he realized his thinking was flawed. Even the smallest reward was still a reward. He would claim what the sect offered, and also pursue the rewards outside. Yes, that was the correct mindset. Now, having reached the initial stage of the three aspects, perhaps he could petition the sect leader for elder resources. He recalled that in the original narrative, Chen Xian had sought elder resources immediately upon entering the three aspects, with so few elders in Longai Mountain. Their resources were indeed rare and precious, thus significantly superior to those available to ordinary disciples. After a brief tally of his current resources, Xiao Junlin found himself in a quandary. The medicinal herbs from Qinghuan, combined with those he had previously gathered, would require months of alchemical refinement, a laborious endeavor with little reward. However, without refining, medicinal herbs were of little use when consumed directly and would simply waste away if left idle. Xiao Junlin had never been one to waste, and even a single grain of rice on his plate was to be consumed fully. It would be ideal to find a reliable person to assist him with alchemy. But where could he find such help? As he pondered, a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Upon opening it, he was surprised to see Bai Li, clad in a flowing white dress, her demeanor shy, and the fragrance of medicinal herbs wafting from her. Bai Li lowered her head, feeling somewhat awkward, for this was her first time engaging in such matters and she lacked experience. However, having witnessed Xiao Junlin receiving Qinghuan's rewards, she thought, perhaps she could ask Xiao Junlin to repay her debt? Senior brother, about my beast essence, and those medicinal pills, you said you would return them. Hearing her tone, Xiao Junlin blinked. Although he was the one in debt, Bai Li's demeanor made it seem as though she had erred. It was evident that she was the type to easily lend money and struggle to reclaim it. Why the rush? Xiao Junlin countered, adopting the posture of a master debtor. Bai Li was taken aback. If it's inconvenient for you, then. Bai Li realized she might have been too forward, but the medicinal pills she had given to Xiao Junlin had drained her own resources. She had initially intended to trade some pills for other herbs for alchemical purposes, only to find herself with empty pockets and not a single pill left. Just as she contemplated turning to leave, Xiao Junlin stopped her. Wait, third junior sister, don't hurry off. Bai Li halted, feeling a flicker of annoyance as she withdrew her hand from his grasp. Realizing that since her senior brother could not repay her with pills, it was best not to linger. Xiao Junlin, however, was eager to find someone to assist him with alchemy. This opportunity was too fortuitous to pass up. He produced a stack of alchemical formulas, and with a flick of his storage ring, several radiant materials materialized on the table, an impressive array of medicinal herbs. Upon seeing such a wealth of resources, some of which were so rare that even Longai Mountain lacked them, Bai Li's breath quickened, and she lost her urgency to leave. I may not have ready-made pills, but these materials, along with the formulas left by my father. Xiao Junlin interjected, are you suggesting that I can use these to settle my debt? That's fine. Bai Li replied, but you can, and I cannot. These items are of immense value, far surpassing the beast essence and those pills. However, I lack someone to assist me with the alchemy. Xiao Junlin spoke, donning an expression of elderly esteem for his third junior sister, among all the disciples in the sect who are adept in alchemy. You are the one I admire the most. Therefore, I believe it is fitting to entrust this monumental task to you. Bai Li felt inclined to gather medicinal herbs for alchemy, yet a lingering suspicion nagged at her. Xiao Junlin seemed intent on exploiting her efforts. Aware that Bai Li was not easily deceived, he continued, once the elixirs are refined, I shall ensure a fair distribution, and you will not find yourself lacking your share. How does that sound? Bai Li fixed her gaze upon the herbs on the table, reasoning that since Xiao Junlin had no pills to offer at present, perhaps if she successfully processed these materials, he might grant her a larger portion. Very well. Though she acquiesced, Xiao Junlin still felt a tinge of insecurity. The previous encounter in the illusory forest had yielded an advantage over Bai Li, yet he required a more substantial bond with her to align their interests. Junior sister, Xiao Junlin suddenly leaned closer, his tone shifting to one of concern. Your condition of coldness has worsened. Have you recently broken your primal Yin? Bai Li's ears flushed crimson. What nonsense are you spouting? Chapter 31. The two junior sisters arrived. Bai Li took a few steps back, appearing flustered. Xiao Junlin chuckled lightly. Am I speaking in jest? To be candid, my father, Xiao Feng, left me numerous prescriptions for understanding female ailments. It is clear to me that you are no longer a maiden. Bai Li's delicate hands clenched subconsciously within her silken sleeves. Xiao Junlin pressed on. You may choose to deny it, but I could report this to Elder Qin Yin, who would undoubtedly investigate the matter thoroughly. At that point, I hope you can reveal the identity of the one who compromised your virtue, for this matter is of great significance to the female disciples of our sect. Bai Li's face reddened with shame, rendering her speechless. Xiao Junlin advanced further, feigning an epiphany. Oh, I see now. You were inquiring what Xiao Shidi did to you in the illusory forest. Could it be regarding this matter? That scoundrel Qin Xian. I shall confront him immediately. Upon hearing this, Bai Li noticed Xiao Junlin preparing to storm out. She swiftly grasped his hand, her expression pleading, Elder brother, please. If you speak of this, how shall I show my face on Longtime Mountain in the future? Bai Li had only intended for Xiao Junlin to subtly probe Qin Xian, without divulging the specifics of her ordeal. She feared that if such a shameful incident were to reach his ears, she would be unable to hold her head high. Yet now, her worst fears seemed to be materializing. Xiao Junlin locked eyes with Bai Li, noticing the tears welling in her eyes. He tenderly caressed her cheek, and Bai Li felt a flicker of warmth. Despite her previous resistance towards him, it was as if the most vulnerable part of her heart had been touched by Xiao Junlin. Junior sister, you need not worry. I possess the means to restore your virtue. Xiao Junlin's sudden declaration shone like a beacon of hope for Bai Li. She seemed to mishear him, instinctively gasping in astonishment. Xiao Junlin continued earnestly. If you truly wish to be restored, then you must disrobe and allow me to examine you, so that I can ascertain the appropriate remedy. However, this method was bequeathed to me by my father, and it must remain confidential. How could I possibly reveal this? Bai Li internally protested. Elder Xiao Feng, how could he possibly know about treating women's ailments? Despite her reservations, she did not immediately accept Xiao Junlin's claims. There's no need for that. Elder brother. As long as you promise to keep my secret, I shall inquire with Xiao Shidi myself. If he truly acted in such a vile manner, I will deal with him personally. Confronting Qin Xian would be troublesome. She couldn't risk being tainted by the 9 Phoenix Morning Sun body. Xiao Junlin endeavored to persuade Bai Li further. However, just as she reached the door, a soft, melodious voice called from outside. Elder brother, I've come to find you. The voice sent Bai Li scrambling to hide behind the door. Her eyes widened in shock. She immediately recognized it as the voice of 6th junior sister. Nagong Jin.as dusk settled. The outside world grew darker. What was she doing here in the elder brother's quarters, especially in such a secluded setting? Seeing her astonished expression, Xiao Junlin couldn't help but smile inwardly. Timing is everything. 6th junior sister, the little vixen, has arrived just in time. That he strode over to open the door. Bai Li attempted to intervene, wanting to express that she was still in his room and worried about the potential misunderstandings that could arise. As Xiao Junlin opened the door, she instinctively ducked behind the screen, peering through a crack to see Nangong Jin entering with her head bowed, clad in a flowing purple gown. Her silver hair danced gracefully in the moonlight. Xiao Junlin, aware that Bai Li was spying, deliberately remarked, "Why has 6th junior sister come to see me at such a late hour?" Upon hearing this, Nangong Jin's cheeks flushed crimson, and she turned her face away, unable to meet his gaze. Elder brother, did we not agree to meet during the day? Agree to what? Xiao Junlin feigned confusion, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Nangong Jin, realizing that Xiao Junlin was teasing her. Stamped her foot in frustration. If you are unwilling, then I shall. She hesitated, pondering the implications of her words. If Xiao Junlin truly refused to assist her in transforming, her previous sacrifices would have been in vain. She yearned to bear a human child, a testament to the alliance between the Celestial Fox clan and humanity, which might save her kin from peril. Elder brother and I had an agreement to have a child together. Nangong Jin's exquisite face, already flushed, seemed to glow under the moonlight. At that moment, Xiao Junlin swept her up in his arms, kicked the door shut, and carried her to the bed. Bailey, hidden behind the screen, was utterly astonished, her mind swirling. Surely, she must still be asleep, dreaming of such an outrageous scene. Sixth junior sister and elder brother, engaged in a clandestine affair. And sixth junior sister wished to bear elder brother's child? Elder brother, please be gentle. Last time it was somewhat painful. Nangong Jin's sultry gaze met the moonlight streaming through the window, illuminating her fair complexion. As her shoulder was revealed, her delicate collarbone appeared like a work of art under the moon's glow. Xiao Junlin, maintaining a serious demeanor, whispered into Nangong Jin's ear, "For the sake of the Celestial Fox clan, dear sister, bear with it." Chapter 32. The expert in gynecology, Xiao Junlin. The moonlight cascaded like a waterfall, illuminating the intimate chamber. Bailey, concealed behind the screen, observed everything with unwavering clarity. Initially, she shut her eyes, but her curiosity soon overcame her, compelling her to steal glances, 2, 3, until she could not tear her eyes away. Half an hour later, Nangong Jin departed, and Xiao Junlin smiled as he closed the door. No sooner had he shut it than Bailey burst forth from her hiding place, trembling as she demanded, "What is the nature of your relationship with sixth junior sister? As you can see, what further inquiries do you have, third junior sister?" "You." Bailey gnashed her teeth in anger, appalled that her dear sister was so easily led astray by Xiao Junlin. "Despicable, base." Xiao Junlin chuckled. "Are you angry that I took advantage of Nangong Jin, or that I chose to take advantage of someone other than you?" He understood women's hearts exceedingly well. If she were truly concerned for Nangong Jin's welfare, she would have intervened sooner, yet she had not. Instead, she had remained a silent witness, waiting until the spectacle concluded before confronting him. "What is this? A hypocritical charade?" "I did not," Bailey retorted. Xiao Junlin intentionally countered. "Come now, third junior sister, you cannot pretend not to have seen everything that transpired, can you?" Bailey bit her lip. "What nonsense are you spouting? I did not see." "Did you not? Indeed not. Would you dare swear an oath?" "Third junior sister? You must first answer my question." Bailey grasped Xiao Junlin's collar in desperation. "Sixth junior sister is innocent and pure, aside from cultivation. She spends her time caring for small creatures." "Did you employ some trick to deceive her?" Xiao Junlin's expression hardened. "Sixth junior sister sought me for medical treatment. You may cast aspersions, but my benevolence as a healer cannot be sullied by your accusations." "Medical treatment?" Bailey was taken aback. "Of course, I previously mentioned that my father left behind a compendium for treating women's ailments. When I saw sixth junior sister clutching her abdomen, I inquired and learned that she suffered from severe coldness." Xiao Junlin spoke with righteous indignation. "This condition arises from an excess of yin energy within a woman's body. The simplest remedy involves the pure young essence of a man, supplemented by various herbs." You witnessed her approach to treatment, quite proactive, wouldn't you agree? Bailey was momentarily stunned. Although she was an expert in alchemy, she understood that pills could not cure ailments, especially those specific to women. "Thus, I did not take advantage of Nangong Jin. Our actions were entirely legitimate." Xiao Junlin placed a reassuring hand on Bailey's shoulder, his tone almost explanatory. Bailey blinked, pondering why he felt the need to clarify himself to her. "Never mind. I have no interest." As they spoke, her gaze flickered away, avoiding his eyes. However, recalling Xiao Junlin's earlier promise to restore her virtue, she hesitantly asked, "Elder brother, is it possible to repair my condition?" "It is indeed possible. But given that you just berated me, why would I assist you?" Xiao Junlin smirked, deliberately cold in his response. He intended to challenge her doubts about him. The more arrogant he appeared, the more Bailey would seek his favor and appease him. After all, is it not the nature of men to thrive on the affections of women? Upon witnessing the scene, Bailey immediately bowed to him, acknowledging her own lack of discernment if the senior brother could assist her in healing. Bailey was willing to pay any price. "Oh, you consent to what I just asked of you." Bailey understood that Xiao Junlin was referring to the full body examination, that if this was essential for her treatment, she felt she could endure it. "I agree." But she glanced at the bed recently used by Xiao Junlin and Nangong Jin, feeling a twinge of aversion. "Why not? Senior brother, come to my place for the treatment. A change of battlefield, that could work." Xiao Junlin nodded. "You should return and clean yourself up. Call for me when you are ready. Bai Li bowed again. I shall await your arrival, senior brother. After she departed, Xiao Junlin intended to consume a few medicinal pills to restore his strength before heading out. After all, he was eager for Bai Li to assist him in alchemy, necessitating a tangible bond of mutual benefit between them, not merely driven by lust. However, just as he stepped out, a summons from Qin Yin resonated. Junlin, come to the administrative hall to see me. Xiao Junlin, feeling helpless, presumed that Qin Yin wished to discuss the events of the day's battle and might offer him some advantage. Being summoned by an elder was unavoidable. Thus, he made his way to the administrative hall. Inside the hall, Qin Yin lounged with her long, snow-white legs crossed, lazily reclining on a couch, upon noticing Xiao Junlin's arrival. She slowly spoke. Junlin, you have made significant contributions in today's battle. What reward do you desire? Xiao Junlin's gaze swept over the undulations beneath her collarbone, glistening with droplets of water in the original text. Qin Yin was known for her fondness for bathing, and it seemed she had just emerged from one. He regarded her exquisite figure with a light chuckle. What I seek, disciple fears, Elder Qin may not be able to provide. His words bore a hint of teasing, causing Qin Yin's expression to become solemn. With an icy demeanor, she warned, Junlin, mind your words. Xiao Junlin feigned innocence. What does the elder mean? I am quite earnest. Could it be that the elder has misunderstood my intentions? Qin Yin furrowed her brow. Perhaps due to the numerous aggressive glances she had received from Qin Xian, she was momentarily misled into feeling that Xiao Junlin's gaze mirrored Qin Xian's. However, upon deeper reflection, she reminded herself that Xiao Junlin was the most straightforward disciple in the sect. Perhaps she was overthinking it. What is it that you mentioned earlier which I cannot provide? Xiao Junlin smiled gently, his face imbued with respect. Disciple wishes to borrow the elder's life spirit instrument, the Yaoguang Qin, for a time. The Yaoguang Qin was a peak-level spirit instrument of the three phases and also Qin Yin's most formidable tool. She had previously used it to defeat 3 opponents of equal rank, and its presence significantly enhanced her overall combat capability, allowing her to engage in battles beyond her level. Qin Yin's brows knitted together, her expression stiffening. What do you need the Yaoguang Qin for? Xiao Junlin replied earnestly. Disciple intends to venture to the Frost Moon Mirror Lake to retrieve something. However, as it lies within the territory of the Huaizong, I am wary of potential dangers, hence I seek a safeguard. Qin Yin, aware of Xiao Junlin's cautious nature, recognized that he had often been somewhat timid. Were it not for his recent victory on behalf of Longtime Mountain against Zhao Wujing and others, she might have already given up on him. Since the Frost Moon Mirror Lake was fraught with peril, she advised, I suggest you refrain from going. Her stance was aimed at minimizing Xiao Junlin's risks. After all, should he perish, it could provoke Elder Xiao Feng's ire towards Longtime Mountain. Yet Xiao Junlin persisted. There is something very important at Frost Moon Mirror Lake that I must retrieve. I implore the Elder to grant me this request. As for other rewards, I can forego them all. Ultimately, the only rewards Xiao Junlin valued were those of elder-grade resources. However, the distribution of such resources was solely within the purview of the sect leader. Qin Yin was merely acting as the steward of Longai Mountain. Given her authority, discussing it with her would be futile. What could be so important? I had thought that previously your utmost concern was Qin Xian. Qin Yin inquired with curiosity. Xiao Junlin internally scoffed at the mention of Qin Xian. That was merely a moral shackle imposed upon the original master by others. They often asserted that as the senior brother, he ought to treat the junior brother in a particular manner, endlessly praising Qin Xian's talent while belittling Xiao Junlin, despite being the hero of Longtime Mountain and the son of the Supreme Elder. Xiao Junlin lived in a state of utter humility, constantly regarded with an air of undeserved superiority. This led him to gradually develop a personality inclined towards pleasing others, believing that by assisting Qin Xian, he would win the favor of those concerned for him. Thus, in the past, Xiao Junlin had been kind to Qin Xian. However, the current Xiao Junlin merely smiled wryly. The junior brother was important, but the second junior sister was equally so. I believe the elder has also noticed today that the second junior sister possesses an exceptionally strong talent for swordsmanship. The Dharma aspect she has awakened, though not yet truly entering the 3 phases, has already been confirmed to be the sword intent Dharma aspect. Qin Yin nodded. Your insight is indeed keen, but what connection does the item at Frost Moon Mirror Lake have with Hong Ling? To be candid, my father once confided a secret to me. Within Frost Moon Mirror Lake lies a sword that is highly likely to belong to the second junior sister. Should she obtain that sword, she would be able to step into the 3 phases. Is this what Elder Xiaofeng said? Qin Yin asked, puzzled. When Elder Xiaofeng left Longtime Mountain, Xiao Junlin was likely still a child. Was he not? Yes, he spoke of it in my childhood. But I remember it vividly, for my father was particularly earnest when he told me to visit Frost Moon Mirror Lake once I had attained a certain level of strength. When Xiao Junlin mentioned Elder Xiao Feng, a noticeable pressure appeared on Qin Yin's face. As soon as Xiao Junlin finished, he chuckled inwardly. Indeed, the Moonlight Nihuang sword was hidden within Frost Moon Mirror Lake. The destined sword of Yi Hongling. Once one recognized it as their own, even though the sword would follow Yi Hongling thereafter, the one who recognized it would indirectly influence the swordsmanship of a future sword immortal. In essence, it established a profoundly strong bond. Moreover, within Frost Moon Mirror Lake, there existed not only the Moonlight Nihuang sword, but also a sword embryo, which, according to the original story, Chen Xian would wield at the conclusion. This sword embryo had also been left behind by a past sword immortal, but it had yet to fully take form, which is why the sword immortal had concealed it within the Moonlight Nihuang sword. The sword was nurtured by the sword. That sword embryo was the true treasure. Upon hearing Xiao Junlin's words and observing his sincere gaze, Qin Yin felt a measure of comfort. Your consideration for the junior sister is commendable. I appreciate it. However, the Yaowang Qin possesses immense power, and with your current abilities, you may not be able to wield it effectively. Are you confident? Xiao Junlin was aware that Qin Yin had another method of cultivation through the Qin. In the original text, when Qin Xian became an elder, he utilized that method to guide Qin Xian in understanding the Tao. Disciple lacks confidence. Thus, I hope the elder can assist me in familiarizing myself with it using the Tianfu Fan Yin. Upon hearing the phrase Tianfu Fan Yin, Qin Yin's expression instantly turned icy. How do you know of my cultivation secret? This secret was known only to herself and a few elders. Could it be that Elder Xiaofeng had informed him? Indeed, it was my father who divulged it to me. He also mentioned that Elder Qin is selfless and would teach me if I desired to learn. Xiao Junlin understood that desperation could render one invincible. He sought to test the influence of Xiaofeng on Longtime Mountain, curious whether it was as profound as described in the original text, as expected. Upon hearing this, Qin Yin's expression reflected inner turmoil. Let us discuss this matter after you have entered the 3 phases. The Tianfu Fan Yin wields tremendous power. You may not yet be able to adapt. As she spoke, she clearly intended for Xiao Junlin to leave. After all, in her view, the Tianfu Fan Yin was her ultimate skill, one she wished to reserve for her most exceptional disciple. She feared that if it were taught to too many individuals, it might leak out, undermining her standing as a top elder. Additionally, Xiao Junlin sought both the Tianfu Fan Yin and the Yaowang Qin, akin to stripping her of her family fortune. Did Elder Xiaofeng send you to do this? Although Elder Xiaofeng was the supreme elder, he had been absent from Longtime Mountain for over a decade. Qin Yin had matured and was no longer obliged to heed his words as she once had. Thus, she leaned more towards teaching Qin Xian than Xiao Junlin. If you wish to go to Frost Moon Mirror Lake, I can have Hong Ling lead the demon-subduing squad to accompany you for your safety. However, the Yaowang Qin and the Tianfu Fan Yin are matters to be discussed later. You may leave now. With that, Qin Yin issued an eviction order. However, since Xiao Junlin had broached the subject, he was not one to easily concede. Disciple has a remark to make, though I am unsure if I should. Elder Qin, you have been at the late stage of the 3 phases for quite some time without advancing. Perhaps you feel anxious about it? This remark touched upon the very concern that Qin Yin held dear, and she coldly retorted, this matter is none of your concern. Xiao Junlin chuckled, disciple merely possesses a method to assist the elder. However, if the elder believes it to be unrelated to me, then so be it. With that, he turned to leave the administrative hall. Qin Yin paused, reflecting on the implications of Xiao Junlin's words, and called out. Wait. Unexpectedly, Xiao Junlin remarked, the Heaven's Flute mantra that the elder cultivates is indeed exquisite beyond compare. However, it is ultimately merely an auxiliary technique. The elder's primary foundational method is the Supreme Extreme Yin Scripture, which is one of the sect's sacred arts at Longtime Mountain, particularly suited for female practitioners. It is both frigid and formidable. Yet, he paused, scrutinizing the expression on Qin Yin's face, and upon confirming her astonishment, he assured himself that he had not misremembered the plot of the original work. In the original text, the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor also discerned the flaws in Qin Yin's cultivation method. Hence he instructed Qin Xian to assist her, leading to a perpetual debt of gratitude from Qin Yin towards him. Even later, when Qin Xian sought to rally the entire sect's strength to eliminate the possessed Xiaofeng, Qin Yin sided with Qin Xian. It can be said that Qin Yin is the elder most capable of aiding Qin Xian. Eliminating her would equate to severing 1/3 of Qin Xian's support at Longtime Mountain. Continue speaking, do not stop, Qin Yin urged, Although she was taken aback by Xiao Junlin's knowledge, as the elder-level techniques were confidential to disciples, perhaps it was Xiao Feng who had divulged this information to him. Nevertheless, the deeper one cultivates the supreme extreme in scripture, the more intense the cold energy within the practitioner's body becomes. Once this cold energy spirals out of control, it can corrode the internal organs. And the higher the realm, the greater the likelihood of the cold energy going berserk. Xiao Junlin gazed unflinchingly at Qin Yin, whose eyes flickered as if he had seen through her innermost thoughts. How could Elder Qin hope to break through to a higher realm while suppressing the cold energy with the majority of her cultivation? If I am not mistaken, not only will you be unable to break through, but you are also in danger of falling in cultivation at any moment. Xiao Junlin's tone grew increasingly vehement. As he spoke, he advanced step by step, causing Qin Yin to retreat in astonishment until she collided with the elder's chair and sat down in resignation. Just as she was catching her breath, Xiao Junlin audaciously leaned over the elder's chair, towering above her in close proximity. Elder Qin, I am not mistaken, am I? This was the first time Qin Yin found herself so close to a male disciple, and her breath momentarily stilled. Yet, being of high status, she quickly regained her composure and sternly commanded, "Step back." Once Xiao Junlin had retreated 2 steps, she adjusted her attire and stated, "What you say is not incorrect. Regardless of how you came by this knowledge, I only wish to know if you truly possess a solution." "There is," Xiao Junlin replied. "My father had long anticipated this, thus he imparted the solution to me." "What is the solution? Speak quickly. I shall not." Qin Yin grew anxious and slammed her palm upon the armrest of the chair, exclaiming, "Impudent! I command you to speak now." Xiao Junlin merely shrugged, knowing that with Xiao Feng as his backing, Qin Yin would not dare to truly harm him. "Am I to fear you? Earlier, when I sought to borrow the Yaoguang Qin and the Heaven's Flute mantra from the Elder as a reward for my contributions today, you refused. Now, I have no desire to enlighten you." He spoke nonchalantly as he prepared to leave. Qin Yin discerned that Xiao Junlin was subtly accusing her. "I was acting in consideration of your cultivation." "Junlin, you cannot believe that I am deliberately withholding information, can you?" "Huh? Is that not the case? Is it not meant for Qin Xian?" Xiao Junlin internally scoffed, replying, "The elder certainly has her own calculations, and so do I. Farewell." Qin Yin clenched her fists, recalling a prior conversation with Qin Xian, wherein he had informed her of a certain matter. "Xiao Junlin, is the theft of the dragon-nurturing golden pill true or false?" Qin Yin aimed to use this issue to compel Xiao Junlin to divulge the method to resolve her cultivation challenges. Xiao Junlin raised an eyebrow. "Of course it is true. Why does the elder inquire?" Qin Yin coldly waved her hand. "I have investigated the entire sect. On that day, no one entered your quarters. You were alone in their healing, yet the dragon-nurturing golden pill vanished without a trace. I suspect." "Suspect me?" Xiao Junlin interrupted. "The methods of the floating life demon cult are enigmatic and unpredictable. Who knows how they managed the theft? However, if the elder suspects me of misappropriating it, that is of no concern." Qin Yin had not anticipated Xiao Junlin's brazen response. "Were you not supposed to refine that golden pill for Qin Xian? It can be done, or it can be not done," Xiao Junlin asserted firmly. "However, since I refined the golden pill, it belongs to me, Xiao Junlin. If I wish to misappropriate it, what crime would you claim I have committed to morally bind me?" Xiao Junlin, laughable. "Where would I find the morals to bind you?" For a moment, Qin Yin was left speechless. Xiao Junlin's words were indeed reasonable. In the past, she could have relied on the responsibilities of the senior brother to urge Xiao Junlin to consider Qin Xian more. Yet now, Xiao Junlin gave her the impression that he was no longer as concerned about Qin Xian as before. Xiao Junlin continued, "Furthermore, since I have promised to provide Qin Xian with the golden pill, how could I misappropriate it? Am I to be mentally fractured?" "You guessed correctly. I truly am mentally fractured." Qin Yin nodded, though she had harbored doubts when Qin Xian reported this matter to her earlier. However, Xiao Junlin's words held merit. Noticing that Qin Yin's attitude remained firm, Xiao Junlin turned to leave, leaving behind a remark, "Should the elder come to a decision, bring the Yaoguang Qin and the Heaven's Flute mantra to find the disciple. I shall await your esteemed presence." With that, Xiao Junlin exited the administrative hall. Qin Yin wished to call out to him, seeking other means to extract the method from Xiao Junlin, but he did not afford her the opportunity. When did this brat become so cunning?" Qin Yin's expression soured, yet she soon sensed the cold energy within her beginning to spiral out of control once more. She circulated her cultivation, suppressing the cold energy with a torrent of spiritual power until it regained its tranquility. "If this continues, how long must I wait to safely break through?" She gazed towards the hall's exit, watching Xiao Junlin's receding figure. "If he truly possesses a solution, then the Yaoguang Qin and the Heaven's Flute mantra would be worth it. However, if I give them to him, I cannot also give them to Qin Xian. Meanwhile, Xiao Junlin did not return to his quarters but instead made his way to Bai Li's location. Upon standing outside her chamber, he discovered that the door was not fully closed. San Shimi, I have come to conduct your physical examination. Senior brother, come in. A gentle yet shy voice emanated from within the dark room. As Xiao Junlin pushed the door open, he beheld Bai Li reclining on her bed. He approached slowly, and the scene before him grew increasingly vivid. It was an exquisitely beautiful face, illuminated by the moonlight, her delicate features appearing even more translucent and fair. Resembling a pearl, below that face, she was, astonishingly, devoid of any clothing. Xiao Junlin's eyes widened. Well, not dressed. Bai Li noticed Xiao Junlin's expression and turned her face away, playfully chiding, Senior brother, why don't you cover your eyes? And help me with the treatment. Having seen it all, why would he cover his eyes? Xiao Junlin cleared his throat. San Shimi, your senior brother is a serious man. You are being a bit unreasonable if you are guarding against a gentleman. Bai Li lightly pursed her lips, her hands covering her eyes as if she wished to avoid facing him. At that moment, Xiao Junlin had already seated himself beside her bed, gazing at her body, which resembled a work of art. He could not help but swallow hard. Previously, during the illusory forest incident, he had taken advantage of her vulnerability and had not truly appreciated the beauty before him. Now, Xiao Junlin realized that he had been superficial. True beauty deserves to be savored slowly and patiently, allowing for a lingering aftertaste. Engaging in crude and hasty indulgence is a rather uncouth act. Thus, this time, Xiao Junlin reminded himself to take it slow. Senior brother, how exactly will you treat me? Bai Li inquired. Previously, Xiao Junlin had merely stated that she should not wear clothes but had not mentioned further details. Xiao Junlin smiled. My father imparted a method to me for pushing blood through the meridians. This method can reshape the missing parts of your abdomen. In simpler terms, it is a unique spa treatment. Xiao Junlin paused before continuing. It involves using my hands to accelerate the circulation of your blood while simultaneously invigorating your meridians. Coupled with my unique techniques, it can restore you to your former self. Although Bai Li was a master alchemist, she could not comprehend the intricacies of Xiao Junlin's explanation. She only vaguely understood that Xiao Junlin was going to touch her. Senior brother, I feel shy, Bai Li said. Her lips pressed together. She had never imagined that she would have such an interaction with Xiao Junlin. Ultimately, it was all the fault of the little junior brother for behaving inappropriately. Otherwise, she would not have found herself in this situation, as she was not fond of such things. Seeing Bai Li hesitating to shed her modesty, Xiao Junlin promptly reassured her, do not worry. The method requires that I cover your eyes as you suggested. So I will see nothing. Only that I can touch everything. Xiao Junlin inwardly chuckled. Saying this, he produced a long piece of cloth from seemingly nowhere and blindfolded himself. Upon witnessing this, Bai Li's sense of shame diminished slightly. Now that San Shimi was prepared, I shall proceed. Hearing a soft from Bai Li, Xiao Junlin's hand gradually descended onto her abdomen. His warm palm immediately penetrated her skin, seeping into her body and allowing Bai Li to distinctly feel Xiao Junlin's warmth. Senior brother, your hand is so warm. That is only natural. I am a real man. Upon hearing Xiao Junlin's words, Bai Li's face flushed once more. She had just wanted to regard Xiao Junlin as a male friend, even as a woman, so that she would not feel so embarrassed. Little did she expect Xiao Junlin to remind her of the distinction between genders. Master brother, could you possibly become my dear confidant? That way, I would feel less shy, Bai Li said earnestly. Xiao Junlin was momentarily taken aback by her request. Goodness, isn't that a tactic used by girls from Earth? Do women in your fantastical realm also nurture male friends? The so-called male confidant is merely a backup. After all, of course, I can. Master brother has always been your good elder brother and can naturally be your confidant. Xiao Junlin replied with a sincere expression. Even through a veil, Bai Li could sense his genuine intent. However, she did not anticipate that Xiao Junlin would continue to question her, third junior sister, between my role as your male confidant and that of the junior brother. Whom do you prefer? Chapter 36. To love someone, one must conceal it. Upon hearing Xiao Junlin's question, Bai Li's lips pursed slightly. She fell silent for a few moments but soon spoke candidly. To be honest, master brother, I have always had feelings for the junior brother. A knowing smile flickered in Xiao Junlin's heart. He was well aware of the melodramatic nature of the original plot. Hearing her confession left him somewhat displeased. You are already mine, yet you still think of him. But Bai Li suddenly shifted her tone. That was in the past. I found his actions in the illusory forest disgraceful. which is why I now harbor disdain for him, that I wish for you to help me restore my body, so that this incident never occurred. Bailey seemed to be explaining herself, yet she was also surprised by her own inclination to do so. Deep down, she felt that Xiao Junlin was significant to her, a notion that would have been inconceivable before. Never mind, never mind. Master Brother has just clarified his innocent relationship with Nangong Jin, that I suppose explaining myself to him now would balance the scales. However, Xiao Junlin, well-versed in psychology, observed Bai Li's transformation with keen interest. Explanation often marks the beginning of emotional entanglements. It appeared that Bai Li was beginning to stray from the original narrative. After all, the Nine Phoenix Morning Sun's sacred body, while capable of transforming Qinxian into a male succubus, had its greatest weakness. It only affected women who were pure. Yet, Bai Li was already his. And thus the effect of the Nine Phoenix Morning Sun's sacred body was nullified. The current Bai Li had shed the constraints of her NPC status, becoming a genuine individual. Once Bai Li's heart was wholly his. Xiao Junlin would be able to freely utilize her innate medicinal cauldron's sacred body for his own benefit. Oh, so, does this mean you no longer harbor feelings for the junior brother? Xiao Junlin deliberately inquired. Bai Li nodded gently. I do not. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Xiao Junlin was ensnaring her. Oh, then who do you like now? This question seemed to touch upon the tenderest part of her youthful heart. Bai Li turned her face away, falling into silence. Noticing this, Xiao Junlin halted his movements, sensing that his junior sister's words were insincere. If you feel guilty towards the junior brother, shall I take my leave? Bai Li grew anxious. No. If you leave now, then that would mean I have shown you for nothing. Xiao Junlin chuckled. I have seen you with sixth junior sister before, haven't I? We are merely even now. Upon hearing this, Bai Li felt even more aggrieved. Can men and women be compared? You men can show yourselves to women without losing anything. But for us women, being seen costs us our virtue. However, Bai Li did not wish for Xiao Junlin to discern her innermost thoughts and urged. Master brother, please help me restore my body first. I truly do not have feelings for the junior brother anymore. After a moment, she hesitated. The person I like is someone else. With Xiao Junlin's perceptiveness, he was far from oblivious to a woman's sentiments. Bai Li's statement was evidently a hint towards him. However, he chose not to expose it. Revealing it would mean delving into matters of the heart, and engaging in such emotions would impede his ambitions. He was eager to deal with Chun Xian and ascend to greatness. He had no time for romantic entanglements. Thus, Xiao Junlin feigned ignorance. Someone else? Oh, well then, you mustn't disclose what we are doing to him. Bai Li nodded softly, outwardly agreeing, yet inwardly berating. This fool? What is there to hide? You are clearly present. In an effort to evade responsibility, Xiao Junlin added, Junior sister, to truly love someone, one must conceal it. His continuous persuasion opened a new realm of understanding for Bai Li. Previously, she had been ignorant of love, but after hearing Xiao Junlin's words, she perceived it as a sacred and pure emotion, untainted by worldly desires. Master brother, how do you know so much? Bai Li regarded Xiao Junlin with newfound admiration. Xiao Junlin casually remarked, you all were too focused on the junior brother in the past. In truth, I, your master brother, am the real treasure. He had initially intended to pull Bai Li deeper into his web of charm. As her cheeks flushed with color and her body unconsciously moved in response, she would soon become weak-willed and follow her own impulses. But just then, a light, cheerful voice echoed from outside, Sister Bai Li. I am back. I'm here to find you. Hurry and open the door. The voice clearly belonged to a youthful girl, even carrying a hint of playfulness. Upon hearing it, Bai Li's body stiffened, and she quickly sprang from the bed. Hurriedly dressing while whispering to Xiao Junlin, Master brother, hide behind the door. The fourth junior sister is back. Xiao Junlin raised an eyebrow, realizing the newcomer was the fourth-ranked elite disciple from Longtime Mountain, a playful girl with twin ponytails. A prodigy in formation arts. Feng Shi, Chapter 37. Fourth junior sister, Feng Shi. Xiao Junlin recalled that Bai Li and fourth junior sister Feng Shi shared living quarters. Their dormitory was in the same building, albeit with different beds. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for Feng Shi to seek Bai Li. However, Feng Shi had been out training beyond Longtime Mountain, and her sudden return tonight was unexpected. He pondered that in the original plot, Feng Shi's return was also to assist Qin Xian. Moreover, Feng Shi was not only skilled in formation arts, but also adept in divination, astrology, and fate analysis. It was her predictions that identified Qin Xian as possessing the Ziwei destiny, heralding him as the future emperor and the hope of Longtime Mountain. which significantly contributed to the adoration he received from the entire sect. One could say that aside from the influence of the Nine Phoenix Morning Sun sacred body, Feng Shi's presence was the second major factor in Chen Xian becoming the cherished one of the group. If only Feng Shi could be swayed to serve my interests, perhaps I could alter my unfortunate fate as a mere stepping stone. With this thought, Xiao Junlin discreetly distanced himself from Bai Li, understanding the need to keep his relationship with her from being discovered by Feng As Bai Li finished dressing, Feng Shi opened the door just in time. Bai Li, still catching her breath, feigned calmness, saying, "You little girl, why did you suddenly return without giving me a heads up? You nearly scared me to death in the middle of the night." Bai Li chided her. But Feng Shi scrutinized her suspiciously. Sensing an unusual energy emanating from Bai Li, Feng Shi shook her head. "Something feels off. Third junior sister. You're not quite yourself." "What are you talking about?" "Nonsense," Bai Li replied. Feeling a twinge of guilt, she knew that Feng Shi had been practicing formation arts and astrology since childhood, but her most formidable skill was reading people, interpreting their aura and energy to discern their fate. Thus, it would be easy for Feng Shi to see through her. The more anxious Bai Li became, the more obvious her unease appeared. Feng Shi remained silent, deliberately staring at Bai Li, clearly perceiving her unusual demeanor. She began to scan the surroundings. "Third junior sister, you have a man sent on you. You haven't hidden a man in your room, have you?" As she searched, she coldly remarked, "We agreed to treat the junior brother well for a lifetime. You wouldn't betray him, would you?" As she spoke, Feng Shi abruptly turned toward the door, continuing, "You aren't secretly meeting the junior brother in the middle of the night, are you?" However, as she pivoted, the surprise and curiosity on her face vanished, replaced by shock. In her astonishment, Xiao Junlin detected a hint of disdain in her gaze. "Master brother, what are you doing here?" Xiao Junlin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, adopting a gentlemanly demeanor. "Why can't I be here? Didn't you just suggest that I was having a secret rendezvous with third junior sister?" Bai Li's heart trembled, thinking to herself, "What nonsense is master brother spouting? Isn't this self-incrimination?" Seeing Bai Li's flustered expression, Xiao Junlin winked at her, signaling her to remain calm. In his eyes, Bai Li, who lacked understanding of psychology, was akin to a novice. In awkward situations like this, the more one denies, the more convinced onlookers become that something is amiss. Conversely, admitting it, even with a touch of bravado, would lead others to believe that nothing was wrong, especially for someone like Feng Shi, who typically looked down upon Xiao Junlin. Indeed, upon hearing Xiao Junlin's words, Feng Shi chuckled, "Master brother, you jest. What reason could you possibly have for a rendezvous with third junior sister? Pray tell, what are you doing here?" Feng Shi's expression turned calm, the previous shock dissipating. Xiao Junlin assessed Feng Shi with a discerning eye. She wore a light yellow gauze dress, her figure curvaceous and tall, yet her face bore a youthful innocence, perhaps even a hint of baby fat. Creating a striking contrast, her long boots revealed a glimpse of her thighs, blending cuteness with a touch of sensuality. Most notably were Feng Shi's lustrous emerald green locks, styled into playful twin ponytails that swayed behind her as she walked. Unfortunately, this woman had always held Xiao Junlin in contempt, as she had long since calculated his fate. It is believed that Xiao Junlin not only lacks romantic fortune, but also possesses no power or authority, living a life akin to that of an emperor, and is even destined for an early demise. The sole highlight of his fate is that it carries a certain degree of significance in assisting the Ziwei Emperor's star, indicating that Qin Xian relied on Xiao Junlin's support. Naturally, matters concerning alchemy should be discussed with the third junior sister. However, it seems that such discussions have reached a satisfactory conclusion for now. Xiao Junlin casually provided an excuse, to which Feng Shi reproached him with a look of disapproval. "Since the discussion is settled, it would be best for you to take your leave this late at night, lest our reputation as ladies be tarnished." This was clearly a dismissal. Bai Li, standing nearby, pursed her lips, feeling a hint of guilt towards Xiao Junlin, yet refrained from voicing her thoughts. Xiao Junlin nodded in understanding and turned to leave. However, he did not go far, instead positioning himself on the opposite side of the sleeping quarters, where Feng Shi would typically pass after reminiscing with Bai Li before retiring for the night. Once Xiao Junlin departed, a look of disdain crept onto Feng Shi's face. "Third senior sister, you ought to limit your interactions with the senior brother. His fate is unfortunate, weak, and insignificant compared to Qin Xian. Prolonged contact with him may adversely affect your fortune," Feng Shi advised Bai Li. Yet Bai Li merely felt pity for Xiao Junlin, thinking to herself, "In truth, he's quite a good person." However, Feng Shi had no desire to continue discussing Xiao Junlin and promptly changed the subject. "I heard about the provocation from Huaizong. Did they not return in defeat?" Was it not our junior brother who wreaked havoc upon them? Chapter 38. Suppression of Feng Shi. Bai Li pondered. Our junior brother wreaking havoc? I would indeed wish to witness such a scene. However, the reality is, our junior brother never even had the chance to take the stage. Elder Qin Yin ordered the second senior sister to select disciples to battle together, and the second senior sister. Before Bai Li could finish her sentence, Feng Shi interjected. The second senior sister must have chosen our junior brother. Who doesn't he know that she dotes on him the most? Bai Li shook her head. The second senior sister chose the senior brother instead. Of course, he lived up to expectations, truly besting Zhao Wujing and Lei Ji of Huaizong, restoring our Dragontai Mountain's reputation. Upon hearing this, Feng Shi's mind buzzed. The second senior sister chose the senior brother and not our junior brother? How could this be? Feng Shi exclaimed in disbelief. Bai Li replied, how could it not be? The senior brother truly defeated Huaizong's disciples. However, Feng Shi was not referring to that. She meant how could the second senior sister not choose our junior brother, who is clearly the strongest among the elite disciples? The senior brother is no match for him. Based on her understanding of Yi Hongling, she knew that the second senior sister would never joke about the honor of Dragontai Mountain. For both public and private reasons, she ought to have chosen Xinxian to fight. Bai Li sighed. Several elders and I are quite puzzled, yet the facts remain. The outcome has proven that the second senior sister's choice was not mistaken. Had she chosen incorrectly, perhaps Elder Qin Yin would have punished her. Feng Shi understood that Bai Li would not jest about such matters, yet it was simply too astonishing. I shall ask the second senior sister about this tomorrow. Our junior brother must be quite heartbroken. Right? Feng Shi's face showed concern. Bai Li, having just shared a moment of closeness with Xiao Junlin, found Xinxian's significance in her heart seemingly diminished. It was only then that she realized this. Perhaps he should be heartbroken, Bai Li replied hesitantly. Feng Shi seized her hand. You didn't go to comfort him, did you? Feng Shi's tone bore an accusatory edge. Bai Li lowered her head slightly, guilt written all over her face. Feng Shi, exasperated, released her hand. How could you treat our junior brother like this? He has no parents. We are his only family to this time. You would rather discuss alchemy with Xiao Junlin than comfort him. Bai Li found herself momentarily speechless, primarily because she still harbored some resentment towards their junior brother. Though he is the junior, he had taken advantage of her. Bai Li felt aggrieved. Yet Feng Shi did not notice her expression and had already turned to leave the room. Where are you going? Bai Li called out. Feng Shi, without looking back, hurriedly replied, to find our junior brother. Outside the fifth peak sleeping quarters, Feng Shi emerged, still muttering to herself. In just a few days of my absence. Our junior brother has endured so much hardship. Bai Li is truly something else, as is the second senior sister. What on earth is going on? The mere thought of having seen Xiao Junlin in Bai Li's room just moments ago made Feng Shi feel a bit nauseated. She glanced at the stars in the sky. The Ziwei star and her junior brother's fateful star overlapped, both still shining brightly. She hoped fervently that her junior brother would not be adversely affected by this. Just as she was preparing to head to the sixth peak to seek Xinxian, a voice echoed from around the corner. Junior sister, as you are adept in celestial fate, why not help me discern my own fortune? The speaker was none other than Xiao Junlin. Feng Shi shot him a glare and brushed past him, completely disregarding her senior brother, sensing the fragrant aroma of his green twin ponytails wafting past her. Xiao Junlin shrugged and turned his profile towards Feng Shi. What's the matter? Is my fortune too favorable for you to dare to read it? Hearing this, Feng Shi paused, her large eyes fixed on Xiao Junlin with a hint of disdain. To be honest, I have already read your fortune, she replied, shaking her head. Your lifespan is short, devoid of power and influence. This position of senior brother is one you may not hold for long. So refrain from mentioning it in my presence. Damn, this little girl has quite the temper. Xiao Junlin cursed inwardly. In the original narrative, Feng Shi was depicted as someone who firmly believed in fate. And she had long since concluded that Xiao Junlin was beyond redemption. She held no regard for those with unfortunate destinies. Yet Xiao Junlin had not anticipated such blatant discrimination, even more so than the materialistic women from his past life. Xiao Junlin rubbed his nose. Well, I'm mainly curious. Recently, I've felt quite lucky. Perhaps my fate has changed. Why not take another look? What is there to look at? My predictions based on the celestial stars have never been wrong. If you don't believe me, feel free to seek another. With that, Feng Shi turned to continue towards the sixth peak, displaying a clear unwillingness to engage with Xiao Junlin. Xiao Junlin chuckled internally. Having initially intended to speak with her earnestly, since she had chosen to disregard his overtures, he would not be courteous either. Stop. Xiao Junlin's tone turned frosty. An elite disciple. I must report the progress of our tasks to the elders upon returning to the sect. Sneaking back now is a violation of sect rules. Do you know that I have the authority to punish you? Xiao Junlin had never used his position as senior brother to intimidate others. In reality, his role allowed him to oversee the disciples. Fengxi was taken aback by his words, momentarily caught off guard. Was this still the Xiao Junlin she remembered? Previously, he was merely a well-meaning senior brother with no authority, often stumbling over his words in front of them. Now, how dare he speak to her in this manner? Reflecting on Bai Li's earlier comments, Fengxi understood and snickered. Xiao Junlin, it seems you have received the second senior sister's support. Emboldening you to speak so defiantly? Step aside and do not obstruct my path to find our junior brother. Fengxi had no desire to waste any kindness on a supposed short-lived soul. It would be best if he did not trouble her, as she did not want to attract any ill fortune. However, now that Xiao Junlin had provoked her, she had no intention of being polite. As your senior brother, it is my duty to discipline those who violate the rules. Do I need to borrow the authority of Hongling to do so? Xiao Junlin declared with undeniable authority. Fengxi scoffed. With you? With that cultivation level that could collapse at any moment. If it weren't for Elder Xiao Feng before she could finish, Xiao Junlin suddenly moved. His form that had been in front of Fengxi vanished into thin air. He reappeared right beside her. Startled, Fengxi instinctively swung her hand to strike at Xiao Junlin. Yet, he merely raised his hand nonchalantly and firmly grasped her arm. Fengxi found herself firmly held. Unable to move. When did Xiao Junlin become this strong? Fengxi was astonished. With her own cultivation at the blood transformation stage, how could she be subdued by him in a single move? Her pride was further wounded as she lifted her leg to kick at Xiao Junlin's waist, her spiritual energy mingling with her blood transformation stage power, enveloping her leg in red steam. If that kick landed, given Xiao Junlin's previous physique, it would surely leave him incapacitated. Yet, to Xiao Junlin, her movement appeared to unfold in slow motion. The energies of time and space flowed within him. And Xiao Junlin slowly raised his other hand, effortlessly catching Fengxi's ankle. A surge of force coursed through her ankle, instantly neutralizing her strength. How is this possible? Fengxi's beautiful eyes widened in shock. But in the next moment, the world around her began to spin, as Xiao Junlin tightened his grip on her hand and foot, executing a perfect shoulder throw. The powerful force he exerted was not characteristic of the blood transformation stage, but rather akin to that of the triad stage. Her twin ponytails traced a semicircular arc through the air as Xiao Junlin hurled Fengxi upward before slamming her down. Bang! The stone steps shattered, and Fengxi found herself embedded within them. Pain etched across her face. Had her blood transformation stage granted her resilience not been present, she would have undoubtedly spat blood. Xiao Junlin, you scoundrel! Fengxi immediately struggled to rise and retaliate, but Xiao Junlin's robust physique pressed down upon her. Chapter 39. Xiao Junlin's new fate. Fengxi felt as though Xiao Junlin's body bore the weight of a mountain, and despite her efforts to twist and turn, she could not rise. Instead, in her struggles, she became acutely aware of Xiao Junlin's solid and muscular frame. When did he become so fit? Fengxi marveled internally, chastising herself for losing focus. This was hardly the time for such thoughts. Let me go. How dare you harm me? The elder and my junior disciple will not let you off. Fengxi scolded. Xiao Junlin appeared to be amused, as if he had just heard a joke. Sneaking back in the dead of night, and then attacking your senior brother, what issue do you have with me subduing you? I can tolerate the elder's threats, but what is Qin Xian? What right does he have to come to your defense? Fengxi's expression was filled with astonishment. Wasn't Xiao Junlin always obedient to the junior disciple, offering him the finest things? Why did he now seem to disdain him? You have lost your mind. Xiao Junlin, have you returned from the brink of death? Fengxi was certain that Xiao Junlin was not himself. The only explanation was that her earlier reading of his fate had been accurate. Xiao Junlin was destined to die soon, perhaps within these few days. Now, it seemed he was experiencing a fleeting moment of clarity before his demise. A fleeting moment of clarity? Nonsense. I, Xiao Junlin, will live longer than anyone else. As for you, fourth junior sister, you know your own fate. If your calamity star is not resolved, you will not survive beyond 3 years. The moment those words left his lips, Fengxi, who had been struggling, immediately ceased her movements. Xiao Junlin found a bit of amusement in this, but he knew his words had struck a chord. In the original tale, Fengxi faced a calamity that would cost her life, and the key to resolving it lay with Qin Xian. Qin Xian possessed the Ziwei fate, embodying imperial potential. As long as he married her, he could use his imperial aura to dispel her calamity. Thus, Fengxi had long aspired to marry Qin Xian, but the time was not yet ripe. However, this was a secret she alone held. How did Xiao Junlin come to know? What nonsense are you spouting? Stop your deceiving words and let me go. Fengxi refused to acknowledge the truth. Xiao Junlin smirked. Oh, not admitting it. You cannot truly believe that the junior disciple can resolve your calamity star. Can you? If he cannot, fourth junior sister, your fate is sealed at just 3 years. This statement once again left Fengxi in shock. Her light and airy voice turned somber. You? How do you know this? That is none of your concern. Just know that if this matter were to become known throughout the sect, how do you think everyone would perceive you? Xiao Junlin spoke with a tone of threat. Pressing down hard on Fengxi's hand that was still pushing against his arm, everyone would think you were a woman desperate to climb into her junior brother's bed to save her own life. Since Fengxi had always looked down on him, Xiao Junlin felt no need to show her mercy to achieve his goals. Indeed, upon hearing his words, Fengxi felt utterly humiliated, her already flushed face growing even redder. Xiao Junlin, you had better not spread rumors. Very well, then help me calculate my fate. Xiao Junlin's intentions became clear to Fengxi. He sought to alter his destiny. She found it utterly ridiculous. I have already calculated for you. Your fate is to sacrifice for the junior disciple, and that cannot be changed by anyone. Xiao Junlin blinked. That was the fate of the previous Xiao Junlin, and it had nothing to do with him. He merely wished to know if his current fate had shifted. Perhaps your star chart has gone awry. My fate should not be too bleak. How about you calculate again? I refuse. A resounding slap echoed across Fengxi's face, leaving 5 crimson marks that stood out starkly against her fair complexion in the moonlight. Fengxi glared fiercely at Xiao Junlin. I am not negotiating with you. This is a transaction. Xiao Junlin's unwavering attitude only quickened Fengxi's breath. This Xiao Junlin did not seem like a man returned from the brink of death. He appeared transformed. Was it possible that her previous calculations had truly been flawed? It couldn't be. Gritting her teeth, she relented. Fine, just let me go first. Xiao Junlin stood, separating himself from Fengxi's soft form. Once freed, she covered her face while shooting him a glare that, if looks could kill, would have already felled him. Yet she found it curious. Despite Xiao Junlin's cultivation previously being lower than hers, after their recent encounter, she felt utterly outmatched. She moved to a pavilion halfway up the mountain, retrieving a golden scroll from her bosom. Let me tell you, fate is predetermined, and unless a miracle occurs, the outcome cannot be altered. Fengxi clearly mocked Xiao Junlin. Your fate is so lowly. No amount of struggle will change that. Xiao Junlin dismissed her. Hurry up. You wouldn't want to let me down, would you? You are the one who can't. Fengxi bit her silver teeth, unfurling the golden scroll, revealing not a mere piece of paper, but a black space resembling the cosmos. The void above was empty, but as Fengxi formed hand seals, she inscribed Xiao Junlin's birth details in the air. A stream of golden characters surged into the black space. Heavenly secrets deduced. Celestial phenomena reveal fate. Fengxi murmured. This scroll was her life as spiritual artifact, the heavenly secret star chart. While it lacked significant combat capabilities, it was a specialized tool for fate calculation. As Fengxi made a few more gestures, a star appeared in the space, spinning. The star was dim and lifeless, as if it might wither away at any moment. Upon seeing it, Xiao Junlin surmised it must be his life star. Damn, still so bleak? Xiao Junlin muttered inwardly. Fengxi also observed the star, a cold smile gracing her lips. See, this is your fate. Do you wish for me to explain it again? Enough. You can see for yourself. It is on the verge of dying. She felt a sense of satisfaction at having vented her frustrations. Just moments ago, Xiao Junlin had been boasting and bullying her. Now, witnessing his life star nearing extinction, he must be feeling desperate. However, before Fengxi could revel in her triumph, she noticed the once dim star gradually emanating a purple light. At first, the purple glow was barely perceptible, but it soon enveloped the entire life star. Finally, the brilliance illuminated both Fengxi and Xiao Junlin's faces, revealing their simultaneous shock. Chapter 40. The sin of Fengxi. The sudden change left Fengxi speechless, her expression frozen as she beheld the purple glowing life star, clearly sensing the Z-wave fortune above it. The aura of an emperor. How could this be? Fengxi's voice was hoarse. Xiao Junlin's fate had been on the brink of death. How could it suddenly glow with vitality and even possess imperial energy? Xiao Junlin nudged her. What does this mean? Speak. Only then did Fengxi come back to her senses. She saw the look of eager anticipation on Xiao Junlin's face and recalled how he had pressed her down earlier. Igniting her ire, with a wave of her hand, the image of the life star shattered, and she tucked the heavenly secret star chart away. Turning to Xiao Junlin, she coldly declared, Nothing much. Your fate remains the same. Just with a slight change. A change? What change? Xiao Junlin was curious. Since he had crossed over, the original Xiao Junlin's fate must have shifted. He just didn't know whether this change would be good or bad. Could it be exceptionally favorable? Was he on the verge of a turnaround? As if his thoughts were laid bare, Feng Shi's delicate form trembled slightly. Then she turned her face away, scoffing. Stop dreaming. Your fate is much the same. You may just live a little longer. Now tell me, how did you alter your destiny? Still as miserable as before. Just a stepping stone for Qin Xian. What good does living a few extra years do if it's still a fate worse than death? Forget it. Since I am so wretched, there's nothing more to discuss. Xiao Junlin felt somewhat dejected, turning to leave. This time, however, it was Feng Shi who grew anxious, given her own fate was laden with death. Only Qin Xian's Ziwei fortune could resolve it. Yet now, it seemed Xiao Junlin's could also provide relief, albeit the Ziwei energy on his life star was scant. Even a little could suffice to dispel the death calamity. But what intrigued Feng Shi more was how Xiao Junlin had managed to transform death into life. Wait, senior brother, don't you wish to delve further into the concept of fate? Let us discuss it a bit more before you go. Feng Shi tugged at Xiao Junlin's hand, prompting a smile within him. In truth, he had been putting on an act. His intention was to draw out Feng Shi's genuine thoughts, though she was reluctant to assist him in analyzing his fate. From her current reaction, Xiao Junlin could easily deduce his fate must not be too bleak. At the very least, it was enough to astonish her, to the point where she hesitated to mention it. Junior sister, it seems you are the one who should be speaking. I know nothing. Or perhaps you wish to extract some method from me to reverse fate. Xiao Junlin's words struck Feng Shi's heart like a precise needle. She lowered her head, striving to conceal her thoughts, yet internally cursed. How did he guess so accurately? Is he some sort of mind reader? I don't need to extract anything. There is no one in all of Longtime Mountain who understands fate better than I do. Feng Shi felt confident in this regard. However, Xiao Junlin did not favor overly confident women, as they were difficult to control. Thus, the best strategy was to shatter her self-assurance. Oh, then do your best to alter your calamity. I shall return home to sleep. Wait. As Xiao Junlin turned to leave, Feng Shi seized his hand, her haughty demeanor softening considerably. Senior brother, just tell me, what have you been doing recently? Why? Feng Shi hesitated but ultimately admitted. Why has your fate become so favorable? Xiao Junlin chuckled inwardly. His knowledge of psychology had indeed paid off. He had guessed correctly. Feng Shi had discerned that his fate was indeed different now. And remarkably so. Do you wish to learn? Very well. On the day you miscalculate the fate of the junior brother by a hair's breadth, I shall impart my knowledge to you. Xiao Junlin nonchalantly remarked. As if he were merely jesting. In truth, he was profoundly serious, though he preferred not to make his intentions overtly apparent. His desire was for Qin Xian's fate to falter, ideally leading to a collapse of his heavenly destiny, thus allowing him, as the antagonist, to stage a successful counterattack. However, Feng Shi immediately expressed her discontent, declaring, absolutely not. The fate of the junior brother is as steadfast as a rock, destined to possess the aura of the purple star, a future emperor's countenance. This is something I have personally calculated in the presence of several elite disciples, and it cannot possibly be erroneous. Feng Shi then coldly huffed. Furthermore, there is no one who can alter the destiny of the junior brother. To speak candidly, even the current emperor and that empress cannot impede the junior brother's future. Her words were strikingly forthright. In the future, Qin Xian would supplant Di Wushuang, ascending as the new emperor of the Tianyan dynasty. Of course, Xiao Junlin was aware that the original text had indeed stated as much. Yet, now that he had traversed into this realm, how could it be that the throne would belong to Qin Xian? Unchangeable. No one can alter it. Xiao Junlin probed, observing Feng Shi's firm nod. He even suspiciously inquired, Elder brother, the junior brother has always been our hope at Long Eye Mountain. Why do you wish for his fate to decline? What are your intentions? Could it be? At that moment, Feng Shi's mind had already begun to demonize Xiao Junlin. Xiao Junlin merely smiled faintly, having already devised his retort. Is it not for the sake of Long Eye Mountain? He declared passionately. Feng Shi was taken aback. What do you mean? Xiao Junlin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing up at the moonlight, and sighed coldly. Today, the Huaizong instigated trouble at our doorstep. Under the directive of the Qingwan Holy Envoy. You should be aware of who that is, right? Feng Shi's breath hitched. She knew that the Holy Envoy was one of the three great envoys serving the current emperor. Their actions were dictated solely by the emperor's commands, and every move they made represented the will of the sovereign. Why would she send the Huaizong to create discord? When it came to matters of the sect, Feng Shi maintained a very serious demeanor. This was also the reason Xiao Junlin refrained from directly eliminating her, Killing her would similarly sever Qin Xian's left and right arms, and would also ruin Longai Mountain, leaving him adrift without roots. Although these few junior sisters were Qin Xian's sycophants, they were also the true loyalists of Longai Mountain. Their diverse abilities and unparalleled beauty were precisely what led Xiao Junlin to choose to pursue, rather than to kill. Upon hearing Xiao Junlin's words, Fengxi was eager to discern the true intentions of the Qinghuan. More accurately, she sought to uncover the emperor's intentions. Because of you, Xiao Junlin suddenly turned to her. His expression suffused with a sense of exasperation. These four powerful words left Fengxi momentarily stunned. Because of me. Indeed, it is because you have determined that Qin Xian possesses the attributes of an emperor. There is no wall that does not let the wind through. This matter has already reached the ears of the current emperor. Pray tell, what do you suppose the outcome for Longai Mountain will be? Xiao Junlin's tone grew increasingly grave as he advanced toward Fengxi, creating an oppressive visual sensation. Unsurprisingly, Fengxi's breathing quickened, and she swallowed hard. Unable to grasp the underlying issue, if the emperor were to learn that Longai Mountain harbored individuals who could threaten her sovereignty, she would undoubtedly eradicate them. This would spell disaster for Longai Mountain. Elder brother, Fengxi's composure had completely unraveled. I have only shared this matter with a few of you. No one else will know. How could Her Majesty? Chapter 41. The initial perfection of the three aspects. Xiao Junlin sighed deeply, shaking his head. You are all too young, unaware of the vastness of heaven and earth, nor cognizant of the fact that walls have ears. The current emperor's cultivation is unparalleled, and it is said she has transcended the limits of martial arts. Her capabilities are beyond your comprehension. In short, she is already aware of this matter. Fengxi's eyes brimmed with tears, nearly spilling over. If Longai Mountain were to suffer extermination at the hands of the court due to her divination, she would be branded as an eternal sinner. What should I do? What can I do? Am I not merely asking you to alter Qin Xian's fate? As long as his destiny falters, Longai Mountain will still have a glimmer of hope. Fengxi bit her lower lip, contemplating how to bring about a misfortune for Qin Xian. What could possibly go wrong? After all, he possessed the attributes of an emperor. Fengxi's mind buzzed, unable to conjure any solution. Consider this carefully. Otherwise, Longai Mountain shall fall under your hands. Humph, divination and calculations. The result has doomed Longai Mountain. Xiao Junlin left behind a scoffing remark before departing. He was not in a hurry to further suppress Fengxi. He intended for the guilt of this sinner to echo endlessly in her mind, spreading like wildfire until she pondered how to ruin Qin Xian's fate. Xiao Junlin assessed that Fengxi possessed this capability. Even if the effects were not profound, it would still be possible for her to bring misfortune upon Qin Xian a few times. It remained to be seen if she could be swayed by his words. Returning to his quarters, Xiao Junlin finally found the time to sit cross-legged and absorb the heavenly fox power he had acquired from Nangong Jin that evening. Nangong Jin's half-human, half-heavenly fox constitution yielded an exceptionally potent acceleration in cultivation, and it could also purify impurities within the body. As Xiao Junlin activated his cultivation, the initial stage of the three aspects power coursed throughout his being. Spiritual energy gathered from the surroundings, though it was rather sparse in the air. Thus, Xiao Junlin withdrew a considerable amount of spirit stones from his storage ring, smashing them with the palm, allowing a surge of spiritual energy to pervade the entire room, which he swiftly absorbed. These were all rewards bestowed upon him by Qinghuan that morning. Since he had no intention of sharing with Yi Hongling, Xiao Junlin generously utilized them for his own cultivation. As the spiritual energy transformed into aspect power, it quickly filled his inner sanctum. Meanwhile, the heavenly fox power absorbed from Nangong Jin began to take effect, continuously purifying Xiao Junlin's internal organs and aspect power, rendering them even more refined. After purification, Xiao Junlin realized that while his aspect power had diminished somewhat, his combat prowess remained unchanged. More accurately, his inner sanctum had gained considerable space, enabling it to store more aspect power. The blood of the heavenly fox could compress aspect power, allowing him to possess greater reserves than others of the same level. Xiao Junlin proceeded to shatter more spirit stones, unrestrained in his absorption. If Yi Hongling or even Qinin were present, they might very well be in anguish, for Xiao Junlin had indulged excessively, absorbing over 1 million spirit stones in a single night. A portion of those even belonged to Yi Hongling's rewards. Until the dawn of the next day, Xiao Junlin ceased his cultivation. The aspect power within him had reached an extraordinarily pure and saturated state, the initial perfection of the three aspects. The next step would be to devise a method to break through to the intermediate stage of the three aspects. According to Xiao Junlin's assessment of the original text at this juncture, Two of the 5 elders of Longai Mountain were also at the intermediate stage of the 3 aspects. Only Qin Yin, Jiu Gu, and Mu Jingshu were at the advanced stage of the 3 aspects, with Qin Yin particularly standing at the pinnacle of the 3 aspects. Only the sect master, Dongwang Qingyuan, and his long-unseen biological father were above the 3 aspects. At the level of the 10,000 spirits master realm, calculating it all, if he could step into the intermediate stage of the 3 aspects, with the aspect compression ability bestowed by the heavenly fox blood, his combat power would undoubtedly render him invincible among peers. Yet, just as Xiao Junlin entertained this notion, he slapped himself. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. How could one become arrogant over such minor achievements? He stretched lazily, welcoming the sun of the day, while also patting the small snake beside him. The small snake had likewise been cultivating alongside him throughout the night, though it was termed cultivation. It was more about consuming. The small snake incessantly nibbled on Xiao Junlin's spirit stones. Some herbs had also fallen prey to its appetite. Xiao Junlin selectively provided some less useful herbs, and the small snake was not picky, consuming whatever was available. After devouring those items, the small snake lay down and fell asleep. After patting it, and seeing it unresponsive, Xiao Junlin allowed it to rest in his embrace, letting the small snake slumber peacefully. According to the original text, this snake's primary sustenance was spirit stones, followed by herbs and demon beasts, all of which could be transformed into its own power. The stronger the absorbed items, the greater the strength it could exert. Thus, Xiao Junlin did not hinder its gluttonous behavior. Upon stepping out of his quarters, Xiao Junlin initially intended to visit Qin Yin. After their discussion regarding collaboration yesterday, he was curious if she had made up her mind about relinquishing the Yaoguang Qin and Tianfu Fanny. However, en route to the administrative hall, he heard the commotion of disciples gathering at the martial arts arena. Quickly, Senior Sister Yi Hongling is holding a sword-hard inquiry. Let us all go and listen. Senior Sister Yi is personally instructing the sword path? I must attend earnestly. I heard she had already invited Senior Brother Qin Xian. Perhaps this time, she is specifically teaching Senior Brother Qin Xian about the sword. We can also benefit from his good fortune. Xiao Junlin halted his steps toward the administrative hall. Yi Hongling was teaching swordsmanship and had already summoned Qin Xian. A smile crept across Xiao Junlin's face as he immediately deduced the underlying reason. It seemed that Yi Hongling felt guilty for not selecting Qin Xian last time, and thus sought to make amends. I too desire junior sister's swordsmanship, but what can I do? Xiao Junlin mused as he made his way to the martial arts arena. Chapter 42. Happiness is earned through one's efforts at Longai Mountain. Within the martial arts arena, hundreds of disciples had gathered, forming a circle to listen intently. In the center of the crowd, Yi Hongling wielded her demon-slaying sword, demonstrating her sword techniques. Closest to Yi Hongling, Qin Xian focused intently, rapidly absorbing her movements. Although he had initially felt resentment towards Yi Hongling for not selecting him to assist in battle, he had inquired about her reasons. But she seemed to have her own difficulties and had not divulged them. Qin Xian was unwilling to hold it against her, especially Yi Hongling, who was an unparalleled beauty. Moreover, Yi Hongling personally imparted her sword techniques to Qin Xian, and that too in front of numerous disciples. Qin Xian sensed the envious gazes of his peers, which ignited a sense of vanity within him. Senior sister, I have comprehended this move, Qin Xian declared. Surveying the surrounding disciples, who remained utterly bewildered, they stood at a distance, completely unable to grasp the intricacies of Yi Hongling's swordplay. However, Qin Xian was able to observe closely, even discerning the fluctuations of spiritual energy in her breathing as she wielded her sword. This was the essence of learning swordsmanship. Upon hearing Qin Xian's words, Yi Hongling immediately switched to a different sword technique, thinking to herself that her junior brother indeed possessed extraordinary talent, mastering the first layer of her demon-slaying sword technique at such a rapid pace. Yet, this was not the primary purpose for which Yi Hongling had summoned Qin Xian. The main objective was to convey the essence of her swordsmanship, to guide him in understanding the fundamental principles of her sword path. Rather than merely the superficial techniques. Yi Hongling ceased her swordplay and released the demon-slaying sword, which floated in midair. She then seated herself in a meditative posture and spoke softly, Junior brother, techniques are secondary. I wish to impart my sword path to you, so observe closely. Upon hearing this, Qin Xian promptly seated himself cross-legged, adopting a posture of enlightenment. Soon, a phantom of Yi Hongling appeared above the demon-slaying sword, surrounded by countless illusory sword techniques that continually shifted. Simultaneously, the voice of the dragon-blood celestial emperor resonated in Qin Xian's mind. The sword path of the 9 lives sword immortal is exquisite and unparalleled. It rivals my own. Observe it closely by grasping her sword path. You may well forge a new path of your own, becoming the mightiest sword emperor, encouraged by the dragon blood celestial emperor's words. Chun Xian's spirit sword, envisioning a future where he wielded his sword with such might that the heavens and earth would shift in hue. He immediately focused his mind, preparing to unleash his full potential to absorb Yi Hongling's sword path. However, at that moment, a cough from Xiao Junlin cut through the crowd. Make way, make way. Xiao Junlin pushed through the throng and reached the front, smiling as he spoke. How can you enjoy such a fortuitous opportunity to delve into the essence of swordsmanship without inviting your senior brother? At the sound of Xiao Junlin's voice, Qin Xian, who had been preparing to concentrate, suddenly felt his composure falter, and his enlightenment was abruptly interrupted. The Dragon Blood Celestial Emperor sensed Qin Xian's disturbance and sighed deeply. He had not anticipated that Xiao Junlin would wield such influence over Qin Xian. It was apparent that Qin Xian's progress had significantly slowed due to Xiao Junlin's presence, time and again. Qin Xian had faced setbacks in front of Xiao Junlin, impeding his cultivation and spirit. The Dragon Blood Celestial Emperor realized that if Qin Xian continued to be swayed by Xiao Junlin, he would be left with two options, either eliminate Xiao Junlin to assist Qin Xian or abandon Qin Xian in favor of supporting Xiao Junlin. Unbeknownst to Qin Xian, the Dragon Blood Celestial Emperor harbored such thoughts. The arrival of Xiao Junlin had entirely captured his attention. Senior brother, what brings you here? Qin Xian inquired, his tone laced with subtle hostility. Xiao Junlin chuckled, listening to the surrounding disciples murmur. What is the senior brother doing here? Is he not merely a pill concoctor? Indeed. What does he know of swordsmanship? Moreover, he even pushed me aside. I utterly detest those who cut in line. Xiao Junlin smiled derisively, glaring at the disciple who had spoken. And with a swift slap, left a mark upon the disciple's face. I have come to observe the sword path. Who is in favor, and who is against it? Xiao Junlin exuded an air of dominance. The disciples who had just spoken ill of him promptly fell silent, retreating a few steps, fearful that Xiao Junlin's next target might be them. With no further objections, Xiao Junlin turned to Qin Xian. What? Is it inappropriate for your senior brother to observe your sword training? Qin Xian frowned, feeling an intense dislike for Xiao Junlin's presence, though he had previously regarded Xiao Junlin with indifference, at least back then. Xiao Junlin had been dutiful and respectful, which had not incited his ire. However, the current Xiao Junlin exuded an air of rivalry, as if he sought to contest with him. Of course not. Senior brother may go wherever he pleases. However, Qin Xian glanced at Yi Hongling. Today, my second senior sister has specifically come to impart her sword techniques to me, which does not seem suitable for your presence. Qin Xian did not spare Xiao Junlin any courtesy, implying that Xiao Junlin had no place being there, nor should he gaze upon Yi Hongling any further. Xiao Junlin smirked, not departing as expected, but instead approached Yi Hongling. Second junior sister, we fought side by side yesterday. Today, you are teaching sword techniques to junior brother privately. This seems rather presumptuous, does it not? Hearing Xiao Junlin's teasing words, Yi Hongling frowned. Senior brother, you jest. I am not teaching in private. The other disciples are also watching. Yi Hongling cast a glance at the surrounding disciples. Xiao Junlin scoffed. Aside from himself squeezing through the crowd to approach them, the other disciples remained a good 10 meters away, too far to see anything. To put it bluntly, the other disciples were merely a facade, a cover. The more they tried to hide, the more guilty they appeared. Thus, Xiao Junlin showed no leniency towards them. Since it is public, then it is settled. Please continue. With that, Xiao Junlin promptly seated himself beside Yi Hongling, closer than the distance between Qin Xian and Yi Hongling. After all, happiness must be fought for. This was one of Xiao Junlin's guiding principles. This scene caused Yi Hongling's face to flush and Qin Xian's expression to darken. They had witnessed shamelessness before, but never to this extent. Senior brother, Qin Xian gritted his teeth, ready to unleash his anger. Yet, Xiao Junlin merely smiled, looking up. What is it? Did I not hear your senior sister say that everyone may learn? Hurry and sit down. If you waste your second senior sister's insights, you shall bear the consequences. Qin Xian was momentarily speechless. He waved his sleeve in frustration, yet could not voice any objections. After he sat down, Yi Hongling remained at a loss for words. Then Xiao Junlin's voice rang out once more. Second junior sister, please commence your teachings. Junior brother is waiting. His expression was warm and courteous, the sunlight casting a gentle glow upon his face, exuding a sense of gentlemanliness. Were one unfamiliar with Xiao Junlin, they might truly be deceived by his facade. However, Yi Hongling was no fool. Who was the one closest to me? It is you. Waiting is also you waiting, even more impatient than junior brother, with no other choice. Yi Hongling could only acquiesce to Xiao Junlin's meddling and continue to release her insights into her sword path. Chapter 43. Xiao Junlin vs. Qin Xian. Xiao Junlin observed the changes in the demon-slaying sword. The phantom of Yi Hongling above it seemed to embody her insights into swordsmanship. As Xiao Junlin gazed upon it, he found himself drawn into Yi Hongling's sword path illusion. Qin Xian, noticing that Xiao Junlin had entered a state of enlightenment so swiftly, promptly settled himself cross-legged, determined to compete with Xiao Junlin in comprehending the sword path. I, Qin Xian, shall not be outdone by you, even if you are shamelessly attempting to share this experience with me. What of it? The Dragon Master once proclaimed that my talent is unmatched on Longtime Mountain. What does a Xiao Junlin amount to? Qin Xian's mind surged with emotions, yet his animosity towards Xiao Junlin prevented him from focusing fully. The Dragon Blood Celestial Emperor, feeling increasingly disappointed, offered a word of reminder before Qin Xian finally concentrated. He turned his gaze toward Xiao Junlin, who had already entered a state of enlightenment, eyes closed. Surrounded by a stable and gradually shifting aura. In contrast, he appeared far more composed than Qin Xian. The Dragon Blood Celestial Emperor pondered, could it be that I have misjudged? I had anticipated the emergence of a future emperor of the Tianyan dynasty, which is why I took measures to ensure Qin Xian's rise. That I sought to cultivate him into an emperor, restoring my own physical form and even reclaiming my former glory. But if I have miscalculated, and the future emperor is Xiao Junlin rather than Qin Xian, then I have indeed placed my bets on the wrong horse. At this moment, Yi Hongling had closed her eyes, diligently refining her insights into swordsmanship while also sensing two consciousnesses entering her sword path world. This realm was not the real world, but rather a small illusion crafted by her sword path. Yet, Yi Hongling was acutely aware of everything occurring within. Thus, she widened her eyes in astonishment. For she saw Xiao Junlin first enter her illusion, and he began to disrobe. How lewd! How perverse! Yi Hongling cursed internally. Xiao Junlin, what on earth are you doing? She wished to look away, but the moment her consciousness strayed, the illusion would dissipate, interrupting her entire comprehension. Given her current cultivation, initiating another round of enlightenment would require a significant expenditure of mental energy. It was impossible for her to undertake a second time. If interrupted, her junior brother would be unable to grasp her sword path. Realizing this, she gritted her teeth and forced herself to watch Xiao Junlin. However, Xiao Junlin's behavior grew increasingly outrageous. Not only did he strip completely, but he also began to. Yi Hongling gasped internally. Thankfully, Xiao Junlin's ludicrous actions did not last long, as he soon donned his clothing once more. Another consciousness then materialized as a phantom, entering Yi Hongling's illusion. That was none other than Qin Xian. Upon seeing Xiao Junlin's arrival, the animosity in Qin Xian's eyes did not wane in the slightest. Senior brother, let us mutually comprehend without disturbing one another. Shall we? Qin Xian proposed. Despite being a moment behind Xiao Junlin, he could tell that Xiao Junlin had yet to begin his own enlightenment within the illusion. Xiao Junlin, hearing Qin Xian's suggestion, smiled and nodded. The two exchanged respectful gestures, as if about to shake hands in a show of peace. Yet, in the next instant, Xiao Junlin's gaze sharpened, and an overwhelming force surged within him as he pointed a finger at Qin Xian. The fingertips transformed into a blade of sword energy, aimed directly at Qin Xian's face. However, Xiao Junlin was taken aback to find that Qin Xian had simultaneously struck out, revealing his intent to kill. With a resounding clash, the two forces of energy collided mid-air, neutralizing each other and causing both combatants to stagger back a few steps. My goodness, junior brother, are you truly attempting to take my life? Xiao Junlin remarked coldly, a mocking smile gracing his lips. He believed that outside of this realm, Qin Xian was under the protection of the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor and thus could not be harmed. Yet within this illusion, while they were merely manifestations of consciousness, the death of that consciousness would inflict severe damage on their physical forms. His intention was to incapacitate Qin Xian within this illusion, rendering him a cripple upon their return to reality. Little did he expect that Qin Xian harbored similar murderous thoughts. Seeing Xiao Junlin take the initiative to speak, Qin Xian shrugged nonchalantly. Isn't the senior brother also striking with ruthless intent? His eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, his earlier instincts had not led him astray. This Xiao Junlin had consistently opposed him, even wishing for his demise. But that was of no concern. Qin Xian was not one to be easily bullied. If Xiao Junlin sought his own demise, then Qin Xian would not hesitate to oblige him once more in this realm. Even if he could not truly slay Xiao Junlin, the obliteration of his consciousness would at least leave him in a comatose state for years. In that time, anything could transpire, and Qin Xian could not guarantee that he would refrain from ultimately ending Xiao Junlin's life. A sinister smile crept across Chen Xian's face as he began to gather his energy. According to his assessment, this was the realm of swordsmanship consciousness, where other forms of cultivation could not be employed. Only sword techniques could prevail. What did Xiao Junlin, a mere alchemist, know of swordsmanship? Yet Chen Xian was different. He was a master of the sword, having trained since childhood within the royal family. Renowned as the foremost sword practitioner of the Tianyin dynasty, he possessed ample confidence that he could slay Xiao Junlin here. Senior brother, I see you wish to spar, is that correct? If so, let us engage in a friendly competition, Chen Xian declared as he launched another attack, a sneer dancing upon his lips. I hope you will not hold back. For I shall give it my all. With a surge of energy, Chen Xian condensed a blade of energy and swung it down, causing Xiao Junlin's pupils to dilate as he sensed the peril of death. Indeed, the Master of Destiny was truly ruthless, but Xiao Junlin was no pushover either. Since he had initiated this duel, he would rise to the challenge. Xiao Junlin unleashed his utmost energy, extending 2 fingers to form his own blade of energy. The emergence of energy caused Chen Xian's eyes to widen in astonishment. You two have reached the 3rd phase. When had this occurred, Chen Xian's breath quickened. He had initially believed that among the elite disciples, he alone had ascended to the 3rd phase. He had planned to request elder-level resources as soon as the sect leader emerged from seclusion. But now, with Xiao Junlin also at the 3rd phase and holding the title of senior brother, how could those resources possibly be allocated to him? Senior brother, it appears today you shall meet your end. Chen Xian's murderous intent enveloped him. Chapter 44. Time energy versus space energy, as Chen Xian's voice echoed. His figure simultaneously vanished before Xiao Junlin. Xiao Junlin's eyes widened in disbelief as he realized that Chen Xian's disappearance was not simply due to rapid movement, but rather a complete vanishing act. He recalled that Chen Xian had awakened the space manifestation in the original tale. At that moment, Chen Xian's figure materialized behind Xiao Junlin like a specter, his energy blade descending upon him. This strike, he was confident, would obliterate Xiao Junlin's consciousness. The annihilation of that consciousness would sufficiently cripple him. Even if the elders and female disciples were to blame him, Chen Xian believed that with his 9 Phoenix Morning Sun sacred body, they would be reluctant to impose severe punishment upon him. Then, he would seize the opportunity to dispose of Xiao Junlin's physical form, reclaiming the ancient lineage as his own master. With that thought, Chen Xian's resolve to kill Xiao Junlin intensified, and the energy of his blade grew even more ferocious. Whoosh! The blade of energy descended. Yet, what Chen Xian had believed to be a guaranteed strike was deftly evaded by Xiao Junlin with a subtle motion. It was not a large movement, but rather a precisely executed sidestep that allowed him to narrowly escape the blade's trajectory. How could this be possible? Chen Xian's mind was in turmoil. He had attacked with the intent to decisively defeat his opponent, unleashing fierce energy coupled with the sudden spatial shift, leaving no opportunity for Xiao Junlin to evade. Yet Xiao Junlin had effortlessly dodged. What is your manifestation? Chen Xian gasped, suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition. He fixed his gaze on Xiao Junlin, only to see him gesture with his fingers, commanding his energy blade. As the energy blade advanced toward Chen Xian, his pupils widened in horror. He clearly observed that the energy blade was not moving swiftly, yet as it approached, its speed suddenly surged exponentially. Was it his blade that was too fast? No, it was my perception of time. That was flawed. Chen Xian immediately recognized the issue. Activating his spatial energy, he manipulated the surrounding space, causing rapid fluctuations to in the instant he vanished once more. Xiao Junlin's energy blade sliced through the air where he had just stood. Did he miss? Remarkable. Xiao Junlin chuckled coldly, turning his attention elsewhere as Chen Xian re-emerged from the spatial realm. Although his movements appeared light, a closer inspection revealed that blood was seeping from his right arm. Despite his ultimate display of spatial maneuvering, he had still been grazed by the energy blade. He had underestimated his opponent. Chen Xian had assumed he was dominating the situation, yet he had found himself caught off guard. What shook him even more was the realization of Xiao Junlin's energy attribute, time energy. The rules governing energy manifestations were limited to 2 types, spatial energy and time energy. Histories had shown that no one had ever truly awakened time energy. For at its pinnacle, it wielded a power beyond mortal comprehension, far more terrifying than spatial manipulation. Energy manifestations were not confined to the 3rd phase, but were applicable across all subsequent realms. Serving as a watershed for potential, awakening a high-quality energy manifestation was enough to establish a practitioner's talent ceiling. Yet, Xiao Junlin had awakened time energy. Resolute, Chen Xian's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Knowing this, he could not allow Xiao Junlin to leave here alive. Raising his right hand, he intended to summon his manifestation for battle. only to realize that this was Yi Hongling's realm of sword consciousness. They had entered as mere consciousness, and even the faintest energy manifestations stored within their minds could barely be summoned. True manifestations were beyond their reach. Qin Xian lamented the situation, but considered that Xiao Junlin was similarly unable to summon his own manifestation. Even that bizarre time energy would likely be difficult for him to utilize multiple times. That made things simpler. With his right hand clawing the air, an energy blade took form, gripped firmly within his grasp. At that moment, however, the sword consciousness realm began to tremble. Although there was no spiritual energy to transform into energy manifestations, another force existed here, sword intent. If memory served, Yi Hongling had awakened a sword intent manifestation during her last half-step to the third phase. Even if it had not fully formed, it was sufficient for him to borrow a portion of its power. With the intent of the primordial heavenly emperor, I shall borrow the wisdom of the nine-realm sword immortal to smite this fiend. As Qin Xian murmured these thoughts, within the sword consciousness realm, countless manifestations of sword intent converged upon him like ethereal blades. This was the divine technique imparted to him by the dragon blood heavenly emperor. Primordial heavenly emperor intent. This technique allowed the practitioner to merge with the primordial essence, temporarily borrowing power from the surroundings. Although Qin Xian's current realm could not fully harness the complete power of this divine technique, it was more than enough to render him invincible against those of the same tier. Before long, the majority of the sword intent coalesced in Qin Xian's hand. The energy blade expanded rapidly, taking on a tangible form. Upon reaching a certain peak, Qin Xian struck with ferocity, swinging his sword once more. This strike was unlike the previous one. It bore the weight of countless energy blades. Descending upon Xiao Junlin's position like a torrential downpour, Xiao Junlin activated his time energy, manipulating the flow of time around him to slow the energy blades, allowing him to evade their onslaught. Is this all the primordial heavenly emperor intent can muster? Xiao Junlin scoffed, yet he simultaneously sensed that his energy reserves were dwindling. Qin Xian's energy had also been nearly exhausted, but he possessed the advantage of the primordial heavenly emperor intent to borrow strength. Dodge. In the next strike, let us see how you evade. Qin Xian's murderous intent was palpable, yet at that moment, a thunderous voice reverberated through the sword consciousness realm. Stop. You must not continue fighting. It was Yi Hongling. Having intervened upon witnessing their battle, Qin Xian's eyes narrowed. Recalling how Yi Hongling had previously chosen Xiao Junlin, his fury ignited. This time, he was on the verge of killing Xiao Junlin. There was no way he would allow her to intervene. Second sister, wait until I have slain him, and then I shall take my time to comprehend your swordsmanship, Qin Xian declared, swinging his sword directly at Xiao Junlin. However, Xiao Junlin smirked, for he had already caught sight of an elegant figure approaching from above. Before coming here, he had spent 30 spirit stones to send a disciple to inform Qin Yin that the senior brother and Qin Xian were engaged in battle. Thus, Xiao Junlin had been provoking Qin Xian the entire time. While it would be splendid to injure Qin Xian, should that prove impossible, he had prepared for contingencies with Qin Yin. Now is the time to play that card. Qin Yin, save me, Xiao Junlin cried out, his voice resonating through the sword consciousness realm. High above, Qin Yin witnessed Qin Xian's assault on Xiao Junlin within the sword consciousness realm. As she saw Qin Xian swinging his sword, she immediately projected herself. Rushing into Yi Hongling's sword consciousness realm, she positioned herself in front of Xiao Junlin, swinging her sleeve to counter the oncoming barrage of energy blades. An icy energy manifested, seemingly capable of freezing the very space around it, instantly forming a massive barrier in the air. Bang, bang, bang. The rain of blades struck against the ice barrier, leaving only surface wounds. It was at this moment that Qin Xian realized it was Qin Yin who had intervened. He gritted his teeth, immediately dispelling the essence of the primordial heavenly emperor, causing the sword intent surrounding him to once again dissipate, permeating the space. Elder Qin, fortunately, you arrived just in time. Junior brother is intent on killing me. Xiao Junlin hurriedly stepped forward, grasping Qin Yin's hand to report the grievance. Chapter 45. Elder brother, you must stop. You are absorbing too much. Qin Yin furrowed her brow. This matter had indeed struck her sensitive spot. Xiao Junlin was the son of Xiao Feng, a hero of Longtime Mountain. That if Xiao Junlin were to perish at the hands of Qin Xian, how would the various sects of the Tianyin dynasty perceive her Longtime Mountain? Would they allow the son of a hero to be slain? There would be no need for external judgment. Once the Eastern Emperor sect master emerged from seclusion, she would be the first to be held accountable. Qin Yin suddenly recalled that just the other day, Qin Xian had expressed concerns about Xiao Feng falling into madness, urging her to prepare for the worst. She realized. It seemed Qin Xian harbored deep-seated animosity towards the Xiao father and son. Elder Qin, it is elder brother who. Chun Xian interjected, astonished that Xiao Junlin was so quick to cast blame. Upon seeing Qin Yin disperse the ice barrier, revealing her disappointed bright eyes, Chun Xian understood he had landed himself in trouble. Let us step outside to discuss this. As Qin Yin waved her hand, a force struck Chun Xian. The overwhelming repulsion yanked his consciousness directly from the sword in tense space. His physical form, which had been seated nearby, also opened its eyes. As Qin Yin's consciousness returned to her body, hundreds of disciples simultaneously knelt. Disciples greet Elder Qin. Qin Yin raised her hand, allowing the disciples to rise. Chun Xian immediately clasped his hands in respect. Elder Qin, I must clarify. I was merely exchanging insights on swordsmanship with Elder Brother and had no other intentions. Qin Yin's brow tightened. Do you understand the gravity of your mistake? Should you kill Xiao Junlin? How are we to face Elder Xiao Feng and the world in the future? It was the first time she had spoken to Chun Xian with such a stern tone. Chun Xian felt aggrieved. After all, Xiao Junlin had also made a move against him. Why should he be blamed? Elder Qin, Elder Brother also attacked me. If you don't believe me, ask everyone. Chun Xian addressed the crowd. Yet, the disciples looked on in confusion. Their low aptitude in the distance prevented them from witnessing the events in the sword in tense space. Silence fell among them, deepening Chun Xian's distress. Chun Xian, you still dare to argue. Xiao Junlin explicitly stated that you intended to kill him. And I witnessed it with my own eyes. Qin Yin reproached coldly. Initially believing Xiao Junlin to be lacking in talent, she was shocked to see that Chun Xian, whom she had entrusted with responsibility, acted so recklessly. Chun Xian's face twisted in resentment. That bastard Xiao Junlin was trying to frame him. He would not bear the blame alone. Suddenly, he thought of Yi Hongling. Yes, others could not see the entire scene. But the second senior sister was aware of everything. Second senior sister, Chun Xian called out to Yi Hongling, only to find her diligently and intently maintaining the sword in tense space. He was puzzled. Why continue maintaining it? Hadn't he already exited? But when he looked back at the sword in tense space, Chun Xian was dumbfounded, for Xiao Junlin had not followed him and Qin Yin out. Instead, shamelessly, he began to comprehend the sword intent within the space. Elder, please allow Elder Brother to emerge for confrontation. Second senior sister can testify that Elder Brother also launched a lethal attack against me. He pointed to his arm, intending to prove his injury. Yet, he remembered that he had only received a strike from Xiao Junlin's sword in the consciousness. Although blood had flowed in the space, in reality, he only felt a faint pain in his right arm. With no visible signs of injury, gritting his teeth, he had to abandon that line of reasoning, wishing for Qin Yin to drag Xiao Junlin out. However, Qin Yin raised her hand, signaling him and the others to refrain from any rash actions. Xiao Junlin had begun to merge with Hongling's sword intent. A reckless interruption would injure both of them. Qin Yin's words carried a warning. Chun Xian felt a pang of frustration. That was meant to be mine. The sword intent comprehension that second senior sister had prepared exclusively for me. He wanted Yi Hongling to stop, but he understood that even she could not halt now. Once the sword intent space was opened and allowed Xiao Junlin to enter, it was tantamount to granting him permission to do as he pleased. Now, Yi Hongling could only let Xiao Junlin absorb all the sword intent within her space. Little did they anticipate that Xiao Junlin's greed exceeded their wildest imaginations. More? Absorb more. It's all mine. Xiao Junlin's hands continuously formed seals, summoning the surrounding sword intent to spiral towards him. His consciousness became the eye of a vortex. The sword intent surged like an endless tide, coalescing around him into a massive circular whirlpool. Initially, these sword intents were not easy to absorb directly. At the very least, Xiao Junlin would need to expend considerable time to slowly comprehend them before he could absorb them. However, thanks to Chun Xian, who had just unleashed the primordial heavenly emperor's essence, these sword intents had all been tamed. Now, Xiao Junlin disregarded everything, seizing the opportunity to absorb them while they remained docile. Even Yi Hongling sensed her comprehension of the sword rapidly diminishing. Elder Brother, you must stop. You are absorbing too much. Yi Hongling's voice echoed within the space, tinged with a plea, but Xiao Junlin paid her no heed. Oh, you wish to compensate Chun Xian, do you? Just moments ago, it was your sword intent that he exploited, nearly severing my consciousness. Now, what's wrong with me claiming some interest? Seeing Xiao Junlin show no sign of halting, Yi Hongling's voice grew increasingly desperate. I implore you. I truly cannot take it anymore. Elder Brother, please stop. Yi Hongling keenly sensed her cultivation plummeting, regressing from half-step triphase back to the peak blood realm. If this continued, when would she genuinely step into the triphase realm? Junlin, enough is enough. Outside, Qin Yin noticed something amiss with Yi Hongling and immediately called for a halt. Xiao Junlin felt he had reached his limit. This sword intent was enough to elevate him to 90% of Yi Hongling's prior swordsmanship. Were it not for his inability to absorb any further, he would have truly wished to seize every last bit of sword intent within this space. Very well, I'll let you be. With that, Xiao Junlin's consciousness exited the sword intent space, returning to his physical form as he slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, he radiated a sharp aura, akin to a sword poised for unsheathing. Exuding unparalleled dominance. Was this the sensation of a sword cultivator? Xiao Junlin had never practiced swordsmanship before, but now he felt that as long as he possessed a sword in hand, he could be a legendary sword immortal. Turning to gaze upon Yi Hongling, as the sword intent space dissipated, she too opened her eyes, yet her condition starkly contrasted with Xiao Junlin's. Yi Hongling appeared dejected, her expression filled with fury and indignation directed at Xiao Junlin. Elder brother, you. Unexpectedly, Xiao Junlin was the first to apologize. Junior sister, is it my overwhelming potential that has drained you dry? Alas, it is all my fault. I only absorbed 1 or 2 portions. How could you be so affected? As he spoke, Xiao Junlin even burped, clearly appearing as if he had overeaten. Seeing this, Yi Hongling was so enraged that she spat out a mouthful of blood. Behind them, Chen Xian, witnessing the aura of a sword master emanating from Xiao Junlin, could barely contain his urge to pierce him with the sword. Second senior sister, please inform Elder Qin whether elder brother also attacked me. Chen Xian retained his composure, recognizing the need to gain the upper hand in reasoning. However, he underestimated Yi Hongling's condition. Having been provoked by Xiao Junlin, she had yet to respond before she fainted. Qin Yin quickly instructed, hurry and take Hongling back to her quarters to rest. Procure 3 blood condensing pills and 3 qi condensing pills for her. 2 female disciples immediately bowed and complied. Qin Yin then turned to Xiao Junlin and Chen Xian, you both, come with me to the administrative hall for a thorough explanation. Chapter 46, Qin Yin's bias on the 5th peak of Longai Mountain. In the administrative hall, Qin Yin fixed her serious gaze upon the 2 before her. She first looked at Chen Xian, her eyes betraying a hint of disappointment, just as Chen Xian was about to voice his grievances. Qin Yin raised her hand, signaling him to remain silent. She then turned her attention to Xiao Junlin. Junlin, you have engaged in conflict with a fellow disciple. Do you have anything to say? From her understanding of Xiao Junlin, he was exceedingly fond of Chen Xian. Although Xiao Junlin's recent behavior had been somewhat peculiar, Qin Yin believed that even if Chen Xian had intended to harm Xiao Junlin, he might still downplay the incident. Despite Chen Xian's fault, as his elder brother, Xiao Junlin bore the responsibility of guidance, and she trusted he would make the right decision. Implied in her words was an attempt to morally elevate Xiao Junlin. A sardonic smile crept upon Xiao Junlin's face. How predictable. The same old routine. Had he still been the original Xiao Junlin, he might have genuinely sought to forgive Chen Xian, thereby becoming the tragic stepping stone for the protagonist. However, the current Xiao Junlin was wholly committed to eliminating the protagonist, devoid of any moral considerations. Elder Qin is indeed justified, Xiao Junlin declared earnestly, seeing him adopt this demeanor. Qin Yin assumed he was about to speak words of forgiveness towards Chen Xian. To her surprise, Xiao Junlin's expression suddenly turned grave. As the foremost disciple, it is my responsibility to guide my junior brother should he err. I propose that he be stripped of a major realm. As a minor punishment for a grave mistake, the moment these words left his lips, not only did Qin Yin freeze in shock, but Chen Xian grew increasingly anxious. A major realm. Did that not mean he would regress back to the spirit refinement realm? The spirit refinement realm, a level so low that even the elite disciples of Longai Mountain were not qualified to enter. What difference was there from being rendered completely useless? What a ruthless Xiao Junlin. Elder, Chen Xian attempted to interject, but Qin Yin raised her hand, signaling him to remain calm, then turned her gaze back to Xiao Junlin. Junlin, do you not think that punishment is excessively harsh? What is the matter? Are you concerned for your little disciple? Xiao Junlin is aware that with Chen Xian nearby, his Jiufeng Chaoyang's sacred body is sufficient to ensure that Qin Yin always favors him. Thus, Xiao Junlin does not hold out much hope for Qin Yin. It is certain that she will protect Chen Xian, but it remains to be seen how Qin Yin will navigate this challenge posed by Xiao Junlin. With a respectful gesture, Xiao Junlin remarked, disciple believes it is not severe. With junior brother's talent, even if he were to waste a significant realm, he could still cultivate his will and strengthen his body, perhaps even catching up in a shorter span of time. This may not be a bad thing for junior brother. Do you think you can roast someone alive? Xiao Junlin quipped, casting a glance at the 2 before him, observing their expressions akin to those who have lost their parents. He felt a sense of satisfaction. Qin Yin fell into deep contemplation as Xiao Junlin's words held some validity. However, She could not possibly agree to such punishment. Chen Xian, do you have anything to say? Qi Nin evidently wished to give Chen Xian a chance to speak. Immediately, Chen Xian clasped his hands and said, Elder, seeing your brother has also acted against me within the consciousness space, I wish to inquire further. Is it possible that seeing your brother has done no wrong? Qi Nin turned her gaze towards Xiao Junlin, but before she could speak, she was met with his furious rebuke. Nonsense. I intended to give you an opportunity for self-reflection and merely suggested the forfeiture of one major realm. To my surprise, you would unjustly accuse me. Xiao Junlin feigned innocence, stating, I entered second junior sister's consciousness space to assist you in comprehending her sword intent. When have I ever harmed you? Yet you have struck against me. Witnessed by Elder Qi Nin. With that, Xiao Junlin donned the guise of a dramatist, adding a touch of mockery. Were it not for Elder Qi Nin's timely arrival, I fear I would have become a lifeless corpse. At that point, would the position of senior brother of Longtime Mountain not fall to you? In a few years, shall we also see you ascend to the position of Elder Qi Nin? Xiao Junlin nearly forgot that he had traversed into a male-centric narrative. Nevertheless, it mattered little. The art of face-slapping remained unchanged. Upon his conclusion, the expressions of both Qi Nin and Chen Xian became exceedingly uncomfortable. Xiao Junlin, you speak without thought. You dare to act yet cannot acknowledge it. Are you still a man? Chen Xian's voice was hoarse. This marked the first time he felt utterly powerless before Xiao Junlin. He had assumed that this individual remained as easily manipulable as before. Yet, he did not anticipate being utterly outmatched in verbal sparring. Elder, this matter cannot rest solely on his word. Second senior sister can testify on my behalf. Chen Xian sought to continue his defense, only to see Qi Nin raise her palm, the force of her strike landing squarely upon his chest. Though both were at the third realm, Qi Nin, when not repressing her cold aura, stood as a pinnacle of the third realm. Having occupied her position as elder for many years and understanding the techniques of her disciples, this strike was devoid of malice, as the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor had not forewarned Chen Xian. Having sensed that Qi Nin's force was not intended to cause him significant harm, with a thud, Chen Xian was sent flying several meters, clutching his chest. Elder. His face was one of deep dissatisfaction. Yet, the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor immediately advised. She wishes to give you a way out. Your injuries are minor. Endure it. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian realized that the fleeting pain had already dissipated. It was evident that Qi Nin's strike, though thunderous in sound, was light in impact, and she had no intention of harming him. Chen Xian, exceptionally astute, promptly feigned a pained expression. Qi Nin snorted, I have struck you once. You shall be confined for a month to reflect. Observing Chen Xian's act, she felt a sense of relief. This child was indeed clever, understanding her intentions. After saying this, she turned to Xiao Junlin. Junlin, I have already punished him. You may return to rest. Her tone carried an air of authority, suggesting a dismissal. Xiao Junlin smiled and nodded, bowing before turning to leave the hall, though internally he was already seething. What a biased Elder Qi Nin. To protect Chen Xian, she had staged a performance for my benefit. Had it been an ordinary disciple, they might have truly been deceived. However, Xiao Junlin, being a PhD in psychology, was adept at discerning inner thoughts through body language and micro-expressions. He had recognized that Chen Xian was not genuinely injured and his acting was woefully inadequate. As Xiao Junlin turned and vanished from the doorway, Qi Nin then looked towards Chen Xian, her expression filled with concern. You are unhurt, are you not? Chen Xian felt the warmth of her favoritism and replied, Thank you, Elder, for your mercy. Xiao Junlin, oh Xiao Junlin, you dare to contend with me. The Elder favors me. The senior sisters also lean towards me. Everyone in Long Eye Mountain stands by my side. How can you possibly compete with me? What will you use to fight? Your mere words. Sooner or later, I shall shatter them. Chen Xian sneered inwardly, regaining his composure to respectfully inquire, Elder, am I truly to be confined for a month? Qi Nin responded with a light scoff. This is already the lightest punishment. If I do not impose even this, do you believe Xiao Junlin will let the matter rest? But the disciple is innocent. Chen Xian protested. Qi Nin, in truth, held faith in Chen Xian. After all, in her eyes, he was the future hope of Long Eye Mountain, her own future hope. She stood as the third in rank on the mountain, with only the sect leader and the Grand Elder above her. The sect leader remained in the dark forbidden zone and posed no threat to her ambitions. The sect leader was in seclusion, striving to reach a higher realm. Should he succeed, his next step might be to ascend to the Tianyun court, leaving the position of sect leader to her. However, among her peers, there were still 4 elders, 2 of whom, Lin Shihua and Ye Huanqi, were lesser in cultivation and posed no concern. Yet, the other 2 possessed the qualifications to rival Qi Nin. Thus, she required allies. Upon learning that Qin Xian had reached the third realm, her determination solidified. If she could elevate Qin Xian further, his potential would be sufficient to secure her position as sect leader. Seeing Qin Xian gaze at her with anticipation, Qinnin's heart softened. Do not worry. Once Hongling awakens, I shall personally interrogate her, ensuring your innocence is restored. At that time, I shall lift your confinement, and perhaps. Qinnin glanced towards the door, leaving her sentence unfinished. However, Qin Xian, with his keen intellect, understood the implication of her unspoken words. Perhaps he could even exact punishment upon Xiao Junlin, and it would not be as lenient as this time. Disciple thanks Elder Qinnin. I have no means to repay you, but I shall diligently cultivate and serve Long Eye Mountain and Elder Qinnin. Qin Xian expressed heartfelt gratitude. Qinnin regarded him with admiration, yet she remained unaware that outside the hall, hidden behind the wall, Xiao Junlin had not departed. Having overheard their entire exchange, his gaze turned frigid. Qinnin, oh Qinnin, your bias is truly outrageous. Xiao Junlin clenched his fists. It seems I must find an opportunity to settle the score with you. When the day comes that you submit before me, I shall make you regret this favoritism today. Chapter 47. Prussian Blue Memory Overlay Technique on the second peak of Longtime Mountain, within Yi Hongling's chamber. Upon Xiao Junlin's arrival, he observed a maidservant exiting with a basin of water. Greetings, senior brother. The maidservant curtsied, yet her expression clearly conveyed disdain for Xiao Junlin, for she was well aware that it was he who had caused Yi Hongling's injury. Do not look at me with those eyes. Do you believe I will send you to the foot of the mountain to marry the coward? Xiao Junlin's words startled the maidservant, who immediately knelt. Senior brother, spare me. It was the servant's lack of discernment. She repeatedly bowed her head, yet Xiao Junlin was too apathetic to engage further, merely seeking to intimidate her, initially intending to send the maidservant away. He was surprised when Yi Hongling awakened first. Shuanger, you may leave, came her weak voice. The maidservant named Shuanger, visibly relieved, hurriedly exited Dada. I wonder if her eyes are so roguish that she will not spread rumors about me behind my back? Xiao Junlin pondered. Senior brother, what brings you here? Yi Hongling's voice, now lacking its earlier gentleness, carried a hint of irritation. Had she not been injured, she might have already given Xiao Junlin a beating. Xiao Junlin smiled slightly. Taking a seat beside her bed and casually tossing the Zhan Yao sword aside. Point 1 must be cautious in all endeavors. Why are you being so fierce towards me? I have come to share some good news. My pet previously accused you of wanton slaughter, but I have investigated and found you innocent. Xiao Junlin said offhandedly. Yi Hongling snorted. I am already innocent. What need is there for investigation? What about your pet? At the mention of this, Yi Hongling's ire flared. I will surely chop that snake of yours, she declared through gritted teeth. All right, feel free to chop it. Just don't chop me. You do not protect it at all? How do you expect to be a proper master? After saying this, Yi Hongling became overly agitated, seemingly exacerbating her injury, her spirit waning further. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Junlin suddenly waved his 5 fingers before her. What appeared to be a mere gesture concealed his temporal force, allowing Yi Hongling to perceive countless repetitions of the motion. Xiao Junlin intended to experiment. Could he utilize temporal force to enhance his other unique skill, allowing him to employ hypnosis in this world? Yi Hongling's eyes quickly grew vacant. Her eyelids fluttered down, and her pupils became utterly still, resembling a living corpse. Second junior sister, noting Yi Hongling's lack of response. Xiao Junlin smiled faintly, pleased with the outcome. He began narrating a tale, how Qin Xian had attempted to slay him within the sword consciousness space, and how Yi Hongling had endeavored to stop him, only for Qin Xian's bloodthirstiness to nearly lead to catastrophe. Utilizing this narrative, replace Yi Hongling's authentic memories. I hope that my Prussian Blue Memory overriding technique remains effective. After Xiao Junlin narrated the story, he repeated it a second time. This psychological strategy is employed during the patient's phase of neurological weakness, repeatedly instilling false memories to lead the patient to mistakenly believe they are genuine. Soon, Xiao Junlin would become the most cherished victim in Yi Hongling's eyes, deserving of protection. However, just as Xiao Junlin was about to repeat the story for the second time, Yi Hongling abruptly awoke, staring at him in bewilderment. Master brother, why have you devoured so much of my sword intent? Xiao Junlin was taken aback. Could it be that his negligence in practicing hypnosis resulted in his failure to hypnotize her? A tinge of disappointment washed over him. Clearing his throat, he replied, Junior sister, it was for your own good. Yi Hongling, upon hearing this, grew even more agitated. Nonsense. You know very well that the sword is my life. Yet you have left me, devoid of any comprehension of the sword path. As she spoke, her fingers curled into claws, and the demon-slaying sword flew into her grasp. But just as she attempted to draw the sword, Xiao Junlin's movements were swifter, pressing the demon-slaying sword down with a firm hand. He intended to use force against Yi Hongling, but recalled the words that Qin Yin had just shared with Chen Xian. It was likely that Qin Yin was already aware of Yi Hongling's awakening and would arrive momentarily. Time was of the essence. He had to act decisively. Your sword path is flawed. I did this for your own good. Do you remember the day you rampaged through my quarters, destroying my abode? That was also due to your sword path succumbing to madness. I drained your sword intent to aid you in reconstructing your sword path. At this point, Yi Hongling's mind was buzzing, caught between belief and skepticism. Xiao Junlin understood that she wouldn't accept this immediately. If it were that easy, it would be quite foolish to bolster Yi Hongling's trust. He needed to invoke an authority on swordsmanship. According to the Milgram obedience experiment, most individuals will unconditionally obey authority figures. Fortunately, the authority on swordsmanship at Long Eye Mountain was none other than his esteemed father. My father once witnessed you practicing swordsmanship, but at that time, he was in a hurry to the dark forbidden zone and couldn't personally inform you. He merely reminded me to pay more attention to you in the future to prevent you from straying into the demonic path. My father, Xiao Feng, is the foremost sword master at Long Eye Mountain, and he possesses extensive experience in suppressing the demonic path. I believe he wouldn't make a mistake. Xiao Junlin wore a sincere expression. And Yi Hongling's earlier anger began to dissipate. She certainly wouldn't trust his empty words, but Elder Xiao Feng, being the foremost sword master at Long Eye Mountain, was undoubtedly credible, and Xiao Junlin lacked the audacity to spread falsehoods. The incident of her destroying the Seventh Peak's quarters was also a fact. Then, what about the sword intent that I have lost? Yi Hongling inquired anxiously, her face a picture of grievance. The sword was far too significant to her. Just then, before Xiao Junlin could continue his persuasion, a voice resonated from the doorway. Hongling, I have something to ask you. Both turned to see a strikingly tall and beautiful woman approaching, her exquisite face radiating an icy demeanor. How swift indeed. Elder Qin Yin. Chapter 48. The successful hypnosis. Yi Hongling had intended to ask Xiao Junlin how, if it were truly for her benefit, her severely damaged sword path could be restored, and whether Elder Xiao Feng had left behind any swordsmanship manuals. However, Qin Yin's arrival interrupted their conversation. Yi Hongling could only greet her. Disciple pays respects to Elder Qin. Your injuries are not yet healed. There is no need for formalities. Just lie down and rest. Qin Yin gestured for Yi Hongling to recline. Upon seeing Xiao Junlin present, her expression shifted slightly, filled with a mixture of doubt and caution. Junlin, why are you here? Xiao Junlin had already prepared his response, stating, Junior sister was injured because I absorbed too much. I felt guilty, so I came to check on her. Absorbed too much. Qin Yin frowned. Yi Hongling's face also turned awkward. Only Xiao Junlin maintained a serious demeanor, even appearing somewhat naive, not wishing to engage him in idle chatter. Qin Yin instructed, You should leave. I have matters to discuss with Hongling. Matters, which merely revolved around seeking justice for Chen Xian. Xiao Junlin did not depart. Instead, he remarked, What a coincidence. I also wish to inquire about the scene at that time. To be honest, I was quite frightened and can hardly recall the details. Xiao Junlin aimed to provide himself with an escape route. If Yi Hongling were to reveal the truth, Qin Yin would undoubtedly seek retribution for Chen Xian. At that point, Xiao Junlin could claim that he had been startled, leading to a muddled memory. After all, in the previous world, many criminals feigned mental illness to evade legal consequences. Qin Yin was left speechless, wondering when this young man had become such a nuisance. Impossible to dismiss. Fine, just remain silent and wait outside. Qin Yin made a concession. Xiao Junlin shrugged and stepped out. Upon his exit, Qin Yin approached Yi Hongling's bedside and noticed the demon-slaying sword in her hand. I ask you, today when Xiao Junlin and Chen Xian simultaneously entered your sword path consciousness space, who struck first? Xiao Junlin stood outside, his heart racing with anxiety. If his hypnosis had not worked, it was likely that Yi Hongling would side with Chen Xian. However, at this moment, Yi Hongling appeared somewhat dazed, as if conflicting memories were swirling in her mind. Observing Yi Hongling's expression, Qin Yin assumed she was merely worried about offending Xiao Junlin and reassured her. With me here, just speak the truth. I will ensure you are treated fairly. If anyone threatens you, I will punish them. Qin Yin's words carried an air of utmost authority. She was genuinely concerned that before her arrival, Xiao Junlin might have already intimidated Yi Hongling or even altered her stance. Yet, based on her understanding of Yi Hongling, this disciple was upright and not easily intimidated. If Xiao Junlin truly used force, Yi Hongling might resist even more fervently. leading to a destructive confrontation. Qin Yin was confident in Yi Hongling's resolve. After Qin Yin's reassurance, Yi Hongling's expression softened. Speak. Qin Yin encouraged. If Yi Hongling were to declare that Xiao Junlin had acted first, she would be able to punish him and provide Qin Xian with justice. As for Elder Xiaofeng, she would handle the matter professionally, even if he returned and felt displeased with her decision to punish Xiao Junlin. He would have no grounds to protest. Yi Hongling nodded in response. Elder, it was the junior martial brother who struck first, and master brother did not retaliate. He was entirely on the receiving end. Yi Hongling's words caused Qin Yin's expression to shift from surprise to a rigid state. You are certain? She asked for confirmation. Upon receiving Yi Hongling's affirmative nod, Qin Yin's demeanor turned grave. I understand. You should rest well. I will take my leave. Rising, Qin Yin appeared reluctant to linger any longer and turned to exit the room. Outside, Xiao Junlin could hardly contain his laughter, nearly bursting into mirth. It seemed his hypnosis had succeeded. Yi Hongling's sudden awakening had briefly led him to believe he had failed. Upon reflection, it was likely that Yi Hongling had regained consciousness upon hearing highly sensitive terms, such as sword path. Yet her memories had undoubtedly been successfully overwritten by Xiao Junlin. Elder, thank you for seeking the truth on my behalf, Xiao Junlin spoke up, feigning gratitude. Qin Yin's expression darkened further. However, Xiao Junlin relished witnessing her frustration over Qin Xian's predicament. The more she reacted, the more he anticipated how she might further protect Qin Xian. Elder, may I inquire whether the junior martial brother has been placed under house arrest? Naturally. I am fair and impartial. And he will be grounded for a month. Xiao Junlin sighed, sensing that Qin Yin was already reluctant about this punishment, yet he felt it was insufficient. The junior martial brother has harmed a fellow disciple, which is a grave transgression within the sect. The fact that he is merely grounded is due to the affection he receives from everyone at Long Eye Mountain, including you, Elder, in hopes that he may come to understand. Xiao Junlin spoke with a sardonic tone, concluding with, when my father returns, I will also inform him of this matter, lest he loses his temper and takes drastic measures against the junior martial brother, which would be quite troublesome. Xiao Junlin, what do you mean by that? Qin Yin clenched her fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing in her sleeves. She waved her sleeve and turned, leaving behind a final remark. I will intensify Qin Xian's punishment. There is no need for you to invoke Elder Xiaofeng to pressure me. Focus more on your cultivation. Do not allow the disciples to believe that the senior martial brother of Longdai Mountain possesses mediocre skills. Xiao Junlin fully committed to his shamelessness. If you say I am mediocre, then you might as well grant me some benefits. The disciple was aware of his own limitations in cultivation, yet he still wished to visit the Frost Moon Mirror Lake to assist his junior sister in obtaining that sword. Hence he implored, I kindly ask the elder to lend me the Yaoguang Qin and transmit the Tianfu Fanyin. Qin Yin was utterly enraged. You just used Elder Xiaofeng to suppress me. Now you wish for me to reward you with a treasure. What kind of world is this? We will discuss this matter later. The Frost Moon Mirror Lake is fraught with danger, and you are not suited to go right now. Wait until Hongling's injuries have healed. With that, Qin Yin turned and departed. Xiao Junlin smirked slightly. It was merely reluctance. However, that was inconsequential. He had ways to make Qin Yin comply. Eventually, even if she wished to refuse, she would have to acquiesce. Xiao Junlin re-entered Yi Hongling's chamber. Upon seeing him, Yi Hongling immediately inquired, Master Brother, will my sword path cultivation be restored? Did Elder Xiaofeng leave behind any methods for recovery? Xiao Junlin scratched his nose. Indeed, upon hearing this, Yi Hongling's eyes sparkled with hope. Please, Master Brother, share this information. Hongling will be eternally grateful. As she spoke, Yi Hongling, dragging her injuries, prepared to pay her respects to Xiao Junlin. However, Xiao Junlin gently supported her arm. After all, Yi Hongling's well-being was of great importance to him, as he wished for her not to be excessively burdened by her injuries, should her health deteriorate. She would be unable to withstand future trials. You need not bow, junior sister. There are certainly ways to resolve this, but first, I would like to borrow something from you. Yi Hongling's expression turned to one of confusion. Xiao Junlin continued, I seek your colorless fire. At this declaration, surprise instantly illuminated Yi Hongling's face. How did you know I possess colorless fire? The colorless fire is an ethereal flame, birthed from the very fabric of nature itself. She had fortuitously acquired it within the molten realm of Longtime Mountain. Although she was yet unaware of its specific applications, the tomes of Longtime Mountain had recorded it among the top 10 treasures. Thus, she understood that this colorless fire must be a precious item, albeit one she could not wield, merely stored within her storage ring. She had not disclosed this matter to anyone. How could Xiao Junlin possibly know? What do you require the colorless fire for, senior brother? Yi Hongling inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity. How did you come to know I possess it? Xiao Junlin smiled faintly. Long Eye Mountain holds few secrets that can elude my grasp. I simply chose not to reveal my capabilities, which may have led you juniors to underestimate me. As for the colorless fire, while I was refining the dragon-raising golden pill, my body was afflicted by coldness. Now, with the cold poison invading my being, the heat from the colorless fire will serve to expel it. He spoke carefully, ensuring his words were meticulously crafted. This is not solely for my benefit, but for you as well. The place we are bound for is known as Frost Moon Mirror Lake, a realm of extreme cold and shadowed. I am concerned that my injuries may flare up. Thus I require the colorless fire to restore myself before we venture forth. Yi Hongling blinked her large eyes, her demeanor shifting from that of a fierce warrior to one reminiscent of the naive innocence of Nangong Jin. What purpose do we have in traveling to Frost Moon Mirror Lake? It is the territory of Huaizong. Xiao Junlin replied with a smile. There lies a sword that can reshape your swordsmanship. My father once mentioned that this sword has been waiting for you. Thus, I, your senior brother, have decided to accompany you and help you retrieve it. Xiao Junlin spoke with such grandiosity that even he was nearly moved. Yet, in truth, his thoughts were fixated on the Taishu sword embryo sealed within that very sword. Were it not for the fact that only she could wield it, he would not have expended such effort to utilize her in unsealing its essence. His words left Yi Hongling breathless, her expression transforming with emotion. Senior brother, thank you. Initially, she had been upset with Xiao Junlin for depleting her sword intent, but now, through his explanation, she realized how considerate he truly was. The depletion of her sword intent was to prevent her from straying from the path. Borrowing the colorless fire for healing was his way of ensuring she would be strong enough to reclaim her sword. Such a thoughtful senior brother, and she had held grievances against him, even looking down upon him in the past. Senior brother, Yi Hongling's lips tightened, her words faltering, noticing her emotional turmoil, in the atmosphere turning slightly intimate. Xiao Junlin seized the moment, taking her small hand in his. With a gaze full of affection, he said, surely, junior sister understands the feelings I hold for you. At this, Yi Hongling's heart raced uncontrollably. She became acutely aware of Xiao Junlin's warm grasp enveloping her hand, causing her heartbeat to quicken. Despite her injuries, her cheeks flushed crimson. She instinctively withdrew her hand, turning her face away, unable to meet Xiao Junlin's gaze. Senior brother, you just my sole focus is on retrieving the sword. I have not contemplated anything beyond that. Were Qin Xian present, I doubt you would express such sentiments, Xiao Junlin thought to himself with a smirk. However, upon further reflection, considering his influence over Yi Hongling, it was conceivable that his hypnotic techniques could similarly sway both her and Qin Xian. Undoubtedly, Yi Hongling's regard for Qin Xian had been shaken. No matter. Once I secure that sword for you and restore your peak strength, you may respond to me at your leisure. Xiao Junlin smiled nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Yi Hongling promptly retrieved a transparent glass vial from her storage ring. The vial appeared empty to the naked eye. Yet Xiao Junlin could distinctly sense the temperature around it rising significantly upon its emergence. As he gently raised his hand towards the vial, he detected a fierce heat emanating from it. This must be the colorless fire, according to the original text. Yi Hongling would later gift the colorless fire to Qin Xian, who, utilizing it, would heal Qin Yin and earn her favor. Their relationship would flourish with a hint of ambiguity. Nevertheless, it seemed that Qin Yin would likely grow closer to him in the future. A smile crept across Xiao Junlin's face as he pondered how the traditionally proud elder Qin Yin would react when she found herself subservient before him. Xiao Junlin accepted the colorless fire from Yi Hongling and swiftly stored it within his own ring. Senior brother, please heal your wounds swiftly. I shall await your recovery to journey to Frost Moon Mirror Lake. Yi Hongling implored. Xiao Junlin nodded. Take care to rest well. I will find you once I have healed. With that, Xiao Junlin departed from her dwelling, not returning to his own, but heading straight to the administrative hall. The colorless fire was crucial for remedying the side effects of the Supreme Extreme Yin technique. He was determined to strike a deal with Qin Yin. Just as Qin Yin arrived at the administrative hall, she spotted Xiao Junlin following closely behind. What brings you here? She inquired coldly, her demeanor unwelcoming. Xiao Junlin, undeterred, responded, Elder, I previously mentioned I had a method to assist you with your cold poison. However, since you do not welcome me, I shall take my leave. Upon hearing this, Qin Yin furrowed her brow and retorted, Wait, my tone was inappropriate. Do share how you intend to cure me. Qin Yin's attitude softened somewhat, yet Xiao Junlin felt it was still insufficient. He sought a genuine display of goodwill from her. Sighing, Qin Yin continued, I merely wish to prevent internal strife among my disciples during my stewardship of Longtime Mountain. Although Qin Xian was in the wrong, your conflict has caused me considerable vexation. Furthermore, I am curious why you appeared disbelieving after overhearing Hongling's words. Xiao Junlin pondered, realizing that even he had not anticipated that his hypnotic technique would genuinely compel Yi Hongling to recount her memories as he had orchestrated. Yet, such subtle expressions had not escaped Qin Yin's keen observation. It seemed these individuals were quite astute. He had been remiss in his caution. He reminded himself to tread carefully in the future. Advancing with utmost prudence, he lamented, "It is because of your favoritism." His vehement tone caught Qin Yin off guard. "I am aware that you dote upon the little junior brother. You and the second junior sister both display such behavior. Thus, I fear the second junior sister may lie to protect him." At this, Qin Yin refrained from countering his claims, as he spoke the truth. Initially, she too had considered the possibility that even if Qin Xian were at fault, Yi Hongling might lean towards him. However, she had not anticipated that Yi Hongling would side with Xiao Junlin. More accurately, she had sided with justice and truth. Ironically, she, as the elder, had repeatedly made things difficult for Xiao Junlin, proving to be less impartial than her own disciples. Qin Yin reflected inwardly. Seeing her reaction, Xiao Junlin continued, "Alas, what has transpired is now in the past. That I, Xiao Junlin, am not so petty. I shall assist you in alleviating your cold poison." As he spoke, he gestured for Qin Yin to enter the private chamber of the administrative hall. Seeking a secluded spot, Qin Yin, puzzled, asked, "How do you intend to assist me?" Xiao Junlin smiled brightly. "It is simple. Elder, please remove your garments." At this, Qin Yin's heart tightened, and anger surged within her. What audacity! I am a dignified elder of Longai Mountain, acting as the proxy for the sect leader. How dare a male disciple presume to offend me? Qin Xian had crossed the line. Xiao Junlin was no exception. Xiao Junlin anticipated her indignation, yet he was unfazed. The more a woman clung to her pride, the more pronounced the contrast when she eventually yielded. He smiled. "Elder, you have misunderstood. My method of detoxification is one passed down from my father. While it is guaranteed to cure your cold poison, it cannot be performed through clothing." Xiao Junlin adopted an air of righteousness, assuring her, "As a disciple of pure virtue, I would not gaze upon the elder, so I shall close my eyes during the treatment." Qin Yin's countenance remained grave, clearly struggling to accept such a proposal. As she hesitated, Xiao Junlin feigned to turn away, appearing ready to leave. "Wait," she cried, urgency lacing her tone. "Allow me a moment to contemplate." Qin Yin lamented inwardly. What nonsense! She was merely taking a moment to weigh her options. And he was already prepared to depart. Xiao Junlin chuckled softly, refusing to halt his steps. Internally, he reveled in delight, recognizing that people are most likely to err when anxious. The more one fears losing something, the more they desire to cling to it. His apparent readiness to depart was a performance for Qin Yin, designed to instill panic within her. As he took a few more steps, Qin Yin abruptly commanded, "Halt! Come into my chamber. I will agree to your terms. Ha ha. I must have your consent for my treatment." Xiao Junlin scoffed internally, yet he understood that this proud beauty, accustomed to her high station, would find it difficult to lower herself. "Take your time, that's what makes it enjoyable." Thus, Xiao Junlin did not rush to address her attitude, merely smiling and nodding as he followed the melodious strains into the chamber. The chamber of Qin Yin was vast, significantly larger than that of the disciples. There were a total of 3,000 disciples at Longai Mountain, with 2,000 being outer disciples and 1,000 inner disciples. Among them, only 9 had reached the blood mobilization realm to become elite disciples. Above them were 5 elders, 1 grand elder, and the sect leader. And there was a divine beast that guarded the sect. Just moments ago, his serpent had gone to seek out this guardian beast. Xiao Junlin was too lazy to intervene. Ancient species possessed a bloodline suppression over other beasts, and it was likely that it had gone to consume that divine guardian. Qin Yin arrived at her usual practice spot, a round lotus platform made of white jade, approximately 5 meters in diameter. "Come over," she urged, her tone laced with a hint of command. However, when Xiao Junlin turned to her, he noticed she deliberately averted her gaze, refusing to meet his eyes. Her profile slightly flushed, as so the elder could feel shy too. Indeed, in the original narrative, Qin Yin was depicted as an innocent flower, devoid of any experience in matters between men and women. As Xiao Junlin stepped onto the white jade lotus platform, he felt an unexpected warmth. Contrary to his anticipation of coldness, he sat before Qin Yin, saying nothing, simply watching her. "What are you waiting for? Start," she frowned, reminding him. Yet, Xiao Junlin remained still, his gaze laden with meaning. Qin Yin lightly pursed her lips, her hands resting at her sides. The elder's outer robe gradually slipping away, revealing her delicate, snow-white shoulders. Such exquisite shoulders. Indeed, they were remarkably smooth. However, after shedding her outer robe, she halted her movements, a look of conflict etched on her face. Particularly, the sight of Xiao Junlin's expectant demeanor made her feel even more embarrassed. Her fingers hovered over her belt without untying it immediately. Instead, she shot him a glare and closed her eyes. Xiao Junlin obediently closed his eyes as Qin Yin loosened her belt. It slid down, and she began to remove her second garment. Soon, she was left with only a belly wrap. "Elder, your belly wrap has a pattern. It's quite cute," Xiao Junlin suddenly remarked, startling Qin Yin into shielding herself with her arms. Glaring at him in indignation, "I told you to keep your eyes shut." Yet, in the next moment, she found herself at a loss for words, for Xiao Junlin was indeed peeking, with one eye open. "How infuriating. Close both eyes," Qin Yin retorted, her thoughts racing. Xiao Junlin maintained his calm demeanor, further unsettling Qin Yin. Could it be that she held no allure in his eyes? Or was it that this lad was too feeble to be stirred? Qin Yin leaned towards the ladder. "Is it time for treatment now?" "No, you must be completely undressed," Xiao Junlin replied, his tone unperturbed. Though he felt a surge of excitement within, he restrained himself, fearing that if he displayed too much eagerness too soon, Qin Yin might refuse to disrobe. Seeing him so composed, Qin Yin steeled her resolve. Gazing at Xiao Junlin, she decided that if he were to suddenly open his eyes, she would retaliate instantly. Xiao Junlin could hear the sound of her belly wrap falling to the ground, igniting a sense of anticipation within him. Alas, he was acutely aware of Qin Yin's temperament. If he were to open his eyes now, his life might be in jeopardy. "Is it sufficient to be without clothing?" he asked, shaking his head. "During treatment, no clothing may be worn. None at all." Qin Yin gritted her teeth, wondering why Xiao Junlin had not mentioned this sooner. Yet, having come this far, it would be absurd to stop now. Feeling increasingly wronged, she stood up, shedding her final line of defense. Xiao Junlin inhaled sharply, suddenly catching a whiff of a delicate fragrance. Though faint, it was undeniably pleasant. "Elder Qin, you smell delightful." Qin Yin's expression turned serious. "Do not speak of irrelevant things. Commence the treatment at once." At that moment, Xiao Junlin could not see her face, which had turned nearly crimson. Upon hearing his words, he nodded. Then, "Elder, please turn around and sit with your back to me." Qin Yin was rendered speechless again. To treat her from behind, why had he not said so earlier? Clenching her teeth, she refrained from scolding Xiao Junlin and promptly turned to sit down. "Xiao Junlin, if you dare to peek, I will not let you off easily," she warned. "Elder, rest assured, I will not steal a glance," Xiao Junlin assured her, his gaze assessing. Qin Yin's shoulders were slender, her collarbone distinct. Her skin was so taut that no pores were visible, resembling pristine jade. Further down was her elegantly narrowing waist. Xiao Junlin extended a hand to measure, realizing that her waist was scarcely wider than his palm. Truly, it was delicate enough to be grasped. Qin Yin felt an overwhelming discomfort, as if she were being scrutinized. Suddenly, she turned her head, only to find Xiao Junlin with his eyes closed, appearing utterly serious, not peeking. Was she simply imagining things, half believing? She turned her head back. A moment later, she glanced back again, finding him still with his eyes shut, and he was retrieving something from his storage ring. "Disciple will soon use a treasured item left by my father to treat you for the cold poison. I hope Elder Qin will not peek." He spoke while maintaining his composure. This revelation utterly flustered Qin Yin. "I'm more concerned about you peeking," she huffed, turning her head away and resolutely refusing to look back. Before long, a wave of warmth radiated from behind her. It was none other than Xiao Junlin, who had produced the colorless fire. As he extracted it from the vial, its temperature enveloped her in a wave of comfort. This made Qin Yin finally believe that perhaps Xiao Junlin truly possessed the means to alleviate her cold poison. However, soon the latent cold energy within her flared up, causing a clash of forces around her that made her frown. "Junlin, hurry up. I feel quite unwell." Xiao Junlin recalled from the original narrative that if all of the colorless fire was infused into Qin Yin's body, it would completely cure her cold poison and even enable her to break through to the triumphant realm, becoming Longai Mountain's third top-tier master above the triumphant level. Yet, Xiao Junlin was no fool. He knew better than to heal her all at once. A skilled physician should learn to treat ailments in stages to maximize benefits. If he cured the patient in one go, how would he profit? Although he scorned such doctors, he had no choice. This was his only means to win over Qin Yin, and he needed to make the most of it. Thus, Xiao Junlin extracted only a portion of the flames from the colorless fire and returned the rest to his storage ring. Subsequently, the flickering flames danced in his palm, and he placed his hand on Qin Yin's slender waist. Her body stiffened momentarily, a heightened sense of shame washing over her proud visage. It's all right. It's all right. Xiao Junlin kept his eyes closed. Even so, it was all for the sake of treatment. Qin Yin repeatedly reassured herself of the greater good. If she could cure her cold poison, she would have a greater chance of stepping into the realm of all spirits and becoming the next sect leader of Longai Mountain. At that point, all her grievances would be worth it. Yet, she underestimated Xiao Junlin. In that moment, his hand began to inch forward. Junlin, Qin Yin exclaimed, attempting to halt him. What's wrong, Elder? Xiao Junlin asked. Feigning confusion. Aren't we treating your back? She replied, feeling awkward. That won't do, Elder. The heat must circulate through your body, not just linger at the back. The front must be included, or the cold poison cannot be entirely dispelled, he explained patiently. Realizing that the warmth ceased to permeate when Xiao Junlin halted, Qin Yin recognized that she had overreacted. Then, you may continue. Although he had not yet ventured into her taboo areas, each approach made her breath quicken. Her breath was already erratic, filled with a mixture of anticipation and resistance. Xiao Junlin was intentionally probing. After all, the colorless fire could have directly entered her body to dispel the cold poison. The notions of needing to be unclothed or massaged were mere fabrications on Xiao Junlin's part. It wasn't until the flames in his palm were fully expended that Xiao Junlin reluctantly ceased. Continuing would require more of the colorless fire, and he feared he might inadvertently cure Qin Yin. Today's indulgence had to suffice. Xiao Junlin withdrew his hand, and Qin Yin recognized that the treatment had concluded. She waved her hand, and the garment she had shed earlier flew back to her. Qin Yin released a long breath, yet still felt warmth blooming on her face and body. Junlin, your method is indeed effective. My cold poison seems to have improved significantly. She turned to Xiao Junlin, only to find him still with his eyes closed, but his nostrils were stained with blood. Junlin, what happened to you? Qin Yin exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at him. Xiao Junlin opened his eyes, touched his nose, and exclaimed, what the heck? I must have strained too much while holding back. It's all your fault for being so alluring. No worries, Elder. It's merely a consequence of expending too much spiritual energy while treating you. A few days of rest will suffice. Upon hearing this, Qin Yin felt guilty in that fleeting moment. She had thought it was Xiao Junlin peeking that caused his nosebleed. How naive and presumptuous she had been. Qin Yin nodded appreciatively. You have sacrificed for me. I shall always repay kindness. She recalled the 2 occasions when Xiao Junlin had requested something from her. Perhaps she could grant him a small favor. Qin Yin retrieved a tome from her storage ring and handed it to Xiao Junlin. Upon receiving it, he noticed the 4 prominent characters inscribed upon it. Tian Fu Fan Yin. This cultivation technique serves as an auxiliary aid, capable of significantly adjusting the practitioner's state during their training. Particularly after its mastery, the internal circulation harmonizes into a melodic pattern, ceaselessly resonating in an orderly fashion. Should Xiao Junlin successfully cultivate this technique, he firmly believes that he can ascend to the intermediate stage of the 3 phases realm in a remarkably short time. Thank you, Elder. May I inquire about the Yaoguang Qin? The sound of the Qin, tinged with reluctance, responded. The Yaoguang Qin cannot be given to you for the time being. Oh, that's quite all right. Having this is sufficient, Xiao Junlin said with a smile as he prepared to take his leave. Before departing, the Qin's voice inquired, Junlin, you must not disclose today's events to anyone. Consider this matter forgotten. Although the cold poison has been cured, she had also expended her Tianfu Fan Yin and felt no debt to Xiao Junlin. Thus she wished to avoid discussing the past. However, Xiao Junlin lightly exclaimed, forget, but this treatment requires at least 9 more sessions. Does the elder mean to say that I need not return any more? 9 times. Upon hearing this, Qin Yin's demeanor shifted dramatically. She had just felt an unprecedented comfort within herself, believing she had been fully healed, only to discover it was merely 1/10 of the treatment. Wait, then did I not give away my Tianfu Fan Yin too soon? Junlin, those 9 times. Please expedite my healing. Xiao Junlin smiled. Patience is key. Oh, by the way, Elder, might I also have the Yaoguang Qin? It would enhance my efficiency. With 9 sessions ahead, how could I not extract your treasured artifact? Upon hearing Xiao Junlin's desire for the Yaoguang Qin, Qin Yin furrowed her brows, feeling as though she had fallen into a trap set by him. 9 more sessions. Why was this not mentioned sooner? Only after she had relinquished the Tianfu Fan Yin did he bring it up. First, tell me when you will complete the remaining 9 treatments. Qin Yin insisted resolutely. Observing her determination, Xiao Junlin appeared helpless. Elder, you witnessed how I just treated you. and ended up with a nosebleed. It's evident how taxing this treatment is on my frail body. Qin exhaled deeply. I shall grant you 30 qi gathering pills and 30 blood congealing pills. I want the Yaowang Qin. I will add 100,000 spirit stones. I want the Yaowang Qin. Qin gritted her teeth. The Yaowang Qin is my life spirit weapon. What would I have to use if I gave it to you? Xiao Junlin replied nonchalantly, Dragon Terrace Mountain has been peaceful for years. Surely, Elder, you have no immediate need for such a formidable artifact. However, I must venture to the Frost Moon Mirror Lake, where the situation is dire. Qin Yin's jade hand clenched into a fist within her sleeve. This boy was utterly unyielding. When did he set his sights on my Yaowang Qin? Xiao Junlin met her gaze with a smile, internally mocking her. You wish to play games with me? I'm not easily swayed. First, grant me a few more treatments, and then I shall consider it. Very well, I shall not disturb your contemplation any longer. I have my own matters to attend to, Xiao Junlin said, turning to leave. Hey, Qin Yin called out, but he was already gone, her foot stamping in frustration. The esteemed sect leader of Dragon Terrace Mountain had been outmaneuvered. Upon exiting the administrative hall, Xiao Junlin understood that to catch a fish, one must exercise patience if he were to continuously treat Qin Yin. Each session only taking half an hour, 9 sessions would conclude in less than a day. Would she endure that? Once fully healed of the cold poison, she would undoubtedly kick him out without a second thought. What would be the point then? Thus, Xiao Junlin was determined to secure the maximum benefit for himself before fully healing Qin Yin. He held the Tianfu Fanyin in his hands, swiftly memorizing its contents as he scanned through the ancient yellowed manuscript. It seemed this was indeed the only copy of the Tianfu Fanyin. Perhaps Qin Yin had no backups. After committing everything to memory, he unleashed his inner power, reducing the manuscript to dust. Ensuring that should Qin Yin demand its return, he could hand it over to Qin Xian without a second thought. After his practice session, he contemplated which junior sister to tease next. As Xiao Junlin left the 5th peak of Dragon Terrace Mountain, he noticed a figure approaching along the chain bridge connecting the 9 peaks. Initially, the person was several zhang away, but upon a second glance, they were within 3 meters of him. Xiao Junlin recognized the newcomer. A young maiden clad in a pale green dress, adorned with an emerald belt, yet she was not one of the 9 elite disciples but rather a maidservant of Elder Jiugu from the 4th peak. Greetings, senior brother. Oh, have you just returned from the administrative hall to report to Elder Qin Yin? Xiaoning spoke up, a hint of curiosity in her tone. Xiao Junlin observed her figure. Although she was not one of the 9 elite disciples, he knew from the original tale that this girl was far from ordinary. After all, her surname was Tang, as in Tang Emo. You've been waiting for me, yet you feign ignorance. His words surprised Xiao Ning, who had been relaxed but now wore a look of astonishment. When did Xiao Junlin become so perceptive? However, this surprise was quickly masked as she regained her composure, demonstrating excellent emotional and facial control, a testament to her training under Jiugu. Xiao Junlin noted her subtle expressions with keen interest. Senior brother, you are indeed astute. I shall not keep you in suspense. Elder Jiugu requests your presence. Would you accompany me? Xiao Ning gestured for him to follow her to the 4th peak. Since it was Elder Jiugu summoning him, Xiao Junlin readily agreed and followed. Xiao Ning walked alongside him in silence until he broke the ice. You've grown up beside Elder Jiugu. You must be on the verge of entering the blood transformation realm, right? Xiao Ning's features, while not as stunning as Qin Yin or Bai Li, exuded a refreshing charm, reminiscent of a neighborly girl. She smiled slightly. I possess mediocre talent. After years of cultivation, I am still merely in the spirit refining realm, far from stepping into the blood transformation realm. Spirit refining realm, that is indeed curious. I sense a blood transformation aura from you. Senior brother, you jest. Were I truly in the blood transformation realm, I would have long been among the elite disciples. Oh, is that so? Just as Xiao Junlin finished speaking, he suddenly unleashed a palm strike. The force barreling towards Xiao Ning. Sensing the imminent threat to her life, Xiao Ning instinctively raised her hands to shield her chest. The impact forced her to stagger back several steps, yet she managed to regain her footing. As she stabilized, the shockwave rippled across the chain bridge, causing the entire span to sway in the wind. Senior brother, what are you doing? Xiao Ning glared at him, anger etched across her face. Xiao Junlin chuckled. Retracting his palm, just about of curiosity, I wanted to test my junior sister's capabilities. I must say, your reactions are quite impressive. Although Xiao Ning still wore an annoyed expression, she refrained from truly chastising him. Since you've tested me, let us proceed. Elder Jiugu is awaiting you. Very well, let us hurry, Xiao Junlin replied, aware that Xiao Ning was closely following him. Her gaze fixed on him. He was acutely aware that he had used the peak power of the blood transformation realm in that strike. To his astonishment, She had managed to block it. Had that strike landed on any of the spirit-refining disciples, it would have likely resulted in broken limbs. Yet, Xiao Ning emerged unscathed. However, Xiao Junlin chose not to expose her secret. Now was not the time. Upon arriving at the Fourth Peak's law enforcement hall, Xiao Ning took the lead, guiding him. The Fourth Peak was primarily responsible for enforcing discipline within Dragon Terrace Mountain. The most notable difference here was the presence of numerous prisons. Each cell was crafted into the mountainous core, where fierce roars echoed, accompanied by the scent of alcohol wafting through the air. The law enforcement elder, known as Jiu had a penchant for wine, living by the motto of wine as the path. As Xiao Junlin stepped into the Fourth Peak's interior, he found himself in a spiraled structure with 18 layers. The uppermost levels housed the most rooms, numbering at least 100. As one descended, the rings grew smaller, and the number of cells diminished, culminating in a solitary cell at the bottom. The entrance was located on the first level. And as he passed the small prison rooms on the first floor, Xiao Junlin glanced inside. Most inmates wore disciple robes, having committed offenses such as peeping at male disciples during baths, unauthorized learning of techniques, or theft. The crimes here were generally minor, with offenders serving brief sentences. However, the deeper one went, the more severe the crimes became, accompanied by increasingly formidable inmates. After all, only those with strength could thrive in this world that revered power. Xiao Ning did not lead Xiao Junlin too far into the depths. Instead, she stopped between the third and fourth layers, in a place not designated as a cell, surrounded by greenery and rich in spiritual energy. It was evidently a designated training area for the disciples of the Fourth Peak, diverging from the prison-like atmosphere of the upper levels. Elder, senior brother has arrived, Xiao Ning announced respectfully as they stood outside a room. After a considerable wait, a languid female voice emanated from within, imbued with a magnetic quality unique to mature women. Let him enter. Xiao Ning opened the door but did not step inside, choosing to wait outside. As Xiao Junlin entered the room, he was immediately enveloped by a medley of various alcoholic scents. He swiftly perceived a series of empty wine flasks rolling across the ground, and behind them lay an alluring beauty. Her figure voluptuous and her attire disheveled, languidly sprawled on the bed, intoxicated. It was none other than the law elder, Jiu. Chapter 53. The beauty elder delivered to your door. Xiao Junlin edged closer, striving to gain a clearer view of the enchanting woman before him. She appeared to be of similar age to Qin Yin, exuding an aura of mature seduction, yet unlike the noble and frigid demeanor of Qin Yin. Jiu possessed an additional, provocative charm, perhaps due to her inebriation. A faint blush adorned her fair skin, a result of dilated blood vessels surfacing beneath the surface. However, Xiao Junlin found himself puzzled. This was supposed to be Jiu's brewing chamber. Yet there was a bed present. The original text had never detailed such a nuance. Could it be that she indulged in her own brews and kept a bed for her hangovers? Now, in her disheveled state, she lay defenseless before Xiao Junlin. Naturally, he did not hold back. After all, in the original narrative, this elder Jiu was no virtuous figure. Thus, he seized the opportunity and adjusted his angle to better behold her curves. After all, Xiao Junlin himself was no paragon of virtue. Have you seen enough? Jiu's languid voice drifted over, laced with a hint of warning. Xiao Junlin quickly regained his composure, clasping his hands in respect. Disciple pays his respects to Elder Jiu. Jiu lazily opened her eyes, her bright orbs shimmering with an ethereal blue, her pupils tinged with a deep azure hue. She scrutinized Xiao Junlin, remarking, "It has been years since we last met. You have grown considerably." Xiao Junlin lowered his gaze to his own lap, wondering if she possessed the ability to see through him, observing his slight movement. Jiu furrowed her brow and continued, "On my Fourth Peak, I oversee the prison of Longai Mountain, housing only the most nefarious individuals, whose resentment is palpable. Yet, you junior disciples seem to keep your distance from me." As she spoke, she gracefully descended from the bed, her long legs extending from beneath her crimson skirt, her delicate feet touching the ground as she approached Xiao Junlin. "I had thought you would delay your arrival. I did not expect you to be so unperturbed by my law enforcement hall." Xiao Junlin sensed Jiu drawing near. The scent of wine wafting from her. It was not the acrid odor one might expect. Rather, it exuded a sweet and refreshing fragrance. Elder jested, "The law enforcement hall is the very foundation of Longai Mountain's rules. Its existence ensures that all sect members adhere to their duties, so how could a disciple harbor any disdain? You certainly possess the gift of gab, but why is it that you never set foot on the Fourth Peak? I have heard from Xiao Ning that you frequent the administrative hall instead." As she spoke, Jiuji's fingertips lightly traced across Xiao Junlin's chest, then glided downwards, then upwards again, in an utterly tantalizing manner, while her lips drew closer to his ear. Is it because Qin Yin is more beautiful than I that you flock to her instead? Xiao Junlin swallowed hard, internally scoffing at the notion that Qin Yin could rival her allure. If given the choice between the two, he mused, Qin Yin would befit a lover, while Jiugu was more suited to be a fleeting dalliance. He promptly reached a conclusion, yet maintained his facade, replying earnestly, Elder jested. Elder Qin holds a deep regard for junior brother Qin Xian. So how could she concern herself with me? I merely visit the administrative hall to see if there are any tasks I might undertake. Qin Xian, just days ago, the Huaizong provoked us at Longai Mountain. Yet I heard that Qin Yin chose you to fight, rather than Qin Xian, Jiugu queried. Xiao Junlin raised an eyebrow. This audacious woman had finally broached the subject at hand. Junlin, you have indeed made us proud. Thanks to you, Longtime Mountain has retained its dignity and thwarted Huaizong's ambitions. I am curious. How did you manage to defeat Zhao Wujing and Lei Ji? Xiao Junlin chuckled. For the sake of Longtime Mountain, it is only right that I contribute as for defeating them. It was actually Elder Qin Yin who lent me a considerable portion of her cultivation. Lending cultivation? Jiugu frowned, astonished that Qin Yin would make such a sacrifice for Xiao Junlin. It seemed she had chosen the right person. Elder Qin treats you well. It appears you have not disappointed her. Yet, I too wish to treat you well. As she spoke, Jiugu leaned against Xiao Junlin, her ample figure brushing against him in an enticing manner. Not one to shy away, Xiao Junlin immediately wrapped his arms around her slender waist. How does the elder intend to treat me? Jiugu was evidently taken aback. This Xiao Junlin was bolder than she had anticipated, yet she felt no aversion, for it was impossible for her to sacrifice her cultivation like Qin Yin for Xiao Junlin's benefit. However, her body was another matter. Release me. I summoned you here to request your assistance. Yet Xiao Junlin did not allow her to break free. Instead, he pushed her onto the soft couch. While you speak, I shall act. It is quite unimpeded. What is this? Jiugu was astonished. Was he truly this daring? This lad seemed to have a knack for the game. I wish for you to venture to the 18th level and retrieve an item from the prisoners within. Xiao Junlin's hand had already found its way to Jiuji's thigh, exploring slowly. After all, he knew that the Jiugu of the original narrative was not a virtuous character. For her own ambitions, she had sacrificed the lives of many disciples of Longai Mountain. A true villain, and Xiao Junlin himself was no saint. In a world where rivals were akin to enemies, it was only natural for them to engage in a little sparring. As he began to untie Jiuji's skirt, he smiled and said, Elder, the 18th level is the most heavily guarded area of Longtime Mountain, where the most heinous criminals are imprisoned. You wish for a disciple to retrieve something from such individuals. You must ensure my comfort. Jiugu observed Xiao Junlin, utterly absorbed in her form. Such a man is best kept under control. The prisoners of the 18th level have significant connections to Qin Yin. Naturally, it would be difficult to summon Qin Yin. Since Xiao Junlin is her new favorite, perhaps he could substitute for her and take a chance. With this thought, Jiuji's delicate arms encircled Xiao Junlin's neck. Have you heard of Icefire wine? Xiao Junlin raised an eyebrow. Is it the kind of wine that offers both icy and scorching sensations upon entry? Jiugu smiled, producing a flask of wine, removing the cork with her teeth, and taking a sip without swallowing. With his extensive clinical experience, Xiao Junlin understood precisely what Jiugu intended to do next. In an instant, the atmosphere became intoxicating. An hour later, Xiao Junlin opened the door, startled. What the? You've been out here the whole time? He shot a disdainful glance at Tang Ning. With her face flushed, Xiao Ning retorted coldly, Master instructed me to wait here. Without her command, I dared not leave. Xiao Junlin merely uttered an "oh" and prepared to depart. Wait, you are just going to leave like this? Xiao Ning blocked his path. Xiao Junlin frowned. What else should I do? Seeing his demeanor, as though he had consumed everything and intended to leave, Xiao Ning, exasperated, placed her hands on her hips. What about my master? You don't expect me to be responsible for a fleeting romance, do you? Oh, the matter Elder Jiugu requested. I will return in a few days. Xiao Junlin spoke with feigned seriousness, then pushed Xiao Ning aside. Departing the fourth peak, Xiao Ning wanted to pursue him further, but the voice of Jiugu from within called for her to return. However, the tone was noticeably weary. Xiao Ning, do not enter, let him be. Yet she hesitated at the door. Master, can we trust him? With the impending conflict between Longai Mountain and Huaizong, the item from the 18th level is essential. I, too, can only attempt to trust him. But Xiaoning hesitated to voice her concerns. Speak. What troubles you? When I was with him, he suddenly struck out, claiming he wished to test my cultivation. He nearly injured me. Jiuji's voice took on a tone of interest. With your level of cultivation, he could injure you with a single strike. Xiaoning nodded. Xiao Junlin does not seem as simple as he appears. I surmised that strike possessed at least the power of a peak blood-moving realm, and he merely acted casually, clearly holding back. Jiugu smiled slightly. I see. He deliberately struck you to convey that he possesses the capability to assist me in retrieving that item. It seems my efforts to please him were not in vain. Xiaoning added, just days ago, a thunder tribulation descended at night, and elders Qin Yin and 3 others intervened. I heard that Qin Xian entered the 3 aspects, possessing exceptionally high attributes, which attracted the thunder tribulation. Yet, given Qin Yin's concern for Xiao Junlin, it seems more likely that Xiao Junlin has entered the 3 aspects. Indeed, Jiuji's expression turned thoughtful. Having a weakness makes him easier to manipulate, when necessary. I could leverage Qin Xian's life to coerce him, leaving me unafraid of this Xiao Junlin becoming difficult to control. As she spoke, she turned, feeling the strain in her back and waist. This insufferable boy. He truly knows how to wear one out. After leaving the 4th peak, Xiao Junlin returned to the 7th peak. Jiugu was indeed tantalizing, yet she lacked a certain innocence that he preferred. I still favor the pure, he murmured. Initially intending to relax in the spirit-nourishing pool, he was suddenly alerted by the sound of splashing water. Could it be that Qin Xian, that rascal, was once again intruding on his sanctuary? No, he had been confined by Qin Yin. As Xiao Junlin approached, he was greeted by the sight of a stunningly developed figure, partially obscured by the waters of the spirit-nourishing pool. Silver hair clung to the curves of her skin. Nangong, back to soak in my spirit-nourishing pool again. As Dai Xiaojun approached, Nangong Jin finally noticed him. In a flurry of panic, she instinctively wrapped her arms around herself, and, with a sense of shame, uttered, Senior brother, today I suddenly felt the bloodline of the celestial fox boiling within me. Hence I sought to use the spiritual essence pool to suppress it, if you wish to suppress your bloodline. The spiritual essence pool is indeed the remedy, and I can assist you, replied Dai Xiaojun. Directly leaping into the pool, he grasped Nangong Jin's hands with firm determination, prying them apart. Which part of your body has escaped my gaze? Junior sister, why must you conceal it? As he spoke, he pressed her hands against the edge of the pool, his body close to hers. Under Nangong Jin's flushed expression, the waters of the spiritual essence pool surged tumultuously. Chapter 54. 2 principled individuals. 2 hours later, as Nangong Jin rested by the pool, gasping for breath, Dai Xiaojun sat cross-legged within the waters. Earlier, he had absorbed a significant amount of celestial fox blood energy from Nangong Jin, a delightful bonus after each encounter with her. As the celestial fox energy flowed into his inner realm, what had previously reached its peak began to expand once more. In the initial stage of the 3 realms, I have already maximized my potential. But if I can enhance my inner energy further before breaking through to the intermediate stage, I will possess a greater reserve of power within the same realm. The essence of a cultivator's battle lies fundamentally in the strength of their energy. The better the energy attributes and the greater the accumulation, the more formidable the explosive power unleashed. Skills and techniques are merely auxiliary. To put it plainly, if one's data is sufficiently extraordinary, even a basic attack can rival others' ultimate moves. Dai Xiaojun recalled the original text, where Qin Xian's skills were formidable, accumulated from countless techniques gifted by the beauties of Longtime Mountain, the Tianyun dynasty, and the Dragon Blood Celestial Emperor, all enriched by opportunities from numerous dungeons. Competing with Qin Xian in skills was undoubtedly futile. He had learned this the hard way in Yi Hongling's sword consciousness space. Yet, Qin Xian harbored a weakness. His overwhelming talent prevented him from controlling his rapid ascent. Compounded by the Dragon Blood Celestial Emperor's urgency for him to swiftly reach the Celestial Emperor realm, this incessantly pushed Qin Xian to break through, resulting in his foundational values being comparatively low. Unlike other protagonists who had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years, effortlessly engaging in battles beyond their level, Qin Xian, as a protagonist, was more inclined to level up faster than others and then crush them. Dai Xiaojun's bright eyes flickered with insight. He conceived another path. Perhaps transforming himself into a numerical anomaly could allow him to overtake others unexpectedly, while he might not catch up to Qin Xian's realm. His combat power might surpass his own, at least prompting Qin Xian to underestimate him in their encounters. Now that his time energy had been exposed to Qin Xian, it was certain that Qin Xian would devise ways to eliminate him. As was his nature, the previous pretense was no longer viable. What awaited him next was the wrath of the destined sovereign on a numerical anomaly. I shall become one, Dai Xiaojun thought, suddenly enlightened, as the energy within his inner realm began to pulse with newfound vigor. Could this be a form of enlightenment? He realized that once a person establishes a clear goal, everything around them subtly aligns to propel them toward that objective. For an ordinary practitioner at the initial stage of the three realms, the energy limit was 3,000 paths. Dai Xiaojun immediately entered a serious mindset. With the celestial fox blood refining his energy and inner realm, the purity of his energy and the expansion of his inner realm were now, at the very least, equivalent to 5,000 paths of energy. Having consumed 2 top-tier pills since entering the three realms, his speed of absorbing surrounding spiritual energy and refining spirit stones was at least double that of an ordinary person. Dai Xiaojun, through analysis, became increasingly certain that he could pursue the path of a numerical anomaly. He then turned to Nangong Jin, junior sister. Before he could finish, Nangong Jin pleaded, "Senior brother, I truly can't go on. Please let me be. Next time, I will serve you well." This little beauty, exuding charm, resembled a languid little fox, lying motionless by the spiritual essence pool. She assumed Dai Xiaojun intended to bully her once again. However, after enduring 3 hours, she was genuinely exhausted both physically and mentally. In his sage-like state, Dai Xiaojun had no thoughts of such matters that he reached out. "Junior sister, lend me some money." "Oh no, lend me some spirit stones." Nangong Jin was taken aback. I don't have any. I don't believe you. Your aunt is the chieftain of the Celestial Fox clan. Although you came to Longai Mountain without her knowledge, she has undoubtedly given you the several million spirit stones left by your mother. Hasn't she? Dai Xiaojun was too impatient to engage in lengthy discussions, regardless of whether Nangong Jin admitted it. The original text had clearly stated this fact. This girl was the hidden wealthy heiress of Longai Mountain. Upon hearing her secrets laid bare, Nangong Jin's face was a mask of astonishment. "Senior brother, how do you know?" She hesitated, feeling that she had already given Dai Xiaojun her most precious possession, though he claimed it could completely suppress her celestial fox bloodline from running rampant. She sensed that success was still uncertain. If she were to provide him with spirit stones, it would feel as if she were being taken advantage of while also counting his money. "How foolish! I won't give you any. If you refuse, tomorrow the entire sect will know you are a little fox spirit." Dai Xiaojun, eager to absorb more spiritual energy to become a numerical anomaly, wasted no time in threatening her. Upon hearing this, Nangong Jin bit her white teeth, her face filled with grievance. How much do you want?" It seemed a negotiation was in order. Dai Xiaojun smiled, estimating that he needed at least 800,000 spirit stones to cultivate his inner realm to its fullest. By then, his reserve of energy would reach 6,000 paths, equivalent to double that of an ordinary practitioner at the three realms. "I want 1 million, Dai Xiaojun stated earnestly. Nangong Jin immediately panicked. Her total wealth was merely 3 million. Giving that much would be tantamount to relinquishing her dowry. Absolutely not. Nangong Jin, like someone whose tail had been stepped on, glared at Dai Xiaojun. "I can only give you 300,000. That's already quite generous. Elite disciples can only receive 100,000 spirit stones each month." Goodness, I initially thought if I exaggerated, you would generously offer several million. I didn't expect it to drop from 1,000 to 30. "Junior sister, you are truly stingy. 300,000? Is that meant to appease a beggar? If the other disciples hear of this, they might think Dai Xiaojun, am unable to afford you." Dai Xiaojun spoke coldly, putting on his clothes. "Forget it. I will go to the law enforcement hall and inquire with Elder Jyoga about the consequences for a demon clan infiltrating Longai Mountain." Seeing Dai Xiaojun's intent to report, a wave of fear washed over Nangong Jin's delicate face. She quickly seized his hand. "500,000. That's my bottom line. 2 million is my bottom line." Dai Xiaojun countered coldly. Nangong Jin gritted her teeth. 800,000. That's my bottom line. Although it was precisely enough for him to cultivate to his current energy limit, squeezing out more was still worthwhile. 1,500,000 is my bottom line. Dai Xiaojun insisted. With tears shimmering in her eyes, Nangong Jin declared, 1 million, that's my bottom line. Deal. Dai Xiaojun smiled. Deal. Nangong Jin replied weakly. Subsequently, she exhaled deeply, as if resigned, and transferred 1 million spirit stones to Dai Xiaojun from her storage ring. "This is all I can give. I absolutely will not provide you with any more spirit stones." After speaking, her face was filled with determination and defiance. "Stubbornness. This little fox. I shall bully you for a lifetime." Dai Xiaojun smiled slightly. "Thank you, junior sister, for your generosity. Rest assured, I will not ask you again. Once I exhaust these, I will come to you for more. Fearing that Dai Xiaojun would continue to take advantage of her, Nangong quickly donned her clothes and departed. Yet, despite being bullied by him repeatedly, she could not fathom why. As she left the seventh peak, she found herself glancing back repeatedly in her heart. It seemed a seed was beginning to sprout. 5 hours later, the spiritual essence pool on the seventh peak erupted in a tumultuous surge. Dai Xiaojun concluded his cultivation, and the million spirit stones he had just acquired were now piled high around the pool, leaving only 20,000 behind. Fortunately, he had assumed the role of the antagonist, allowing him to exploit without moral restraint, reflecting on the resources he had extracted from Bai Li, Yi Hongling, and Nangong. Combined with his cultivation of the first layer of Tianfu Fanyin, the surrounding spiritual energy converged with the rhythm, accelerating his refinement, resulting in his current combat strength of 6,000 paths of energy. Dai Xiaojun felt a sense of wonder. Had he remained honest and diligent in his cultivation, it would have taken an eternity to amass such resources for himself. Without these investments, he wouldn't be strong enough to contend with Chen Xian. Suddenly, he realized that becoming a numerical anomaly required a significant investment of wealth. No need to feel remorse. Once I am strong enough to crush Chen Xian, it will all be worth it. He thought carefully. After all, he was spending the money of women. What was there to feel guilty about? Upon returning to his quarters, Dai Xiaojun initially intended to feed the remaining 20,000 spirit stones to the little snake. For it too needed to grow. It was his life-saving trump card. However, he could not find the little snake after searching for half the day. Could it be with the sect's guardian beast? Puzzled, he made his way to the back of Long Eye Mountain's 9th peak. There stood a colossal waterfall, the waters rushing with great force, converging into a vast sea known as the East Sea. The largest body of water in the Tianyun dynasty, the waterfall's base, where the waters met the sea, lay the ground where the sect's guardian beast resided. Dai Xiaojun recalled that the original text mentioned this guardian beast was a sea dragon, possessing combat strength around the 9th realm, several times stronger than the purple-winged golden hound he had encountered in the illusory forest, comparable to the peak strength of the 3 realms. Dai Xiaojun arrived at the waterfall. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed the absence of the sea dragon. A sense of silence enveloped him as he closed his eyes, tuning into the subtle movements of the little serpent. Suddenly, Xiao Junlin realized that the serpent's blood seemed to be in a state of near boiling. Was it engaged in battle? He was taken aback. Could it be that the little serpent had ventured to confront the sea dragon? Goodness, it mustn't be harmed. That creature is the sacred beast of Long Eye Mountain. If it were to perish, who knows what kind of frenzy Qin Yin might descend into, forcing you into servitude as the sacred beast to appease Long Eye Mountain. That would be a tremendous loss for me. Xiao Junlin contemplated calling the little serpent back while simultaneously observing the waterfall with his naked eye. His astonishment, a sea dragon, measuring dozens of zhongs, suddenly burst forth from the cascade. Its body shimmered like silver, akin to steel, surging through the water. Yet, this sea dragon did not exhibit the typical ferocity. Rather, it appeared somewhat terrified and eager to please. He soon sensed that the little serpent was filled with a sense of excitement and joy. Xiao Junlin raised an eyebrow. Why does it resemble the exhilaration emanating from Nangong? But then he reconsidered. In the original narrative, the little serpent was female, and so was the 9-realm sea dragon. What could possibly transpire between 2 females? Demonic beasts are not as perverse as humans. In a flash, Xiao Junlin recalled that in the eyes of ancient species, other demonic beasts were not much different from pets. This little creature was merely taking a dragon for a stroll. Upon noticing Xiao Junlin's presence, the little serpent immediately darted toward him. The 9-realm sea dragon, appearing relieved, wailed and burrowed back into the waterfall. Xiao Junlin could sense that the little serpent's aura had grown stronger, seemingly having absorbed some energy from the 9-realm sea dragon. No wonder that dragon fled so swiftly. It had to escape before being drained of its demonic essence. Xiao Junlin spoke. He watched the little serpent return to his shoulder, appearing weary from play and drifting into a deep slumber. How enviable to eat and frolic before succumbing to sleep. Unlike me, who must grapple with the vicissitudes of fate, he gently patted the little serpent's head and cradled it in his arms. Meanwhile, Qin Yin arrived at the residence of Chen Xian on the 6th peak. Ever since she had confined him, he had not emerged from that place. Upon seeing Qin Yin, Chen Xian believed that his grievances, stemming from Xiao Junlin's machinations, were finally about to be rectified. That he hurriedly approached her, exclaiming, "Elder Qin, has the second senior sister restored my innocence? She is forthright and would never lie." I implore you to discern the truth." Observing Chun Xian's impatient demeanor, Qin Yin felt a surge of disappointment. She suspected that he believed Yi Hongling would assist him in fabricating lies to slander Xiao Junlin. The facts spoke for themselves. Even Yi Hongling had stated that it was Chun Xian who had attacked Xiao Junlin with lethal intent in a bid to monopolize the sword intent, as the acting sect leader and a senior elder. How could she turn a blind eye? Chun Xian, the matter is settled. Xiao Junlin speaks the truth. Thus I have decided to intensify your punishment. Her words carried an air of supreme authority. These statements left Chun Xian's mind in a whirl. What? Is the narrative skewed? What does the elder mean by this? Confused, Chun Xian pressed for clarification, but Qin Yin's expression darkened further. You know full well what I mean. Why Yi Hongling has already recounted the events that transpired within the sword intent consciousness space. This matter is your fault. Chun Xian's face contorted in bewilderment. No. What has the second senior sister said? Didn't she speak on my behalf? Qin Yin scoffed. It seems you truly believe that relying on Hongling's affection for you grants you the liberty to engage in deceitful acts. Hongling's character is pure and unpretentious. How could she possibly be a purveyor of falsehoods? Impossible. It is Yi Hongling who is deceiving us. It is Xiao Junlin. Chun Xian attempted to argue for himself. But he was met with a flash of anger on Qin Yin's face. In the next instant, she raised her hand and struck downward toward Chun Xian. The last time Chun Xian had been struck by this very palm in the administrative hall. He had been caught off guard. However, this time, he was prepared. Swiftly, he raised both hands to shield his chest, bracing himself against Qin Yin's force. Simultaneously, he activated his spatial energy, dispersing the impact of her strike, ultimately nullifying its power. Qin Yin's eyes narrowed slightly. Observing this, Chun Xian felt a swell of satisfaction with his displayed prowess. The elder must have noticed it as well that I have entered the three-phase realm. He believed that with this newfound strength, he could contend with Qin Yin and easily overpower Xiao Junlin. Regardless of what Yi Hongling might say, surely Qin Yin would recognize the greater picture and side with him. Yet, Chun Xian was unprepared for the fact that, after he had withstood her strike, Qin Yin's anger intensified. In the next moment, the temperature around them plummeted, dropping from over 20 degrees to a chilling cold that made Chun Xian realize frost was forming on his clothes. He staggered backward, only to be met by a sudden wave of frigid air surging toward him. After shattering a considerable portion of the cold with his spatial energy, he finally regained his footing. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, he felt another wave of cold rising from beneath him, as if it were inexorably consuming him. Chun Xian formed seals with his hands, channeling the primordial heavenly emperor's intent to absorb the cold for his own use. However, he was halted by the dragon blood heavenly emperor. This elder merely seeks to suppress you for a moment. She will not truly harm you. If you exert your full strength now, while you have a 30% chance of defeating her, you will lose any advantage at Long Eye Mountain thereafter. Upon hearing the dragon blood heavenly emperor's words, Chun Xian gritted his teeth and chose to endure. He relinquished his effort to channel the primordial heavenly emperor's intent, allowing the cold to envelop him, visibly transforming him into an ice statue. With only his face remaining exposed, Qin Yin's cold snort followed. She was enraged that Chun Xian not only failed to show remorse, but also resisted her teachings by engaging her in combat. Even if you have entered the three-phase realm, you are still at its nascent stage, and there remains a significant gap between you and the elder level. Chun Xian. Do you believe you no longer require the guidance of Long Eye Mountain? Or do you think that having entered the three-phase realm allows you to defy your teachers and elders? Qin Yin's stern reprimands echoed in the air. Chun Xian felt an inner turmoil. He could not fathom why the elders and senior sisters, who had always shown him favor, were now increasingly intolerant of him. Perhaps it was all due to Xiao Junlin's interference. Disciple, recognizes my errors, and I beseech the elder to mete out punishment. Chun Xian spoke earnestly. Though he felt a sense of indignation, he understood that arguing was futile. It was far more effective to admit his faults sincerely. Upon witnessing his humility, Qin Yin's expression softened considerably. She herself was uncertain why. After gazing at Qin Xian a moment longer, her anger had diminished. It felt as though there was some kind of charm about him that made it difficult for her to hold a grudge. I value you greatly, thus I hope you do not stray from the path and disappoint me. With a deep sigh, Qin Yin waved her hand, dispersing the cold, and the ice on Qin Xian's body melted away. Restoring his freedom, he clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, elder, for your mercy. As he spoke, Chun Xian coughed a few times, feigning injury. Although he had suffered no harm, he sought to employ a subtle tactic. After all, no matter how formidable Qin Yin was, she remained a woman, and there were times when even the strongest could show compassion. Indeed, a glimmer of concern crossed Qin Yin's face as she retrieved a few healing pills from her storage ring. Along with an ancient tome, the pills were merely ordinary healing elixirs, of little consequence to Qin Xian. However, upon seeing the tome, his eyes lit up. The subtle dragon in the abyss. This was a cultivation method reserved for the subsect leaders of Longai Mountain. Elder, what is the meaning of this? Qin Xian's heart raced with joy. Truly, Qin Yin was a person of sharp tongue yet soft heart. With a resigned sigh, Qin Yin explained, "This is a gift from the sect leader. She has high hopes for you. Equal to my OW and do not disappoint her." Qin Xian's gaze shifted. The sect leader of Longtime Mountain, Dong Huang Qingyuan, had been in seclusion for some time, entrusting Qin Yin with the affairs of the sect. To think she would take the time to have Qin Yin deliver the subtle dragon in the abyss to him. It seemed he was still the uniquely favored Qin Xian, unmatched by Xiao Junlin in this lifetime. Disciple is grateful to the sect leader. Please convey my gratitude to her. I will diligently practice this subtle dragon in the abyss. Qin Yin nodded, surveying their surroundings before waving her hand to set up a confinement array. Do not leave this place for 3 months. Otherwise, I will have no explanation for Hongling and Junlin. With that, Qin Yin departed, leaving Qin Xian feeling vexed. Hongling and Junlin. Second senior sister. It seems you are indeed siding with Xiao Junlin. Although he did not understand the reason, Qin Xian was unwilling to let this matter rest. Dragon Master, once my confinement ends, we must pay a visit to Frost Moon Mirror Lake. A voice resonated in Qin Xian's mind from the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor. If my previous calculations are correct, the Moonlight Phoenix Sword should reappear within 7 days. The implications of this event could be significant. Qin Xian understood that the Moonlight Phoenix Sword was Yi Hongling's sword from her previous life, destined to belong solely to her. However, if he could manipulate events surrounding the Moonlight Phoenix Sword, he could sway Yi Hongling to lean more favorably toward him, thereby gaining the support of a sword immortal level powerhouse. 7 days. Qin Xian thought he must have misheard. 7 days. How could that be possible? His confinement was set for 3 months. By the time he emerged, the Moonlight Phoenix Sword and Yi Hongling would likely have already found their rightful owner. Chapter 56. Yet fearful of sisters suffering the dragon blood, Heavenly Emperor also felt speechless. He had not anticipated that Qin Xian would be suppressed by Xiao Junlin. Moreover, the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor had witnessed their battle. Although Qin Xian's spatial energy was indeed unparalleled, Xiao Junlin had awakened the power of time energy. The fact that Xiao Junlin had even managed to injure Qin Xian was a testament to the formidable strength of time energy. Should Xiao Junlin possess a cultivation speed akin to that of Qin Xian, the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor would not perceive Qin Xian as superior under comparable circumstances. This contemplation only deepened his internal conflict. The individual he yearned to nurture was the one with the greatest potential, the most likely candidate to ascend to the status of Heavenly Emperor. Yet, now that Qin Xian was being suppressed by Xiao Junlin, did this signify a misjudgment on his part? Should he consider switching allegiance to Xiao Junlin instead? The Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor observed Qin Xian diligently practicing the hidden dragon in the abyss. This technique was one of the premier methods at the summit of Longtime Mountain, categorized into the 4 tiers of heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, with yellow being the weakest and heavenly the mightiest. The hidden dragon in the abyss, astonishingly, belonged to the earth tier. As for the heavenly tier, it possessed the power to shake the very foundations of a sect. The primordial Heavenly Emperor intent he imparted to Qin Xian was indeed a heavenly tier technique. However, its difficulty was exceedingly high for Qin Xian, who had only just begun to grasp it. Conversely, the earth tier hidden dragon in the abyss was far more suitable for Qin Xian's current level. The Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor meticulously monitored Qin Xian's progress. In the span of a brief tea time, Qin Xian had already grasped the threshold of the first layer of the hidden dragon in the abyss. This technique comprised 3 layers, each exponentially more challenging than the last. According to the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor's analysis, once Qin Xian mastered the first layer, he would likely be able to break into the mid-stage of the 3 phases realm. It was noteworthy that Qin Xian had only recently entered the 3 phases realm just days prior. Such a pace of cultivation was nothing short of prodigious. Perhaps I was merely momentarily bewitched. He remains my most prudent choice. As for Xiao Junlin, he might just be a fleeting phenomenon. The Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor reined in his thoughts, focusing intently on guiding Qin Xian's cultivation on the chain bridge of the 5th peak. Xiao Junlin found himself urinating into the wind, only to be interrupted by a sudden sneeze that resulted in a splatter on his hand. Damn! Who's cursing me? He hastily shook himself off and pulled up his pants. Originally, Xiao Junlin had intended to seek out Bai Li. He had previously coaxed her into restoring her body, yet the treatment had yet to conclude. Moreover, Bai Li's value extended beyond mere satisfaction of his desires. Her innate medicinal cauldron physique allowed her to concoct any elixir with superior efficacy and success rates compared to ordinary individuals. He aimed to persuade Bai Li to craft the sacred spirit pill. The benefit of a single sacred spirit pill equated to 5 million spirit stones, while the cost was merely around 2 million spirit stones. Xiao Junlin was concerned that if he relied on his own peculiar values, the spirit stones he would need to expend in the future could reach a staggering astronomical figure. Although Nangong Jin possessed a considerable amount of spirit stones, there would inevitably come a day when they would be depleted. Utilizing sacred spirit pills to conserve spirit stones seemed a prudent choice. That a single sacred spirit pill held a value equivalent to 5 million spirit stones, after deducting the cost of 2 million. A profit of 3 million remained, a considerable sum for an alchemist, albeit with a high failure rate. However, if Bai Li, possessing her innate medicinal cauldron physique, could be transformed into his personal alchemical assistant, then Xiao Junlin would undoubtedly strike it rich. He envisioned Bai Li continuously crafting sacred spirit pills, splitting the profits between them, and subsequently trading the earnings for materials to continue the cycle. Xiao Junlin was already fantasizing about his path to wealth. Yet, upon reaching the 5th peak, he found himself compelled to relieve himself in the midst of his thoughts. Surely, someone must be cursing me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sprayed 5 meters into the wind. Xiao Junlin stubbornly mused, too lazy to clean his hands. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the mountainside of the 5th peak. The summit housed the administrative hall and the Qinin sleeping palace, while the mountainside served as the residence for the disciples. Both Feng Shi and Bai Li's quarters were situated here. Xiao Junlin initially intended to go directly to Bai Li's chamber. But as he passed by Feng Shi's door, he encountered her. "Halt!" Feng Shi exclaimed, her twin ponytail swaying as she placed her hands on her hips, scrutinizing Xiao Junlin with suspicion. "What are you doing here again?" Xiao Junlin shot her an annoyed glance. "What business is it of yours?" he replied coolly, attempting to brush past her toward Bai Li's quarters. However, Feng Shi was relentless, swiftly moving to block his path. "Are you annoying, or what? Go play somewhere else," Xiao Junlin retorted, exasperated. Yet Feng Shi coldly huffed, "Don't think that just because you've changed your fate, you can act superior. Your bad luck might still linger." "Stay away from my sister." "Your sister? How can you be so sure she doesn't want me near?" Xiao Junlin scoffed. "Perhaps Bai Li is eagerly awaiting my arrival, while you, dear sister, are simply a hindrance." "Oh, I see it now. You fear for your sister's well-being, yet you also worry about her getting involved with someone else." Feng Shi's face flushed with indignation at his words. "What nonsense are you spouting? I just think you're up to no good. Who knows what you intend to do with Bai Li?" Xiao Junlin stepped closer to Feng Shi, causing her to instinctively retreat. She felt as though she had narrowly escaped a kiss from him. Last time, the shameless rogue had pinned her to the ground. Who knew what he might attempt this time? "Fourth junior sister, isn't it you who wishes for me to do something to you?" "Nonsense. Stop being so conceited. Then move aside. Not a chance. Have you resolved the issue of Long Eye Mountain being targeted by the court?" Xiao Junlin's voice turned cold. "Instead of obstructing me here, you should contemplate how to alter Qin Xian's fate, lest the current emperor holds a grudge against us." Feng Shi had initially relished their banter, but Xiao Junlin's words rendered her speechless. "Can't handle the heat. Can you? Why bring up such a sensitive topic?" Feng Shi shot him a glare. For these past few days, she had been troubled by this very matter. Previously, she would have dismissed Xiao Junlin's remarks, but since that night when he had bullied her and shocked her with his fate star, she had been ruminating on it, especially considering that Xiao Junlin's words were backed by reason. The recent visit from Wuya sect and the Qinghuan saint was perhaps merely a prelude. What if the Empress had further schemes against Long Eye Mountain? What should she do? "Xiao Junlin, senior brother, is there truly no other way aside from altering the fate of our junior brother?" Feng Shi's tone softened considerably, carrying a hint of supplication. Xiao Junlin's heart scoffed coldly. He recognized that these women had long been influenced by the Jiufeng Choyang sacred body. Becoming infatuated with Qin Xian, they were reluctant to sacrifice Qin Xian, weren't they? Shrugging, Xiao Junlin remarked, "Then let Longtime Mountain be sacrificed." "You." Feng Shi was incensed. "If you don't come clean, don't even think about entering to see Bai Li today." Xiao Junlin chuckled. "Oh, look at you, the fourth, trying to boss around the third and the first?" Just as the words left his lips, the door to Bai Li's chamber creaked open. There stood Bai Li, her long, snow-white legs elegantly poised at the entrance. She was not clad in disciple robes, but rather a thin nightgown, simply fastened at the waist with a jade belt, her garments flowing loosely, exposing her delicate collarbone and shoulders, while the hem barely covered her thighs, leaving part of her legs bare. Xiao Junlin swallowed hard. Truly a breathtaking beauty. Fengxi, upon witnessing this, immediately raised her arm to block Xiao Junlin's view. No peeking. She then turned to Bai Li. You should go inside quickly. Xiao Junlin is here to disturb you. And I'll keep him at bay. Yet Bai Li merely pressed her lips together, visibly embarrassed, avoiding Fengxi's gaze as she inclined her head toward Xiao Junlin. Senior brother, please come in. Chapter 57. Interfering ponytail. Bai Li's words left Fengxi utterly astonished. She had previously understood Bai Li well. Bai Li had held a strong aversion to Xiao Junlin, not merely due to his weak character as the senior brother, but because his alchemical skills paled in comparison to hers. Bai Li had always excelled in her field, thus looking down upon Xiao Junlin even more. However, Bai Li's current reaction was decidedly unusual, though Fengxi had felt something was amiss when she surprised Bai Li late one night and found her with Xiao Junlin. That was merely speculation. This time, it was far more outrageous. Bai Li had actually invited Xiao Junlin into her room, and furthermore, she was dressed so alluringly. Move aside, you're blocking the way, Xiao Junlin said calmly. Brushing aside Fengxi's long ponytail and stepping into Bai Li's chamber, Fengxi stood rooted in place, dumbfounded for a moment. Turning around, she saw the two of them enter the room, and Bai Li hadn't even invited her to sit. Hadn't they promised to be lifelong good sisters? Gritting her teeth, Fengxi contemplated eavesdropping, but felt it would be unethical. Inside Bai Li's quarters, Xiao Junlin smiled, embodying the essence of a gentleman, though his mind was already buzzing with anticipation for what was to come. Before him stood this stunning beauty, clad in a nightgown, evidently prepared for undressing. Junior sister, shall we proceed as we did last time? Bai Li's voice was as soft as a whisper, and as Xiao Junlin turned to look at her, she instinctively averted her gaze, her exquisite profile painted with a blush. She understood that revealing herself completely to Xiao Junlin was contrary to a woman's modesty, yet Bai Li felt compelled. Her damaged body needed mending. Or how could she hope to marry in the future? Thoughts of Chen Xian flitted through her mind, igniting a flicker of anger. While she harbored feelings for Chen Xian, he should not take advantage of her vulnerability. Bai Li desired clarity in her affections. Seeing Xiao Junlin nod, she bit her lip and took a seat on the bed, gradually shedding her outer garment, revealing her alabaster shoulders. The delicate collarbone led down to her rapidly rising and falling chest. Seemingly on the verge of spilling forth due to her nervousness, lying on the bed, she dared not move, yet her body involuntarily trembled, all of which was keenly observed by Xiao Junlin. He seated himself beside her. Junior sister, there's no need to be nervous. It's just a matter of familiarity. As he spoke, his hands began to massage her abdomen. Bai Li's trembling intensified. Senior brother, how much longer will this treatment take? Xiao Junlin sensed a bit too much resistance against his hands on Bai Li's abdomen. Thus, he retrieved a few drops of essential oil from his storage ring and applied them to her. Feeling a chill, Bai Li curled her abdomen, revealing a delicate set of abs. Xiao Junlin chuckled. This process of expulsion is merely the first step. Once we complete this initial stage, a second step awaits. I should be able to manage that shortly. Bai Li inquired with concern, what does the second step entail? Xiao Junlin remained silent, instead taking the time to admire Bai Li's flat stomach, devoid of any excess flesh. Such a figure seemed a pity not to be utilized for childbirth. Xiao Junlin mused inwardly. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a fleeting shadow outside the window, although the figure had concealed herself swiftly. The silhouette of her ponytails betrayed her identity. Clearly, it was Fengxi who had been eavesdropping. Well then, if she enjoys listening, let her listen more. Xiao Junlin showed no signs of hesitation, treating Fengxi as merely a participant in his playful interaction with Bai Li. Outside, Fengxi felt her worldview shatter. Though she could not discern the specifics of what was transpiring within, she was certain that a relationship beyond mere camaraderie existed between Bai Li and Xiao Junlin. It was highly likely they were engaging in activities typically reserved for married couples, yet they had embarked on this path prematurely. I must not look, such impropriety, but Fengxi's heart raced with a desire to see. Caught in a web of conflicting emotions, until Xiao Junlin's voice broke through. Third junior sister, it seems the fourth junior sister cares for you quite a lot. She even barred me from entering just now. Feigning casual conversation with Bai Li, Xiao Junlin prompted her to suppress her feelings of embarrassment for a moment before she managed to respond. The fourth junior sister and I have lived together since childhood. Our bond is deeper than that of sisters. She may be worried that you, senior brother, might bully me. A playful smile danced on Xiao Junlin's lips as he replied, Oh, What does she fear I might do to you? Is this how I bully you? No. This is voluntary on my part. Bai Li stammered. Exactly. You consented, Xiao Junlin remarked with a grin. I always said that Feng Shi meddles too much. However, I find it curious that you Haven T shared the truth with her. Perhaps she would understand you better if she knew. Bai Li, overwhelmed, could hardly think, her entire being feeling electrified as she quickly covered her mouth, expending all her strength. Meanwhile, Feng Shi outside felt a wave of displeasure wash over her. That damn senior brother, is he trying to sow discord? Feng Shi huffed internally. Though she firmly believed in the strength of her bond with Bai Li, this comment inevitably stirred her curiosity regarding Bai Li's response. If Bai Li truly was with Xiao Junlin, she should at least inform her good sister to avoid the kind of awkwardness that had just transpired, where she had obstructed Xiao Junlin. Fearing he would bully Bai Li, only to learn that Bai Li was a willing participant. Was she then merely meddling? Soon, Feng Shi heard Bai Li's voice. I don't want to. She knows. She fears I might tell the junior brother. Chapter 58. Sisterly friction. Upon hearing this, both Xiao Junlin and Feng Shi felt a surge of irritation. Xiao Junlin thought to himself, goodness, my arms are weary, and yet you still think of Qin Xian. It seems the 9 Phoenix Chaoyang sacred body is indeed difficult to cure. Outside, Feng Shi felt even more disheartened. After all, Xiao Junlin had effectively become a half-hearted villain. These female characters originally belonged to Qin Xian in the narrative. He had hijacked the plot with his cunning maneuvers, altering the course of events and his own fate. But what troubled Feng Shi most was that she had considered Bai Li a sister with whom she could share everything. Yet Bai Li was keeping secrets from her. I will tell the junior brother. What does it matter? You betrayed him first. Feng Shi felt a pang of injustice. Initially, she and Bai Li had shared a common goal, to support the junior brother wholeheartedly and, at the pinnacle of his success, confess their feelings. Yet now, before the junior brother had even matured, Bai Li had begun a clandestine relationship with Xiao Junlin. Was this not a betrayal of the junior brother? Moreover, even if she confided in herself, would she really be so insensitive as to inform the junior brother? As long as Bai Li requested her to remain silent, Feng Shi would not utter a word. Tears shimmered in Feng Shi's bright eyes. The distrust between sisters weighed heavily on her heart. Xiao Junlin, observing the swaying ponytails outside the window, chuckled to himself, knowing that the foolish woman had undoubtedly misunderstood Bai Li's words. Bai Li's worry was not about trusting Feng Shi, but rather about the impact of Qin Xian's intrusion on his standing in Feng Shi's heart. In essence, Bai Li was considering Qin Xian and Feng Shi rather than herself. However, such misunderstandings only served to benefit Xiao Junlin. He smiled faintly. Indeed, even among sisters, there should be secrets, let alone when you lack blood ties. Feng Shi is clearly too partial to Qin Xian. You should try to maintain some distance from her, lest she suspects something. As soon as these words left his mouth, Feng Shi's heart leapt into her throat. She held her breath, yearning for Bai Li to disregard Xiao Junlin's advice. This was clearly an attempt at sowing discord, utterly shameless. Having already secured Bai Li's affections, he now sought to drive a wedge between her and Feng Shi, even using the junior brother as a means to slander her. But what followed from Bai Li's lips shattered Feng Shi's already anxious heart. I understand. Senior brother, I want to tell her. What pained Feng Shi most was the first half of that statement. Bai Li, truly for the sake of Xiao Junlin, was keeping secrets from her. Xiao Junlin, I despise you. Bai Li, I also despise you. Disappointment washed over Feng Shi as she swiftly departed, her twin ponytails swaying in haste. Xiao Junlin smiled faintly. Half an hour later, Bai Li's face was nearly crimson with embarrassment. She dared not speak, merely bowing her head in anticipation of Xiao Junlin's departure. However, Xiao Junlin did not leave immediately. Instead, he initiated a transaction with Bai Li. Third junior sister, I still owe you quite a few elixirs, don't I? At the mention of this, Bai Li's eyes sparkled. Those elixirs represented her years of savings, including a beast essence of immense value. But after Xiao Junlin had used them, he had never mentioned the matter again. Bai Li had consoled herself, thinking that Xiao Junlin restoring her health was worth the elixirs as medical fees. Yet now that Xiao Junlin had brought it up, Bai Li felt the moment had come to reclaim her debt. Are you intending to repay me? Repay? I, Xiao Junlin, have always returned what I owe in kind. He replied earnestly. However, I am currently rather strapped for cash, so I would like to propose a trade. What trade? Bai Li asked, her expression one of innocent confusion, as if she were a novice caught in a scheme. Xiao Junlin relished this demeanor. Can you refine the Holy Spirit pill? No. The formula for the Holy Spirit pill is exceedingly rare. I recall that only the sect leader and elder Xiao Feng possess it in Longai Mountain. Xiao Junlin smiled slightly. retrieving a parchment scroll from his storage ring. This was something he had discovered beneath Xiao Feng's bed, based on the original text accounts. I in the story, after Xiao Feng fell into madness. He was slain by Qin Xian, who had united various masters from Long Eye Mountain and the Righteous Path. In the aftermath, not only did Qin Xian absorb all of Xiao Feng's power, but he also plundered a wealth of treasures from the seventh peak, unearthing numerous treasured sword and pill formulas beneath Xiao Feng's bed. This was clearly a fortuitous opportunity bestowed upon Qin Xian, the destined child. Thus, Xiao Junlin had emptied the contents prior to his arrival. Though the items were not of high rank, they were diverse, accumulated by Xiao Feng over his time in Longtime Mountain. Among them, the Holy Spirit pill was particularly challenging for ordinary alchemists to refine. Hence, the formula itself was not particularly precious, but the advantage lay in Bai Li's innate alchemical prowess, which granted her a remarkably high success rate in refining any elixir. This unique constitution was a treasure not to be squandered. "Senior brother, how do you possess this?" Bai Li gasped, her breath quickening as she delicately perused the Holy Spirit pill formula. She had always cherished anything related to elixirs. Xiao Junlin nodded in approval. "Our Eastern factory. Oh, no. I, Xiao Junlin, am in need of someone like you. This Holy Spirit pill in your hands can truly shine. Therefore, I require you to refine 3 Holy Spirit pills for me each month. And in return, we shall consider it settling your debt." Bai Li blinked, momentarily unable to grasp the implications of Xiao Junlin's words. "You want me to work for you, as a means of repaying your debt? What kind of logic is that, senior brother? Are you perhaps mistaken?" Xiao Junlin sighed inwardly, realizing she was not easily fooled. The Holy Spirit pill formula is invaluable, worth at least several million spirit stones. If I give it to you, it shall be considered repayment for the elixirs and beast essence you provided earlier. However, since I have also treated you, does that not mean you now owe me? With a face of earnest sincerity, he continued, "Thus, your refinement of the Holy Spirit pill would equate to repaying your debt. If you are unwilling." Xiao Junlin feared Bai Li would contemplate her decision too long. Swiftly reaching for the Holy Spirit pill formula, intending to pull it back toward himself, Bai Li, utterly enamored with alchemy, would never let such an opportunity slip through her fingers. She instinctively tightened her grip. Before she could respond, Xiao Junlin declared, "Refusal to repay, then that signifies your agreement." Bai Li still felt something amiss and retorted, "Senior brother, the cost of a single Holy Spirit pill is at least 2 million. If I repay you with 3 each month, wouldn't that mean I owe you 6 million spirit stones?" Xiao Junlin inwardly exclaimed in disbelief, realizing that Bai Li not only calculated accurately, but also had a clear line of reasoning. She promptly handed the formula over to Xiao Junlin. "Although I yearn to refine this sacred spirit pill, dear senior brother, your demands are far too excessive. I simply cannot afford it." Bai Li is no fool. Losing 6 million spirit stones in a month is a heavy toll. Even selling her would not suffice. Yet, Xiao Junlin is unwilling to let such an opportunity slip away, forcefully placing the pill recipe into Bai Li's hands. "UVE touched this recipe. Your fingerprints are on it. How can I sell it to someone else now?" "No, you must keep it." Bai Li looked utterly innocent, exclaiming, "What?" Chapter 59, A Game of Truth with Feng, "She once you've touched it. You must purchase it. And what on earth is a fingerprint? There is no such thing as coercive sales." Bai Li found herself speechless. However, Xiao Junlin's demeanor was devoid of jest. It seemed he was determined to have his way. "But I truly cannot afford the materials." Bai Li's face was filled with grievance. She was merely a junior disciple of Long Eye Mountain, the sacred spirit pill. That is a high-level elixir, one that even elders may seldom have the chance to consume. Xiao Junlin had no intention of pushing her to the brink. "In a few days, I will send the 6th junior sister to deliver the materials to you. She has plenty of spirit stones. I will just extract a little from her." His words left Bai Li's mind buzzing. The 6th junior sister, with her abundance of snacks, extract a little? What nonsense! Yet, Xiao Junlin appeared dead serious, patting Bai Li's shoulder. "It's settled then. When the materials arrive, you will refine them properly." With that, Xiao Junlin departed from Bai Li's room, leaving her in a daze. Outside Feng Shi's chamber, Xiao Junlin stood with a smile. Knocking on the door, there was no response, only the faint sound of Feng Shi weeping. "Oh dear, my good sister," crying so pitifully, Xiao Junlin couldn't help but chuckle. His primary aim was to dismantle Qin Xian's ties with these women, to turn them to his advantage. Yet he hadn't anticipated unraveling the bonds of friendship among them as well. "It seems your camaraderie is not as robust as I thought." That he knocked again. "4th junior sister, if you do not open the door, I shall take my leave." After a moment of silence, with no reply, Xiao Junlin turned to leave. After all, there were plenty of women waiting for his attention. Just one Feng, she was inconsequential. The ultimate version of a sycophant is to flatter many. At that point, you are no longer a sycophant but a king among dogs. Xiao Junlin adhered to this philosophy. Already contemplating which woman to visit next. Should I go to Qin Yin to plant some colorless fire? No. She refused to lend me the Yaowang Qin last time. I might have to wait a few days. Or perhaps hypnotize Yi Hongling and revisit the past. That too seems unwise. I had barely awakened her memories of her past life, and that Empress Sword Fairy is quite capable of eliminating me. Should I go to Nagong Jin to swindle some money? Yet, I had only recently fleeced her 1 million. However, that is of little consequence. Nagong Jin is affluent, and a few more swindles wouldn't hurt. Especially since I need spirit stones to acquire the materials for the sacred spirit pill. Just as Xiao Junlin was about to turn toward Nagong Jin, Feng Shi's door swung open unexpectedly. What do you want? Feng Shi said coldly. Observing her tear-streaked visage, Xiao Junlin felt disinclined to engage, as his intentions were to seek out Nagong Jin. Thus, he replied icily, "Nothing, I knocked on the wrong door." With that, he turned and walked away. Feng Shi was taken aback. Ordinary male disciples would either gaze at her with longing or express gratitude merely for speaking with them. Yet this Xiao Junlin. What audacity! Did he think he was so impressive as the senior brother? With a cold huff, Feng Shi watched him stride further away, nearly crossing the chain bridge. "Hey, wait," she called out, unable to contain herself. Xiao Junlin glanced back at her. "What now? I already said it was a mistake, not a mistake. My foot." Feng Shi retorted, hands on her hips. "I have something to ask you. Come inside and chat." Xiao Junlin typically found women with stern expressions unappealing. However, as Feng Shi turned, her ponytail swayed, accentuating her curves in a most alluring manner. This elicited a gentlemanly smile from him, prompting a change of heart. "Very well, I shall indulge this fortune-teller for a while." Upon entering Feng Shi's room, it was his first time within such intimate confines. Previously, Xiao Junlin would have never had this opportunity. The furnishings were not elaborate, yet the room was filled with numerous books and tools pertaining to fortune-telling. Odd cups, chopsticks, and compasses adorned the space, all of which were beyond Xiao Junlin's comprehension, and he had no desire to delve into them. While the concept of destiny held significant weight in this original narrative, attempting to decipher it himself would be akin to courting disaster. He preferred to focus on charming women. Once he won over Feng Shi, matters of fate would naturally align in his favor. "Spit it out. I'm pressed for time," he said casually as he settled into a seat. Feng Shi shot him an incredulous glance, her tone laced with skepticism. "What is your relationship with Bai Li?" Xiao Junlin smiled faintly. "What business is it of yours?" Feng Shi slammed her palm on the table. "I am her close friend, and I will not allow you to treat her irresponsibly." Xiao Junlin shrugged. "How about this? Let us play a game of truth. You ask me a question, and I will answer. I will then ask you, and you shall respond as well." Feng Shi, in a fit of anger. "Agreed. You answer first." Xiao Junlin, not wishing to quibble, replied honestly. "Bai Li contracted a condition common to women. I am aiding her recovery. The reason is akin to that concerning Nagong Jin. Cure. Why were you two just now?" Feng Shi recalled the strange sounds Bai Li had made earlier. They had sounded like a mix of agony and ecstasy, leaving her feeling flushed. Yet, Xiao Junlin ignored her. "Now it's your turn. How can one disrupt Chen Xian's Ziwei Emperor destiny?" Feng Shi hesitated, taken aback by the pointedness of his inquiry. Suddenly, she regretted agreeing to this game. Realizing she had acted rashly, she pressed her lips together. But Xiao Junlin seemed to sense her reluctance. "If you're not interested, that's fine. I'll take my leave. You have no right to walk away." Feng Shi retorted, her ire ignited. "People without integrity cannot stand. It affects one's fortune. To disrupt the destiny, one would need to take a strand of the junior brother's hair, taint it with black blood, and then utilize the Tianji star chart to summon forth his life star." Feng Shi hesitated, but Xiao Junlin urged her on. "Continue. Then wrap that bloodied hair around the life star, using 72 evil talismans to corrupt it." Feng Shi bit her lip, the gravity of her actions weighing heavily. Such deeds would equate to ruining a person's fate. Although not guaranteed to be effective, she felt it was profoundly unethical. "All right, let us proceed with this." Xiao Junlin clapped his hands, rising in excitement. "This task is entrusted to you. When can we ensure his downfall?" "Oh no, I mean to alter his destiny, so that our Longai Mountain is spared from the court's wrath." Xiao Junlin's enthusiasm quickly shifted to a serious demeanor, leaving Feng Shi uncertain of his true intentions. Did he genuinely care for Longai Mountain? Or Or was he targeting Qin Xian? She found herself puzzled, recalling how Xiao Junlin had once favored the junior brother. Questioning her own motives. Why must I do this? I have yet to decide. Feng Shi, stubbornly shifting the topic, posed her second question. Have you ever considered taking responsibility for Bai Li? Chapter 60. Enemies beyond Qin Xian responsibility? Xiao Junlin pondered. Feng Shi's gaze was fixed on him. Her breath held in anticipation of his answer. Of course, I will take responsibility. He nodded earnestly. Feng Shi exhaled in relief. At least you have some conscience. Naturally, I possess a conscience. I will care for my patients. Once I heal her, my duty ends there. Xiao Junlin replied with a clear conscience. They ask for any carnal favors, such as taking Bai Li's virginity. What is there to be responsible for? In this day and age, love is free. I didn't mean that. Feng Shi retorted, exasperated. I meant, having done such things with her, shouldn't you take responsibility? Feng Shi gritted her teeth. Feeling indignant on Bai Li's behalf, Xiao Junlin remained silent. That was a different matter. Now, it's my turn to ask, how can I enhance my life star's connection to the Ziwei Emperor's aura? Feng Shi's chest heaved with anger, her disciple robes fitting tightly, prompting Xiao Junlin to worry for her attire. Yet, Feng Shi did not grant him the satisfaction. Instead, she scoffed lightly. You wish to possess the Ziwei Emperor's fortune? That's a tall order. While I concede that your fate has improved of late and you are no longer as unlucky as before, the Ziwei Emperor's fortune is a finite resource belonging to a dynasty. It cannot simply be increased. In layman's terms, there's only so much to go around. Unless the current holder of the Ziwei Emperor's fortune loses their claim, then you might have a chance. Finite? Xiao Junlin narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. Finally, Feng Shi observed a less arrogant expression on his face, secretly relishing the moment. If you want to know, I will answer your next question. Seizing back control, she inquired, what have you been up to recently that led to this change in your fortune? Xiao Junlin shrugged. How would I know? I merely claimed a snake in the illusory forest for Longtime Mountain. Faced off against Weizong, had a brief liaison with the 6th junior sister, and a half-hearted encounter with the 3rd junior sister, and bested the 4th junior sister. Oh, that would be you. Plus, enough? Feng Shi could no longer endure it. Why were these seemingly unrelated events capable of altering Xiao Junlin's fortune? Could it be that our few sister disciples are the ones who will enhance his fortune? It is utterly inconceivable. Feng Shi cannot comprehend this. However, it is now Xiao Junlin's turn to pose a question. If Qin Xian's destiny is destroyed by you, will his Ziwei Emperor's fortune be siphoned off by me? Upon this utterance, Feng Shi perceives in Xiao Junlin's eyes a burgeoning ambition igniting like a flame. Her breath quickens instantly. Just moments ago, she thought Xiao Junlin was not targeting Qin Xian. Now, she realizes that Xiao Junlin aims to eliminate Qin Xian and usurp his position. Answer me. Xiao Junlin presses, his gaze sharp, while he seizes Feng Shi's hand, imparting a formidable sense of mental pressure. No, not necessarily. Feng Shi murmurs. Why? Xiao Junlin demands forcefully. Feng Shi, momentarily stunned, replies. Those who attain the Tao gain assistance, while those who lose it receive scant help. Even if the Ziwei Emperor's fortune does not reside with Qin Xian, it will seek another worthy possessor. Most likely, it will flow towards the current emperor, Di Wushuang. Indeed, Xiao Junlin's eyes flicker with understanding. In the original text, Di Wushuang's desire to eliminate Qin Xian stemmed from her ambition to acquire the Ziwei Emperor's fortune. Though she has ascended to the throne, the court of the Tianyin dynasty remains unstable. Despite Di Wushuang's unparalleled martial prowess and beauty, winning the hearts of the countless officials, clans, and sects, amounting to billions, is an arduous task. The Ziwei Emperor's fortune would enable her to swiftly realize this ambition. Thus, Di Wushuang is the primary antagonist in the early narrative. Qin Xian, too, wishes to slay Di Wushuang to avenge his parents and reclaim the throne. As for him, Xiao Junlin, he bears no connection to the Ziwei Emperor's fortune. In the original text, he is merely a nameless bystander, a stepping stone who meets his end in mere sentences. Now it dawns upon me, if I can eliminate both Qin Xian and Di Wushuang, I shall have the opportunity to seize the Ziwei Emperor's fortune and become the foremost figure of the Tianyin dynasty. Xiao Junlin's eyes reveal a newfound clarity. Not only must he surpass Qin Xian, but he must also eclipse Di Wushuang. Meanwhile, Feng Shi perceives him as descending into madness. The Ziwei Emperor's fortune is a rare gift. Feng Shi conjectures that Qin Xian must be a royal orphan, perhaps the rightful heir to the throne, which explains his inherent possession of the Ziwei Emperor's fortune. As for Di Wushuang, it is only natural for her to possess such fortune, being the current sovereign. But what of the senior brother? When did it become his turn? Xiao Junlin discerns Feng Shi's disdain for him. Yet, it matters not. As a minor antagonist, sometimes fate mirrors that of the protagonist, initially regarded with esteem, only to be, oh no. Minor antagonists are destined to be crushed, and only the protagonist may rise. Fourth junior sister, do assist me in undermining Qin Xian's destiny. The survival of Long Eye Mountain rests upon your shoulders. Xiao Junlin rises to depart. Before leaving, he playfully touzles Fingxi's twin ponytails. Fingxi winces in pain and glares at him, prompting Xiao Junlin to relent. Pouting, she declares, I shall not allow your schemes to succeed. I will not harm the junior brother. Xiao Junlin scoffs, very well. Then I shall consult the sect leader. Coincidentally, my father is also returning to the sect in a few days. Should they discover that Qin Xian has incurred the court's enmity, who knows how they would deal with him? A chill runs down Fengxi's spine if the sect leader and the elder make a move. Then the junior brother's fate would not merely be a simple taint on his destiny. So, dear fourth sister, you are not harming the junior brother. You are aiding him. Well then, I shall take my leave. Xiao Junlin pats Fengxi's shoulder, adopting a guise of goodwill, and then turns to depart, leaving Fengxi in a state of melancholy. Now, she must not only worry about Longtime Mountain, but also about the junior brother, and fret over by being mistreated by Xiao Junlin. Fengxi stomps her foot in frustration, lamenting that she should have never let him in. What a nuisance. After leaving Fengxi's residence, Xiao Junlin intended to seek out Nagong Jin to extort some spirit stones but instead encountered Yi Hongling. Upon seeing him, Yi Hongling approached with a bow, saying, Senior brother, my injuries have nearly healed. When shall we set forth to Frostmoon Mirror Lake? Xiao Junlin glanced at her condition. Despite having lost so much sword intent, he was surprised by Yi Hongling's swift recovery. Truly, she is the 9 lives sword immortal, incomparable to delicate women of lesser stature. Since she has arrived, it presents a perfect opportunity for exploitation. To be candid, second junior sister. Before heading to Frostmoon Mirror Lake, we are still lacking one item. What item? I shall procure it. Yi Hongling eagerly inquired, yearning to restore her sword path at Frostmoon Mirror Lake. The Yaoguang Qin. Xiao Junlin replied coolly, my father has insisted that it must accompany us. Yi Hongling furrowed her brow. The Yaoguang Qin, is that not the fated spirit artifact of Elder Qin? However, if I were to borrow it, the elder would likely oblige. Senior brother, please wait. I shall seek Elder Qin. Excellent, excellent. Go swiftly. Xiao Junlin smiled. Observing Yi Hongling heading to the administrative hall, he followed closely behind. Qin Yin, having rebuffed me so many times, let us see how you can refuse this time, with Yi Hongling intervening. Unbeknownst to both, at this moment, Qin Yin was not in the administrative hall but rather in the underground ice palace of Long Eye Mountain's first peak, the Lord's Hall. She wore a worried expression, gazing at a crystalline ice sculpture before her. Inside the ice sculpture lay a woman, a stunning beauty with white hair. Chapter 61. The underlying currents of Long Eye Mountain's future even encased in ice. The beauty emanated an aura that instilled terror. This aura did not belong to an ordinary realm of the 3 phases but rather an elevated state of existence. Qin Yin had waited for a long time. Once she sensed the aura coming, she slowly spoke, bowing to the ice sculpture. Master, the item has been delivered to Qin Xian. The figure within the ice sculpture was none other than the sect master of Long Eye Mountain, Dong Wangqing Yuan. At this moment, Dong Wangqing Yuan appeared to be afflicted, relying on the ice to heal herself. Upon hearing Qin Yin's voice, the mesmerizing beauty slowly opened her phoenix-like eyes, revealing a pair of azure pupils. As her eyes fluttered open, Dong Wangqing Yuan's aura surged dramatically, nearly reaching an uncontrollable state. Her ethereal voice echoed within the underground palace. Cultivate Qin Xian diligently. He possesses immense potential and an extraordinary background. The hope for the rise of our Long Eye Mountain. Qin Yin nodded in understanding. Dong Wangqing Yuan continued. A few days ago, did my sister come to Long Eye Mountain? Qin Yin responded affirmatively, recalling the day when Weizong came to provoke them and encountered the holy envoy Qingwan. Yes, she did. Dong Wangqing Yuan's tone softened. How is she faring? Qin Yin nodded. Qingwan now holds the esteemed position of the holy envoy, indeed doing well. After a pause, she hesitated that in truth, she had recognized the holy envoy Qingwan even before Xiao Junlin. Witnessing her stealthily departing the crowd to head towards the back mountain of Longtime Mountain. However, Qin Yin did not intervene, knowing the bond between Qingwan and the sect master as sisters. Dong Wangqing Yuan. Dong Wangqing Yuan. The holy envoy Qingwan must have wished to see you, but alas. Qin Yin cleared her throat, feeling somewhat helpless, as she had been obstructed by Junlin, and when she intended to leave, her identity was inadvertently revealed. I suspect she did not wish to expose herself, thus using Weizong's hand to probe. not wanting Long Ai Mountain to be embroiled in the selection of the emperor's heir. Upon hearing this, Dong Wangqing Yuan fell silent for a long while before finally sighing. The selection of the emperor's heir, once involved, would inevitably draw us into the tumultuous affairs of the court. The path of power is fraught with thorns. Perhaps my sister intends for our Long Ai Mountain to falter. Preserving a realm of tranquility, Qin nodded, feeling somewhat vexed. Primarily, Yi Hongling had defied her intentions by seeking out Xiao Junlin to compete, and they ended up victorious. In truth, that battle could have been avoided. However, there are intricacies that only those in power can comprehend. From the disciples' perspective, they see little and can only rely on their fervor to defend the sect's honor. Thus, she could not truly blame Yi Hongling and Xiao Junlin, as they were acting for the sect's benefit. Yet sometimes, efforts do not yield favorable outcomes. Before she could speak further, Dong Wangqing Yuan seemed to grasp the situation. The dark forbidden zone has calmed considerably. According to the agreement of the righteous factions to take turns guarding it, our Long Ai Mountain may withdraw. Elder Xiaofeng will soon return to Long Ai Mountain, and we must prepare in advance. The gravity of Dong Wangqing Yuan's words resonated deeply. With her level of cultivation, such seriousness signified the difficulty of the matter. Elder Xiaofeng has been in the dark forbidden zone for many years. In the blink of an eye, Junlin has grown. It is time for him to return. As she spoke, Qin paused, reluctant to continue. For the subsequent remarks, she lacked the authority to decide. After a lengthy silence, Dong Wangqing Yuan finally continued. Elder Xiaofeng has toiled greatly and is undoubtedly a hero of Long Ai Mountain. If he still harbors righteous intentions, he shall forever be a hero of our sect. But if he has been tainted by the dark forbidden zone's demonic aura, even Dong Wangqing Yuan hesitated for a moment. Perhaps, when necessary, we must eradicate the root cause and uphold the righteous path. This is not a matter of prejudice on Dong Wangqing Yuan's part. It is a concern that has plagued all masters who have ventured into the dark forbidden zone throughout the centuries. Those who succumb to demonic corruption, once noble leaders of the righteous path, ultimately transform into fiends. Perhaps, the moment Xiaofeng stepped into the dark forbidden zone, he had already prepared for that day. Only the sound of the zither and Dong Wangqing Yuan remain, both hoping that such a day will never come. That I sincerely wish that Elder Xiaofeng can remain steadfast in his heart, continuing to uphold righteousness. The sound of the zither spoke, yet her tone was fraught with uncertainty. She thought of Xiao Junlin. That child had only recently aided her in healing. In the past, she might not have been overly conflicted about his existence. Once Elder Xiaofeng fell into madness, they would certainly have to eliminate him, perhaps even eradicate Xiao Junlin entirely. But now, things were different. Xiao Junlin had helped her, and she felt a sense of indebtedness. Master, could you perhaps spare Junlin's life when the time comes? The words of the zither player astonished Dong Wangqing Yuan. The Qinin she knew was a woman of absolute rationality, never one to act out of emotion. The reason? That child is not bad, and I have discovered that he can cure the cold poison afflicting both of us. Perhaps he, but Dong Wangqing Yuan did not believe her words. How could Xiao Junlin possibly cure our cold poison? Moreover, you must understand, if we kill Xiaofeng, then Xiao Junlin, being his son, will undoubtedly become a future calamity. Can you guarantee that he will never seek revenge for his father? The sound of the zither fell silent. I am weary. You may leave now. Dong Wangqing Yuan dismissed her. The sound of the zither nodded and exited the underground palace. After leaving the Master's hall, she departed from the first peak as well, her heart heavy with melancholy. Uncertain how to face Xiao Junlin, I hope Elder Xiaofeng will not succumb to madness. Xiao Junlin, your life may not be something I can protect, she murmured to herself. Soon, the sound of the zither returned to the administrative hall, only to find Xiao Junlin lurking outside. She immediately furrowed her brows. What are you doing? Instinctively feeling a tinge of aversion towards Xiao Junlin, her tone softened considerably as she suddenly thought of something. Are you here to help me heal? Xiao Junlin was startled by her response. What the heck? Scaring someone can kill them. Shouldn't this Qin be inside? He glanced at the interior of the administrative hall, where Yi Hongling was also exiting empty-handed. Xiao Junlin looked at Qin helplessly. Help you heal? Dream on. Unless you hand over the Yaoguang Qin. The remaining 9 chances will be used slowly. It would be best if I could conquer you. Then both the Yaoguang Qin and you would belong to me. With that thought, a warm smile appeared on Xiao Junlin's face. Yes, I have been concerned about Elder S' safety, but my junior sister has urgent matters to discuss with you. Let her speak first. Qinin happened to see Yi Hongling coming out. Hongling pays respects to Elder Qin. Yi Hongling, known for her straightforward nature, disliked beating around the bush, thus directly stated, Elder, I would like to borrow the Yaoguang Qin for a while. Chapter 62. acquiring the Yaoguang Qin, but not entirely. Xiao Junlin stealthily observed Qin Yin's expression. And to his dismay, she was also looking at him. Oh no, she wouldn't have figured out that I am using Yi Hongling to borrow her Yaoguang Qin, would she? This kid actually dares to borrow my Yaoguang Qin through Yi Hongling. The two seemed to share a mutual understanding and simultaneously averted their gazes. Xiao Junlin maintained a serious demeanor while Qin Yin inquired, why the sudden need for the Yaoguang Qin? Yi Hongling was different from Xiao Junlin. In the past, Xiao Junlin had been merely a figure with a reputation that did not match his abilities, serving only to attend to Qin Xian and a few junior sisters. Had it not been for his father, Xiao Feng, he would not have even held the title of senior brother. However, Yi Hongling was not the same. Her combat prowess, combined with her role as the commander of the demon-slaying squad, and her years of efforts against Longai Mountain, made her the undisputed top disciple. Were it not for Chun Xian's emergence, which prompted Dong Wangqing Yuan to specifically instruct Qin Yin to cultivate Chun Xian vigorously, Yi Hongling would have been Qin Yin's most favored disciple. Yi Hongling had no intention of concealing her intentions and truthfully disclosed her plan to venture to Frost Moon Mirror Lake to comprehend the sword path, needing the Yaoguang Qin's assistance. Qin Yin then turned to Xiao Junlin. Did your senior brother inform you of this? Elder, you know me well. I am an honest person. How would I understand such matters? Xiao Junlin replied with a grave expression. Qin Yin let out a cold snort. Even before she spoke, he had already betrayed himself. However, her tone bore little blame. Instead, she felt a flicker of joy at Xiao Junlin's foolishness. Sigh, what kind of ulterior motives could such a Navi disciple have? Perhaps he genuinely just wants to borrow the Yaoguang Qin for self-preservation or to hasten my healing. Her fondness for Xiao Junlin gradually increased, unaware that this was all part of his deliberate scheme. Since Qin Yin had already seen through his plot, continuing to hide it would only seem hypocritical, leaving a poor impression. Sometimes, pretending to be a fool is the true wisdom. Xiao Junlin scratched his head. Feigning innocence. Elder, your insight is remarkable. Alas, Frost Moon Mirror Lake is within the territory of Huaizong, fraught with danger that my cultivation is low, and my junior sister lacks comprehension of the sword path. If anything were to happen to us. As he spoke in increasingly humble tones, Qin Yin rubbed her forehead. Very well, just ensure you return alive and well. As she spoke, Qin Yin waved her hand, and a radiant light flickered from her storage ring. A zither, measuring 1.5 meters in length, floated in the air among them. The ancient zither bore 7 strings, each shimmering with a different hue. Xiao Junlin raised his hand to touch it, only to be swiftly halted by Qin Yin's gesture. Do not touch it recklessly. If you disturb the strings, the sound waves produced could. Halfway through her warning, she realized that such an explanation was likely beyond Xiao Junlin's comprehension. So she directed the Yaoguang Qin towards the heavens and casually plucked a string. In an instant, an astonishing burst of colorful radiance erupted, resembling a sword chi cleaving through the sky. The clouds 10,000 miles above were directly sliced in half. Hiss! Both Xiao Junlin and Yi Hongling gasped in astonishment. Had that strike been directed at a person, even a Dharma manifestation would have been cleaved in two. No wonder Qin Yin, possessing the Yaoguang Qin, was regarded as the third most formidable figure in the legendary Longai Mountain, second only to Dong Wangqing Yuan and Xiao Feng. Take good care of it. Qin Yin entrusted the Yaoguang Qin to Yi Hongling. Yi Hongling nodded and respectfully stored it in her storage ring. Xiao Junlin felt a pang of dissatisfaction witnessing this scene. What do you mean by taking care of it? Are gentlemen not cautious? Junior sister, please make your preparations. We shall depart shortly. Xiao Junlin remarked nonchalantly. Yi Hongling, trusting him entirely, left obediently. Only Xiao Junlin and Qin Yin remained, and before Qin Yin could utter a word, Xiao Junlin turned and entered the administrative hall. Heading straight for the inner chamber, into Qin Yin's quarters, Qin Yin frowned, feeling as though she was being led by Xiao Junlin. She thought to herself, am I the elder, or are you? Yet, Xiao Junlin nonchalantly seated himself upon her white jade lotus platform, crossing his legs and coldly stating, undress. It is time for the second treatment. Feeling the disdain in his tone, Qin Yin huffed lightly. I lent you the Yaoguang Qin. Should you not show some respect to me as an elder? Xiao Junlin was too apathetic to offer her any face. The elder did not lend it to me, did she? If it were lent to me, then why is the Yaoguang Qin not with me? Qin Yin found his words amusing, laughter spilling forth as her smile lit up her features, enchanting and breathtaking. Yet, Xiao Junlin's only desire was to teach this biased elder a lesson that I fear you may fumble. And if you accidentally disturb the Yaoguang Qin, it would be you who gets hurt. Hongling's demeanor is far more stable. As Qin Yin explained, she suddenly felt something was amiss. Why was she explaining so much to Xiao Junlin? He was not her man. However, Xiao Junlin seemed disinterested in her reasoning, merely closing his eyes, appearing quite impatient. Seeing this, Qinin felt a twinge of grievance. As an elder, how can you treat me with such disregard? But with no other recourse, she could only slowly remove her garments, turning away from Xiao Junlin. Upon hearing her turn, Xiao Junlin had already opened his eyes. What a splendid figure, even after seeing Qin Yin's back for the second time. He was still struck with awe. Extracting a bit of colorless fire and placing it in his palm, Xiao Junlin then slapped it towards Qin Yin. With a resounding crack, Qin Yin's cheeks flushed crimson. Why are you hitting my backside? Yet Xiao Junlin felt an exhilarating satisfaction. What else? It is only fair to punish you for not directly handing over the Yaoguang Qin to me. Not only did he slap her, but he also squeezed firmly. Qin Yin gritted her teeth, about to don her clothes once more, thinking forget it. But then she heard Xiao Junlin's earnest voice. The cold poison has spread throughout your body. I must use the scorching fire to traverse your entire being, so as to treat you properly. Elder, I hope you can be serious and not think too much. What a clever reversal of the situation. Xiao Junlin himself felt somewhat despicable. Yet, paradoxically, being shameless made one invincible. This tactic was indeed the most effective. I hope you do not harbor any inappropriate thoughts. I assure you, my heart is as calm as an ancient well. Undisturbed by waves, Qin Yin retorted with a cold snort. Xiao Junlin, secretly laughing to himself, thought, all right, let us see how you maintain that calm demeanor. He exerted pressure in his palm, mercilessly pinching her. The sensation of pain mixed with heat spread instantly from her pert form. Ah, Xiao Junlin, be gentler. Elder, bear with it. This is all for the sake of expelling the poison. With that, Xiao Junlin ceased his pinching. Qin Yin attempted to steady her emotions, but soon felt something was amiss. For Xiao Junlin's hand began to move in a rhythmic pattern, as if he were exploring her. Chapter 63, Nangong Jin. Senior brother, I love you. As the warmth from his hands continued to roam around her acupoints, Qin Yin confirmed that Xiao Junlin was indeed taking advantage of her. Xiao Junlin, but just as Qin Yin prepared to erupt in anger, Xiao Junlin, however, withdrew his hand at the opportune moment, adopting a serious demeanor as he stated, Elder Qin, today's treatment ends here. His earnestness was almost alarming. Upon seeing him turn away, Qin Yin felt as though he was entirely unwilling to spare her even a fleeting glance. This left her at a loss to question whether he had just crossed a line. Thank you. When will the next session be? Observing Qin Yin's naive expression, Xiao Junlin couldn't help but smile inwardly. And no matter how formidable one's cultivation might be, in the realm of psychological warfare, anyone before him resembled a mere rookie. Let's discuss it later, after I return from Frost Moon Mirror Lake. Having already acquired the Yaoguang Qin and the Tianfu Fanyin, Xiao Junlin found himself momentarily devoid of any intentions to extract further from Qin Yin. Oh, but there was still her body to consider. Yet he would wait for a more opportune moment. Just having indulged his whims, he could already sense her murderous aura. Were it not for his quick retreat, he would likely have faced dire consequences. Alas, lust is a double-edged sword, and one must sharpen their agility to navigate it. Leaving the administrative hall, Xiao Junlin made his way directly to Nangong residence. At that moment, Nangong was still engrossed in her cultivation. After having been favored by Xiao Junlin a few times, she felt that her Tianhu bloodline was considerably easier to manage than before. As she slowly opened her eyes, she sensed that her aura had reached the blood transformation stage. Given another year or so, she might even step into the three-phase realm. Following that encounter with her senior brother, it seemed her cultivation speed had accelerated. What he said must hold some truth, Nangong murmured to herself. A sudden knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. Upon opening it, she was greeted by the sight of Xiao Junlin's face, causing her to blush and feel somewhat flustered. Strangely enough, the more he teased her, the more she found herself reluctant to part from him, a sentiment that puzzled her. It was clear from the outset that he had coerced her, and later, her intent had merely been to use him to suppress her Tianhu blood from going berserk. Yet now, an uncontrollable affection seemed to be budding within her. Senior brother, Nangong spoke softly, her voice tinged with shyness. However, what greeted her was Xiao Junlin pinching her delicate face and kissing her directly. 3 hours later, Xiao Junlin finally released Nangong. Unlike before, this time marked his inaugural visit to her chamber. Rather than fleeing shyly as she had in the past, Nangong lay beside him on the bed, nestled against his chest. Has Chen Xin come to find you recently? Xiao Junlin inquired. wishing to ascertain whether he had definitively triumphed over the Jiufeng Chaoyang sacred body. Nan Gongjin shook her head. The little junior brother has been confined, hasn't he? Xiao Junlin raised an eyebrow, smirking. So you haven't sought him out at all? You two used to spend time together quite often. According to the original narrative, Nan Gongjin was supposed to be the first woman Qin Xian pursued. With the dragon-raising golden pill, he had entered the three-phase realm and awakened spatial powers. With Nan Gongjin's Tianhu blood and ancient lineage, he too could reach the mid-level of the three-phase realm. Now, stripped of both the dragon-raising golden pill and the Tianhu blood, Qin Xian's cultivation pace had significantly lagged compared to the original tale. Nevertheless, Xiao Junlin believed that as long as Qin Xian retained the support of the Jiufeng Chaoyang sacred body and the dragon blood heavenly emperor, he would still attract many women to his cause. This was a realization Xiao Junlin had gleaned from reading the original story, appreciating the power of such advantages. Upon hearing Xiao Junlin's words, Nan Gongjin shook her head once more. Since being with you, I haven't sought him out. I don't even know why, she confessed, her tone imbued with the naive innocence of a girl experiencing her first stirrings of love. Xiao Junlin playfully patted her pert bottom, declaring, because you are mine now, your heart naturally harbors no other man. Nan Gongjin, however, did not respond as she normally would. It was evident she had tacitly accepted his claim. Perhaps this was what her mother had referred to as love. Though she was half human and half fox, the influence of her fox bloodline was undeniable. With a gentle demeanor, Nan Gongjin remarked, my mother once said that a member of the Tianhu clan can only love one person throughout their life. Senior brother, I think I might love you. Faced with the declaration from the enchanting little fox, Xiao Junlin felt a warmth in his heart. Junior sister, I love you too. Yet, that warmth was fleeting. He quickly regained his composure, casually asking, could you lend me some money? 400,000 spirit stones would suffice. Nan Gongjin's heart soared at the first half of his statement, but upon hearing the latter, her temper flared. Pouting, she climbed off Xiao Junlin. You haven't returned what you borrowed before. Xiao Junlin, with a deeply affectionate expression, replied, in matters of love, we often begin with debts. The more I owe you, the harder it will be for me to leave you. Nan Gongjin blinked her large eyes, hesitating as if engaged in a fierce internal debate. Ultimately, her romantic inclinations triumphed over her reason. She transferred 400,000 spirit stones from her storage ring to Xiao Junlin. Make sure to pay me back, next time, for sure. Having received the money, Xiao Junlin wasted no time preparing to leave. Yet, Nan Gongjin suddenly seized him. What are you doing? She demanded, her expression resolute. I want to collect some interest first. You lie down. After another 2 hours had passed, Xiao Junlin descended the mountain. After walking for a short while, he began to feel the strain on his back and kidneys. In truth, he had been putting on a brave front. Embodying the most passionate of men, akin to an ocean, bold in the midst of a storm, Xiao Junlin considered himself the most devoted of lovers. Arriving at the Dragon Platform commercial street, he felt his stamina gradually returning. This little fox was quite the handful. Nevertheless, both Nan Gongjin's body and spirit, as well as her wealth, now belonged to him, which brought Xiao Junlin considerable satisfaction. He surveyed the various shops lining the Dragon Platform commercial street, which stretched 3,627 meters in length and 159 meters in width, featuring shops on either side and street vendors selling various wares. Their clientele consisted not only of disciples from Dragon Platform Mountain, but also itinerant cultivators, who, lacking the resources of a sect, relied solely on their labor to earn spirit stones to purchase pills, techniques, and spiritual artifacts, thereby enhancing their combat capabilities and survival odds. This path was undoubtedly more arduous, yet it offered greater freedom. Xiao Junlin patted the 400,000 spirit stones within his storage ring. Spirit stones were the currency of this realm, capable of purchasing virtually anything, even the lives of some individuals. He recalled that within the original narrative, Dragon Platform Commercial Street concealed a business magnate, one of Qin Xian's future allies. In both modern and fantastical realms, the importance of wealth cannot be overstated. With a sigh of reflection, Xiao Junlin soon reached the final stretch of Dragon Platform Commercial Street. Here, the shops appeared even less sophisticated, taking on an increasingly shabby appearance. Near the end of the street stood a small establishment named Inkstained Sky. Who would have imagined that such a rundown place could house something so significant? Xiao Junlin chuckled as he stood at the entrance, only to be met by an elderly man who approached him. What can I assist you with? Our shop has everything one might need. I am looking for your boss. The old man replied respectfully, I am the owner. Xiao Junlin's gaze took on a determined focus. I mean the boss behind you. Tang Yimo. Upon hearing Xiao Junlin's words, the old man's expression shifted dramatically. He lowered his voice. May I inquire who you are, sir? Xiao Junlin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, proclaiming, the heavens may collapse, yet the eternal order remains. You understand. This phrase was a passphrase used by a mysterious organization traversing various dynasties, known as the Eternal Society. The Eternal Society's mission was to rectify the prevailing chaos, characterized by relentless strife among the dynasties and rampant decay within their ranks. In the case of the Tianyun dynasty, the Eternal Society did not acknowledge the Empress's ascension. The so-called selection of an heir was orchestrated by the Eternal Society from behind the scenes. Otherwise, the court's elder statesmen would never have dared to openly support the Empress's claim. The Eternal Society, however, did not belong to any single dynasty. It encompassed members from all dynasties. Each member was a significant figure in their own right, joining the Eternal Society for their own interests and the pursuit of greater power. When necessary, they would not hesitate to sacrifice the interests of their dynasty or sect. They remained strangers to one another, recognizing each other solely through the passphrase. Upon hearing Xiao Junlin's words, the old man immediately bowed his head, respectfully gesturing for him to enter. After Xiao Junlin passed through the seemingly dilapidated shop, the old man opened a hidden door. Behind it lay an unremarkable loft. Please wait a moment. I will summon the master. The old man hurriedly ascended the stairs. The sound of his footsteps on the wooden steps did not echo. It was as if he trod upon stones. Despite the loft appearing to be wooden, Xiao Junlin waited patiently, and soon the old man returned, stooped and gesturing for Xiao Junlin. Please proceed upstairs, sir. As Xiao Junlin ascended, the old man remained at the foot of the stairs, not following him. Xiao Junlin observed the surroundings. The small loft was suffused with spiritual energy, surpassing even Qin Yin's white jade lotus platform. Xiao Junlin surmised that the entire loft might have been constructed from spirit stones, accounting for its extraordinary aura. If that were the case, it must have cost over 100,000 spirit stones, a truly grand investment. Upon entering the loft, he beheld a graceful figure turned away from him. The woman, clad in an exquisite gown that cascaded to the floor, possessed a tall stature, with her long hair cascading down her back to her waist. From her silhouette, she appeared to be an exquisite beauty. However, Xiao Junlin was aware that this woman was not to be trifled with. Generally speaking, any member of the Eternal Society was formidable in their own right. And the woman before him was referred to in the original narrative as the wealthy matriarch, meaning the master of wealth across the realm. You are not a member of the Eternal Society. How do you know the passphrase? Xiao Junlin had yet to utter a word when Tang Yimo was the first to speak. Yet, as she spoke, she did not even turn to glance at Xiao Junlin. He understood that this was the customary behavior of Tang Yimo, or rather, the members of the Eternal Society, who rarely revealed their true selves. Should Xiao Junlin insist on approaching to take a look, it would undoubtedly provoke Tang Yimo and bring about peril to his life. This was, of course, something a genuine master of the Eternal had informed him. Xiao Junlin casually remarked, but then he saw Tang Yimo raise a hand. And in an instant, an overwhelming pressure, surpassing the triphase realm, materialized out of thin air, engulfing the entire room and converging upon Xiao Junlin. In that moment, Xiao Junlin felt as though his shoulders were crushed under the weight of a 1,000-pound stone. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, and his legs quaked uncontrollably. Sensing the hostility emanating from his opponent, Xiao Junlin was fortunate to have prepared in advance, swiftly seizing the small snake nestled in his arms. The power of the ancient species surged within him, manifesting an unfathomable force that seemed to shield him. The pressure released by Tang Yimo was mitigated by 8 or 9 parts, and Xiao Junlin felt considerably lighter. Yet, this action did not escape Tang Yimo's notice. Possessing a treasure, are you here to negotiate? She inquired. Indeed, a significant transaction, she added, her tone softening as she invited the guest to sit, discussing the Eternal Society. This woman's demeanor transformed. When broaching the subject of trade, her tone became gentle. A twitch crossed Xiao Junlin's face. Truly, as the original text described, the wealthy Tang Yimo was quite the avaricious individual. Regrettably, she still did not turn around but simply raised her hand, demanding, "Show me what you intend to sell." Without hesitation, Xiao Junlin flung the small snake forward. The little serpent wore an innocent expression, opening its tiny mouth as if pleading with Xiao Junlin not to sell it. "Fear not, my dear. I am merely using you as bait. Soon enough, I shall return you home." Xiao Junlin smiled as the snake landed in Tang Yimo's hand. She merely cast a casual glance at the small creature before returning it to Xiao Junlin, appearing utterly disinterested. Yet, before long, Her indifferent voice declared, "Ordinary goods, 10 million spirit stones." Ta. Xiao Junlin scoffed inwardly. Were it not for having read the original text, he might have been deceived by her deadpan expression. In the original narrative, Chen Xian had leveraged the small snake to keep Tang Yimo persistently entangled with him, eager to purchase it. The more Tang Yimo clung to him, the more Chen Xian dangled the prospect before her, and with the influence of the 9 Phoenix Rising Sun sacred body, this affluent Tang Yimo ultimately succumbed to Chen Xian. What charade was she attempting before him now? Xiao Junlin directly took the small snake and turned to descend the staircase. Tang Yimo's silhouette trembled slightly. "I can add another million," she stated calmly. Xiao Junlin had already set foot on the stairs. Descending 20 million. Tang Yimo's tone grew increasingly agitated. Yet, the sound of footsteps on the stairs quickened. 30 million. Tang Yimo was beginning to panic. As Xiao Junlin reached the bottom of the staircase, she commanded, "Stop." The elderly man stationed at the base of the stairs immediately obstructed Xiao Junlin's path. Xiao Junlin recognized him as one of Tang Yimo's subordinates, known as Zhao Kai, the messenger of wealth. "Sir, please hold on. The master must be quite sincere about this transaction," Zhao Kai said respectfully, though his arm remained firmly across Xiao Junlin's path, clearly indicating that despite his respectful demeanor, his actions were decidedly domineering. Xiao Junlin chuckled. Though his words were directed at Zhao Kai, they were indeed a scathing remark aimed at the wealthy patron above. "Sincere, this is an ancient species. There isn't another like it throughout the entire Tianyan dynasty. 30 million? Do you take me for one who lacks spirit stones, although he truly did lack them?" Yet, Xiao Junlin's aura betrayed no sign of vulnerability. Zhao Kai, evidently embarrassed by Xiao Junlin's retort, recognized that the words were not meant for him. He opted for silence, feigning ignorance. After a lengthy pause, Tang Yimo's voice once again resonated from the loft. "What sum do you desire? Come up and elaborate." Xiao Junlin realized the bait had been set. Indeed, a considerable catch. Upon returning to the loft, he was still only able to see Tang Yimo's back. "Since you are aware of the value of this item, I shall not keep you in suspense. Name your price. Still presenting your backside to me. Do you not wish for me to lose my temper?" Xiao Junlin jested. 10 billion. Upon uttering these words, even Tang Yimo, with her composure, could not help but clench her fists within her sleeves. Although the ancient species was invaluable, 10 billion could indeed construct an entire city of spirit stones. It appeared the famed wealthy Tang Yimo, who supposedly held half the world's fortune, also had things she could not afford. Xiao Junlin smiled, his voice laced with unabashed mockery. Tang Yimo discerned his implication. "It seems you do not genuinely wish to sell," Xiao Junlin retorted. "No, it is merely that the time is not right. When the moment arrives, I assure you, this ancient species could be yours for free." All talk, no action, he thought. Regardless of whether Tang Yimo believed him, Xiao Junlin feigned an air of unwavering conviction. Tang Yimo remained silent, but as someone who had conducted countless transactions, she understood Xiao Junlin was merely spouting nonsense. She awaited him to reveal his true intentions. Both fell into silence, and after a brief moment, Xiao Junlin cleared his throat to alleviate the tension. "Before the opportune moment arrives, I wish to purchase materials for the Holy Spirit pill." Tang Yimo would not refuse such a trivial transaction. There is a saying in commerce, many large businesses begin with small ones. "Very well, 2 million for a portion. How many portions do you desire?" "Several hundred portions." Xiao Junlin's face twitched, as if to say, "Forgive me for my navet." Fearing a loss of face, Xiao Junlin did not express it directly but instead knocked twice on the door. Tang Yimo misinterpreted his intent. 200 portions, very well, Zhao Kai. "Wait, that's not," Xiao Junlin exclaimed as he saw her summon Zhao Kai to fetch the materials. "I meant 2 portions. Zhao Kai below felt awkward. Meanwhile, Tang Yimo remained silent. Chapter 65, Fourth Junior Sister, do keep quiet. You wouldn't want to inadvertently influenced by Li, would you? Just now, who was it that loudly proclaimed they were unbothered by 30 million? And yet, here we are, merely discussing a minuscule deal worth 4 million spirit stones. Tang Yimo felt the urge to explode, but noticed Xiao Junlin gently caressing the small snake, as if reminding her that should this small business fall through, the deal for the ancient species would also be jeopardized. Xiao Junlin was unapologetically forthright. "What of 4 million? To the shops outside, it is already a monumental deal. The only issue is their materials are incomplete. I simply do not wish to spend time gathering them slowly." Tang Yimo's offer of 2 million per portion for the materials of the Holy Spirit pill was the most economical and labor-efficient method. "Zhao Kai, make the arrangements." Finally, Tang Yimo spoke, and Zhao Kai was somewhat taken aback. His master was actually willing to engage in such a small transaction, indicating her genuine desire for the ancient species. Once Zhao Kai returned with a storage ring, Xiao Junlin meticulously checked the materials inside. Let us hope everything is in order. It would be troublesome if Bai Li started refining the Holy Spirit pill only to find the materials were lacking. Yet, Xiao Junlin's meticulousness appeared somewhat petty in Zhao Kai's eyes. Xiao Junlin, however, paid no mind to the opinions of others. Being thorough was never a mistake. All accounted for, he handed over 4 million spirit stones to Zhao Kai and prepared to depart. When shall we finalize the transaction for the ancient species? Tang Yimo's voice echoed. Xiao Junlin was unperturbed by the thought of her fleeing. In the original story, this snake had the power to ensnare such a formidable, wealthy individual. Next time, for sure. Xiao Junlin waved his hand as he left. Once he had distanced himself, Zhao Kai inquired, Master, shall we arrange to survey the next shop? But Tang Yimo remarked, I shall wait here for 2 days. Ensure you investigate his background thoroughly. Zhao Kai nodded. Are you intending to acquire his ancient species? Not just the ancient species. He seeks materials for the Holy Spirit pill, unless he possesses the prowess of a 5th-grade alchemist. The success rate is exceedingly low, and I have never heard of anyone from Longtime Mountain being a 5th-grade alchemist. If he is indeed an alchemist, it is best to cultivate goodwill rather than enmity. Zhao Kai immediately assented. Indeed, a single Holy Spirit pill was valued at 5 million, while a portion of materials fetched 2 million, yielding a profit of 3 million. However, the creation of a Holy Spirit pill was notoriously difficult, requiring a substantial array of medicinal herbs to draw the surrounding spirit energy for its refinement. Alchemists beneath the 5th grade had less than a 20% success rate in producing a Holy Spirit pill. Only those of the 5th grade or higher could barely achieve a 50% success rate. Should the 2 portions fail to yield a single Holy Spirit pill, a loss of 4 million would ensue. Marking it as a high-risk, high-reward endeavor, he promptly set off to investigate Xiao Junlin. Meanwhile, in the loft, Tang Yimo observed Xiao Junlin's receding figure. Interesting. Your ancient species is destined to belong to me, and your alchemical skills shall be put to my service. Behind her glamorous silhouette lay a strikingly beautiful face, one not seen by Xiao Junlin, imbued with ambition, at Bai Li's residence. Xiao Junlin hurriedly arrived with the materials. He planned to have Bai Li refine a couple of Holy Spirit pills before embarking on his journey, allowing him to cultivate along the way. Upon seeing the materials, Bai Li was initially taken aback. Master brother, where did you acquire all these? Bai Li gasped. For a connoisseur of alchemy, these materials represented a perfect opportunity for a refining experience. Yet, Bai Li was also curious why, given his newfound wealth, Xiao Junlin had not returned the materials to her sooner. Xiao Junlin, having discerned her thoughts, preemptively stated, I borrowed them from 6th junior sister. It's of no consequence to you. Quickly, refine the pills. I am in urgent need. How could 6th junior sister possess such an abundance of materials for the Holy Spirit pill? Bai Li questioned, half convinced. However, under Xiao Junlin's insistence, she proceeded with the refinement. Xiao Junlin watched attentively as the massive alchemical furnace blazed with fervent flames. Bai Li skillfully controlled the various medicinal ingredients, which were systematically added to the furnace. The air was soon filled with the fragrant aromas of the concoctions. And with just a whiff, Xiao Junlin felt his internal energies stirring involuntarily. The single Holy Spirit pill is worth 5 million spirit stones, significantly enhancing one's spiritual energy. During its refinement, it absorbs vast amounts of spiritual energy. Soon, within the alchemical furnace, it resembled a miniature storm, the lid of the furnace bouncing rapidly. The fluctuation spread, causing even the large sleeping chamber's furniture to sway. Bai Li's forehead glistened with sweat, her entire body drenched in fragrant perspiration, soaking her already thin garments. Her snow-white skin was tantalizingly visible beneath the fabric, utterly enticing. However, she had no time to indulge in such thoughts. This was her first attempt at refining the Holy Spirit pill. She had committed to memory the alchemical formula given by Xiao Junlin, although some points remained hazy. Yet, as she engaged in the alchemical process, Bai Li found those concepts rapidly crystallizing in her mind. The entire method of refining the Holy Spirit pill becoming increasingly lucid. As she became more adept, the turbulence within the furnace gradually calmed. Xiao Junlin observed the entire scene, reflecting that if he were the one refining, he would have surely caused an explosion. The innate holy alchemical body truly lived up to its name. The moment this Holy Spirit pill was completed, she would officially step into the realm of a 5th-grade alchemist. At under 20 years of age, she would be a 5th-grade alchemist, such a rarity in the entire Tianyan dynasty. Xiao Junlin marveled internally, realizing that these advantages were originally meant for Qin Xian in the original narrative. But fortunately, they had now fallen into his hands. As the completion of the pill drew near, Bai Li was intensely focused, and Xiao Junlin knew this was not the time to disturb her. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted. Outside, Feng Shi arrived, her twin ponytail swaying as she approached. Having just witnessed Xiao Junlin visiting Bai Li, she passed by her room without even a greeting. Moments later, she heard loud clattering noises emanating from Bai Li's chamber. What mischief were these two up to? Not realizing that those actions were meant only for partners, Feng Shi's expression was one of exasperation. Bai Li, open the door. When the door swung open, it revealed Xiao Junlin, Xiao Jun. Feng Shi immediately wanted to scold him for not being discreet, for knowing that such actions were reserved for couples, and for the consequences if Bai Li were to become pregnant, which would hinder her cultivation. However, before she could voice her concerns, Xiao Junlin covered her mouth. Shoo. Feng Shi struggled but soon caught a glimpse of Xiao Junlin gesturing for her to look inside. In her peripheral vision, she spotted Bai Li standing before an alchemical furnace, her expression grave and somewhat pale. She knew that Bai Li's chamber had always housed an alchemical furnace, as Bai Li was passionate about alchemy. Thus, she was not surprised to find her refining pills. What startled her was Bai Li's current state, which seemed perilous, as though she might be harmed by the furnace at any moment. Don't speak. She cannot be disturbed. Xiao Junlin pulled Feng Shi aside and whispered a warning. Feng Shi nodded. Understanding the gravity of the situation, she could not risk affecting Bai Li, lest it lead to disaster. It seemed she had misjudged the situation. Xiao Junlin was not engaged in any wrongdoing with Bai Li, but was genuinely involved in the art of alchemy. Yet, Feng Shi remained naïve, believing Xiao Junlin would quietly observe Bai Li and step in to assist her. However, as Xiao Junlin held her mouth with one hand and embraced her waist with the other, he was utterly captivated by her twin ponytails. She had consistently hindered his attempts to disrupt Qin Xian's fate. Should he seize this opportunity? As the thought crossed his mind, his hand had already clasped Feng Shi's wrist. Feng Shi's eyes widened as she grasped his wrist to prevent him from proceeding. But Xiao Junlin's voice came as a warning in her ear. Fourth junior sister, don't move. You wouldn't want Bai Li to be affected by you and end up causing an explosion. Would you? Feng Shi trembled at his words. Chapter 66. Junior sister, you continue refining the pill. I will take care of Feng Shi. Xiao Junlin, you perverted scoundrel. I will kill you. Feng Shi cursed inwardly, never imagining that her seemingly honest senior brother was such a lecherous man, especially daring to act so in front of Bai Li. Aren't you in a relationship with Bai Li? If she finds out, will she think I'm competing for her man? No, I cannot allow this lecherous rogue to bully me. Just as Feng Shi prepared to confront Xiao Junlin, he suddenly withdrew his hand. Had he experienced a change of heart? Feng Shi opened her eyes only to see Bai Li approaching, her complexion pale and a pill in her hand. Xiao Junlin, with a serious demeanor, stepped forward from behind her. Third junior sister, you've worked hard. Has the pill been completed? What a despicable man, acting one way in public and another in private. Feng Shi thought bitterly. But then Xiao Junlin suddenly turned to her. Fourth junior sister is here to support you as well. I was just discussing you with her. Bai Li nodded at Feng Shi, handing the Holy Spirit pill to Xiao Junlin. Senior brother, may I rest for a day before refining the second pill? Bai Li desired a moment to catch her breath. Feng Shi speculated that Bai Li was trying to send Xiao Junlin away. She remained silent, eager to witness Xiao Junlin's embarrassing moment, a fitting retribution for his earlier transgressions against her. However, Xiao Junlin immediately replied, that won't do. I must depart for Frost Moon Mirror Lake soon. The journey is perilous. Without pills at hand, what if I were to perish there? With that, he pulled Bai Li along, casually retrieving several chi-gathering pills from his storage ring for her to consume. There is no time to waste. Please put in a little more effort. Once you finish the second pill, you can rest for a few days. Bai Li felt a sense of despair. She had seen people treated like beasts before, but never had she encountered someone who treated her like a dead beast. Senior brother, even after consuming the chi-gathering pills, she still felt unsteady on her feet. But Xiao Junlin continued, to be honest, I originally intended to sell this second pill that I had already arranged a buyer. Once you produce the pill, I will receive the spirit stones tomorrow and can then repay you. Upon hearing this, Bai Li pursed her lips, ultimately softening her resolve. After steeling herself, she returned to the alchemical furnace. Seeing Bai Li so exhausted, yet still willing to assist Xiao Junlin with alchemy, infuriated Feng Shi. Xiao Junlin, have you lost your humanity? Can't you see third junior sister is exhausted? Xiao Junlin replied indifferently, mind your own business. You. Feng Shi's twin ponytails swayed furiously. Whatever pill you want, I have it right here. I can give it to you directly. Let Bai Li rest. Xiao Junlin was taken aback, holding out the pill box to her. You have the Holy Spirit pill? I'll buy it for 150,000 spirit stones. How about it? She fell silent. After a moment, she was utterly astonished. A Holy Spirit pill, such a high-grade pill, was rare even among elders, and Bai Li could actually refine one. Shi's voice trembled as she spoke. No wonder Bai Li, such a genius in alchemy, was so exhausted. It turns out she was refining such a challenging pill. Yet Xiao Junlin beckoned her with a finger. What are you daydreaming about? Aren't you supposed to be giving me the Holy Spirit pill? What? Don't have it. If not, then be quiet. Xiao Junlin was pleased, seeing from Shi's expression that she had not yet become wealthy enough to possess a Holy Spirit pill. Xiao Junlin, don't get too smug. I haven't settled the score with you yet. Before Shi could finish, Xiao Junlin shushed her. The moment was critical. Bai Li had gathered the necessary materials and was beginning the refinement of the second Holy Spirit pill. This meant she needed to be entirely focused and could not be disturbed by anything. Shi recognized the gravity of the situation. Bai Li's attempt to refine the second Holy Spirit pill, given her current physical state, was undoubtedly riskier, and she must not be influenced. Fearing that Xiao Junlin might become overly familiar with her again, Shi took a step to leave. However, she underestimated Xiao Junlin's reaction. He had already positioned himself at the doorway, and as Shi tried to exit, he swiftly embraced her. Let go. What are you doing? Shi hissed through gritted teeth. Xiao Junlin smirked, whispering, Of course, I'm continuing what we were just doing. Shi's pupils dilated. Xiao Junlin, let me tell you, if you dare to act recklessly, I won't let you off easily, and I will report to the elders to have them punish you. If this were the old Xiao Junlin, he might have truly been scared. However, the current Xiao Junlin was fully aware of his role as a villain, one intent on overthrowing the protagonist. To become such a formidable antagonist, he must be utterly unscrupulous, seizing every opportunity to pursue the female lead. Even if it was immoral, if he were to be restrained by morals, he would hardly be considered a villain and would inevitably be vanquished by the protagonist. Go ahead and tell the elders. I can also inform Bai Li that you were the one trying to seduce me. Xiao Junlin wrapped his arms around Shi from behind, slowly sliding his hand beneath her clothing. This time, he was not as gentlemanly as before. Previously, he had aimed to warm her up by teasing her upper body. However, Bai Li's successful refinement of the Holy Spirit pill had interrupted his rhythm. This time, Xiao Junlin was bolder, diving straight to the main event. Shi whispered indignantly, You shameless fiend. Xiao Junlin, you may have altered your fate, but you will never surpass the younger disciple. Don't think that by bullying me, you can win against him. Recalling the heartfelt question-and-answer game Xiao Junlin had played with her previously, Shi understood his true objective was to surpass Chen Xian. How foolish is this man? Consumed by his desire for victory, since that was the case, Shi prepared to strike at Xiao Junlin's most sensitive point in retaliation. If you continue to bully me, not only will you fall short of the younger disciple in terms of fortune, but in character, you are also far inferior to him. Xiao Junlin smirked. How naive, my foolish junior sister. Moral coercion means nothing to me. Provocation is even less effective. Moreover, Shi's foolishness lay in her utter ignorance of the fact that she had traversed into a book and activated the narrative perspective. As long as she could first subdue you all and turn you few junior sisters into her own, it would be akin to possessing several powerful enhancements. Was she to fear Chen Xian? With this thought in mind, Xiao Junlin simultaneously seized Shi's arms with one hand while the other gripped her waistband, pulling it forcefully. The waistband snapped, and in her fright, Shi felt an urge to unleash her battle prowess. Yet, she found Xiao Junlin grasping her chin from behind, compelling her to focus on Bai Li, who was currently in a life-and-death crisis. Do not make a sound. Any distraction could cost her life. Upon hearing this, Shi dared not move. Soon, an unfamiliar pain began to permeate her entire being. Chapter 67. Bai Li is moving to the seventh peak. Shi's face was a portrait of grievance. Behind her loomed the ruthless humiliation inflicted by Xiao Junlin. Yet, she could not cry out, for Bai Li was presently in a perilous situation, refining pills. The thought of inadvertently causing Bai Li's demise was unbearable for her. Little did she anticipate Xiao Junlin's current malevolence. The former Xiao Junlin had been honest and earnest, albeit fated to be merely Chen Xian's aide, a stepping stone. At least he was a good person. But what had become of the present Xiao Junlin? Despicable and vile. He exuded the aura of a villain from a dark sect. She felt not only wronged but also looked down upon herself. Under Xiao Junlin's relentless assaults, She found herself gradually beginning to relish the sensation, a strange blend of pain and pleasure that even compelled her to vocalize her feelings to the moment she cried out. Xiao Junlin himself was taken aback. Well, you seem to be enjoying this. Xiao Junlin warned her softly in her ear. Do not let Bai Li lose focus. This is her opportunity to break through to the 6th grade alchemist. As he spoke, he covered Feng Shi's mouth, urging her to remain silent. According to Xiao Junlin's recollection of the original text, Bai Li's innate medicinal cauldron sacred body was a terrifyingly potent entity that could unleash her alchemical potential the more extreme the refinement process became. Beyond the benefit of their close communication, which facilitated Xiao Junlin's own cultivation, the true horror of the sacred body lay not in its ability to assist the male counterpart, but in its own capacity to produce the fastest progress as an alchemist. Thus, Xiao Junlin's earlier actions were driven partly by a desire for the Holy Spirit pill and partly by the wish for Bai Li to seize this chance to break through. As for Feng Shi, she was merely seeking trouble, her words belittling Xiao Junlin while elevating Qin Xian. Could Xiao Junlin not teach her a lesson? Feng Shi glared fiercely at him, though she refrained from further outbursts. Yet, she could not shake the feeling of discomfort that intensified the more she suppressed it. Half an hour later, Feng Shi's legs grew weak, her entire being hanging limply in Xiao Junlin's embrace. Thankfully, she had not uttered a sound throughout the ordeal. Meanwhile, Bai Li seemed to have entered the final stages of her alchemical process. Xiao Junlin released Feng Shi. They had remained behind Bai Li the entire time. So as long as she did not turn around, she would remain oblivious to their presence. Bai Li, fully engrossed in her alchemy, did not notice them until she struck the pill furnace with her palm. Once more, the distinct fragrance of the Holy Spirit pill wafted from within, permeating the entire room and masking the seafood scent emanating from Xiao Junlin and Feng Shi. Bai Li approached Xiao Junlin with a naive expression. Presenting him with the Holy Spirit pill, her complexion appeared significantly better than before. Senior brother, why do I feel increasingly invigorated the more I refine this Holy Spirit pill? Bai Li inquired, puzzled. Xiao Junlin smiled knowingly. Recognizing that she had achieved a breakthrough, because what I arranged for you is the best. From now on, you shall be the most exceptional alchemist on Longai Mountain. Do your best. However, he lamented internally that his current resources would not allow him to procure new materials for the Holy Spirit pills for Bai Li. It felt wasteful to squander such a promising opportunity. At this moment, Bai Li also noticed the sweat beading on Xiao Junlin and Feng Shi's brows. Why are you both sweating? Upon hearing this, Feng Shi's heart tightened, her small hands hastily clutching her skirt. Aside from the sweat coating her body, there was a trace of blood on the back of her skirt. It's so hot. You shouldn't practice alchemy indoors. The fire department doesn't advocate it. Perhaps consider the outdoors in the future, Xiao Junlin suddenly remarked, leaving both Bai Li and Feng Shi puzzled. Fortunately, Bai Li somewhat grasped his implication. All right, I'll build another one. However, there aren't many places available for disciples to use. Seeing this, Feng Shi added, Indeed, senior brother is concerned for you. The reason we are sweating so much is that it's too hot in here. Xiao Junlin smirked, having anticipated that Feng Shi might complain to Bai Li that he had already prepared a retort, intending to accuse Feng Shi of using her yang acupoint to force herself on him. Yet, it seemed he had worried unnecessarily. Feng Shi likely believed Bai Li to be his partner and would not dare to acknowledge stealing a partner from a close friend, with the Holy Spirit pill in hand. Xiao Junlin smiled. Regardless of the circumstances, he had reaped the benefits while also taking advantage of Feng Shi. The number of senior sisters he could leave for Qin Xian was dwindling. He initially intended to leave. As time had dragged on, and Yi Hongling was likely growing anxious. However, Bai Li suddenly grasped his arm. Senior brother, I have an unusual request. What is it? Xiao Junlin instinctively shielded his storage ring, which contained the 2 Holy Spirit pills he had just acquired. He hoped she was not about to demand them back or suggest a profit-sharing arrangement. Yet, Bai Li clearly had no such intentions. Her expression was one of embarrassment. Senior brother, may I move to the 7th peak? Xiao Junlin was taken aback, and even Feng Shi was astonished. Moving to the 7th peak. That was a place where only Xiao Junlin resided. Everyone on Longtime Mountain was aware of this, that if Bai Li were to move there, wouldn't all the disciples know that they were a solitary man and woman sharing a space? Bai Li, please calm down, Feng Shi immediately advised. Yet, Bai Li was not as impure as Feng Shi assumed. She candidly replied, I know the 7th peak is the most spacious on Longai Mountain. I wish to build a large alchemical workshop there, so that I can refine more and better pills. Clearly, the small chamber had become inadequate for Bai Li's current needs. Her words sparked a flicker of excitement in Xiao Junlin. For a long time, he had only contemplated casually taking advantage of these junior sisters, never imagining he could genuinely incorporate them into his fold. However, it now seemed possible at the very least. Ningong was already wholly under his influence if Bai Li were to relocate to the seventh peak. Not only could she continuously refine pills for him, but she could also occasionally assist him in some minor treatments. Eventually, Bai Li would belong to him as well. Xiao Junlin, you must agree. Feng Shi's words were left unspoken as she witnessed Xiao Junlin nodding. Very well, move immediately. When I return from Shuangyue Mirror Lake, I will arrange more materials for you to refine. Xiao Junlin had no intention of heeding Feng Shi's concerns or the idle gossip. Proximity breeds intimacy, especially when Bai Li had willingly brought herself to him. Bai Li, oblivious to the implications, was simply elated at the prospect of having a more expansive space for her alchemy. As for the worries Feng Shi expressed, in Bai Li's mind, her body had long been seen by Xiao Junlin. Surely senior brother would not take advantage of her again, would he? You must be tired. Rest early. I shall take my leave. Thank you, senior brother. Bai Li expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Xiao Junlin cast a glance at Feng Shi, wary she might seek trouble, and thus turned to leave swiftly. Yet, he underestimated Feng Shi's clinginess. Bearing the pain in her abdomen, Feng Shi chased after him. Xiao Junlin, she gritted her teeth. Stop right there. Chapter 68. Feng Shi is moving too. Yet Xiao Junlin paid her no mind, quickening his pace. Enraged, Feng Shi suddenly produced a compass. The compass rapidly shattered into fragments, transforming into streaks of light that surged toward Xiao Junlin. He did not evade. Recognizing that Feng Shi was not attacking him but merely attempting to block his path. Fourth junior sister, what are you doing? Are you planning to fire another shot? Xiao Junlin glanced at her other hand resting on her waist, sensing her precarious state. You appear to be at your limit. Do not overexert yourself. Feng Shi feigned a dismissive gesture. Who would want to fire another shot with you? Xiao Junlin, I will definitely hold you accountable for this matter. Xiao Junlin feigned innocence. What do you mean by hold me accountable? Just now, you mentioned whether you enjoyed it or not. I did not. Feng Shi faltered mid-sentence, clearly feeling a twinge of guilt. She realized Xiao Junlin had become quite shameless and chose not to argue further. Instead demanding to see his hand. Your hand? For what purpose? Xiao Junlin questioned, perplexed, as Feng Shi stepped closer, opening his palm and gazing intently at the lines upon it. Soon, her expression shifted from anger to astonishment. She immediately glanced at her own palm lines and, as if confirming something, exclaimed, My calamity has been unraveled. With a face full of joy, Feng Shi looked at Xiao Junlin, seemingly forgetting the earlier humiliation she had endured. Xiao Junlin frowned slightly, realizing he had overlooked this detail. Feng Shi's fate had been flawed. Only those with the purple star of destiny could assist her in overcoming it. Hence, she had previously fixated on Qianxian, showering him with affection. Yet now, despite having forcibly taken advantage of Feng Shi, he had inadvertently helped her unravel her calamity. All right, you can. Feng Shi had partially forgiven Xiao Junlin. However, she was unprepared for Xiao Junlin to suddenly grasp her arm. Fourth junior sister, you must compensate me for this matter. Feng Shi was taken aback. You took my purity, and now I must compensate you. Xiao Junlin, are you unwell? What ailment do I possess? It is you who is afflicted. And I have merely restored your health. Feng Shi blinked. And although she stated this, she too had made sacrifices. But what of my innocence? Junior sister, such words you utter. Who among us is devoid of blemish? Am I, Xiao Junlin, not as pure as jade? You claim purity, yet you have been with Bai Li. Feng Shi spoke, her frustration causing her to stamp her foot. Xiao Junlin, with his keen insight into psychology, immediately discerned her jealousy. Goodness, how swiftly she has succumbed to feminine rivalry, and with her closest confidant. With that thought, Xiao Junlin's playful spirit ignited. In truth, I have yet to consummate my relationship with Bai Li. Upon hearing this, Feng Shi gasped, exclaiming, What? But that night, you clearly what? You saw it with your own eyes. I merely used my fingers, not my vital essence. Feng Shi's expression grew increasingly complex. What does this mean? Are they not partners? Does this imply that, compared to Bai Li, she had become Xiao Junlin's partner even sooner? Who, then, holds the greater status? As this thought crossed her mind, Feng Shi promptly slapped her forehead. I must be mad to ponder such matters. What is it, fourth junior sister? Have you thought of how to compensate me? Xiao Junlin feigned a pitiful demeanor. Feng Shi retorted with disgust. That, at most, would merely balance the scales. Why should there be any need for compensation? Because you enjoyed it. I did not. Did not? You have unraveled your life-threatening tribulation. and you claim you did not enjoy it. Feng-Shi was momentarily speechless. As it did seem somewhat reasonable. At the very least, she no longer had to fret daily for her life. If fourth junior sister does not wish to compensate, then I shall seek out Bai Li. Xiao Junlin feigned as if to turn away. Feng-Shi immediately grasped his arm, demanding, "What are you about to say?" He chuckled knowingly. "Of course, it pertains to your actions towards me. What a bond of sisterhood we share." Feng-Shi gritted her teeth. Clearly it was he who had acted towards her, yet she understood that no amount of argument would change the situation. Once Bai Li learned of this, regardless of who initiated it, she would ultimately distance herself from Feng-Shi. Moreover, Xiao Junlin had audaciously claimed that he had not yet reached a consummate relationship with Bai Li. This only served to paint her as a petty opportunist. Feng-Shi pursed her lips, feeling aggrieved yet resolute, saying, "Speak. What compensation do you desire? As long as you do not disclose it to Bai Li, I shall acquiesce." Feng-Shi felt a sense of helplessness. Yet, upon reflection, having already surrendered her body to Xiao Junlin, what was there to fear? Moreover, Xiao Junlin possessed 2 sacred spirit pills, worth at least 10 million spirit stones. With such wealth, what could she possibly have that he might covet? Feng-Shi found herself at a loss, and thus remained calm. However, she underestimated Xiao Junlin's rationality. "I require your promise to sabotage Chen Xian's life star." Xiao Junlin's gaze sharpened, his entire aura transforming drastically. It was as if the banter exchanged with Feng-Shi was but a facade. This decisive and resolute Xiao Junlin was his true self. Absolutely not. Feng-Shi objected. "Bai Li." Xiao Junlin turned away. "Wait." Feng-Shi's chest heaved in agitation, yet she found herself powerless against Xiao Junlin. "I will only assist you in sabotaging once, but you must not tell anyone. If it truly comes to sabotage, use the method you mentioned last time," Xiao Junlin reminded her. "Understood." How annoying. Feng-Shi felt tears welling up. On one hand, she agreed to Xiao Junlin's terms, while on the other, she felt immense guilt towards her junior brother Chen Xian. Yet found herself without other options. She wished to avoid facing Xiao Junlin any longer and turned to leave. Observing her clutching her stomach and staggering away, Xiao Junlin shrugged. Her physical constitution pales in comparison to Nan Gongjin and Bai Li. Presently, Nan Gongjin could withstand his attacks for hours, even countering him. Bai Li's physique was also formidable. Previously in the illusory forest, she was able to fight beasts afterward. In contrast, Feng-Shi appeared as an ordinary woman. Perhaps each woman possesses a different constitution, he mused. Xiao Junlin chose to disregard it. Turning towards the law enforcement hall, before heading to Frost Moon Mirror Lake, he intended to conduct a transaction on the 18th floor of the law enforcement hall. However, he had not anticipated that at the moment he turned, the seemingly frail Feng-Shi would suddenly quicken her pace, appearing anything but weak. "Xiao Junlin, if you bully me, I shall retaliate." Feng-Shi quickened her steps. Meanwhile, outside Xiao Junlin's residence, Xiao Ning had waited for quite some time without seeing him return. She sighed deeply. Were it not for Elder Jiuji's request for her to summon Xiao Junlin, she would scarcely bother with this senior brother of Longtime Mountain. Although Xiao Ning was not an elite disciple, it was merely a guise to conceal her true capabilities, willingly opting for a low-profile development. In terms of combat strength, she believed herself to be on par with those elite disciples, particularly Xiao Junlin, who was infamous for being the weakest among them. However, Elder Jiugu had advised her to remain inconspicuous. As both she and Elder Jiugu were destined to depart Longtime Mountain for alternative paths, where could he possibly be? Does he truly think that having repelled me with a single strike makes him impressive? Xiao Ning mused, as she felt the breeze of the 7th peak, sneezing while contemplating her formidable prowess. Given the opportunity, she would indeed relish a fair contest against Xiao Junlin. "Who are you?" a voice called from behind. Xiao Ning turned to find Bai Li approaching, accompanied by several disciples who seemed to be assisting her with moving items. Xiao Ning frowned and bowed. "Greetings, third senior sister." Bai Li then recalled the other party. "Oh, it is junior sister Xiao Ning from the law enforcement hall." Bai Li's demeanor was cool, not out of disdain for Xiao Ning, but because she was preoccupied with another matter. "You all may bring the items inside. The senior brother has stated that I can freely use the 8 palaces here." Bai Li considered briefly and identified the most suitable hall for alchemy. "This shall suffice." Yes, the accompanying male disciples complied. Yet internally they were puzzled. Their esteemed third senior sister Bai Li had suddenly summoned them. The few male disciples initially thought their goddess had chosen to favor them. Instead, they found themselves inexplicably tasked with moving her belongings into the residence of the senior brother, no less. Who is this senior brother? Merely a good-for-nothing relying on Elder Xiao Feng's influence. The last time he vanquished Huaizong, it was merely riding on the coattails of second senior sister's glory. Although they had not witnessed that battle, their biases against Xiao Junlin had already solidified. Preconceived notions are like mountains. Once established, they are difficult to shift. Yet, their goddess, third senior sister, was now moving in to live with this good-for-nothing? Third senior sister, are you truly moving in? Indeed, third senior sister, but there is only the senior brother here. Baili did not wish to engage them further, as she regarded them merely as laborers. I dislike talkative men. Get to work. The group of male disciples promptly fell silent. Xiao Ning stood agape, shocked by the unfolding scene. What on earth? Baili intends to move in with Xiao Junlin. Were these elite disciples not solely enamored with Chen Xian? Just as she was taken aback, several more individuals arrived. Leading them was none other than Feng Shi, similarly flanked by male disciples assisting with her own. These items could not fit into a storage ring, lest they scatter. Hence, they had to be transported manually. Hurry, I too wish to select a fine room. Feng Shi urged, meeting the astonished gazes of Baili and the others. Chapter 69. The just cause of Xiao Junlin. Xiao Ning, observing the situation, was rendered speechless. She wondered what kind of magic could possibly be at play on the seventh peak, or what allure Xiao Junlin possessed that had drawn two stunning disciples to relocate simultaneously. Baili, clearly taken aback by Feng Shi's arrival, inquired, "What is the meaning of this?" Feng Shi, twirling her twin tails, replied, "I have come to keep you company. I know you are here for alchemy, but I cannot trust that senior brother." As she spoke, Feng Shi directed the male disciples to carry in her belongings and grasped Baili's arm, declaring, "I will be your protector, should Xiao Junlin dare to act out of line. I shall stand with you against him." "But does senior brother agree to this?" Baili queried, puzzled. Feng Shi nodded vigorously. "Of course he agrees. I have already spoken with him, and he is in a rush to go to Frost Moon Mirror Lake. So he will not be back for the next few days. Let him be." Although she said this, her expression betrayed her true feelings, leaving Baili with a sense of unease regarding Feng Shi's odd behavior. Feng Shi's assumptions were correct. She was inwardly smirking. "Xiao Junlin, you have yet to truly win Baili's heart, have you? With me here, you shall not have her, lest you take advantage of me and pursue other women." As Feng Shi spoke, she smiled at Baili, asking, "Where will you reside?" "I shall join you." Baili felt somewhat awkward. This does not seem appropriate. Feng Shi frowned, questioning, "What is inappropriate? We grew up together on Long Eye Mountain. Did we not sleep together as children?" At this, Feng Shi's tone faltered. She reflected, sleeping together as children, now sharing a bed with men as adults. What a peculiar twist of fate. Yet Baili was more concerned with her own intentions to seek out Xiao Junlin for massages. No, for bodily restoration. How could it be convenient to be with Feng Shi? Yet Feng Shi appeared resolute, directly moving her belongings into the same dormitory. Meanwhile, witnessing the apparent consensus between the two, Xiao Ning also heard of Xiao Junlin's impending departure. It seems that there is no waiting for Xiao Junlin to return here. Silently, she made her way to the law enforcement hall. Upon her arrival, Xiao Ning reported to Jiugu, "Elder, the disciple did not see Xiao Junlin. Perhaps he merely spoke boastfully last time and never intended to assist us in retrieving the items." However, just as she finished speaking, she noticed Jiugu giving her a knowing glance. Confused, Xiao Ning followed Jiugu's gaze and was astonished to see Xiao Junlin not far off, seemingly engaged in conversation with a prisoner. Xiao Ning's face turned crimson with embarrassment. While pondering how to alleviate the awkwardness, Xiao Junlin spoke, "It's fine. I cannot hear." Xiao Ning felt even more humiliated. Xiao Junlin had no time to attend to her. His gaze remained fixed on the prisoner before him. The prisoner was a gaunt young boy, around 12 or 13 years of age, of short stature, yet the contours of his muscles were distinctly visible. He was Li He, a disciple responsible for sweeping at the sixth peak. Hailing from a humble farming family, having entered Longtime Mountain 2 years prior, he was imprisoned for the crimes of stealing elixirs and voyeurism. Caught red-handed and sentenced to 10 years in the Law Enforcement Hall. An attendant from the Law Enforcement Hall recited his offenses as if passing judgment on Li He's life. Jiugu discerned that Xiao Junlin seemed to take an interest in Li He and approached him. Inquiring, "What is it?" curiously. Xiao Junlin replied nonchalantly, squatting before Li He, "Was it you who did this?" Li He remained silent, seemingly ignoring Xiao Junlin's words, keeping his head bowed throughout. His messy, dark hair obscured his face, rendering his expression unreadable. Yet in this world, individuals like Li He were plentiful. Whether they bore grievances or injustices, no one cared. After all, Those in power were often quite busy, oblivious to the plight of those beneath them. Jiugu assumed Xiao Junlin's inquiry stemmed from mere curiosity and remarked, "Since he has acquiesced, there is no need to waste words. Take him away and lock him up." "Junlin, did you come today with the intention of assisting me in descending to the 18th level?" Jiugu prioritized her own interests. However, Xiao Junlin did not directly respond to her query. Instead, he continued to regard the departing Li He, saying, "Wait, what is it?" Jiugu frowned. Xiao Junlin walked straight up to the attendant of the law enforcement hall. Casting a glance at Li He's crimes, the crime of stealing elixirs, voyeurism, Elder Jiugu, "I wish to speak with the witnesses. Senior brother, this is an internal matter of the law enforcement hall. I must ask you." Before Xiao Ning could finish, she saw Xiao Junlin raise his hand, declaring, "Longtime Mountain does not permit any innocent person to be wronged. Witnessing an innocent disciple being punished, as the senior brother, it is my duty to intervene." After saying this, Li He, who had kept his head down the entire time, slowly lifted it for the first time, revealing a pair of clear eyes that gazed at Xiao Junlin. His body trembled. Frail, yet his gaze shone with the brightness of seeing a light. Xiao Junlin took a step closer and patted his shoulder, reassuring him, "Do not worry, I will seek justice for you." Li He's throat felt parched. He wished to speak, yet upon seeing the piercing gazes of the law enforcement hall's disciples, he chose to remain silent. It seemed that even with Xiao Junlin standing up for him, Li He felt that the other party could not truly help him. After all, the title of senior brother Xiao Junlin did not hold much weight among the other disciples. Noticing his reaction, Xiao Junlin felt a twinge of awkwardness. This reaction was not right. Shouldn't he be filled with gratitude? In the original text, after Qin Xian saved you, you regarded him as an older brother, the brother of the divine body, the martial god. This lad was a formidable force under the Xian Tian Emperor in the original story. And as he grew, he would become a terrifying assassin, someone even Qin Xian could not confront with absolute certainty. Thus, when Xiao Junlin first learned his name, he paid close attention. "Well, since I am the one acquainted with you now, I shall recruit you first." Xiao Ning was somewhat astonished that Xiao Junlin would speak up, especially as Jiugu signaled her to find someone. Soon, Xiao Ning brought 2 disciples from the 6th peak. One male and one female. Upon entering the law enforcement hall, they were met with dozens of disciples on high alert, including Elder Jiugu and senior brother Xiao Junlin, causing them to immediately kneel in fear. Disciple Pang Fei, Disciple Lu Ruyan, "Greetings, Elder." "Senior brother." Jiugu raised her hand, gesturing for them to rise. "Junlin wishes to re-examine your accusations against Li He. Inform him how Li He stole your elixirs and spied on you." Jiugu reviewed the case. Although such minor matters were typically handled by Xiao Ning, she kept a watchful eye, deeming it her responsibility. After all, while some cases may seem trivial, even the smallest of cases could impact someone's life profoundly. Pang Fei wiped the sweat from his brow, internally questioning why Xiao Junlin, the notorious senior brother, was meddling in their affairs. Wasn't he merely a sycophant to the elite disciples? Returning to the elder and senior brother. The disciple was outside Lu Ruyan's door when I saw Li He acting suspiciously. It was only upon capturing him that I heard my junior sister scream, realizing that Li He had been spying on her while she bathed. He then added, bowing his hands, "Moreover, upon capturing Li He, I discovered he possessed 3 chi gathering pills, precisely matching the number of pills I lost the previous day." Hearing this, Lu Ruyan corroborated, "I can testify." She then glared at Li He, exclaiming, "That beast, he spied on me while I was bathing." Yet after Lu Ruyan finished speaking, she lowered her head, a shadow of gloom passing over her face. Internally, she felt exasperated. Why would Xiao Junlin help someone like Li He? This senior brother truly had too much idle time on his hands. Previously, she had spoken ill of Xiao Junlin on numerous occasions in private. Though it was merely her desire for attention, it seemed she had not wronged him. Truly, he was both troublesome and overly demanding. Relying on Elder Xiao Feng as a backing, he had acquired so many resources. And she had heard he was on the verge of descending into the blood realm. If only those resources had been given to her, she would also be an elite disciple by now. Just as she was lost in thought, the world before her suddenly darkened. Lu Ruyan looked up to find Xiao Junlin standing exceedingly close to her. He resembled a statue, backlit by the light. His somber expression causing Lu Ruyan to tremble in fright. "Senior brother." Lu Ruyan's throat felt dry, and just as she was about to speak, Xiao Junlin's hand swiftly struck, gripping her throat tightly. Chapter 70. Sworn brothers of the martial heaven emperor. The onlookers were taken aback. Xiao Ning immediately shouted, "Senior brother." Yet Xiao Junlin's gaze was sharp, the murderous intent in his eyes pouring forth towards Lu Ruyan as he demanded, "I will only ask once, do you and Pang Fei have an affair?" Upon hearing this, both Pang Fei and Lu Ruyan felt a chill run down their spines. Even Xiao Ning, who had intended to intervene, fell silent for a moment. Lu Ruyan swallowed hard, realizing that Xiao Junlin must have known something. Otherwise, why would he ask so definitively? She nodded slowly. Yes. At Lu Ruyan's feet, Pang Fei trembled uncontrollably. Xiao Junlin did not release her grip upon hearing Lu Ruyan's response. Instead, he continued. Pang Fei coveted Li He's ancestral jade pendant. And you assisted him in framing Li He, did you not? With these words, Pang Fei's legs went weak. Senior brother, this is a misunderstanding. I am not asking you. Xiao Junlin's aura erupted, powerful spiritual energy pressing down on Pang Fei, who instantly sank to the ground. Unable to move, Xiao Junlin turned to Lu Ruyan. If I do not uncover the truth, I will not wrongfully accuse you. Now, I merely wish to offer you a chance for honesty. His words made Lu Ruyan tremble all over, especially since Pang Fei had been subdued, leaving her without any confidence. Xiao Junlin sneered. Then it is an admission. The truth is, Li did not spy on you. Instead, you deliberately had him seek you out, and then had Pang Fei plant the elixirs on his person, summoning the others to witness your catching him red-handed. Am I correct? Senior brother, it was Pang Fei who forced me. Lu Ruyan cried out fiercely for her life. Pang Fei, soaked in sweat, shouted back. Wretched girl, the jade pendant is on you. Why should I bear the blame alone? Xiao Junlin smirked, reaching into Lu Ruyan's bosom and retrieving a jade pendant. The pendant was amber-colored, shaped like a ferocious beast. Upon grasping the pendant, Xiao Junlin felt an underlying warmth and dominance emanating from it. This must be the Taotai battle symbol left by Li He's ancestors in the original story. Imbued with the bloodline power of generations of the Li family, its power was remarkable, capable of granting a cultivator a frenzied battle prowess for a short period. Unfortunately, only Li He's blood could activate it. Xiao Junlin tossed the Taotai battle symbol to Li He. At this moment, Li He widened his eyes, breathing rapidly as he gazed at Xiao Junlin. Xiao Junlin then threw Lu Ruyan towards Pang Fei, stating nonchalantly, framing a fellow disciple, inciting internal strife, deceiving the law enforcement hall, multiple offenses. One of you must perish. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ning immediately frowned. Xiao Junlin's actions were overstepping his authority, infringing upon the jurisdiction of the law enforcement hall. Moreover, these matters were typically entrusted to her by Elder Jiugu. As she contemplated intervening, she noticed Jiugu raise her hand, signaling her not to move. Xiao Ning's expression darkened further. In contrast, Xiao Junlin approached Li He, instructing the law enforcement hall's disciples to release him and assisting Li He to his feet. Thank you. Li's expression remained filled with terror and fear. Xiao Junlin found it difficult to imagine how this lad would eventually grow into the martial emperor of the later chapters. Well, perhaps every strong individual has their humble beginnings. Come to the 7th peak with me. I am in need of a sworn brother. Xiao Junlin smiled warmly. Upon hearing this, Li's breath quickened, overwhelmed with astonishment as he knelt, saying, Disciple is but a menial sweeper. How could I possibly become sworn brothers with the senior brother, especially as he witnessed Lu Ruyan and Pang Fei in a furious struggle against one another? As if fighting for their very lives, the two dogs had no choice but to bite each other to death. All of this transpired merely because of a single utterance from Xiao Junlin. The legendary lackluster senior brother unexpectedly exuded such overwhelming dominance. Li He could scarcely fathom that Xiao Junlin would proactively seek to form a brotherhood with him. Am I forming a brotherhood with you? No, I am forming a brotherhood with the future martial heavenly emperor. Xiao Junlin helped him up, asking, Do you look down upon me? The disciple dared not. Then it settled. Henceforth, let us not seek to be born on the same day of the same month in the same year, but rather to die on the same day of the same month in the same year. Thus, it was decided. In the original narrative, the martial heavenly emperor maximized the potential of his innate martial god physique, forging a path in the realm of physical cultivation, his blood vitality so potent that it could stain the heavens red. Such a person, unless he chose to take his own life, would find it exceedingly difficult to perish. Li He, upon hearing what seemed like the most romantic vow from a man, immediately bowed to Xiao Junlin, proclaiming, Li He, I vow to follow my elder brother to the death. Good, good, good. Xiao Junlin smiled, basking in the sunlight. Yet his mind wandered to thoughts of dealing with someone named Chun Xian who might trouble him in the future. Meanwhile, Xiao Junlin had already observed Lu Ruyan and Pang Fei engaged in a fierce battle, with Lu Ruyan ultimately stabbing Pang Fei to death. In truth, Pang Fei's cultivation surpassed that of Lu Ruyan, yet in the end, Pang Fei's compassion led him to withdraw his lethal strike, resulting in his own demise at her hands. Truly a love-stricken fool. He was reminiscent of the summer of year when he escorted the school belle home, only to be denied entry for a cup of milk tea. Xiao Junlin sighed to himself. At this moment, Lu Ruyan crawled over to him. Senior brother, elder, I have one. May I leave now? Jiu Gu remained silent, tacitly leaving the matter for Xiao Junlin to resolve. With her silence, Xiao Ning dared not take charge. Lu Ruyan, realizing the situation, quickly turned her gaze to Xiao Junlin. He maintained his ever-present smile. Go ahead. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan felt a wave of relief, repeatedly bowing her head. Thank you, senior brother. Thank you, senior brother. With that, she promptly turned and scurried towards the exit. Xiao Junlin approached Pang Fei, who was now on the brink of death, and with his last breath, he watched Lu Ruyan depart, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. Ultimately, he relinquished his hold on life. Rest assured, I will see her off for you. Xiao Junlin withdrew the dagger embedded in Pang Fei's chest, his arm slowly lifting before suddenly sweeping the dagger like a bolt of lightning towards the doorway. Xiao Ning and Li He were both taken aback. Turning their gaze towards the entrance, they beheld Lu Ruyan lying lifeless on the ground, eyes wide open in death, a dagger lodged deep in her back. Blood seeping from her garments. Chapter 71. The prisoners of the 18th level. Xiao Junlin's ruthless action left those present in profound silence for an extended period. Suddenly, he turned to Jiu Gu. A look of contrition on his face. These two were heinous criminals, and I could not contain myself. Elder, I hope you will not hold it against me. Should you blame me, I shall immediately take my leave and seek pardon from the sect master. Although he feigned an air of apology, his words held a subtle threat, as if warning Jiu Gu that should she be displeased, he would take his leave, and she should not expect him to retrieve anything from the depths of the 18th level. Jiu Gu waved her hand, instructing the disciples of the law enforcement hall to remove the bodies. Shall we proceed with the business at hand? She said coldly. Xiao Junlin nodded, turning to Li He. You go to the 7th peak and await my arrival. We shall set off for Frost Moon Mirror Lake soon. Yes, senior brother. Elder brother, Li He replied respectfully, a look of earnestness on his face. In fact, when he gazed at Xiao Junlin, there was a hint of something more in his eyes. Xiao Junlin rubbed his temples, watching Li He depart, cursing himself inwardly for forgetting that, in the original narrative, this fellow had no interest in women and instead clung to Chun Xian daily. Now that he had become his elder brother, would he cling to him as well? Elder brother, I am straight. Xiao Junlin could only chuckle helplessly and address Jiu Gu. Lead me down. Jiu Gu signaled Xiao Ning to take the lead, while she herself observed from above. Xiao Junlin did not mind. It was perhaps better that Jiu Gu did not accompany him. Xiao Ning led the way, traversing the circular staircase of the law enforcement hall, their footsteps echoing. Glancing back at Xiao Junlin, she noted his calm demeanor. Yet, Xiao Ning felt a knot of frustration within her. Just moments ago, Xiao Junlin had overstepped his bounds, seemingly slapping her face in front of Jiu Gu, clearly indicating that she, Xiao Ning, had nearly wrongfully accused an innocent disciple. Thus, Xiao Ning deliberately spoke up. Senior brother, the criminals of the 18th level are masters of the sect master S caliber. You must exercise caution. Xiao Junlin discerned her underlying concern, realizing that Xiao Ning was, perhaps, interested in moving to reside at the 7th peak with him. Xiao Ning's expression faltered, and she scoffed. Senior brother is joking. With so many women at your 7th peak, would there even be room for me to sleep? So many women? Xiao Junlin mused, perplexed. Where did all these women come from at my 7th peak? The most notable was merely by Li expressing her desire to move in. However, Xiao Ning was not inclined to dwell on such matters. As far as she was concerned, Xiao Junlin's dalliances with elite female disciples were of no concern to her. She merely wanted to curb his recent arrogance. Last time, senior brother confidently assured Elder Jiu Gu that you would obtain what the elder required from that criminal. If you fail to do so, the elder will be quite displeased. Xiao Ning added with a sarcastic tone. Of course, senior brother would also lose face. Little did she know, Xiao Junlin was entirely unfazed by her words, loss of face or not. Could face be eaten? This statement nearly caused Xiao Ning to stumble. Cough. How peculiar is this fellow's thought process? She remarked. Hee, so senior brother has lost confidence. Understandable, after all. That criminal was once a significant figure. Facing him, not to mention extracting treasures from him, even conversing would be quite the challenge. Xiao Junlin shot her a sharp glance, suddenly becoming fierce in demeanor. What if I compel him to submit to me? Xiao Ning thought he had taken the bait and exclaimed, let us make a wager. If he submits to you, I, your junior sister, will willingly offer 1,000,000 spirit stones to honor you, senior brother. If you are driven out by him, then you must bow your head to me. Good heavens, a mere maid of the law enforcement hall possesses 1,000,000 spirit stones. Wealthier than I. However, in comparison to the million spirit stones, Xiao Junlin craved to humiliate this woman instead. I do not covet a million spirit stones. Instead, if I compel him to bow to me, you shall wash my feet afterward. Xiao Ning halted abruptly. Seeing the confidence radiating from Xiao Junlin, she found him insufferable. Deal. If you lose, you must bow your head to me, she reiterated emphatically. Xiao Junlin merely smiled, neither confirming nor denying that as they conversed, the pair arrived at the 18th level. Here, there stood but a single cell, the door alone measuring over 10 meters in size. Senior brother, do take care, Xiao Ning said with a cunning smile, striking the iron bars of the cell with her palm. With a clang, something within seemed to awaken, and the next moment, a violent aura that surpassed the third realm surged forth from the dark confines of the cell. In an instant, the ground beneath Xiao Junlin and Xiao Ning trembled. Xiao Junlin felt as though an immense weight had been placed upon his shoulders, pressing down on him with a resounding crack. Xiao Ning, however, had anticipated this, swiftly retreating to the 17th level, looking down at Xiao Junlin. She smirked. You troublesome wretch, just wait to bow to me, she scoffed, shouting down. Senior brother, you haven't even entered yet. Don't you dare run away. With a wave of her hand, the enforcement token flew forth. Affixed to the cell door, the token rippled like water, forming a magical array. This array granted passage to the inner cell, allowing only him to enter and exit. Please, go ahead, senior brother. Xiao Ning eagerly hoped Xiao Junlin would enter immediately, only to be beaten by the formidable figure within. If he were to lose his life inside, even better. Yet, it appeared that Jiaogu would not allow Xiao Junlin to perish there, should the need arise. She would descend personally to rescue him. Nonetheless, Xiao Ning was determined to see Xiao Junlin suffer a bit. Xiao Junlin, uninterested in her taunts, braved the oppressive force and leaped into the magical array. Xiao Ning smirked, ascending a level to report to Jiaogu. Elder, Xiao Junlin has entered. I just wonder if he can truly assist us. Wait outside. Should there be any disturbances, notify me immediately. Yes, Xiao Ning nodded. Just as she had surmised, Jiaogu would not allow Xiao Junlin to die here. At this moment, within the dim confines of the 18th cell, the oppressive aura struck Xiao Junlin even more ferociously. Bearing the pressure, Xiao Junlin retrieved a single strand of hair from his pocket. A woman's hair. He enveloped the strand in his own energy and shot it into the darkness of the cell. Soon, the tumult within the cell ceased. What have you done to her? An ancient voice resonated from the shadows, laced with an air of dominance. Xiao Junlin smiled faintly, not directly answering. I am the junior Xiao Junlin, paying my respects to the esteemed elder, Qin Sadeo of the Gu-Ming dynasty. Upon uttering these words, the darkness fell into a prolonged silence. Xiao Junlin patiently awaited a response. Eventually, a figure with disheveled hair emerged from the shadows. It was an elderly man, clad in tattered garments, his visage obscured, yet he stood tall, the energy surrounding him palpable, indicative of formidable power, suggesting he had once been a person of considerable renown. Qin Sadeo pushed aside the hair obstructing his vision, his eagle-like gaze locking onto Xiao Junlin. Chapter 72. The Secrets Hidden by the Former Empire. The son of Xiao Feng. Indeed a striking figure, Qin Sadeo rasped, as the son of Xiao Feng. What is your purpose in coming here? The inquiry bore a hint of scrutiny. Xiao Junlin discerned the situation with clarity, thus he directly named the secret he held, mentioning two individuals, one being your niece, Elder Qin Yin. Upon being exposed by Xiao Junlin, a surge of murderous intent welled up in Qin Sadeo's eyes. Who else knows of our relationship? Only I do. How did you come to know? Qin Sadeo pressed on. I have read the original text. Xiao Junlin replied earnestly. Elder Qin Yin confides in me about everything. She once mentioned that she has an elder uncle who served in the court for many years, but unfortunately lost contact later. He must be a predecessor, right? Qin Sadeo felt a sense of comfort. This girl is the last hope of their family. I never expected she would still remember me. Good, good. Qin Sadeo, while feeling gratified, also let out a bitter smile. Lost contact. How could I dare to have any news? Xiao Junlin sighed, expressing understanding. In the original narrative, Qin Sadeo is Elder Qin Yin's uncle, one of the 4 regents of the previous dynasty. Before the late emperor passed away, he instructed the 4 regents to escape the palace with 4 keys. However, later, Qin Sadeo was ambushed and injured by those escorting him. He managed to escape to Qin Yin, but feared that revealing his identity would implicate her. Thus he chose to conceal his identity, deliberately causing chaos on Longai Mountain. Eventually, he was suppressed and imprisoned in this 18th layer, under the constant watch of the law enforcement hall. Thus, Qin Sadeo could remain by Qin Yin's side. Xiao Junlin's arrival was motivated by his desire to obtain the key in Qin Sadeo's possession, an item that Jiaogu had instructed him to retrieve. However, Zhou had only vaguely mentioned deceiving Qin Sadeo into relinquishing his storage ring. Without mentioning the Key.is Qinin, well, Elder Qinin has assumed the role of acting head and manages the executive hall, so she is certainly well. When necessary, the predecessor can also be reunited with her. Qin Sadeo shook his head, saying that after the late emperor's passing, the court fell into disarray, and the empress caused chaos. If I were to reveal myself to her, Long Eye Mountain would undoubtedly descend into turmoil. Xiao Junlin did not disagree, stating that the empress's interest in you is merely for that key. If the predecessor were to hand over the key to me, perhaps, upon hearing the word key. Qin Sadeo's gaze abruptly turned sharp, a sudden wave of killing intent emanating from him as he closed the distance to Xiao Junlin. It seemed as if he would strike down Xiao Junlin in the next moment. Who sent you here? Speak. Xiao Junlin inwardly cursed, realizing this old man was truly ruthless. It was understandable, as all 4 regents had fought alongside the late emperor, and being confined here for so long could lead to emotional instability. The 6th prince, Xiao Junlin said calmly, his expression sincere. Upon hearing these 3 words, Qin Sadeo immediately reined in his aura, his breathing becoming noticeably hurried. The 6th prince is still alive. Where is he? The 6th prince, Qin Ruyuan, the heir to the throne of the previous dynasty, also known by another name Qin Xian. The 6th prince is in a very safe location. He sent me to retrieve the key in your possession. Xiao Junlin's gaze was piercing. Qin Sadeo hesitated, not fully trusting Xiao Junlin. Quite vigilant, indeed. After all, they were all cunning foxes after thousands of years. Xiao Junlin smiled inwardly, standing with his hands behind his back, and slowly continued. Before the late emperor's passing, he was already aware of the court's collapse. The infamous demoness, the empress, had bribed many within the court. The late emperor, being prudent, left behind a national treasury containing the accumulated treasures of the Tianyan dynasty over the years. The national treasury requires 4 keys to unlock, and he entrusted these 4 keys to you 4 regents, commanding you to escort the 6th prince out of the palace. As Xiao Junlin spoke, Qin Sadeo's breath quickened, as if the pain in his heart was stirred. Unfortunately, you failed the late emperor. On the night of his passing, the demoness trap descended. Although you escaped the palace, you lost the 6th prince. Upon hearing this, Xiao Junlin stepped forward, causing Qin Sadeo to retreat in fear, his expression increasingly guilty. Xiao Junlin continued coldly, later, you further hid away here, becoming a turtle withdrawing its head. How can you face the late emperor like this? Qin Sadeo was struck at a sensitive point, his emotions wavering. No, he shouted. If it weren't for the treachery of others, how could I have been gravely injured, and the 6th prince lost? It was all due to those 2 scoundrels, Zhao Qianquan and Shen Jianji, who betrayed the late emperor. The Zhao Qianquan and Shen Jianji he mentioned were the leader of Huaizong and the master of Lingjin Mountain. After leaving the palace, they were bribed by the empress and betrayed the late emperor. By selling out the other 2 regents, these 2 gained substantial resources from the empress and thus became local tyrants. Xiao Junlin continued to sneer. What? Are you envious of them? Do you wish to betray the late emperor and the 6th prince as well? Qin Sadeo became agitated. You young one, do not slander me. Xiao Junlin seized the moment. Then now, I am here on the 6th prince's orders to retrieve the key from you. Will you not comply? Upon hearing this, Qin Sadeo regained his composure and understood Xiao Junlin's intent, thus his wariness increased. Young man, you need not try to provoke me into yielding. If you wish for me to believe you, you must show sincerity. What sincerity? Xiao Junlin inquired. Qin Sadeo snorted coldly. At the very least, you must allow the 6th prince to meet me in person. Xiao Junlin fell silent for a moment. Let Qin Xian come to see you. Am I a fool? In the original narrative, Qin Xian only learned of your existence here later and subsequently rescued you, obtaining one of the keys. Later, he acquired Zhao Qianquan's key during the battle at Shuangyu Mirror Lake, and, during the battle with Xiao Feng, allied with the righteous faction to confront Shen Jianji, secretly ambushing Shen Jianji amidst the chaos and securing the 3rd key. As for the 4th key, it resided with Qin Xian himself. The 4th regent cultivated him and then went into hiding. Subsequently, with Qin Sadeo's assistance, Qin Xian concealed his identity to participate in the selection of the imperial heir. Returning to the court. At the opportune moment, he allied with numerous ministers to begin reclaiming the throne. It is truly a thrilling tale of a prince's triumphant return. Unfortunately, Xiao Junlin is here to intercept. Xiao Junlin remarked, the 6th prince cannot reveal himself now. If his identity is exposed, can you bear the consequences? Qin Sadeo fell silent. Xiao Junlin continued, however, if I were to bring you the head of either Zhao Qianquan or Shen Jianji, would that demonstrate my sincerity? Seeing Xiao Junlin's piercing gaze, Qin Sadeo hesitated. These 2 are the empress's lackeys. If Xiao Junlin could kill them, it would at least prove he is not aligned with the Empress. I shall agree to you. Xiao Junlin smiled faintly, since a deal has been struck. He would not linger further and turned to leave the 18th layer. However, before departing, Xiao Junlin made a point to visit the law enforcement hall's main hall first. When Jiugu saw Xiao Junlin return empty-handed, his eyes betrayed disappointment. Yet at least Xiao Junlin was unscathed. Was there any way to extract the storage ring from him? Xiao Junlin chuckled, as Jiugu had yet to inform him of what exactly was concealed within. Jiugu frowned and said, "You need not know so much. Once I obtain his storage ring, I will naturally show you." Unfortunately, while Qin Sadeo was willing to enter the cell, he was reluctant to part with the storage ring. His cultivation surpassed that of Jiugu, and even if Jiugu entered the cell, he could not retrieve anything from within. He only knew that the person inside had a deep connection with Qin Yin. Thus, she sought out Xiao Junlin, a disciple who was relatively close to Qin Yin. Regrettably, nothing could be extracted. Seeing Jiuji's reticence, Xiao Junlin could only say helplessly, "It is difficult to handle, but at least his attitude towards me is favorable. I believe there is hope for this matter." Xiao Junlin's words displeased Xiaoning greatly. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. What does there is hope mean? Just as she was about to speak, Xiao Junlin unexpectedly initiated a conversation with her junior sister Xiaoning. "That evil cultivator treated me with great respect. I wonder what our wager." "Impossible. You lie." Xiaoning reacted as if her tail had been stepped on. How could Xiao Junlin speak of such matters in front of Jiugu? "What wager?" Jiugu inquired coldly. Xiaoning, gritting her teeth, had no choice but to recount the entire affair. Jiugu sighed deeply, glancing at Xiaoning and then at Xiao Junlin. "Since you have made a wager, you must bear the consequences." Xiaoning immediately retorted, "I do not believe what senior brother has said." "Do not believe? Then come with me to see." Xiao Junlin smiled and voluntarily returned to the 18th layer. Xiaoning, feeling the pressure, followed closely behind. She saw Xiao Junlin standing outside the 18th layer. "Before I leave, bid me farewell." His voice echoed into the cell. Soon, a respectful voice from within the cell responded, "Old man, I bid farewell to the young friend and await good news." Xiaoning, hearing this, felt her head buzzing. Over the years, Jiugu and she had tried every method but could not engage in a calm conversation with the other party. How did Xiao Junlin manage to achieve this? "What do you think? Shall we set a time to meet at the 7th peak for a foot bath?" Xiaoning was about to speak when Xiao Junlin stepped forward. Feeling guilty, she retreated. But Xiao Junlin pressed forward, his body inching closer. In the end, Xiaoning was pinned against the wall. Although Xiao Junlin knew this woman's beauty and potential did not match that of his other junior sisters, Xiaoning's pride and disdain towards him made humiliating her a source of amusement. "What? Are you having second thoughts? If not, shall I speak to Jiugu?" As Jian Xiaojun turned to seek retribution, Xiaoning gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "Wait, you go to the 7th peak and await my arrival." Jian Xiaojun offered a faint smile before departing from the law enforcement hall. Xiaoning returned to report to Jiugu, who inquired, "Did the individuals inside truly relent before him?" Xiaoning nodded in affirmation. Jiugu raised an eyebrow. "It seems Jian Xiaojun possesses some abilities. Let him try a little longer, and perhaps success will follow." However, Xiaoning then bowed and declared, "Elder, I must step out for a moment." "Where are you headed?" "To the 7th peak." Even Jiugu, with his level-headedness, was taken aback. "You cannot be seriously considering washing Jian Xiaojun's feet, can you?" Chapter 73. Remember, I am your senior brother. Xiaoning did not respond verbally to Jiugu's remark. Instead, she silently nodded and exited. Jiugu massaged his temples, having never witnessed Xiaoning in such a state before. As his own disciple, he had high hopes for her, yet she had been so easily manipulated by Jian Xiaojun. "Forget it. Let us drink." Jiugu picked up his cup, pondering the sorrows that filled his heart. Without the coveted treasure, when could he return to the court? At the 7th peak, upon Jian Xiaojun's return, he was met with a chaotic scene that nearly left him speechless. He stood outside several dormitories, hesitant to enter, as he observed a gathering of disciples. "Jian Xiaojun, come out," he shouted. "You scoundrel, what kind of charm did you use to entice senior sister Bai Li and senior sister Feng Shi to move to the 7th peak? A solitary man and women residing together. What kind of decorum is this? Where shall I place the dignity of the 7th peak in the future?" Jian Xiaojun silently surveyed the raucous group of disciples, identifying their common traits. 1. They were all male. 2. They were all sycophants of Bai Li and Feng Shi. When had these two ladies moved in? Jian Xiaojun initially thought it was a misunderstanding. But soon, two stunning figures emerged from his dormitory. Against the backdrop of swirling snow, the first figure, with her hair obscuring her face, exuded an ethereal beauty, while the second, with her twin ponytails, appeared lively and adorable. It was none other than Bai Li and Feng Xi. As the two ladies stepped out, the previously boisterous group of male disciples fell into a stunned silence. Some became mute, others appeared dazed, and some struggled to catch their breath. Jian Xiaojun, bemused, glanced at them. Were they truly so captivated by mere beauty, they couldn't even enter the door, yet he had already crossed that threshold. Alas, could a man not achieve something grand without perpetually seeking the favor of goddesses? Jian Xiaojun contemplated advising them, but swiftly dismissed the notion of playing the Good Samaritan. There was no point in offering counsel that would only drool in envy. However, Jian Xiaojun could comprehend Bai Li's presence here, as they had previously discussed matters. But what was Feng Shi doing here? Senior brother, you're back. I've been waiting for you for so long. Feng Shi spotted Jian Xiaojun, fearing he might start lecturing her, and thus took the initiative to call out. Upon hearing her voice, all eyes immediately turned to them. Jian Xiaojun's expression twitched. Before he could pose a question, he was met with glares from the male disciples, as if they wished to devour him whole. Jian Xiaojun, even if you are our senior brother, you cannot act this way. If you do not provide us with an explanation today, we shall not leave. Yes, we shall linger here at the 7th peak. The crowd was in an uproar, prompting Xiao Ning, who had followed Jian Xiaojun, to retreat to a corner to watch the spectacle unfold. You scoundrel Jian Xiaojun. You want me to wash your feet, do you? Now, will you even be able to wash them? Let us first deal with your troubles. Xiao Ning reveled in the moment. Jian Xiaojun surveyed the crowd, well versed in psychology, understanding that the best course of action in such a scenario was to set an example. That he approached the last male disciple who had spoken. This disciple exuded the aura of being in the late stages of the spirit refinement realm, just a step away from the blood transformation realm, marking him as an elite among the disciples. No wonder he had the audacity to provoke Jian Xiaojun. You wish to linger at the 7th peak? Jian Xiaojun's voice was cold. The disciple, aware he was in Jian Xiaojun's crosshairs, felt confident in his cultivation, believing he was superior among the gathered males. Rumors had circulated that Jian Xiaojun had neglected his training, his cultivation level having plummeted to the copper skin stage of the blood transformation realm, and he might soon fall to the spirit refinement realm. Thus, what was there to fear from Jian Xiaojun's scrutiny? Steeling himself, the disciple puffed out his chest. And what of it? Senior sister Feng Shi is someone we respect. I will not allow her to be tainted by you. But no sooner had he spoken than Jian Xiaojun raised a hand, a fierce gust of energy sweeping through, consuming the surrounding snow, and transforming it into a formidable force that surged toward him. Sensing danger, the disciple's aura surged as he attempted to withstand the blow, confident that he could endure it due to his near upper-tier status. However, the reality was far harsher than his expectations. When Jian Xiaojun's palm struck his chest, a wave of excruciating pain radiated through him, causing him to spin uncontrollably, akin to a kite severed from its string. Thud, thud, thud. He rolled several times on the ground before coming to a halt, motionless. Clearly, he was either dead or severely injured. The sight left everyone gasping in shock. Jian Xiaojun's ferocity was astonishing, especially for the male disciples. The one who had been struck down was among their best, yet he could not withstand a single blow from Jian Xiaojun. Wasn't it said that he was about to fall to the spirit refinement realm? Wasn't it said that his victories over the Waya sect depended entirely on senior sister Hongling? What in the world? How was Jian Xiaojun so strong? The group of disciples felt their legs weaken as Jian Xiaojun advanced, forcing them to retreat in a few hurried steps. His expression was frigid. The trope of a wolf in sheep's clothing did not apply here. Concealing one's cultivation and acting low-key was acceptable, but enduring humiliation was not. That could lead to depression. They willingly reside in my 7th peak. Who dares to object? Jian Xiaojun surveyed the crowd, akin to a wolf eyeing its prey. Is there anyone else? Step forward. No one dared provoke him further. As the first disciple turned to flee, a chain reaction ensued, with the second and third following suit. One by one, the male disciples scattered, leaving even the one who had just been knocked down by Jian Xiaojun behind without anyone to help him. Pick up your own trash. Remember, I am your senior brother, Jian Xiaojun declared with an air of authority, having cleared the 7th peak, before striding directly into his dormitory, reclining in his chair with legs crossed. He fixed his gaze upon Feng Shi and Bai Li. Senior brother, I apologize. I did not foresee they would cause such a disturbance. Bai Li was the first to express her regret. Jian Xiaojun bore her no ill will. Knowing that Bai Li had promised to concoct numerous elixirs for him, it was pointless to blame her for the actions of her admirers. What brings you here? His gaze shifted to Feng Shi. Feng Shi huffed, using Bai Li as a shield. Naturally, I feared my sister would be bullied by you. You promised her a place at the 7th peak. You must have ulterior motives. I shall accompany her. Jian Xiaojuan's expression twitched. This woman was clearly being disingenuous. According to Jian Xiaojuan's understanding of female psychology, when one woman positions herself between you and another, it either signifies she does not wish for you to grow close to that woman, or that she herself desires to draw closer to you. Jian Xiaojun discerned that Feng Shi likely embodied both sentiments. However, it was fortuitous that she had come to the 7th peak. That would deter Qin Xian from seeking her out. Jian Xiaojun chose not to press the matter with Feng Shi and dismissed the two. I am weary and wish to wash my feet, Jian Xiaojun stated aloud, his voice carrying enough that those outside could hear. Soon, a basin for foot washing was brought forth. However, the bearer was Li He. Brother, foot washing. Jian Xiaojuan's expression faltered. I befriended you to be my right-hand man in dealing with Qin Xian, the destined protagonist. Are you now acting as my maid? Li He, go drop your blood on the ancestral jade pendant. Then practice diligently. I will summon you when it is time to set out for Frost Moon Mirror Lake. Li He, puzzled, asked, do you not want me to wash your feet? No. Get lost, Jian Xiaojun retorted, exasperated. Who in their right mind would seek a male attendant for such a task? As Li He departed, Xiao Ning's solitary figure stood out in the doorway. What are you waiting for? Come here, Jian Xiaojun commanded coldly. Chapter 74. Tang Yimo's Lost Sister. Xiao Ning gritted her teeth, acknowledging that Jian Xiaojun had indeed been imposing when he dealt with the male disciples. Even she felt a flicker of admiration. Yet, that did not alter the fact that she found him distasteful. When Jian Xiaojun summoned her, Xiao Ning steeled herself and approached, lifting Jian Xiaojuan's foot. Whoever lost must endure this. I'll endure, she consoled herself, yet her movements were stagnant, provoking Jian Xiaojuan's displeasure. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up, Jian Xiaojun. Do not push your luck. I agreed to wash your feet, not anything else, Xiao Ning retorted. Embodying the demeanor of a virtuous maiden, Jian Xiaojun chuckled. I merely asked you to remove my shoes, not to strip. Who would be interested in that? You. Xiao Ning felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation as she hastily removed Jian Xiaojuan's shoes. A peculiar odor wafted forth, the unmistakable stench of the foul-smelling dan he had secretly applied. This particular concoction was not meant for consumption but was used to incapacitate demonic beasts during missions. Jian Xiaojun had only added a pinch to his boots to avoid incapacitating Xiao Ning, yet the result was still overwhelmingly odorous. Jian Xiaojun, did you step in dung? Xiao Ning exclaimed, flustered, her chest heaving as she suddenly erupted. Jian Xiaojun then noticed, astonished, that this woman had been binding her chest before. Her figure was simply exquisite. In the original narrative, Xiao Ning's full name was Tang Ning. She was ostensibly Jiu Ji's disciple. Having been raised as an orphan under his care. In truth, even Tang Ning herself was unaware that she had an extraordinarily impressive sister, a wealthy heiress named Tang Yimo. However, the original text did not provide much description regarding Tang Ning's physique. It was quite unexpected that her aspirations were so grand. At that moment, Xiao Junlin's gaze fell upon her, and Tang Ning instantly realized it. She hurriedly covered herself, but alas, her nose could not be shielded. With a deep breath, the foul odor from Xiao Junlin's feet assaulted her nostrils, causing tears to well up in her eyes. Xiao Junlin. I. Observing her distressed expression, Xiao Junlin felt an odd sense of satisfaction. Yet he was simultaneously puzzled. Could it really be that his feet were so odorous as to make her cry? With such musings, he dismissed any notion of being perturbed. Tang Ning's face was a picture of grievance. With tears dripping into the basin, Master brother, could you please spare me? She pleaded. I grew up in poverty, my father a compulsive gambler, my mother ill, and my younger siblings rely on my support, that I work diligently on Longtime Mountain. Merely wishing for a meal to stave off hunger, Tang Ning attempted to play the emotional card. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Xiao Junlin was inwardly amused. What a tale! A gambling father, a sick mother, and young siblings in need, an utterly tragic family. If I don't help her, who will? A tale from another world. Very well, I can wash my own feet. Xiao Junlin, in a moment of benevolence, proposed. However, I am in need of a personal maid to attend to my daily needs. Would you be willing to take on that role? Tang Ning's breath quickened. That's impossible. The law enforcement hall cannot function without me. Of course, he replied. On the surface, you are merely a small disciple of the law enforcement hall. Yet in truth, you are an inner disciple of the Winesong sect, a position that places you above thousands. Since you are unwilling, then you shall wash my feet. With that, Xiao Junlin plunged his feet into the basin, instantly clouding the once clear water. Tang Ning, with her delicate hands, dared not reach in. fearing her hands would be forever tainted. The acrid stench was unbearable. I agree to be your maid, but only for 1 month. After that, I demand my freedom. Tang Ning felt as though she had made the utmost concession. Cleaning at the 7th peak for a month was preferable to being perpetually sullied. Xiao Junlin. After a month, I will surely find an opportunity to make you pay, she thought to herself. Xiao Junlin, however, was not oblivious to her intentions. Her eyes were filled with mischief, clearly plotting something. It's a deal. Follow me. With a smile, he led Tang Ning to his chamber. What are we doing here? She inquired, frowning. Why, preparing the bed, of course. Does a maid not have duties? He replied with a chuckle. Though displeased, Tang Ning complied. Climbing onto Xiao Junlin's bed to tidy it up, her back turned to him. Xiao Junlin reveled in the sight of Tang Ning acting as his maid. He foresaw a future where he would have dealings with Tang Emo. And since they had yet to recognize one another, he thought it prudent to win over Tang Ning first, becoming the brother-in-law of a future wealthy heiress. As Tang Ning nearly finished, she was unaware of Xiao Junlin inching closer. When she turned, she was startled to find him preparing to embrace her. Xiao Junlin, what are you doing? What do you think? He retorted playfully. You're being indecent. Let me go. Tang Ning struggled, but Xiao Junlin's grip was astonishingly strong. Rendering her efforts futile, I only agreed to be your maid. I never consented to anything else. You must have misheard me. Xiao Junlin raised an eyebrow with a smirk. I specifically mentioned a personal maid. Do you know what that entails? If not, allow me to enlighten you. Half an hour later, with tears in her eyes, Tang Ning lay on the bed, while Xiao Junlin donned his clothing. Remember your promise, for this month. Stay at the 7th peak and await my return. He cast a glance at her. Her expression was blank, tears streaming down her face. Rest assured, following me as your master, you will eventually be grateful. After all, being the son of the Supreme Elder of Longtai Mountain is far superior to being the outcast of the court, is it not? Upon hearing this, Tang Ning's previously sorrowful expression morphed into one of utter astonishment. Her eyes widened. How do you know about Elder Jiugu? Did you truly believe I, Xiao Junlin, was ignorant of such matters? He scoffed. This revelation caused Tang Ning to spring up, hastily retrieving a new outfit from her storage ring and changing immediately. Protecting her chastity was a far greater concern than revealing Elder Jiugu's identity. Although Elder Jiugu was publicly known as the law enforcement elder of Longtai Mountain, her hidden identity was one of the former holy envoys. After offending the Empress, she had gone into hiding within Longtai Mountain. Thus, when the holy envoy Cheng Wan had visited Longtai Mountain previously, Elder Jiugu had remained absent. Elder Jiugu harbored the ambition of acquiring the keys to the former empire, a means to redeem herself and return to the court. Only she and Elder Jiugu were privy to this secret. Was it that person from the 18 levels who informed you? Tang Ning's heart sank with foreboding. It seemed they had entrusted the wrong person. Xiao Junlin was proving to be far more difficult to manage than anticipated. They should not have allowed him to seek out Qin Si Dao. Xiao Junlin chuckled. You need not tell me. I have known for quite some time that I also know you are an inner disciple of Elder Jiugu, correct? Very well. You are a clever one. You understand what comes next, do you not? He patted Tang Ning's shoulder. She was once again shocked, her breath quickening. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. I can remain here as your maid, but after 1 month, you must return me to my master. Oh, do you still believe that Elder Jiugu is more suited to be your master than I? Xiao Junlin inquired with curiosity. Tang Ning replied coolly, of course, no matter how you slice it. She is still an elder of the law enforcement hall. And what are you? You wield no power at Longtai Mountain. Merely a nominal master brother. Do the disciples outside obey you, listen to you? Feeling that the time for frankness had come, she continued, though I, Tang Ning, am but a minor disciple, I know well enough that a wise bird chooses its tree. Do not assume that having won my body means I will betray my master. Xiao Junlin raised an eyebrow. The former Xiao Junlin was indeed powerless at Longtai Mountain, having sacrificed too much for Qin Xian. He lost even the most basic respect. If only I could attain the position of young sect master of Longtai Mountain. The position of young sect master, as per the ancient traditions of Longtai Mountain, was to be established and chosen from among the elite disciples. According to the timeline in the original text, the young sect master title was conferred upon Xiao Feng upon his return to Longtai Mountain, with Qin Xian succeeding him. However, now that Xiao Junlin was preparing to stage a comeback, that title would not fall to Qin Xian. Upon hearing Xiao Junlin's words, Tang Ning furrowed her brow, feeling a slight wavering within her heart. If Xiao Junlin could indeed become the young sect master of Longtai Mountain, he would be the future leader. In that case, he would certainly be more reliable than her master. But just as Xiao Junlin was basking in his own bravado, a radiant beam erupted from the first peak of Long Eye Mountain, the sect master's hall, ascending toward the heavens and forming a vortex in the sky. This sudden phenomenon captured the attention of everyone on Long Eye Mountain. Elders such as Qin Yin and Lin Shihua emerged from their respective halls, their expressions grave, not to mention the other disciples. Xiao Junlin, come quickly and see. Feng Shi called out from outside. Xiao Junlin felt an ominous premonition. The radiant light emanated from the sect master's hall, undoubtedly the doing of Dong Huang Qingwan. Sure enough, as Xiao Junlin stepped outside, he beheld a swirling vortex in the sky, golden spiritual energy cascading down upon Long Eye Mountain like a waterfall. Ultimately, a line of grand characters was etched in the air. Confer Qinxian. Young Sect Master. Chapter 76. The shifting minds of women. The golden characters were witnessed by all on Long Eye Mountain. To assuage any doubts, as the characters appeared, a chilling voice echoed from the heavens. I hereby confer Qinxian as the young Sect Master of Long Eye Mountain, granting him access to elder-level resources and the cultivation method, as well as the privileges of the first peak side hall. No one is permitted to descent. As the voice faded, its echoes lingered in the minds of the crowd. Qin remained silent, casting a glance towards the seventh peak, while she felt that this decision was unjust to Xiao Junlin. She had been aware of Dong Huang Qingwan's intentions all along, and no matter how exceptional Xiao Junlin might be, Dong Huang Qingwan would never bestow upon him any significant responsibility. This was due to the fact that Xiao Junlin's father was Xiao Feng, who guarded the dark forbidden zone and was likely to be tainted by demonic energy if Xiao Feng were to fall into darkness. For the greater good, Dong Huang Qingwan would undoubtedly join forces with the righteous path to eliminate Xiao Feng. At that point, Xiao Junlin, as his son, would become a ticking time bomb. Thus, during the time when Xiao Junlin was regarded as a waste, Dong Huang Qingwan paid little attention to him. As long as Xiao Junlin showed no potential, he posed no threat. However, in recent times, Xiao Junlin had defeated Wei's sect and comprehended Yi Hongling's swordsmanship. The once dull edges of his abilities had suddenly begun to shine. This development posed a threat to Dong Huang Qingwan. Xiao Junlin's master brother had been acquired through his father's efforts. Yet now, he found himself constrained by that very same parent. Sighing deeply, Qin Yin lamented, success and failure both hinge upon Xiao Feng. She chose silence, recognizing that such matters were beyond her control, unless Xiao Feng returned to the sect and proved himself to be righteous, or unless he stood firmly in Long Eye Mountain's favor. As the sect master, Dong Huang Qingwan would always harbor reservations against him and his son, never allowing Xiao Junlin to rise in prominence. Moreover, the decision to elevate Qinxian, even contravening the traditional rules for selecting a young sect master, stemmed from a desire to use Qinxian to suppress Xiao Junlin. Dong Huang Qingwan was well aware of the previous conflict between Xiao Junlin and Qinxian. Although Xiao Junlin was justified in his actions, which led to Qin Yin punishing Qinxian, Dong Huang Qingyuan immediately instructed Qin Yin to bestow the technique upon Qinxian. This was indeed the finest testament to one's stance. On the seventh peak, Xiao Junlin stood gazing at the heavens until the golden characters above faded, and the light column from the first peak dissipated. The sky once more regained its tranquility. Yet Xiao Junlin's gaze remained unwavering. Behind him, Xiao Ning stood, her eyes filled with conflict. Just moments ago, Xiao Junlin had been brimming with ambition, eager to contest for the position of lesser sect leader upon Xiao Feng's return. Xiao Ning even believed that Xiao Junlin harbored the potential to ascend to that esteemed role. For the long-standing tradition of Long Eye Mountain dictated that the lesser sect leader must be chosen from among the elite disciples and required the presence of the sect master and the supreme elder to prevent any bias. Yet now, with Xiao Feng still absent, the position of lesser sect leader had already been determined. As Xiao Ning observed Xiao Junlin's imposing silhouette, now appearing somewhat solitary amidst the swirling snow, she parted her lips to speak, but ultimately fell silent. Who told you to bully me earlier? To ruin my reputation? Serves you right. Xiao Ning thought to herself, yet she also felt a twinge of pity for Xiao Junlin. Very well, I shall serve as your maid for a month. To compensate you appropriately. No ulterior motives, merely out of compassion, simply my kindness. Xiao Ning nodded with a hint of pride. Feng Shi and Bai Li stood beside Xiao Junlin. They were indifferent to the contest for the position of lesser sect leader and had initially accepted the notion of their junior brother assuming that role. However, when the sect master announced Qinxian as the lesser sect leader, a sense of desolation crept into their hearts. This sentiment was difficult for them to articulate, as if they were no longer willing to wholeheartedly support Qinxian. And it seemed they had another candidate in mind. Senior brother, I shall assist you in alchemy, Bai Li finally spoke after much contemplation. Unsure of how to express herself, she felt this was the only way she could aid Xiao Junlin. Xiao Junlin discerned the comforting intent behind her words. Ahem, good junior sister, it is not in vain that I have treated you well. However, I currently lack sufficient materials. Once I negotiate for more herbs at the apothecary in Long Eye Commercial Street, I shall have you assist me in alchemy, he replied lightly before departing. Feng Shi had intended to offer him comfort as well, but after much thought, she found herself at a loss for words. As she saw Xiao Junlin preparing to leave, she instinctively called out, Xiao Junlin, where are you going? Xiao Junlin's expression bore a hint of bitterness, yet he managed to force a smile for them. Last time, I harmed the sword foundation of the second junior sister. This time, I shall take her to Frost Moon Mirror Lake to restore her sword path. With that, he departed with grace, his figure swallowed by the chain bridge. Li He donned a new outfit from the seventh peak and, upon exiting, spotted Xiao Junlin leaving, prompting him to hastily follow suit, leaving behind the three women gazing after him in the snowstorm. Feng Shi, could you lend me some herbs? Bai Li suddenly inquired. Feng Shi nodded, seemingly aware that Bai Li intended to concoct some elixirs for Xiao Junlin. In the past, she would have dissuaded Bai Li, even chastising her for spending money on men, but now she simply nodded and offered her entire stock of herbs. As Bai Li returned to prepare her alchemy, Xiao Ning turned and entered the seventh peak. She could have quietly slipped away, pretending to have been a maid all along before Xiao Junlin returned, yet she chose not to. Xiao Junlin, I, Tang Ning, am not as shameless as you, she declared, her full name being Tang Ning. At that moment, she pouted, busily tidying up the battlefield left by her earlier encounter with Xiao Junlin. Only Feng Shi remained outside, watching Xiao Junlin, despite being wronged by him. She could not deny that he had also liberated her from her fate's tribulations. Gazing at the side hall of the first peak, adjacent to the main hall of Sect Master Dong Huangqing Yuan, it was situated at a higher altitude than the elders' residences, symbolizing the status of the lesser sect leader within Longtai Mountain. After all, this was to be the future lord of Long Eye Mountain. Yet, the higher Qinxian ascended, the more anxious Feng Shi became. Perhaps what the senior brother said was not without merit. Qinxian's fate must be suppressed. Otherwise, once he caught the eye of the Empress, Longtai Mountain would be in grave danger. Feng Shi could not fathom why this thought suddenly solidified in her mind. With that, she quietly departed from the seventh peak. Li He caught up with Xiao Junlin but noticed him glancing back, peering suspiciously over his shoulder. Big brother, what is the matter? Li He inquired, his excitement palpable. Big brother, I followed your advice and infused my blood into the ancestral jade pendant. Indeed, I felt my bloodline boiling. I was even close to breaking through. Oh, keep up the good work. Xiao Junlin had anticipated Li He's growth, but was more curious about whether he had observed the expressions of the women when he approached them. Did they seem upset? Did they look like they were about to cry? Li He was taken aback, wondering if his brother's earlier sorrowful demeanor had been feigned. Chapter 77. The human heart is made of flesh at this moment. Xiao Junlin's countenance bore none of the earlier emotions, replaced instead by calculations and expectations. This was where Xiao Junlin differed from other antagonists. Qinxian had been exceptionally promoted by Dong Huangqing Yuan. An unprecedented elevation. Had he been another villain, he might have succumbed to sorrow or anger. Instead, Xiao Junlin reasoned that since he could not alter the reality, he would accept it with grace, only to seek a better opportunity to eliminate Qinxian. He could even leverage this situation to endear himself to the hearts of those junior sisters, rather than allowing a predetermined circumstance to affect his mood. The notion of 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth held no meaning for Xiao Junlin that he firmly believed in the wealth of his spirit, considering his psychological resilience to be his greatest asset. Li He scratched his head, recalling that the senior sisters indeed appeared quite sorrowful. All right. Xiao Junlin nodded in satisfaction. Come, let us venture out together and seek something good. With a smile, he approached Yi Hongling. Meanwhile, although Qinxian was under house arrest, he had still heard about the recent commotion at Long Eye Mountain. Ha, Dragon Master, you were right. I am indeed the true master of destiny, no matter how Xiao Junlin flails. I am destined to be the future lord of Long Eye Mountain. A youthful arrogance radiated from Qinxian, his aura rapidly ascending. The Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor nodded in approval, noting that Qinxian had managed to cultivate to a minor success in such a short span, and had even indirectly broken through the mixed element Heavenly Emperor's intent. I was not mistaken. Dong Huangqing Yuan must have seen your potential, hence the early recognition. Qinxian's confidence was palpable. The sect master had discerned well. Unlike Elder Qin Yin, who had unjustly confined him for the sake of a mere Xiao Junlin, he scoffed disdainfully. Yet, the most awkward aspect was that the seal of house arrest had yet to be lifted. In other words, despite becoming the lesser sect leader, he could not leave his residence for a month. It seemed the sect master wished to avoid undermining Elder Qin Yin's authority by directly ordering his release. Chun Xian's frustrations resurfaced. How could he reach Frost Moon Mirror Lake if he was confined? Although he had ascended to the position of lesser sect leader, the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor had mentioned that Yi Hongling was a reincarnated sword immortal. With the potential to become a heavenly emperor in this lifetime, such a crucial connection was not one he could overlook. Moreover, the fact that Yi Hongling was entangled with Xiao Junlin deeply displeased him. Thus, acquiring the Moonlight Rainbow Phoenix Sword and reeling Yi Hongling back under his command was Chun Xian's foremost desire. Dragon Master, I beseech you for assistance. Chun Xian's gaze turned cold as he made a decision. The Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor fell silent but understood Chun Xian's reasoning. He sat cross-legged within Chun Xian's mind, swiftly forming hand seals. I shall create a special passage for you in the eastern part of the sealing formation. Once you pass through, the formation will not react. Upon your return, simply re-enter quietly to prevent Elder Qin Yin from inspecting. The Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor extracted a portion of Chun Xian's blood and shattered the stones beneath. Revealing the soil below, he then extracted a considerable amount of earth to mold a humanoid figure that bore an uncanny resemblance to Chun Xian. Dragon Master, your craftsmanship is extraordinary, Chun Xian exclaimed. Astonished, witnessing the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor infuse his blood into the clay figure, it quickly adopted Chun Xian's aura, sitting cross-legged on the bed as if in meditation. Even if Elder Qin Yin were to arrive, she would be unable to discern the ruse. However, to avoid prolonged delays, you must act swiftly. This endeavor should be resolved expeditiously, the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor cautioned, visibly weakening as he fell into a slumber within Chun Xian's mind. Chun Xian understood that the creation of such a lifelike doppelganger would undoubtedly exact a significant toll on the Dragon Master. With unwavering determination, he declared, I shall be the first to claim the Moonlight Rainbow Phoenix Sword. I will not disappoint you. With that, Chun Xian stepped into the breach of the formation and departed his dwelling. After his exit, the formation sealed itself, allowing observers to see another Chun Xian seated in meditation. This journey would be shrouded in secrecy. Xiao Junlin, prepare to be startled. Chun Xian chuckled softly, only to abruptly turn and find a face staring at him. Chun Xian was taken aback, retreating several steps before recognizing the visitor. Senior Sister Fengxi, you. He glanced at the doppelganger behind him, unsure of how to explain. Damn it, how was he caught red-handed? At a loss for words, he hastily changed the subject. Senior Sister, when did you return? Are you planning to escape, and you created a decoy? Where do you intend to go? Fengxi questioned, her tone laced with skepticism. Chun Xian's expression twisted in distress, and he decided to be forthright. Senior Sister, I beg you to keep this matter under wraps for 2 days. I will return within 2 days. Fengxi fell silent. In the past, she would have certainly indulged Chun Xian. However, now she constantly feels that such actions would betray Xiao Junlin. After all, she is aware of the reason behind Chun Xian's confinement, which stemmed from a deadly clash during the competition for the comprehension of sword intent against Xiao Junlin. Yet, Fengxi's silence led Chun Xian to misunderstand her intentions, believing she was urging him to leave quickly. Thank you, Senior Sister, Chun Xian exclaimed, brimming with joy as he departed hastily, thinking that his senior sister still loved him unconditionally as before. Xiao Junlin, do not think that with Yi Hongling and Qin Yin's support, you can challenge my position on Longtime Mountain. The sect master stands by my side. Senior sisters Fengxi, Bai Li, and Nan Gongjin also support me. What do you have to contend with me? Once I acquire the Moonlight Phoenix Sword, even Yi Hongling will return to my side. Little did he know, Fengxi was watching the strand of hair in her hand, which she had discreetly taken when Chun Xian passed by. With this hair, she could disrupt Chun Xian's ZY fate. Although she was uncertain of its efficacy, it would at least have some impact. Thus, perhaps she could preserve Longai Mountain and assist Xiao. Fengxi shook her twin ponytails. I am doing this for Longtime Mountain. It has nothing to do with Xiao Junlin. Not in the slightest. Meanwhile, at the foot of the second peak, Xiao Junlin sneezed heavily. Damn, who is cursing me? He shook his hands. Irritated that he had splashed himself, Xiao Junlin adjusted his pants and glanced at Li He, who was also fastening his belt. This time doesn't count. There was a distraction. Next time, we will see who can urinate farther. Li He was puzzled. Whether 2 meters or 5 meters, he would still win. Forget it. Perhaps the elder brother has an obsession in this regard. I'll indulge him, he thought, nodding. The two arrived outside Yi Hongling's residence. Even before they reached, they spotted Yi Hongling waiting at the door. She had just witnessed the sect master's appointment of Chun Xian as the young sect master. Upon seeing Xiao Junlin arrive, a hint of warmth appeared on Yi Hongling's otherwise cold and efficient face. Although Xiao Junlin had never explicitly expressed his desire to become the young sect master, rumors had circulated in the past about Longai Mountain. It was said that Elder Xiao Feng would promote Xiao Junlin upon his return, making him a strong candidate for the position. Previously, Yi Hongling had little faith in Xiao Junlin, but times had changed. She had observed his efforts during battles against the illusory forest and the Huaizong, as well as in the competition for sword and tint, all of which showcased Xiao Junlin's superiority over Chen Xian. If Xiao Feng were present at Longai Mountain, he might not have allowed the sect master to show such favoritism. Alas, there are no ifs. Senior brother, Yi Hongling quickly noticed the despondent expression on Xiao Junlin's face. His eyes shimmered with unshed tears, and the wind and snow caressed his sharply defined features, making him all the more heart-wrenching to behold. Unsure how to console him, Yi Hongling instinctively grasped Xiao Junlin's hand. Senior brother, my condolences. Chapter 78. 7th Junior Sister. Yin Yao. Xiao Junlin's eyes widened as he felt Yi Hongling grasp his hand, though he understood her intention to comfort him and could deeply appreciate this woman's empathy. He had only just wiped his hands. Master brother, why are your palms so sweaty? Yi Hongling inquired, puzzled. The wind and snow of Longai Mountain were quite fierce, yet Xiao Junlin's palms were clammy. You must be quite angry about Qin Xian becoming the young sect master. Right. I'm feeling a bit under the weather. There is no other option but to set off, Xiao Junlin replied, summoning the flying shuttle Golden Lotus, stepping onto it alongside Yi Hongling and Li He. Upon seeing Li He, Yi Hongling initially did not recognize him, but nodded when Xiao Junlin introduced him as his attendant. Li He, however, paid no attention to Yi Hongling, his focus solely on Xiao Junlin. Sitting cross-legged, Xiao Junlin piloted the flying shuttle Golden Lotus away from Longai Mountain towards the Frost Moon Mirror Lake. At the same time, at the foot of the 9th peak of Longai Mountain, Chen Xian finally managed to leave Longai Mountain. He pondered a pressing question. If he were to use the flying shuttle Golden Lotus, the people of Longai Mountain would surely become aware, but if he refrained from using it, the journey to Frost Moon Mirror Lake, which would typically take half a day, would now extend to approximately 2 days. Dragon Master, is there any other way for me to swiftly reach Frost Moon Mirror Lake? Chun Xian pleaded for assistance. However, the Dragon-Blood Celestial Emperor remained in slumber. Left with no choice, Chun Xian began to expend his spatial energy, his form continually shifting through the air, although his spatial energy allowed him to traverse various spaces rapidly. At his current realm, he could only move about 10 meters at a time, and it consumed a great deal of energy. Soon, Chun Xian's complexion began to pale, noticing the rapid depletion of his energy. He consumed several medicinal pills, swallowing them before pressing on. He had to reach Frost Moon Mirror Lake before Xiao Junlin to obtain the Moonlight Phoenix Sword first. Chun Xian's gaze was resolute, though the journey was arduous. Meanwhile, aboard the flying shuttle Golden Lotus, feeling idle, Xiao Junlin took out a Holy Spirit pill to refine. Currently, his energy stood at around 6,000 strands, equivalent to double that of an ordinary early-stage 3-element realm practitioner. While his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the early-stage 3-element realm, he was on the verge of breaking through to the mid-stage, yet Xiao Junlin continued to hold back. After all, he aimed to carve a path of extraordinary value. Thus he would accumulate to the utmost before breaking through, ensuring each realm maximized his potential. Upon seeing Xiao Junlin produce the Holy Spirit pill, both Yi Hongling and Li He's eyes brightened. Li He, unfamiliar with the Holy Spirit pill, felt a surge of spiritual energy as soon as it was revealed, as if his own refining spirit realm was on the cusp of breaking into the blood transformation realm. Elder brother is indeed the master brother. Such resources, Li He thought enviously, marveling at the kind of cultivation resources elite disciples possessed, which he could scarcely imagine. However, Yi Hongling, also an elite disciple, was even more astonished upon recognizing the Holy Spirit pill. This guy, Xiao Junlin, is excessively wealthy. One Holy Spirit pill is worth 500,000 spirit stones. She recalled that only elders were typically rewarded with a single Holy Spirit pill each year. Yet Xiao Junlin had just produced 2, swallowing one and placing the other in a pill box, quickly stowing it away in a storage ring, hiding it so fast, as if I might steal it. Yi Hongling suddenly remembered that Xiao Junlin still owed her a beast essence. Senior brother, about the beast essence you borrowed from me. But Xiao Junlin had already closed his eyes, feigning ignorance as he focused on refining the Holy Spirit pill. causing the words that were on Yi Hongling's lips to be swallowed back down. How could I possibly return it to you? That was for your tribute to Qin Xian. If I hadn't intercepted it, would I even be able to offer it back to you? Xiao Junlin had no interest in her, dedicating his entire attention to cultivation. The power of the Holy Spirit pill was unprecedented. As he swallowed it, a tremendous surge of spiritual energy erupted within him like a tidal wave, rapidly filling him up. By heavens! I underestimated the potency of this thing. Xiao Junlin's forehead quickly glistened with sweat. Feeling no room for negligence, the Holy Spirit pill was gradually refined. The energy within him surged rapidly. 6,000 strands, 6,500 strands, 7,000 strands, as Xiao Junlin could no longer suppress it. A golden Dharma form began to manifest behind him, exuding unparalleled majesty. Both Yi Hongling and Li He were simultaneously pushed back by that Dharma form, causing the flying shuttle Golden Lotus to sway violently. Yi Hongling stared at the Dharma form in astonishment. I had my suspicions before. I never expected. He truly is at the three-element realm. Yi Hongling quickly focused her energy to stabilize the flying shuttle Golden Lotus. Her own fighting spirit ignited. Once she regained her sword path, she too would aim to break through to the three-element realm. He watched as Xiao Junlin's Dharma form continued to expand. Is this the legendary Dharma form? I heard the Master Brother was on the verge of dropping to the blood transformation realm. Yet how has he now entered the exclusive three-element realm of the Elders? With such strength, why wouldn't the sect master appoint him as the young sect master? Could it be? Li fell into contemplation. Could it be that the Master Brother is too low-key, not wanting to vie for fame and fortune? It must be. As Li strove to maintain his cultivation, lessening the impact from the Dharma form, he looked at Xiao Junlin with growing admiration, his respect for his elder brother reaching new heights. 3 hours later, the flying shuttle Golden Lotus had exited the confines of Longai Mountain. The territory of Longai Mountain connected seamlessly with that of the Huaizong, and the Frost Moon Mirror Lake lay precisely between the two sections. As Xiao Junlin slowly opened his eyes, his aura had already advanced, drawing near to Frost Moon Mirror Lake. He felt apprehensive. After all, this was the territory of the Huaizong. A mere attendant disciple. He had never even qualified to leave Longai Mountain. Elder brother, this journey may be fraught with peril. Should we make some preparations? Li gazed downwards. The silver-white terrain rapidly came into view. That was the area of Frost Moon Mirror Lake. Perpetually shrouded in frost, devoid of color, and expansive in size. Thus, upon entering, one would be greeted only by a vast, white, snowy world, resembling an immense castle of ice. Even as they stood atop the flying shuttle Golden Lotus, they could sense the desolation and biting cold of Frost Moon Mirror Lake. Yi Hongling swallowed hard. Although she was equally anxious, the blood of the sword fairy coursing through her veins made her eager for the challenge. As they entered the region of Frost Moon Mirror Lake, Yi Hongling felt an inexplicable calling from the depths of the lake, further solidifying her resolve for this venture. Senior brother, let us descend. Yi Hongling exclaimed with spirited enthusiasm. Xiao Junlin nodded. He was not worried about danger, for he was privy to the secrets within. Moreover, even if unforeseen events occurred, Xiao Junlin touched his storage ring, where a rescue jade lay, capable of summoning Qin immediately. Coupled with Yi Hongling's Yaoguang chain, the risks of this journey should not be too great. As the flying shuttle Golden Lotus descended, they stepped onto the Frost Moon Mirror Lake. Xiao Junlin rapidly recalled the plot from the original work. Logically, there should be another person around the Frost Moon Mirror Lake. Where could they be? As he scanned his surroundings, lost in thought, a series of golden sounds reminiscent of jade suddenly echoed through the air. Unmistakably the noise of battle. Yi Hongling, wielding the demon-slaying sword, immediately became alert. Li He, standing closely behind Xiao Junlin, revealed a tattered leather glove, seemingly his sole combat artifact. Xiao Junlin raised an eyebrow, directing his gaze towards the source of the sound. There, a woman clad in a light blue gown was being besieged by a group of elite members of the Floating Life Demon sect. In a state of panic, she clutched something tightly in her hands. The leader of the Floating Life Demon sect unleashed a powerful palm strike, summoning a phantom law avatar that surged towards the blue-clad woman. Yi Hongling instantly recognized her and rushed forward to assist. Brandishing her sword, "Elder brother, who is she?" Li inquired. Xiao Junlin's lips curled into a smile. "She is my foolish 7th junior sister, Yun Yao." Chapter 79. The weakness in junior sister's eyes. Yun Yao ranked 7th among the elite disciples. In the original tale, she excelled in artifact refinement, capable of transforming any spiritual weapon to unleash its utmost power. as well as restoring ancient artifacts to their former glory. Yet, Xiao Junlin was primarily captivated by Yun Yao's visage. When observing a woman, one should first gaze into her eyes. Once assured they are not directed at you, then assess her figure. Having confirmed this, Xiao Junlin swiftly appraised Yun Yao. Her long legs were striking. The skin a delicate white, partially visible as she ran. Her upper body was tightly wrapped in practical training attire, yet it did little to conceal her alluring form. Especially her face, stubborn and proud, exuding an aura that ignited a desire in men to conquer her. As Yi Hongling joined the fray, a look of elation spread across Yun Yao's face. Second senior sister. Yi Hongling swung the demon-slaying sword, but felt something amiss with her strikes. After handing over my sword intent to the eldest brother, my swordsmanship has deteriorated significantly. Yi Hongling lamented internally, yet she still possessed a solid foundation in cultivation and combat skills, enabling her to confront several elite members of the Floating Life Demon sect. Yun Yao ceased her flight, preparing to turn and fight alongside Yi Hongling against the demon sect. Suddenly, a cough resonated from behind. In truth, Xiao Junlin had been standing there for quite some time. Yet Yun Yao seemed oblivious to his presence. Alas, she truly is a minor character, Xiao Junlin mused to himself. As he spoke, Yun Yao finally noticed him, her expression shifting to one of displeasure. Eldest brother. What are you doing here? She questioned, showing no respect for him. Xiao Junlin replied coldly, What? Am I not here to assist you? In the original narrative, Yun Yao held Xiao Junlin in contempt, having once suffered a setback when he inadvertently ruined an artifact she was refining. Subsequently, she had scoured for materials to recreate it, and her current peril stemmed from this quest. I wouldn't need your help if it weren't for you, Yun Yao retorted icily, harboring no expectations of Xiao Junlin's combat prowess being of any assistance. Xiao Junlin felt helpless. In the original tale, Yun Yao faced danger at the Frost Moon Mirror Lake, yet it was Qin Xian who saved her. To express her gratitude, Yun Yao provided Qin Xian with clues to the Moonlight Phoenix sword, guiding him to its location. Ignoring Yun Yao's hostility, Xiao Junlin's gaze fell upon the object in her arms. However, in Yun Yao's eyes, it seemed he was fixated on her more intimate attributes. What are you staring at? She exclaimed. Xiao Junlin, speechless, opted not to explain, instead suggesting, hand over what you found, and I will take you inside to seek something even better. Yet to Yun Yao, his words sounded like a jest. What do you know? As Yi Hongling found herself in a predicament, Yun Yao dismissed Xiao Junlin and turned back to join the battle. The leader of the Floating Life Demon sect was at the half-step 3 aspects level, with 2 others at the blood mobilization stage, while the remaining 6 were at the spirit refinement stage. Yi Hongling fought decisively, swiftly taking down 2 spirit refinement practitioners. Yet soon after, she was overwhelmed by the remaining 7. It seemed Yun Yao was already injured, and her combat power, originally at the blood mobilization stage, had diminished significantly. Second senior sister, I'll hold them off. We must find a chance to escape. She was no fool and quickly assessed that they could not defeat the Floating Life Demon sect alone. Why are they targeting you? Yi Hongling struggled to fend off the attackers, but it was clear that this was not the time for questions, and Yun Yao had no time to respond. In the distance, Li He observed their fierce struggle. Eldest brother, should we lend a hand? Help. Xiao Junlin raised an eyebrow. You, a spirit refinement practitioner, would only be offering yourself as a sacrifice. Li He scratched the back of his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had intended to imply that he wished for Xiao Junlin to intervene, yet it appeared he had no intention of doing so. Xiao Junlin smiled as he watched the unfolding battle. Yun Yao, if you intend to escape, do so quickly. Hearing Xiao Junlin's nonchalant voice, Yun Yao's irritation intensified. Mind your own business. Just as she finished speaking, the members of the Floating Life Demon sect exchanged knowing glances. Soon, for spirit refinement practitioners and 2 at the blood mobilization stage simultaneously formed hand seals, a crimson glow materializing around them, swirling rapidly as they became interconnected. Their positioning had effectively encircled Yi Hongling and Yun Yao, and with the red light binding them together, they formed a solid barrier. Yun Yao, incensed, exclaimed, Xiao Junlin, it's all your fault for speaking out. She attempted to break free, but the crimson light swiftly extended upwards and downwards, forming a cylindrical barrier that firmly entrapped the 2. Xiao Junlin shrugged. Why don't you blame yourselves for being slow? You can't even or you in. Yi Hongling, feeling the pressure, wondered why Xiao Junlin was not intervening but rather engaging in a verbal spar with Yun Yao. This fellow, must he always provoke junior sisters? With great effort, Yi Hongling stepped back, positioning herself back-to-back with Yun Yao. I am blood mad, one of the 12 emperors of the Floating Life Demon sect. Hand over what you possess, and I may spare your lives, the half-step 3 aspects leader declared. As he spoke, a palpable pressure emanated towards the 2 women, seemingly intent on instilling fear. Yi Hongling and Yun Yao gritted their teeth, feeling as though they bore the weight of thousands of pounds. Especially within this formation, an additional suppression of spiritual energy seemed to hinder their cultivation further. Second senior sister, it appears we may not survive today. Yi Hongling glanced at Yun Yao, who immediately showed her the object she was clutching. It was a palm-sized metallic object, unlike any common material such as gold or silver, leaving Yi Hongling puzzled regarding its nature. Yet, seeing Yun Yao handle it with such care, she understood its considerable value. We want to be done for. The main force has acted yet, Yi Hongling declared resolutely, looking at Xiao Junlin. Eldest brother, we implore you for assistance. This cry stunned Yun Yao, the second senior sister, renowned as the first female warrior among the disciples of Longai Mountain, seeking help from Xiao Junlin. Although she had noticed that Yi Hongling's combat power seemed diminished, it was hard to comprehend why she would rely on Xiao Junlin. Second senior sister, you should know whether eldest brother has any combat strength. Yun Yao expressed disdain. Xiao Junlin raised an eyebrow at Yi Hongling. You see, it's not that I don't wish to help my fellow disciples, it's just that she looks down on me. Yi Hongling sighed. The seventh junior sister has been away from the sect for quite some time. She is unaware of eldest brother's changes. I ask you to overlook past grievances. Yun Yao was once again taken aback. Eldest brother has changed? Is it possible that Xiao Junlin has turned his life around? Yet, regardless of any transformation, he was still only at the blood mobilization stage. How could he possibly breach this barrier? However, after Yi Hongling spoke, Bloodmad's attention shifted to Xiao Junlin. You intend to assist them? Are you also from Longai Mountain? Before Xiao Junlin could respond, Bloodmad charged towards him. Drawing from his experience, he thought that regardless of whether this brat would assist, Xiao Junlin's presence outside the formation could pose a hidden threat. Better to eliminate him now than to leave a potential risk. Bloodmad surged towards Xiao Junlin. Yun Yao gasped, "Fool, hurry and run." Yet Xiao Junlin remained rooted in place, casually grabbing Li He's shoulder and tossing him aside. Only Xiao Junlin stood alone, facing Bloodmad. As Bloodmad approached within 3 meters, he raised his fist, his Phantom Law avatar mimicking the movement. Half-step 3 aspects. Even a mere illusion can be so ostentatious? Xiao Junlin remarked, his hair and garments rustling audibly. Bloodmad seemed enraged, seeking death. His fist descended. Yun Yao and Li He panicked. Eldest brother, the members of the Floating Life Demon sect displayed cold indifference, seemingly regarding Xiao Junlin as already dead. Yet in the next moment, bang, a severed head flew from their direction, crashing against the formation. As the onlookers recognized the face of the severed head, their breaths collectively halted. Chapter 80. A sword clears the field. As the head struck the formation and landed in the snow, all present clearly beheld its face. It was none other than Bloodmad, except for Yi Hongling. The others felt a ringing in their ears, their breathing quickening uncontrollably. Yi Hongling remained composed, knowing Xiao Junlin's strength. As for Li He, though aware, it was his first time witnessing such a dramatic scene. Eldest brother's first strike, that one of the 12 emperors of the Floating Life Demon sect, has been decapitated. Most astonishing was Yun Yao. How is this possible? Is this still the Xiao Junlin I remember? The once unremarkable eldest brother. Xiao Junlin, hands in his pockets, stepped forward, his foot resting upon the fallen body of Bloodmad, slowly advancing towards the gathered crowd. Behind him, a golden Dharma manifestation rose majestically, emitting a brilliant radiance that illuminated the snow-covered ground, akin to the blazing sun of the earth, sacred and inviolable. Dharma manifestation. He is in the realm of the 3 manifestations. The members of the Floating Life Demon cult initially intended to avenge Blood Frenzy. Yet upon witnessing that Dharma manifestation, they instinctively recoiled. That was not the illusory manifestation of Blood Frenzy. This was the true essence of the 3 manifestations. Moreover, it was not 6 zhang, but 12 zhang, symbolizing the convergence of 2 manifestations, a mid-tier realm of the 3 manifestations. Retreat. Return to report to the sect leader. The Floating Life Demon cult immediately commenced their escape. Xiao Junlin's gaze was frigid. Since they harbored intentions to kill me, they shall not escape alive. His fingers curled into claws, and an abundance of ice and snow was suddenly drawn from the ground. At the same moment, Xiao Junlin's Dharma manifestation raised its hand, and a sword intent began to swirl around him. Yi Hongling instantly felt a sense of familiarity. That was her sword intent. Let me test you all. With a swift motion, Xiao Junlin commanded his Dharma manifestation to seize the suspended ice and snow. The ice and snow rapidly coalesced into a colossal ice sword, which swung in unison with Xiao Junlin's gesture. Whoosh! A massive blast of icy sword energy swept through the air above the crowd. Rumble! The earth trembled as the fierce wind and snow carried the sword energy, scattering it widely. The formation that ensnared Yun Yao and Yi Hongling also dissipated. The members of the floating life demon cult were swiftly engulfed by the sword energy, regardless of their cultivation realms, spirit refinement, or blood moving. Under the might of this sword, they were all reduced to a crimson mist. Xiao Junlin approached Yi Hongling, disregarding Yun Yao's astonished gaze, and drew closer to her. With the Yao Guang Qin in hand, you did not even utilize it. Yi Hongling smiled playfully. Had it not been for this, how could I compel my senior brother to act? How can you be certain I would intervene? Yi Hongling replied. We are all disciples of the same sect. How could my senior brother stand by and watch me perish? Her words rendered Yun Yao somewhat awkward. After all, she had just urged Xiao Junlin not to interfere. Now, she truly found herself saved by Xiao Junlin. Moreover, she had never anticipated that Xiao Junlin had actually transcended to the realm of the three manifestations. And not merely that, but to the mid-tier, that previous sword strike, perhaps even an elder would struggle to withstand it. Furthermore, through their dialogue, she learned that the Yao Guang Qin was with her second senior sister. Wasn't that the lethal instrument of Elder Qin Yin? How could it be brought by her second senior sister? Could it be that Long Eye Mountain had sensed the fluctuations of that artifact in the central region of the Frost Moon Mirror Lake? Xiao Junlin raised an eyebrow and smiled gently, addressing Yi Hongling. I am not merely saving a fellow disciple, I am saving you. The tone of his words was laced with ambiguity. In truth, even Xiao Junlin felt a bit greasy from his own words. Yet, he could not help it, for this statement was not solely directed at Yi Hongling, but was also intended for Yun Yao. To ignite her competitive spirit. Indeed, Xiao Junlin was once again employing psychological tactics to provoke Yun Yao. Upon hearing his words, Yi Hongling lightly pursed her lips, clearly feeling a touch of shyness. However, Yun Yao's inner turmoil was far greater. What does this mean? Your intervention was to save my second senior sister, implying that saving me was merely incidental? Or was it that you had no intention of saving me at all? Yun Yao felt an unease within her. She was uncertain if she was overthinking it, or if Xiao Junlin was indeed behaving deliberately. In any case, she felt quite uncomfortable. Yun Yao urged, was it Elder Qin Yin who sent you here? Then let us proceed into the Frost Moon Mirror Lake. She walked ahead, ignoring Xiao Junlin, and even Yi Hongling was disregarded. Yi Hongling, perplexed, called out, Junior sister, have you sensed something? Yun Yao continued on her solitary path. Yi Hongling had no choice but to follow. Only Xiao Junlin reveled inwardly. What began as a mere casual remark had elicited such a substantial reaction from Yun Yao. Indeed, one must not provoke a woman. Li He approached, spreading his hands to reveal several storage rings, evidently filled with the belongings of the floating life demon cult members. Brother, I have gathered them all. Excellent. Xiao Junlin smiled slightly. Defeating monsters and looting their gear is certainly a must. He placed everything into his own storage ring, leaving not a single item for Li He. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Junlin felt somewhat stingy and decided to gift Li He 10 liang of spirit stones. Cultivate diligently, and do not let me down. Xiao Junlin spoke with great sagacity. He nodded earnestly, not disheartened by the mere 10 liang of spirit stones, compared to his previous days of menial labor. His brother had treated him exceedingly well. If you two have also come for the treasures within, then please keep up. I do not wish to wait excessively. Ahead, a cold voice from Yun Yao urged them onward. Xiao Junlin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, taking a few steps forward. Has the seventh junior sister obtained any clues? Yun Yao huffed at him, stating, you will find out shortly. There is no need for further inquiries. Although Xiao Junlin had grown stronger, he still failed to capture her attention. In her eyes, the little junior brother was the most likely candidate from Long Eye Mountain to ascend to the realm of 10,000 spirits. Despite Xiao Junlin's impressive advancement, she believed he must have taken some elixir or employed some secret method left by Elder Xiao Feng. In short, it was all flash without substance. Observing Yun Yao's haughty demeanor, Xiao Junlin found himself harboring a wicked thought. Last time, he had stumbled upon Bai Li's body in the illusory Dread Forest. Why should he not seize Yun Yao's this time? Perhaps she might encounter some seductive drug or poison. If that were to happen, he could capture her then. Yi Hongling implored Yun Yao. Seventh junior sister, we are all disciples of the same sect. Now that we find ourselves on the territory of the Huaizong, we ought to cooperate wholeheartedly. Yi Hongling's perspective was evidently more mature than Yun Yao's. After all, she was the leader of the demon subjugation team and had her own aspirations regarding teamwork. Yun Yao produced an iron block from her bosom, stating, I overheard the conversations of those demons from the floating life demon cult, who mentioned that a heavenly grade spirit artifact would soon emerge in the Frost Moon Mirror Lake. Consequently, I followed them closely and discovered that they were using this item to sense the artifact's location. So Xiao Junlin shrugged and interjected. So you stole their item. You. Yin Yao appeared taken aback. As if struck by a poignant truth, the members of the demon cult are despicable and shameless, wantonly slaughtering the innocent. If the heavenly grade spirit artifact were to fall into their hands, countless lives would be lost. What is wrong with me taking this guiding object? No, do not be agitated. Xiao Junlin smiled lightly. Yin Yao huffed again, raising the iron block in her hand, which began to tremble violently, seemingly pointing towards a certain direction in the Frost Moon Mirror Lake. All around was a vast expanse of white. Given the immense size of the Frost Moon Mirror Lake, larger than the illusory Dread Forest, without this guiding object, even if Xiao Junlin knew that the Moonlight Phoenix Sword was being born, it would be akin to searching for a needle in the ocean. Over there, Yin Yao exclaimed excitedly. Yet, as soon as she spoke, a vast expanse of black clouds suddenly descended from the heavens above the Frost Moon Mirror Lake. Within the dark clouds, arcs of purple demon lightning surged like a thunderclap. Upon closer inspection, they were indeed serpentine dragons weaving through the shadows, and atop the dragon heads were numerous individuals clad in the attire of the Huaizong. Upon witnessing this, Yi Hongling immediately stomped her foot, causing two ice slabs to rise, providing them with cover. How clever! Xiao Junlin did not hesitate to commend her. While Yi Hongling felt that he had been acting oddly lately. Previously, he would often bully her, yet today he continuously praised her. Unbeknownst to her, Yin Yao was nearly driven to the brink of fury. Xiao Junlin chuckled internally, thinking, let the rivalry commence, women. Yet, his attention remained fixated above. Peering cautiously from beneath the ice slab, the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the air grew increasingly intense. 500, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. Gathering from all directions, they formed a disciplined array, interwoven and commanding. Yi Hongling's expression turned grave. The entirety of the Huaizong was mobilizing. Chapter 81. The impending great battle. Meanwhile, in the main hall of Long Eye Mountain, the eyes within the ice sculpture slowly opened, and an aura of the realm of 10,000 spirits seemed to emanate. Dong Huang Qing Yuan spoke coldly. What is it? Beside the ice sculpture, Qin replied respectfully. The lesser sect hall has been completed, and once Qin Xian's house arrest concludes, he may move in. However, upon mentioning Qin Xian, Qin paused before continuing. Sect Master, Junlin may also be a promising candidate for the lesser sect. In terms of seniority, he must be considered before others. There truly no opportunity for a change in this matter. Dong Huang Qing Yuan responded with satisfaction. In truth, you need not be overly concerned about Xiao Junlin. Allow Qin Xian to remain under house arrest for a month. Had it not been for her granting the opportunity for a dragon to hide beneath the surface, Qin Xian might have squandered an entire month. Given the current turbulence in the world, competition among the major sects is intensifying. Wasting a month for the hope of one sect is not a wise decision, especially when it concerns Xiao Junlin, who is likely to be eliminated in the eyes of Dong Huang Qing Yuan. Hearing her words, Qin felt an increased sympathy for Xiao Junlin. After all, he was the eldest senior brother, and that child was not as lacking as it seemed. Qin couldn't help but speak up for Xiao Junlin. In recent days, her cold poison had improved significantly, thanks to Xiao Junlin's treatment. Once he returns, with a few more treatments, she would be able to restore her cultivation and strive towards the realm of 10,000 spirits she so dearly desired. You specifically came here just to speak on behalf of Xiao Junlin? Qin, you are not as rational as before. Dong Huang Qing Yuan's tone was tinged with dissatisfaction. The return of Xiao Feng is imminent, and one must prepare an alliance with the five elders. Her words carried a hint of command, akin to driving Qin away. Qin nodded helplessly, knowing that no one could alter Dong Huang Qing Yuan's decision. Yet, when that day truly arrived, when Long Eye Mountain engaged in battle against Xiao Feng, should she protect Xiao Junlin? And how could she protect Xiao Junlin? In this present moment, she could only place her hopes on Xiao Feng, truly wishing that he could maintain his resolve and not succumb to the taint of demonic energy. Just as Qin was about to depart, an urgent voice from outside interrupted her. Lin Shihua was calling out in haste. Something has happened. Both Qin and Dong Huang Qing Yuan furrowed their brows simultaneously. Understanding that for an elder like Lin Shihua to be flustered, the matter must be exceedingly grave, that a scout reported that Zhao Wujiang, the young master of Huaizong, did not return to Huaizong after leaving Longtime Mountain last time. Upon hearing this, Qin inquired, where has he gone? However, what does this have to do with us at Longtime Mountain? Lin Shihua took a breath and continued, he is dead. Everyone who accompanied him, except for Leiji, has perished. Upon returning to Huizong, Lei Ji firmly asserted that we from Longai Mountain ambushed them midway. Now, the master of Huizong, Zhao Qianquan, has summoned all the forces of Huizong, preparing to attack Longai Mountain to avenge his son. As Lin Shihua spoke, she clasped her hands toward Dong Huang Qing Yuan, urging the sect master to prepare promptly. Otherwise, Longai Mountain would be in peril. Qin Yin was the first to declare, without a doubt. Someone must be sowing discord. No one from Longtime Mountain has laid a hand on their young master, the one who acted is intent on instigating a conflict between the two sections. Dong Huang Qing Yuan sighed heavily, her gaze drifting toward the outer edges of the first sect, where the winds were tumultuous. Ultimately, the identity of the instigator mattered little. Zhao Qianquan would not heed our explanations. Summon all disciples to return. Lin Shihua nodded in agreement, but cast a glance at Qin Yin and Dong Huang Qing Yuan, sensing some disagreement between the two. Xiao Junlin and Yi Hongling have gone to Shuangyue Mirror Lake? This indeed poses a significant challenge. Yes, sect master. Qin Yin waved her sleeve, merely expressing her dissatisfaction before turning to leave. Dong Huang Qing Yuan exhaled deeply. Recently, she had grown quite close to Xiao Junlin. Hadn't she? Lin Shihua confirmed. Indeed, they have been quite close. Xiao Junlin often visits the administrative hall. In truth, the rest of us sisters are curious why Qin Yin has been advocating for Xiao Junlin and even confined Chen Lin. In Dong Huang Qing Yuan's azure eyes, a flicker of concern glimmered. If Xiao Feng truly fell into darkness, what if Qin Yin betrayed us when we were forced to slay him? That would spell great trouble. After leaving the sect master's hall, Qin Yin wore a worried expression. Xiao Junlin, do not perish so easily. I await your return to heal my wounds and dispel the poison. She felt disheartened. Initially intending to return to the administrative hall to prepare the protective formation for the sect. However, she suddenly recalled something. Last time, when Qin Xian was confined, she had intended to reclaim the jade pendant she had given him for emergencies. Yet, Qin Xian had claimed he had given it to Xiao Junlin. If this were true, perhaps Xiao Junlin could still be saved. Qin Yin arrived at Qin Xian's residence, only to find him seated in meditation within, surrounded by a formation that obstructed her entry. Qin Xian, I have matters to discuss with you. Yet, her words received no response from Qin Xian. Frowning, Qin Yin waved her hand to dispel the formation. Upon entering, her eyes widened in shock, with her keen perception. She quickly discerned that this Qin Xian was merely a puppet. Anger surged in her face. With a flick of her sleeve, the puppet shattered into countless pieces. Where has Qin Xian gone? Qin Yin's fury threatened to rupture her chest. Her emotions tumultuous. This is the future hope you spoke of, sect master. Running away and switching identities, crushing the puppet beneath her foot. Qin Yin immediately dispatched someone to investigate. However, after scouring Longtime Mountain, no trace of Qin Xian was found. Had he left Longtime Mountain? Where could he possibly be? Qin Yin recalled several elite female disciples who had a good rapport with Qin Xian. Thus, she summoned them to inquire about his whereabouts. Yet, Negong Jin and Bai Li appeared bewildered. Only Fo she hesitated before revealing, I saw him sneaking off to Shuangyue Mirror Lake. What? Qin Yin was taken aback. How could even Qin Xian have ventured to Shuangyue Mirror Lake? Feng Shi did not wish to shield Qin Xian and spoke truthfully. According to the junior brother's intentions, it seems he sought to seize opportunities at Shuangyue Mirror Lake, not wanting to share with the senior brother. Fool. Does he not realize how foolish he is? Qin Yin was at a loss for words. With the impending threat, they had all ventured into enemy territory. Feng Shi seemed to sense something amiss. Should we go find him? No need. He has likely already arrived. Let him be. Qin Yin's expression darkened. Since Dong Huang Qing Yuan was aware that Xiao Junlin and Yi Hongling were at Shuangyue Mirror Lake yet refused to rescue them. She would likewise disregard Qin Xian. Whether he lived or died was of no concern. That would be fair. Noticing Qin Yin's sudden shift in mood, Feng Shi was left puzzled and retreated to the seventh peak. Preparing to continue disrupting Qin Xian's fate, senior brother, I shall no longer owe you anything after this. At Shuangyue Mirror Lake, Yi Hongling wore a grave expression as she instructed everyone to consume pills that concealed their auras. These were commonly used by the beast hunting squad when capturing demonic beasts. Could it be that they too were after the heavenly grade spiritual weapon? Yunyao breathed rapidly. Yi Hongling shook her head. It does not seem like it. Their current state of readiness resembles preparing for battle. She turned to Xiao Junlin. Does the senior brother know the reason? I do. It was the doing of that drunken wench. In the original narrative, after Zhao Wujiang and his party departed from Longtime Mountain, they would be ambushed by Jiu Gu and Tang Ning, resulting in a total rout. Jiu Gu deliberately spared Lei Ji as a witness. using his mouth to inform Huaizong that it was the people of Longtime Mountain who had attacked Zhao Wujiao. The current situation indicates that it is highly likely that Zhao Qinquan, the master of Huaizong, intends to wage war against Longai Mountain. Chapter 82. Trapped in the enemy camp, Xiao Junlin did not fear that Huaizong would truly breach Longai Mountain. After all, aside from Dong Huang Qing Yuan still stationed at Longai Mountain, there was also a wealthy patron from the Eternal Society, Tang Yimo. Should Tang Yimo or the Eternal Society intervene, neither Huaizong nor Longai Mountain would escape unscathed. First, let us find a way to obtain that sword and restore your swordsmanship. Xiao Junlin gazed at Yi Hongling with tenderness. Yi Hongling was momentarily stunned, not expecting Xiao Junlin to be thinking of her even in such perilous times. Very well, I shall heed your words. Yi Hongling replied obediently. Meanwhile, Yin Yao was in disbelief. When had she ever witnessed Yi Hongling in such a docile manner? You are my second senior sister, the female war goddess of Longai Mountain. Just as she was about to voice her frustrations, the figures from Huaizong descended slowly upon a dragon. At the head of the dragon stood a middle-aged man, arms crossed, his rugged face emanating an aura of murderous intent. Despite not deliberately releasing his cultivation, the pressure emanating from him increased the oppressive atmosphere around them significantly. When will the 7 elders arrive? The man spoke coldly. Instantly, a disciple knelt before him, reporting, Master, the 2 elders in red and orange robes will only return tomorrow. The remaining 5 elders will arrive today. The man gazed toward the Shuangyue Mirror Lake, beyond which lay the territory of Longai Mountain. He waved his sleeve and declared, For the murder of my son, this enmity, I, Zhao Qinquan, shall repay. Tomorrow, we shall attack Longtime Mountain. I want Longtime Mountain to be left with nothing. His voice, imbued with the might of the master of all spirits, resounded like thunder upon the dragon's head. The sound waves echoing in all directions. In an instant, it stirred up violent winds and snowstorms at Shuangyue Mirror Lake. After Zhao Qinquan finished speaking, he sat cross-legged upon the dragon's head. Xiao Junlin and the others swallowed hard, thinking Zhao Qinquan was rather terrifying. Fortunately, they had not been discovered moments ago. Yun Yao's breathing quickened. Longtime Mountain. They intend to attack our Longtime Mountain. She raised her voice considerably, despite Xiao Junlin's immediate effort to cover her mouth. Zhao Qinquan, eyes still shut, suddenly opened his gaze, fixing his stare upon them. Who dares to reveal themselves? Zhao Qinquan's fingers curled into claws, and in an instant, a surge of power erupted like a tsunami. Xiao Junlin and the others were instantly engulfed by the force. This is bad. Yi Hongling unsheathed her sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy that struck the tidal force, barely creating a gap. Run! Yi Hongling decisively called out, unleashing her full speed as she and the others rushed through the opening. Quite capable, Zhao Qinquan remarked coldly, his claw-like hand morphing into a palm strike once more. This time, the tidal force surged above Xiao Junlin and the others once again. For the first time, Xiao Junlin felt the terrifying might of the Master of all Spirits, in this realm of the Master of all Spirits. The original text contains but a single phrase. Heaven and earth, all spirits, revere me as their sovereign. It unmistakably signifies a terrifying state where the power of the generals is once more elevated, transforming into a natural phenomenon. Yet, the Master of all Spirits of Zhao Qinquan is evidently a tsunami. Yi Hongling once again unsheathes her sword, but this time, her sword sheath fails to cleave through the oncoming tsunami. You all go ahead. Yin Yao realizes she has inadvertently caused trouble and wishes not to implicate others. A blood-melting stage palm force propels Xiao Junlin, Yi Hongling, and others out of the tsunami's reach. At the critical moment, Xiao Junlin seizes Li He's shoulder, bringing him along as well. Li He, still in shock, witnesses the tsunami crashing down, the snowy ground suddenly collapsing. The surroundings tremble as if shaken by an earthquake. Xiao Junlin and the others immediately soar into the air, and before them, the Frost Moon Mirror Lake's snowy terrain has been blasted apart by Zhao Qinquan's palm. Yin Yao, Yi Hongling, concerned for her 7th junior sister's safety, shouts out. Yet, Yin Yao offers no response. Xiao Junlin silently curses these fools, pulling Yi Hongling back. Zhao Qinquan steps forward, clearly still hundreds of meters away, yet in an instant, he appears within 10 meters of Xiao Junlin and the others. This is not Xinxian's spatial power, but rather a miraculous ability to traverse distances with ease. Is this the might of a sect leader? Xiao Junlin's breath quickens. Indeed, as described in the original text, the actions of a sect leader exist in an entirely different dimension compared to others throughout Longai Mountain. Only Dong Huangqing Yuan and Xiao Feng possess the strength to rival Zhao Qinquan. Just as Zhao Qinquan prepares to strike without hesitation, Yi Hongling grits her teeth, ready to summon the Yaoguang chain, only to be restrained by Xiao Junlin. Seeing him shake his head, Yi Hongling begins to regain her senses. Even with the music of the qin, using the Yaoguang qin would not match Zhao Qianquan's prowess, especially not in her hands. Xiao Junlin exclaims, I, Xiao Junlin of Longtime Mountain, have come to clarify the grievances between our two sects and present a treasure. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qianquan's hand halts midair, fortunately coming to a stop. Behind Xiao Junlin, he has already grasped a small snake, prepared to use it as a shield if necessary. Worst case, he could abandon these few insignificant figures and flee. Long Eye Mountain Xiao Junlin, son of Xiao Feng, Zhao Qianquan is evidently more concerned about Xiao Feng than Xiao Junlin himself. You have slain my son. What need is there for explanation? Zhao Qianquan demands. His overwhelming presence causing Xiao Junlin and the others to feel their bones creak. He can scarcely withstand the pressure, nearly collapsing, yet within him, an unfamiliar power seems to awaken slowly from his bloodline. Aiding him in resisting Zhao Qianquan's oppression, Yi Hongling gazes at Xiao Junlin in astonishment. Senior brother, what treasure do we present? Xiao Junlin shoots her a glare. Yi Hongling wisely falls silent, aware that it was Yun Yao's indiscretion that invited trouble. And should she speak out again, Xiao Junlin might scold her severely. While Xiao Junlin indeed wishes to turn back and reprimand these two foolish women, preserving their lives is of utmost importance at present. He maintains a facade of calm. Fortunately, his mental fortitude is strong enough to deceive Xiao Qianquan. Naturally, it is a treasure that you would find desirable, but before that, I must address the grievances between our sections. As he speaks, Xiao Junlin descends, the raging snowstorm having calmed, revealing the deep pit created by Zhao Qianquan's strike. In the center lies Yun Yao, gravely injured. Her once ample figure, now lying prone, breathes heavily, her torn garments barely concealing her skin, especially accentuating the pained expression on her face. It is difficult not to imagine whether she is engaging in an intimate exchange with a man. Xiao Junlin sighs softly. Seventh junior sister, are you testing my resolve as a leader by presenting yourself so vulnerably? I am not one to withstand such trials. I might truly take advantage of the situation. However, Yun Yao's alluring demeanor shall not be offered freely to others. Xiao Junlin casually retrieves a cloak from his storage ring and drapes it over Yun Yao, then lifts her, flying out of the pit at a measured pace. Hongling, come and tend to her. Sect Master Zhao will not act against us. Xiao Junlin's nonchalant demeanor causes a flicker of uncertainty in Zhao Qianquan's heart. How can he be so composed, so unflustered? Could it be that this lad has come prepared? Or perhaps that Xiao Feng has returned? Chapter 83. The Endless Battle of Wits Against Huaizong. After all, he has long heard that Xiao Feng has only one son, Xiao Junlin, who is his lifeblood. To harm Xiao Junlin is to provoke Xiao Feng's wrath. Yi Hongling is similarly perplexed by her senior brother's calmness. Yet, since Xiao Junlin has made arrangements, she promptly approaches to support Yun Yao. Noticing that Yun Yao's breath is somewhat stable, Yi Hongling scans her surroundings and discovers fragments of shattered armor. As a master of weapon refinement, Yun Yao must have summoned numerous defensive spiritual artifacts in her moment of peril to mitigate her injuries. Administering a few pills, Yun Yao begins to regain consciousness, though she remains unable to move. Second senior sister. In her dazed state, Yun Yao sees Yi Hongling and the imposing figure of Xiao Junlin, shielding her from half of Zhao Qianquan's presence. Fear not, senior brother will protect us, Yi Hongling asserts, not realizing as she speaks that one day, she would find herself in need of protection from Xiao Junlin. Yun Yao feels a pang of guilt as she gazes at him. Xiao Junlin rubs his temples. His intent is not merely to rescue, but to execute a rather amusing plan. The location of the Moonlight Phoenix sword is fraught with danger, and Xiao Qianquan serves as the perfect pawn. The death of Zhao Wujing has nothing to do with Long Eye Mountain. Someone seeks to instigate conflict between your Huaizong and us. Xiao Junlin begins. Yet, his words bear little sincerity. Zhao Qianquan, dissatisfied, interjects. What Reggie has said cannot be wrong. At that moment, on the other side, Reggie's figure swiftly approaches. Upon seeing Xiao Junlin, memories of being outmaneuvered by him resurface. Reggie grits his teeth. You again? Yes, it's me, the one who defeated you. How do you do? Xiao Junlin replies with a smile. Reggie scoffs. Enough of your nonsense. Sect Master, he is the one who used trickery to defeat me and the young Sect Master, causing us to lose face before the holy envoy Qingwan. Zhao Qianquan glances at Xiao Junlin, recognizing his skill. Perhaps I should eliminate you first, lest you grow too strong. Enough. If I truly intended to strike, I wouldn't pause to listen to your words. Xiao Junlin retorts coldly. Such stubborn old fogies should not be given face. Otherwise, they would take advantage of the situation. Zhao Qianquan finds himself momentarily at a loss for words. Reggie, however, is noticeably displeased, ready to speak. Xiao Junlin raises an eyebrow at him. Do you know why no one else has killed him? The one who could annihilate Zhao Wujing and others could easily eliminate you as well, right? Upon finishing, Xiao Junlin's gaze fixates on Zhao Qianquan. In truth, Zhao Qianquan has also contemplated this reasoning. He is not a fool, capable of seeing through such blatant schemes. However, the pain of losing a son compels him to seek an outlet for his fury. It seems he has come to a realization. Xiao Junlin glances at Reggie, sneering. Fool, you almost caused your sect master's demise. Reggie, usually steady due to his status as a top-tier prodigy cultivated over many years in Wyazong, finds himself inexplicably agitated in Xiao Junlin's presence, feeling an overwhelming urge to strike him. It appears Xiao Junlin possesses a face that provokes irritation. Consequently, Xiao Junlin provocatively adds, however, since you are my defeated foe, it simply means you lack intelligence. Being manipulated is only natural. Reggie prepares to attack Xiao Junlin but is restrained by Zhao Qianquan. The cunning Zhao Qianquan gazes at Xiao Junlin, astonished to find Xiao Feng's son so eloquent. Yet he inquires, who do you believe the true culprit is? If you cannot articulate a satisfactory answer, do not blame me for unleashing my wrath upon Longai Mountain. Ha! Old man, are you determined to wage war against Longai Mountain? Very well, Xiao Junlin, undeterred, declares, my father is returning to Longai Mountain shortly, alongside Sect Master Dong, Huang Qingyuan, with 2 masters of all spirits and our guardian beast, a beast that rivals the peak of the 3 phases. The 9 realms sea dragon. He casts a glance at the Wyazong's dragon. Your creature pales in comparison to ours, though, and don't forget our 5 great elders. Are you certain that Wyazong can prevail in a conflict? The dragon seems to have heard Xiao Junlin's taunt, opening its maw to roar. Reggie, wishing to vent his frustrations on Xiao Junlin, has long believed that his previous defeat was due to Xiao Junlin's cunning. Zhao Qianquan's expression darkens as he raises his hand, and Reggie dares not act recklessly. I have always favored the arrogant, yet sometimes, overconfidence must be backed by strength, otherwise, it crumbles like a castle in the air. Shattering at the slightest touch, Zhao Qianquan finishes speaking. He stamps his foot, and the surrounding spiritual energy instantly converges toward him, expanding like a tempest before Xiao Junlin and the others, suffocatingly oppressive. Express Longai Mountain sincerity. My patience is wearing thin. Ye Hongling and the others wear grave expressions, still uncertain of Xiao Junlin's trump card. Surely he cannot rely solely on his words. Yet Xiao Junlin turns, approaching Yunyao, and beckons, bring it here. Bring what? Yunyao, anxious, realizes Xiao Junlin is pointing at her intimate possession. If you want to retrieve it, I will. In a swift motion, Xiao Junlin reaches into Yunyao's bosom. Xiao Junlin. Yunyao feels as though she is being taken advantage of, yet her injuries leave her unable to retaliate. Otherwise, she would have slapped him already. Damn it. Where did you hide that guiding fragment? Xiao Junlin deliberately causes mischief, rummaging around. Not there. Not there. Not that one. Yunyao cries out. Were it not for the imminent danger, Xiao Junlin would have continued teasing her in the blink of an eye. He produces the fragment. Zhao Qianquan narrowed his eyes, questioning, what is that? Xiao Junlin smiled and replied, it is something that can sense the emergence of a heavenly-grade spiritual artifact. Upon hearing the phrase heavenly-grade spiritual artifact, a glint of greed instantly flickered in Zhao Qianquan's gaze. The spiritual energy is divided into the 4 realms of heaven, earth, mystery, and yellow. The Yaoguang chain, akin to the sound of a zither, is suitable for battles at the peak of the 3 harmonies. Yet, it is merely a high-tier mysterious artifact. Within the entirety of the Wyazong, there exists but one earthly-grade artifact, and it is in Zhao Qianquan's possession. Is that true? What reason would I have to deceive you? To give you an excuse to slap me dead? Xiao Junlin replied, exasperated. Without hesitation, Zhao Qianquan stretched out his hand, demanding, bring it forth. Oh, Xiao Junlin smiled slightly, appearing as if he were about to hand over the fragment. But instead, he exerted force, shattering the piece into dust. He tossed the remnants aside as if discarding refuse. This scene astonished everyone present, including Yunyao and the others. You little rascal, do you dare to toy with me? Zhao Qianquan seethed with rage, unleashing a fist that sent a tidal wave of spiritual power crashing toward Xiao Junlin and his companions. Yet, Xiao Junlin merely stood with his hands behind his back, calmly stating, I have already memorized the location, but if you wish, I shall lead you there. If not, feel free to kill me. The moment his words reached Zhao Qianquan, the latter's anger intensified, but his body betrayed him as he swiftly waved his hand. redirecting the oncoming tsunami to crash into the empty space of the Shuangyue Mirror Lake, obliterating numerous animals hidden beneath the snow. Xiao Junlin, lead the way. Chapter 84. The emergence of the Moonlight Phoenix soared on the outskirts of the Shuangyue Mirror Lake. A figure darted swiftly, revealing the escaped Qinxian. His purpose for coming here was, of course, to acquire the Moonlight Phoenix sword. Halt. Just as Qinxian prepared to quicken his pace, the voice of the Dragon Blood Celestial Emperor resounded. I sense the presence of numerous powerful beings from the Huaizong just ahead. Huaizong. Qinxian's gaze sharpened, pondering, could it be that the Huaizong is preparing to wage war against Longai Mountain? A surge of urgency filled his heart at this realization. He needed to hasten his steps to obtain the Moonlight Phoenix sword and return to Longtime Mountain to lend support, quelling the Huaizong's forces at that moment. He would become the hero of Longtime Mountain. With this thought, he proceeded cautiously, soon spotting numerous figures ahead. Leading them was Lei Ji, who was currently commanding the Huaizong army to set up camp. Qinxian concealed himself in the shadows, taking in the scene with growing confusion. How strange. If the Huaizong intends to attack Longai Mountain, why are they still camped at Shuangyue Mirror Lake? Just as he pondered this, a possibility flashed through his mind. Could they also be after the Moonlight Phoenix sword? At this thought, Qinxian's heart sank, and he immediately inquired, Dragon Master, where is the location of the Moonlight Phoenix sword's emergence? The Dragon Blood Celestial Emperor formed a hand gesture, creating a fine thread visible only to Qinxian, pointing towards a direction within the Shuangyue Mirror Lake. With the Dragon Blood Celestial Emperor's guidance, Qinxian's figure flickered and vanished from sight. He had to accelerate. He would never allow the Moonlight Phoenix sword to fall into someone else's hands. Such a treasure was destined to be his. On the other side, under Zhao Qianquan's coercion, Xiao Junlin led the group onward, ultimately halting before a stretch of white, snow-covered hills. Is this the location of the heavenly grade spiritual artifact? Are you mocking me? Zhao Qianquan glared at the surrounding expanse of white, devoid of any signs of treasure, seething with anger as he gathered a tempest of spiritual energy around him. Xiao Junlin, exasperated, regarded Zhao Qianquan as if he were a fool, thinking, do you truly believe that a heavenly grade spiritual artifact is akin to a cabbage, growing freely before you for the taking? You. Zhao Qianquan choked on his words, wanting to explode with rage, but he noticed Xiao Junlin striding toward the snow-laden hills. Clenching his fist, enveloped in spiritual energy, Xiao Junlin unleashed a punch toward the hill. The mountain crumbled beneath the force of his blow. Boom! In an instant, a white beam of light shot into the heavens, unleashing a wave of frigid air that engulfed the land. The ferocious chill caused involuntary shivers, freezing everything within a 100-mile radius in an instant. The earth trembled, dark clouds swirled. As if to obliterate all, the expressions of the onlookers changed dramatically as they mobilized their spiritual energy to resist. Under the piercing cold wind, some weaker disciples of the Huaizong were instantly encased in ice. Is this the power of a heavenly grade spiritual artifact? Zhao Qianquan, struggling against the cold, felt his heart race. Even he, well versed in the ways of the world, beheld such a terrifying phenomenon for the first time. Moments later, as the beam of light and the snow dissipated, what came into view was a sword mound. At the center of this mound stood a long sword, 3 feet in length, as thin as a cicada's wing, with icy patterns seemingly carved upon it. The Moonlight Phoenix sword, Zhao Qianquan exclaimed. At that moment, Xiao Junlin stepped back, casually stating, the moonlight brings forth cold. This Shuangyue Mirror Lake was formed solely due to the chill it emanated, a phenomenon from 10,000 years ago. Although this is your territory, you likely remain unaware. Gazing at the sword embedded in the mound, Zhao Qianquan's eyes flickered with excitement that he could hardly conceal. Yet, the next moment, that exhilaration was overtaken by murderous intent as he turned a sinister smile toward Xiao Junlin and his companions. Now that the heavenly grade spiritual artifact has been found, your presence is no longer necessary. Such a treasure, with Xiao Junlin as the guide, must be silenced. In the face of his murderous intent, Xiao Junlin was already prepared. With a calm smile, he replied, surely, you do not think it would be so simple to obtain the Moonlight Phoenix sword? What do you mean? Zhao Qianquan squinted his eyes. Xiao Junlin, standing with his hands behind his back, added, the Moonlight Phoenix sword will not manifest for another 2 hours. When the time comes, you will require the blood of the reincarnated sword immortal to unlock it. Reincarnated sword immortal. Zhao Qianquan's spiritual energy surged, realizing the sword bore a binding seal for its master. Haha, nonsense. Xiao Junlin scoffed. The Moonlight Phoenix sword is held by the Moonlight Empress, the creator of the Burial Sword Dynasty. Known as the 9 Lives Sword Immortal, The Moonlight Empress exhausted her life, only reaching the realm of the immortal king. To ascend to the realm of the celestial emperor, she willingly underwent reincarnation and tribulations. And now she is in her 9th life. The Moonlight Phoenix sword awaits the awakening of the sword immortal, otherwise, no one can unlock it. Should anyone attempt to forcefully do so, they will incur the wrath of the heavenly grade spiritual artifact. Xiao Junlin elaborated vividly, yet, Zhao Qianquan's gaze sharpened, his heart still tinged with disbelief. Do you think I do not believe you? Then by all means, feel free to try. Xiao Junlin smiled faintly. Do you think you can provoke me into action? Zhao Qianquan sneered, advancing toward the Moonlight Phoenix sword, determined to draw it forth and eliminate Xiao Junlin and the others at the first opportunity. The formidable power of the Wanling Master Realm surged through Zhao Qianquan's arm as he readied himself to grasp the Moonlight Phoenix sword. However, just as his hand gripped the hilt, an unexpected event transpired. The long sword trembled violently. Simultaneously, countless icy tendrils surged forth, akin to blades, slicing through everything. Zhao Qianquan's pupils constricted, with the might of the Wanling Master Realm erupting. He summoned his spiritual energy to resist. Boom! He was thrust backward, his expression grim. The corner of his garment had already been frozen by the frigid winds, and his palm was instantly frostbitten. He had never anticipated that Xiao Junlin's words were indeed true. Little brother, you were warned, yet you chose not to heed. Xiao Junlin's smile remained undiminished. Observing his insufferable demeanor, Zhao Qianquan's fury escalated, wishing to rend him to pieces on the spot. Yet, he understood that if Xiao Junlin were to perish, the Moonlight Phoenix sword would be forever out of his reach. Suppressing his wrath, Zhao Qianquan demanded, "Where is the reincarnated sword immortal?" Reincarnated sword immortal? Yi Hongling's eyes flickered, casting a glance at Xiao Junlin. Her heart filled with concern as she pondered whether she was the one he spoke of. After all, Xiao Junlin had previously mentioned that the Moonlight Phoenix sword was born for her. But could she truly be that sword immortal? Currently, Yi Hongling had lost the essence of sword intent. Her fighting spirit and confidence diminished greatly. Sensing Yi Hongling's unease, Xiao Junlin remained unfazed, smiling at Zhao Qianquan. Are you truly foolish? If the sword immortal were here, would you still have the chance to seize the sword? Do you believe you can defeat her? At his words, Zhao Qianquan's fury became utterly uncontrollable, as a tidal wave of spiritual energy surged like a tsunami, his murderous intent fully manifesting. Then why should I spare you? The roaring waves of spiritual energy crashed as Xiao Junlin's attire billowed in the wind, his expression remarkably calm. What business do you think I have here? You are supposedly the master of a sect. How can you be more foolish than the dog I keep? You. Zhao Qianquan gritted his teeth, realizing he was indeed a giant among men, yet never had he been subjected to such incessant mockery. Yet, he was unable to immediately eliminate Xiao Junlin. What should I do? Speak quickly. In Xiao Junlin's hand appeared a vial. The vial contained the blood of Nagong Jin's celestial fox. However, who knows? Xiao Junlin remarked nonchalantly. Within this vial lies the essence blood of the reincarnated sword immortal. With it, you can unlock the Moonlight Phoenix sword. Chapter 85. Capturing the 7th junior sister Yunyao. As soon as Xiao Junlin's words fell, Zhao Qianquan sprang into action, moving with incredible speed, his hand reaching for the jade vial that I anticipated you would attempt to snatch it. Xiao Junlin was not surprised by Zhao Qianquan's reaction. It was all within his expectations, and he would not allow him to succeed. Immediately, he brought the vial to his lips. If you dare to make a move, I shall swallow it. You will forever be unable to acquire the Moonlight Phoenix sword. No, wait. Seeing this, Zhao Qianquan halted abruptly, lowering his hand, fearful that Xiao Junlin might truly consume the blood. In that moment, time seemed to stand still, neither of them daring to make a move. After a tense standoff, Zhao Qianquan took a deep breath and relented, saying, "As long as I obtain the Moonlit Phoenix sword, I shall allow you to leave. What say you, compared to the value of a heavenly grade spirit tool? The lives of Xiao Junlin and his companions are utterly insignificant. It is settled." Xiao Junlin wore a smug expression, yet in truth, he desired much more. That I want the people, I want the sword, and I have a mind to claim your wretched life as well. The two distanced themselves, awaiting the emergence of the Moonlit Phoenix sword. Zhao Qianquan remained stationed beside the sword, yet his consciousness remained fixated on Xiao Junlin and his companions, should they dare to flee. Zhao Qianquan would strike without hesitation. Xiao Junlin had but 2 hours to ACT. Yi Hongling set Yun Yao aside. "Senior brother, Yun Yao is gravely injured. Yi Hongling's voice echoed. Xiao Junlin turned to see Yun Yao resting in Yi Hongling's embrace. Her delicate face as pale as death, her insides trembling, clearly indicating a worsening condition, having withstood the full force of a powerful attack from the master of all spirits. Her survival thus far was largely due to her prior sacrifice of numerous spirit tools. "What shall we do?" Yi Hongling asked, a hint of urgency in her tone. "Fear not, such opportunistic matters of saving lives, shall be entrusted to me, your senior brother," Xiao Junlin assured her. He approached the two, and, with a subtle shift in expression, addressed Yun Yao, "Seventh junior sister, please retrieve your wood spirit cabin." The wood spirit cabin was akin to a temporary tent, crafted by Yun Yao during her leisure time as a master craftsman. "The wood spirit cabin, senior brother, how do you know of it?" Yun Yao's eyes widened in surprise, her mouth agape with astonishment. Naturally, it was mentioned in the original text. Xiao Junlin, however, offered no explanation and urged, "Quickly, bring it forth. No more delays." Yun Yao nodded, and in the next moment, the wood spirit cabin materialized before them, approximately 10 square meters in size, sufficient for 2 individuals. "Place her inside," commanded Xiao Junlin. Yi Hongling nodded and gently carried Yun Yao into the cabin. "I will tend to 7th junior sister's injuries. You guard the entrance," Xiao Junlin instructed. Though Yi Hongling hesitated, aware that a solitary man and woman alone in a confined space could raise concerns. The gravity of Yun Yao's injuries compelled her to acquiesce. Inside the wood spirit cabin, Yun Yao gazed at Xiao Junlin, her heart racing with trepidation. Xiao Junlin settled beside her, saying, "7th junior sister, I will now attend to your wounds." With that, he pressed his hand against her abdomen. It was the first time Yun Yao had been touched by a man, causing her to tremble involuntarily. "Senior brother, what are you doing?" she exclaimed, her face flushing with embarrassment. "What am I doing?" "I am healing you. Can you please focus?" Xiao Junlin replied with a serious demeanor, his eyes steady and devoid of any ill intent. Yet, in a swift motion, he had already begun to remove Yun Yao's outer garments while channeling his energy into her to alleviate her injuries. Yun Yao's condition improved significantly, yet her tear-filled eyes conveyed a sense of profound injustice, as if she were being coerced. "7th junior sister, how about a deal?" Xiao Junlin proposed, pausing his healing. Yun Yao bit her lip, torn between wanting to refuse and acknowledging that he had indeed aided her. "What sort of deal?" she inquired. Xiao Junlin continued, "Within the moonlit phoenix sword lies a sword embryo. I require your assistance in forging it into a sword." He elaborated, "Once transformed, the sword will surpass even heavenly-grade spirit tools." Hearing this, Yun Yao's interest peaked, though apprehension lingered. "But Xiao Qianquan is here. How can we be assured of obtaining the moonlit phoenix sword and the sword embryo?" "Fear not. I have my methods." Xiao Junlin waved his hand dismissively, as if all problems were trivial. Observing this, Yun Yao's eyes sparkled with newfound determination, and she nodded. "Very well. As a master craftsman, it has always been my aspiration to forge a spirit tool that transcends heavenly grade. However, before that, your injuries must be fully healed. We cannot afford any shortcomings, or we shall miss our opportunity." Xiao Junlin's expression turned serious. Yun Yao cleared her throat, feeling a touch embarrassed. "I was gravely injured before. Although I have improved considerably after treatment, complete recovery requires a top-tier restorative pill that can instantly replenish spiritual energy. Without it, full recovery is impossible." As her words trailed off, Xiao Junlin revealed a pill in his hand. Its aroma wafting through the air. It was the sacred spirit pill he had saved. Upon seeing the pill and its enticing fragrance, Yun Yao's eyes brightened, her desire for it evident. Xiao Junlin smirked. "This pill is a treasure. If you wish for it, you must forge a connection with me first." "A connection?" Yun Yao questioned, puzzled. "I am your junior sister, and you are my senior brother. Is that not a connection?" "Huh. You truly believe I desire a mere platonic friendship?" Xiao Junlin scoffed inwardly. The bond of senior and junior siblings felt insubstantial. He wanted something more tangible and solid. Yun Yao, in her innocence, asked, "What constitutes a solid connection?" Xiao Junlin replied with a grin, "Simply put, be my woman, and I shall give it to you." "What? No. Absolutely not." Yun Yao's expression shifted dramatically. "You must be dreaming. Release me at once." Seeing that Xiao Junlin showed no intention of letting go, Yun Yao prepared to call for help. But before she could finish her first word, Xiao Junlin covered her mouth. "Do you wish to acquire the sacred spirit pill? Do you desire the moonlit phoenix sword? Do you long for the millennium sword embryo? Or would you rather see yourself, and everyone else, perishing because of your indecision?" Xiao Junlin's voice was grave. "Not that. Step away. I refuse." Yun Yao twisted her body in resistance. But her injuries left her powerless, and she could only shake her head repeatedly. I have someone I like. That person is not you. Xiao Junlin's resolve only strengthened. I know. It's Qin Xian, isn't it? Yin Yao's eyes widened in shock. How did he know? Xiao Junlin chuckled. All you women, aren't you all merely characters designed to fawn over Qin Xian? Such a perfect girl, and yet she falls to Qin Xian. Does that not make me a fool? Let me tell you, if Zhao Qianquan acquires the Moonlit Phoenix Sword, when he assaults Longai Mountain, Qin Xian will undoubtedly meet his demise. Do you wish to bring about the death of your beloved junior brother? Yun Yao's tears began to flow at his words, and she surrendered her resistance. Had she truly compromised for the greater good, sacrificing for love? Xiao Junlin felt a surge of delight within. At that moment. Outside in the blizzard, Master Long is that the Moonlit Phoenix Sword. Qin Xian concealed his presence as he approached, his gaze filled with greed as he beheld the sword standing tall before him. The Dragon Blood Celestial Emperor nodded. Indeed, that is the Moonlit Phoenix Sword. However, it seems it has yet to awaken. Once it does, such a treasure shall undoubtedly be mine. Qin Xian clenched his fists, determined to possess it. Just then, he caught sight of the wood spirit cabin in the distance, his eyes lighting up. He recognized it. It was the creation of seventh senior sister. As a master craftsman, she must have sensed the sword's emergence and come here as well. A feeling of familiarity washed over him. Surely, seventh senior sister was inside. He stealthily approached, intent on surprising her. Chapter 86. The loyal Li. As Qin Xian neared the cabin, he heard muffled sobs emanating from within. Is that the voice of seventh senior sister? Why is she calling out? Qin Xian furrowed his brow, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. The tone of her voice carried an alluring quality. He was no naive fool. His mind raced with the implication that perhaps seventh senior sister was engaged in some compromising activity. How delightful it would be if I were to enter now and witness a captivating scene. Qin Xian smirked, excitement bubbling within him as he reached for the door. Just as his hand approached the entrance, a sharp voice rang out, "You cannot enter." Turning, he found Li Yi blocking his path. "Why not?" Qin Xian retorted. Incredulous. Li Yi explained, "Senior brother is inside, tending to seventh senior sister's injuries. No one is permitted to disturb them." Xiao Junlin. Again, it's that Xiao Junlin. Qin Xian ground his teeth. Irritation boiling within him. And who are you? What is your relationship with Xiao Junlin? Li Yi introduced himself, gratitude evident in his eyes. I am merely a disciple of Longtime Mountain, yet I have gained senior brother's favor and forged a brotherly bond with him. A lowly disciple, and a brother to Xiao Junlin. Qin Xian's eyes narrowed in disdain. He shifted his gaze and spoke in a low, serious tone. You should consider the consequences of your association with him. Consequences? What consequences? Li Yi asked, perplexed. Qin Xian sneered. Xiao Junlin's father is Xiao Feng. If he becomes tainted by demonic energy, both father and son will perish, as a sworn brother. You will undoubtedly be swept into their demise. Do not let them lead you to your doom. He presumed his words would instill fear, but to his surprise, Li Yi stood firm, his expression resolute. When we pledged brotherhood, we vowed to stand together through life and death. How could I betray him out of fear? Fool. Utterly foolish. Qin Xian cursed inwardly, his frustration mounting. Get out of my way. I must see seventh senior sister. Absolutely not. You cannot enter. Li Yi stood his ground, arms outstretched. Damn it. Qin Xian's eyes blazed with fury. And he struck out with immense force, his power crashing like a tidal wave. Li Yi's expression shifted, yet he did not falter, summoning his strength to resist. The confrontation erupted. Qin Xian was already a formidable figure at the three-phase realm. And naturally, Li Yi was no match for him. After a violent clash, Li Yi was sent flying, blood spilling from his mouth. A worthless insect dares to obstruct me. Qin Xian shot him a cold glance before attempting to open the door. However, to his surprise, Li Yi managed to stand again and positioned himself defiantly in front of him. I will not allow you to enter. At that moment, although blood flowed from Li Yi's mouth and his face was pale, his body trembling, his gaze remained resolute. Xiao Junlin has said that no one is to enter the wooden cabin. Observing this, a flicker of killing intent flashed in Qin Xian's eyes, and he laughed in anger. I shall see how a mere ant can stop me. Suddenly, an overwhelming force surged from his body, descending from above and crashing down upon Li Yi. The force was already immensely powerful and compounded by Li Yi's recent injuries. He was crushed to the ground, unable to move. How will you stop me now? Qin Xian declared, stepping forward to cross over him. Li Yi, pinned down and unable to budge, felt a surge of fury within him. His eyes turned red, his clothes torn, fingers digging into the ground, blood seeping out. His gaze filled with unwillingness as his heart raced. Summoning every ounce of his strength, he fought against the suppression that I will never let you in. In the next moment, Li Yi let out a roar. an unusual light flashing in his eyes as an immense surge of blood energy erupted from within him. The blood energy spread forth, obliterating everything in its path. The force that had restrained Li He dissipated with a thunderous boom, and the blood energy surged straight toward Chen Xian. Chen Xian's pupils constricted as he gathered his own force to defend. Boom! Chen Xian was propelled back several meters, barely managing to stabilize himself. He stared at Li He, his heart filled with astonishment. What kind of power is this? Could it be the innate martial god's sacred body? At that moment, the remnants of the dragon blood heavenly emperor spoke, observing Li He with an unusual glint in his eyes, explaining, "This is indeed the innate martial god's sacred body, a rarity even among many sacred bodies. It rivals the war god physique, growing stronger with each battle, its blood energy soaring to the heavens." He cautioned, "With such a sacred body, this child's future is bound to be extraordinary. It is wise to befriend him, not offend." Upon hearing the Dragon Master's explanation, Chen Xian's expression darkened. Befriending? After having beaten him to such a state, how could he even think of that? Moreover, Li He was a sworn brother of Xiao Junlin. If left unchecked, he would undoubtedly become a significant threat in the future. The best course of action now was to eliminate him before he could grow stronger. With this thought, Chen Xian's killing intent surged, and he began to gather his power in his palm, preparing to strike Li He down. Stop! A striking figure dashed forward. Yi Hongling, her long hair flowing, positioned herself in front of Chen Xian. She looked at the pitiful state of Li He on the ground, her anger flaring as she scolded Chen Xian. "Junior brother, how could you be so heavy-handed against a fellow disciple? This has gone too far." Chen Xian narrowed his eyes. The last time Yi Hongling had aided Xiao Junlin, it had left him quite displeased, and now she had come again. Nevertheless, he could not afford to turn against her, so he explained, "Second sister, I suspect seventh sister is being bullied by Xiao Junlin, so I must go in to check." Yi Hongling, upon hearing this, was momentarily speechless, not expecting Chen Xian to be so childish. "Junior brother, we face a grave threat. In just 1 hour, the top-tier spiritual weapon, the Moonlight Rainbow Phoenix Sword, will be unveiled. The senior brother is currently healing seventh sister to restore her strength for the treasure hunt. What chaos are you trying to stir now?" Chen Xian was about to retort when Yi Hongling suddenly recalled something and questioned, "Aren't you still under house arrest? How did you manage to slip out?" "Chen Xian, your audacity grows bolder. You dare to escape on your own." Chen Xian felt a surge of indignation, and thus, the two began to argue. Meanwhile, inside the wooden cabin, Xiao Junlin held Yun Yao in his arms. They had just finished, their clothes now neatly donned. Yun Yao's face was flushed, especially knowing that her junior brother was just outside. Amplifying her humiliation, Xiao Junlin smirked devilishly, teasing, "Seventh sister, do you enjoy being watched? Be quiet." Yun Yao shook her head in denial. In response, Xiao Junlin was not angered. He leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "All right, just open your mouth." The breeze brushed past her ear, causing Yun Yao's face to redden even more, yet she remained clear-headed, firmly refusing. "No, you can only touch my body, but cannot kiss me." Xiao Junlin was momentarily at a loss for words. "Who said I wanted to kiss you?" Before she could respond, Xiao Junlin seized her mouth and shoved something into it. "Ugh," Yun Yao gasped, her beautiful eyes widening. Just as she was about to struggle, she realized it was a pill. The pill melted instantly upon contact, and a rich power began to spread through her limbs. "Outside, second sister, since you refuse to step aside, then you leave me no choice." Chen Xian, unwilling to hesitate, unleashed his power, ready to storm into the cabin. Boom. Suddenly, a deafening explosion reverberated. The wooden cabin burst apart before their eyes, flames soaring into the sky. Amidst the flames, Yun Yao's aura surged, her power flickering with signs of the three-phase realm. Chapter 87. Yun Yao enters the three-phase realm. Yi Hongling and Chen Xian halted their quarrel, while Li He took a moment to catch his breath and stood up as well. Not only they, but even Zhao Qiankuan in the distance sensed the situation, his expression one of shock. "The three-phase realm, this is power. Seventh sister has broken through," Yi Hongling murmured, her face lighting up with joy. Chen Xian wore a stern expression, gazing at the figure amidst the flames, lost in thought. All eyes were fixed, not daring to let their attention waver. Within the blaze, the power converged around Yun Yao, and a 3-meter-tall avatar materialized behind her. The avatar, clad in bronze armor, was engulfed in flames, raising the surrounding temperature as if it could incinerate everything. The towering avatar stood firm, marking the early stage of the three-phase realm. Xiao Junlin stood to the side, calmly observing the scene, feeling a sense of relief. Thankfully, it had ended early, and he was already dressed. Otherwise, he would have been exposed. Senior brother, has seventh sister truly broken through? Yi Hongling asked Xiao Junlin, still somewhat incredulous. Just moments ago, seventh sister had been severely injured, yet now she had achieved the three-phase realm. Xiao Junlin sighed, clutching his chest as if in pain. Appearing to have made a great sacrifice, fear not. I not only healed seventh sister but also assisted her in successfully breaking through. Yi Hongling was well aware that helping someone break into the three-phase realm required significant sacrifice on Xiao Junlin's part. In contrast, Chen Xian seemed to be nothing but a source of trouble, completely oblivious to the larger picture. The disparity was not to be underestimated. What attribute has seventh sister awakened? Yi Hongling inquired. Li He spoke first, analyzing, with flames soaring and scorching heat. It must be the fire elemental avatar. Before anyone else could respond, Zhao Qianquan's mocking laughter echoed from afar. What a group of naive juniors. That avatar, clad in bronze armor, embodies the Dao intent. It contains the essence of the forging Dao. This girl must be a top-tier forger to possess such insight into forging. As he spoke, an endless killing intent flickered in his dark eyes. With energy coalescing in his palm, he realized that these individuals were disciples of Long Eye Mountain, their talents unexpectedly high. Aside from Yun Yao, who had just broken through, Chen Xian had also unleashed an aura of the three-phase realm. While Yi Hongling seemed somewhat off, otherwise, her strength would rival that of the three-phase realm. In comparison, his Huaizong was dwindling in talent, with only one Lei Ji worth mentioning. Originally, his son had just entered the three-phase realm. With a promising future ahead, but unexpectedly he had died. The thought of this deepened Zhao Qianquan's killing intent. Moments later, as the flames subsided and the avatar vanished, Yin Yao landed gracefully before them. Congratulations, seventh sister. On entering the three-phase realm, as soon as she touched down, Chen Xian hurried over with a smile on his face. Yin Yao smiled back slightly to IT that moment. Chen Xian noticed Xiao Junlin beside her. And recalling their previous isolation together, his mood soured that he asked, seventh sister, did senior brother bully you in the cabin just now? Upon hearing this, Yin Yao felt a pang of anxiety. Seventh sister, rest assured, if senior brother has wronged you, do tell me, and I will certainly seek justice for you. Chen Xian continued to coax her. Since junior brother is so concerned for you, Yin Yao, why not tell him that I did not bully you at all? Xiao Junlin interjected with a smile. No, Yin Yao shook her head in denial, naturally unwilling to divulge such an embarrassing matter to that moment. Li He stepped forward, addressing Chen Xian, seventh sister, under my elder brother's treatment. Not only recovered, but also broke through. You cannot judge a person's heart with a villain's perspective. Seeing Yun Yao deny it, Chen Xian was at a loss for words, with Li He speaking up for her. Xiao Junlin felt a surge of joy, secretly thinking, it appears these two have become acquainted. In the original story, Li He was indeed Chen Xian's close ally, and thankfully he had managed to sway him to his side. Good, good, just in time to help spread my reputation, allowing me to win over all the sister disciples, Xiao Junlin thought to himself. Yet, he still felt somewhat displeased, promptly adopting the demeanor of a senior brother. Addressing Chen Xian, junior brother Chen Xian, are you not under house arrest? How dare you come here? Hurry back to Long Eye Mountain. Chen Xian's expression shifted. He could not leave, or the Moonlight Rainbow Phoenix sword would slip from his grasp. Just as he pondered how to remain, Zhao Qianquan spoke. Since you are here, do you still wish to leave? Dream on. Until I obtain the divine sword, no one from Long Eye Mountain shall depart. Otherwise, death without mercy awaits. Chen Xian chuckled coldly, a hint of pride evident in his demeanor. Master brother, it is not my fault that they refuse to let me leave. Naturally, Xiao Junlin felt hesitant to press further. Dragon Master, I must obtain the Moonlight Phoenix sword this time. In his mind, Chen Xian communicated with the remnant soul of the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor. I shall wield this sword to control Yi Hongling, ensuring her complete subservience to me. The remnant soul of the Dragon Blood Heavenly Emperor nodded in agreement, though a trace of confusion lingered. Your Nine Phoenix Rising Sun's sacred body possesses a deadly allure for maidens. Why does it not seem to affect Yi Hongling and Yun Yao? Chen Xian himself was at a loss for an answer, even questioning the authenticity of his Nine Phoenix Rising Sun sacred body. Suddenly, a clear and melodious hum of a sword echoed in the ears of the crowd. All gazes turned toward the Moonlight Phoenix sword, which began to tremble violently, emitting an increasingly potent chill, as if it were on the verge of manifesting completely. Witnessing this, Zhao Qianquan turned to Xiao Junlin, urgently urging, quickly, hand over the blood of the sword immortal. Xiao Junlin remained unfazed, replying, when the time comes, I shall naturally provide it. If you dare to seize it, I shall destroy it. You. Zhao Qiankuan seethed with anger, yet felt utterly powerless. Chen Xian, observing from the sidelines, discerned Xiao Junlin's intent to deceive Zhao Qiankuan and immediately conceived a plan. Zhao Zhongzhu, would you consider collaborating with me? He stealthily approached Zhao Qiankuan and whispered softly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qiankuan's interest was piqued. What kind of collaboration do you propose? With his hands clasped behind his back, Chen Xian assumed an expression of certainty, stating, if you assist me in eliminating Xiao Junlin, I shall help you acquire the Moonlight Phoenix Sword. What say you? Zhao Qiankuan was taken aback by the unexpected request to slay Xiao Junlin. Chuckling, you ought to be brothers. Are you sure you haven't made a mistake? Absolutely not. It is indeed Xiao Junlin. Chen Xian gritted his teeth in hatred, wishing nothing less than to see him utterly destroyed. Zhao Qiankuan remarked, killing Xiao Junlin is simple enough. But do you possess the blood of the sword immortal required to obtain the Moonlight Phoenix Sword? Had it not been for that, I would have eliminated Xiao Junlin long ago. How could I allow him to remain a threat? The blood of the sword immortal? Chen Xian laughed heartily. The sword immortal's reincarnation is right here. What need have we for the blood of the sword immortal? My second senior sister is none other than that very reincarnation.